Hall of Fame class of 2024.
All right, man.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
It's an honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
And we play that because P. Willie, Patrick Willis, will join the show today at 8 o'clock now? 8 o'clock? Or is it 7 o'clock? What time is he coming
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock now? Okay, all right. 8 o'clock, Patrick Willis will join the show on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. So we got 2 hours of rep for that. We will get ready for the Arizona Cardinals. We'll get ready for Cal Miami. We'll get ready for the baseball playoffs. These baby have been on fire. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Atlanta Falcons. What a game. You got to tip your cap to Captain Kirk. I don't think we can call him primetime Kurt anymore because he's all he's doing is balling on primetime. That's 3 comeback wins for the Atlanta Falcons. Maybe it's a new day. Maybe Magic City expanded. Maybe Kirk Cousins had his little taste of the lemon pepper loose. Who the hell knows? But the Falcons are balling. Oh, I love sports. I love it. Friday. Shasky, what's happening?
What's up, buddy? You know, clock management was extremely important in that game, and you know that I'm getting. Am I wrong?
Out of all the things to start with, don't be. It's like watching the paint dry right now.
What?
Come on, give me some excitement here. Pete Alonso, top of the ninth, 3-run jack.
We'll get to
Come
that.
on. How
But
about the food and Chase Center
refreshing
yesterday?
when your coach has all 3 timeouts at the end of a game to use to stop the clock to get the ball back? How much time did Kirk Cousins have? A little over a minute, and marched all the way down and threw a bunch of balls over the middle of the field. Oh, interesting.
Out of that game, that's your big takeaway.
Well, yeah.
No,
without
you know
the
what my
timeouts,
big takeaway is? Having the wherewithal to know that I could get away with throwing a quick slant and still line up perfectly.
That's clock management.
It
was amazing. It was genius.
Unbelievable.
And then they get a penalty and go back 5 yards, and it doesn't even matter. They still kick the field goal.
Well, it did matter yesterday because Young Koo, what's my name?
Young Hui Koo.
Young Hui Koo.
I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, no, well, I just, whatever.
Mispronunciation of the year. Put that on there. I've got a full loaded category. You can add Vontae to the list.
Mr. 41 yarder.
Last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Aldi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Yes. All I'm saying is
that
Kirk Cousins was awesome, but it like Raheem Morris being able to have all those 3 timeouts, getting the stop, getting the ball back, and then them being able to work the middle of the field. I mean, it wasn't even that clean of a drive.
It's not even clock management. To me, it's play selection and ball security. Bucky Irving, you got to take care of the football, young man.
It's pretty
Bucky
obvious.
Irving, you got to take care of the football.
2 turnovers for that safety.
You got to get some points out of that. That game should have been over and over and over again. And there were some questionable calls in that football game, but what a game. Kirk Cousins, what he did yesterday, what he's doing for this Falcons team, I got to give it up to him because we all assumed that Michael Penix Jr. would be ramping up to get ready to start by the end of October. And you know what? I don't think that's happening this year as long as Kirk Cousins is healthy. Threw for 509 yards. 509, Shasky, 4 touchdowns and a pick. And he was throwing dimes, anticipating throws. Oh, he was instinctual. I got to give it up to Kirk. I got to give it up to him. I got to.
Hey,
dude, he's balling.
Can someone please, wake up, Al. Sleepy Al. Wake up. It's a football game.
I don't know if you know
this. Fantasy implications. Kirk Cousins playing for his career. Raheem Morris. I mean, he's wearing joggers. I can see his cash. Pay attention. It was the broadcast is horrible.
Okay, all right.
Great game. Horrible broadcast.
I've heard it for over 2.5 years. I'm not going to complain about it. It is what it is. They're not going anywhere right now, so it is what it is. Either watch. No, listen. I said it last. The Amazon app needs work. It needs work. All right, it needs work. It needs work, but it's okay. I'm not going to let it deter me from enjoying a football game. And if you want to mute it, mute it. If you don't want to hear Al Michaels, turn the Tampa Bay Buccaneers radio station. Turn on the Atlanta Falcons radio station. Stream that king if you want to listen to something and be happy. But I'm not complaining this Friday. We got Niners and Cardinals. I got Patrick Willis coming on the show. We got great baseball playoffs. Cal Miami College game days here, and Marshawn Lynch is going to be the guest picker. There's a lot to love right now. No hate zone on the morning roast. I'm loving life right now. I don't have it in me to complain about Al Michaels this morning. I'm going to look at Kirk Cousins and say, damn, how about this Hodge kid? Somebody shot this guy out of a cannon. Look at the speed. Drake London. Come on. You complain and fight on. There we go, Spadoni. There's a lot to love. J.J. Redick is clapping at reporters. The Warriors in Hawaii. Kaminga sitting down with Whitley. What is there not to love right now? Sports, man. There's no complaining today.
I didn't have to have the game on mute, Bonte. I literally had it on like 50 on my volume, and I couldn't tell that the game was even on because 80-year-old Al Michaels making $11 million a year has to be woken up from his slumber that a fun game is going on.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, man. He's getting his money. Don't hate on it. One day we're going to be old, 70, 75, misremembering names, bald, unattractive. We're gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Let's get to the polar bear moment.
No. I'll get to the polar bear because yesterday, as you were clamoring for 37-year-old Paul Goldschmidt,
for a one-year deal,
my hand on the table said, "I want the polar bear here. Go sell the polar bear hats. I want Pete Alonso batting in front of Eldridge or behind him. I don't give a damn. Go get me Pete Alonso." And Spadoni play this because this made me feel good.
Swing and a ball drilled. Right field. Freeling back at the wall. Out of here! It's out of here! Alonso, an opposite field home run, and the Mets had the lead. Pete Alonso, the polar bear, takes Devin Williams deep. And here in the ninth, the comeback kids have done it again. It's 3-2 Mets.
It's funny, it was louder on that than I remember it when I was watching it. It felt like the stadium went dead silent.
John Shabby, ESPN, with the call there. Ninth inning home run, dramatic feel for Pete Alonso and the Mets and 3 road teams. The Royals going to Baltimore, they handle business. The Tigers going to H-Town, Houston, they handle business. The Mets go to Milwaukee, and in a best of 3 after Willie Adames is threatening guys to meet him in the parking lot, and they want to fight. Pete Alonso brought the fight to him in the 9th inning, and now they're heading to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies, and I want Pete Alonso. And you know what? I can dream again. Giants fans, a lot of Giants fans said, "Oh, Bonte, what are you sipping tonight?" I didn't sip anything last night. I had a great day in the pool. Baby Chaz and I were rolling. We were chilling, watching football, whatever it is. But you are allowed to dream again, Giants fans, because Farhad Zaidi is not here anymore. Buster Posey is now running the show. And in Buster, I trust. In Buster, I hope. In Buster, I pray we go get a big name player. And it starts with Pete Alonso. Go bring him in with Eldridge. Go give me a 3, 4, 5, 6. Eldridge, Pete, Chapman, Ramos. I don't really give a damn. Go give me some speed at the top of the lineup. But I want Pete Alonso. It's going to take a lot of money. It's going to take a lot of cash. You know what I'm saying? In California, New York, but the taxes are the same in New York and California. Man, they may even be more in New York. I don't know. Get me Pete Alonso. That's who we want. That's who you want now, Shasta. Come on. Get on this train.
I'm thinking of the Jay-Z line. I had a dream, I said. About who I said. About polar bear, I said. I mean, what a moment. And, you know, that home run, his reaction was incredible. I mean, I'm not even a Mets fan. And I was like, that's pretty amazing. And then Winkler scoring and spiking the helmet at home plate. I thought he shattered the helmet. I don't know what was going on there. I don't know if that was like over the top or I loved it. I don't even know.
It's playoff baseball. It's playoff baseball,
but seeing the Mets pour out of the dugout for Pete Alonso was incredible. Absolutely incredible. It reminded me of the Brandon, in a way, it's different, obviously, because the game has changed so much since then. It reminded me of the Brandon Crawford home run against the Pittsburgh Pirates. This moment right here.
And the curveball is hit high and deep to right field. It is gone. Brandon Crawford silences the crowd here in Pittsburgh with a grand slam.
Dan Shulman, ESPN. That's what it felt like to me. When you hit that road home run, okay, and you shut a crowd up and the only people cheering is your dugout and the handful of fans that show up, there is nothing like that in sports.
To me, the better comparison is Wanna-Ribe, Philadelphia. Citizens Bank Park. That place was going crazy. Ryan Matson is pitching.
Thumbs up.
And thumbs up going Oppo Taco to Citizens Bank Park, the right field, and the Giants win 3-2. And then they pour out a dugout to go to the World Series later on, a couple innings later. So, look, all these home runs, dramatic on the road, backs against the wall. And look, I'm not a big fan of the New York teams, no doubt about it. But I thought a New York kitty last night should have fired off a text to him. That's a big-time win. And now they get a big-time chance to play the Philadelphia Phillies, and they're red hot. And these playoffs in the semifinal, look, we got everything going on this weekend. And it goes, I don't think I want to go to the Niners game. That's too much football for me. I said, babe, I think I'm going to SI Reardon tonight. We're going to Cal Miami tomorrow. We're going to Cardinals Niners on Sunday. We're watching baseball galore. We got Yankees and Royals. All right, Bobby Witt Jr.'s going to Yankee Stadium to take on Judge and the Bronx Bombers. We got the Phillies and the Mets. This is a classic NL East rivalry. Take the train down to Philadelphia, take the train up to New York. This is big-time baseball. You got the Dodgers and Padres. The Dodgers and Padres who hate each other, who despise each other. You got the who's who. Just a litany of superstars. Oh, my Lord, injected into my veins. And the most underrated series of them all, which I think will be very good, and nobody's talking about them. Stephen Vogt's Cleveland Guardians, Jose Ramirez against this upstart Detroit Tigers team with A.J. Hitch. Oh, my Lord. These playoffs have been amazing. That's why Buster Posey, he sees it. He's scouring these playoffs right now, watching in his lab, whether it's in the East Bay or down there at 24 Willie Mays Plaza, Shasky said, I've got to get my hands on one of these guys. I've got to get my hands on one of these guys, and we got to bring this back to the Bay. So there's a lot to love right now in life. There's a lot to love if you're a Bay Area sports fan. There's no complaining today. I'm not allowing it. You're not allowing deep playoff run talk. I'm not allowing you to bash Al Michaels today because you do it every week, and it's time. I don't care about Al Michaels. The game was great.
He's done. He's done. It's okay, but we'll move on.
Yeah,
He's
move
done.
on.
I'm fired up for this Cal-Miami game, too. This is going to be a big one. I mean, Cal fans, where you at? Today, of all the days where we're actually going to talk about Cal football, today's that day. Today is your day. Can you believe it?
Today is your day. Shameless shoutouts is going to be about you, Cal fans. If you're going to be out there at College Game Day, 7:45, you better call in. I want to hear from you, Cal fans. Now's your time. It's a big stage for you, Cal Berkeley fans. A big stage. The U is coming to the West Coast. The U landed last night. And Mario Cristobal has some experience in the Bay Area. He's recruited here. He's had bowl games here. Mario Cristobal is working around. He's working I heard rumors they were trying to get him to practice the city again, but he's practicing. I hear it's Skyline High School. Love it.
Is that where he is?
Yeah, that's where I hear they're at Skyline High School there. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that.
Are you going to be on the sidelines?
I wish, but I was not able to get that pass. I will be in the stands with the rest of the fans.
Wearing
Miami stuff.
Aren't you also a Cal fan?
Well, I mean, both my parents went to Cal, and I grew up loving Cal football, and I've told the story several times about how Cal football led me to going to Miami. So I'll be very, I'm going to be rooting for Miami, but if Cal wins, I'll be very happy for Cal football.
I will be
Who are you
walking
rooting
the
for?
sidelines.
Who you?
I'm just rooting for.
Wait, you're on
game.
the sidelines?
I'm gonna walk the sidelines before the game.
Oh, you got it like that?
Do you have a pass to do that, or you're just going to I'm Bonte Hill?
No, I don't do that.
Make way.
No, I don't do that. Very humble on how I operate. But, I'm going to be humble with this.
If you let me through, you'll be part of the King's Tail next week.
See, what you guys learned is you build relationships over the last 10 years. And when it comes to a point
all
where it's
those
like
Cal games you attended over the last 10 years.
I did attend a lot of Cal games. I was on the sideline for USC, Jared Goff. I attended a lot of Cal Berkeley games. A lot of Cal games.
Jared Goff was drafted in 2016.
Yeah, but I've attended a lot of Cal games. I've attended a lot. I see Herbert up there. I've seen a lot of people up there at Cal.
Split hat Sam.
I've seen a lot of guys at Cal Berkeley. But
if there was a split hat Cal Miami hat, I'd play
I'll be looking for the Miami celebs. I will be on the sideline. I'll be walking. I'll be up there around 4 o'clock, 4:30.
UNFP?
Nah, I will not be with FP.
You're my shower, Bonte.
Will FP be going? Is anybody?
Yeah, I asked him last week. He said he's trying to get tickets, so I expect him to be there.
Oh, he'll get some tickets.
Absolutely. It's FP. He always finds a way.
Is it sold out?
I am not sure. I mean, with the amount of attention it's getting, I assume it's going to be pretty close to one.
I'm pretty excited for this. It's a lot of fun.
I can't believe Shasky's crossing the Bay Bridge for this game.
I've probably been to more Cal games than you the last 10 years.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I know I
know you haven't.
I go at least once a year.
I've gone at least once a year.
I need photo evidence of that.
I've gone at least once a year.
Okay.
That's why when Sam asked me about the press box, the new press box, he was like, yo, have you been up there? I was like, yeah, plenty of times.
Cheapest ticket right now, by the way, $70 to get in there.
The stadium's huge.
Yeah.
You can
So
basically
there's a
sit
lot of
wherever
spots
you
still.
want.
Yeah, it's good views everywhere.
It's awesome. My nephew went there. We'd always go to a couple games when he was there, and it's always a good time out there. They got great gear. Cal's got great gear. They do. The bear, the silhouette bear, is like one of the coolest logos you can have. It's a very cool logo
too.
510. Bonte thinks PS5 NCAA games count as going to the game. That's pretty funny. What's the last Cal game you got to?
We went last year. Who did they play last year? I don't even know. It wasn't Oregon. It wasn't Oregon State. I don't know. We went last year.
You don't know. You didn't go.
I literally put it on Instagram. You could probably look.
No, I am not.
You got to Google it.
I mean, you got to Google it. Probably been to more Stafford games.
I haven't been to a Stanford game in a while.
Yeah, because it's just easier to get to. It's easier to get to. 20 minutes away from the crib.
That area around Stanford Stadium's super nice.
It really is.
I went to the big game there last year. The first time I actually gone to a Stanford game in forever. And I'm walking around, I'm like, oh, wow, that's actually a really nice campus here.
The Redwood Chips, they used to let you re-enter at halftime so you can leave, go back out to your tailgate, and then go back in. I don't know if that's still a thing, but when they remodeled that stadium, the sightlines are amazing. And it really is a very good, just like Cal games, a very family-friendly atmosphere. What they do on some of the games for Cal is they have this side field, this like turf. I don't know what it's called, Sam. I don't know what the name of it is.
Maxwell Family Field, I believe.
What is it?
The Maxwell Family Field.
Yes, and everybody
right next to the stadium.
Everybody's hanging out there, and they've got like a little wine section, and the kids are throwing the football, playing soccer. They got all these little booths set up, and usually walking up from BART, you're sweating like crazy, so you want to stop and get something to drink or eat on your way up.
It's a long walk up there. When I lived in Berkeley, I lived on Carlton Street for about a year. I lived in Berkeley. My homegirl from Washington High School, Erin Donahoe, now lives in Oregon, but we would walk up there to Cal games all the time. It was a nice little walk. Did some good exercise. Really good exercise. Yeah. Saw Nate Longshore play a game in the throwbacks against USC. He threw one of the illest picks I've ever seen in my life, man. It's like, dude.
Sounds like Nate Longshore.
Sounds like Nasty Nate.
Number 9.
He's a coach now. I think he was coaching at UNLV for a while. I'm not sure where he is now.
No wonder that quarterback left.
Stop.
Sam,
Stop.
you are in your bag this morning.
Stop.
Did you even sleep last night?
I don't sleep any night.
No, he was texting me some like good content at like almost 10 o'clock, so that's when I knew he was locked in. It was like 9:30ish. I was like 9:30 for us is like 11:30. All right.
Facts.
Well, Sam thought we were talking Hurricane football for 3 hours. It's like,
why not?
It's a great sports weekend.
I love when you drop the Maxwell Family Field, man. That tugs at my heartstrings.
I didn't know what the name of it was.
No, that just tugs at my heartstrings. I love the addresses and the names of practice facilities and addresses of the stadiums and all that stuff. I like that. I like that.
They added the little alcohol section a couple years back, and I will say that I've frequented that little area where they're allowed to serve alcohol in that one little like roped off area. Sam, I'm sure you know the name of that too, but the remodel was great. The retrofit, whatever they called it, there was a specific name because of the earthquake stuff. It looks phenomenal, and there's nothing better. I know this is a 7:30 game, so the sun will probably pretty much already be down. Yeah. But there's really nothing better than that 4:30, 5:30, 6:30 time.
Yeah, I love that dust setting.
Looking
the dust
back
setting
toward
starts off as a day game, and it turns into a night game. Oh, I love that. I love
the student
dust setting.
section above it, and you're looking over.
What will kickoff be? Because kickoff at Levi Stadium Sunday is going to be record temperatures. Apparently Sunday at kickoff, it's going to be 92 degrees for Cardinals and Niners. 92 degrees. What is kickoff for
92?
Cal Miami, 92 degrees, bro.
That's crazy hot. Because 92 in the Bay is like 140 anywhere else.
In the Santa Clara, that thing's going to be bacon. And you got to run around a guard, try to cover and tackle Kyler Murray.
Is Guru going to go to that game? Wearing a sweater, an Argyle sweater. Remember last time it was like 100 degrees at a Cowboy Niner preseason game? He's wearing an Argyle sweater, sweating bullets.
What's the temperature for Cal Miami?
It's going to be like nice. It's going to be like high 70s because it's going to be like the sun's going to be going down.
Shirts and t-shirts.
Maybe low 80s, high 70s. They'll start getting cooler as the night goes on, though. It'll be perfect.
Oh, I like that. Shorts, nice little polo. Wear some shades. Shades at night. To use in town.
I wear my stunner glasses at night.
Is Lee Corso?
Sunglasses, but yeah. Lee Corso going to be there? I don't know. We'll see.
Marshawn Lynch.
Oh, Marshawn's going to be there. It's going to be great. Did you guys see his little, as we're going to break here in just a second, do you guys see his little Enyo City segment he does every week for
I missed it yesterday.
They went to the Atlanta, Georgia Aquarium, and it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
Yeah. He literally said the opening statement, I swear to God, that's what he said. He's like, man, I don't really look at like walruses and like stingrays. I'm used to getting booty cheeks in Atlanta. That's literally how he opened it.
My God.
That's literally how he opened it.
All right, now you got to get that sound. Now you got to get that. Can you get that, please?
My God.
I mean, it makes sense. Lemon Pepper Lou's, Magic City. I mean, when I think of Atlanta, I don't think of the aquarium. I don't think of the College Football Hall of Fame. I think of Magic City and dollar bills flying in the air. All right, that's it for let's break. Let's break before we get fired. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, better bring it because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. That's right, we got Patrick Willis at 8 o'clock today. Not 7, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, Patrick Willis. Don Bailey Jr., one of the many voices of the University of Miami. This is a Lubman special there. And then Rob Stats Guerrera, Stats on Fire. He's going to join us at 9:20. You know he's going to have something to say. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by the Veranda in Concord.
Hey, it's Guru. Don't miss an exciting watch party at the Veranda on October 10th. Me and Steiny, giveaways, and all the football.
This is a destination for folks when they come to Atlanta. They're getting on a plane to come to Georgia Aquarium.
You've never been here before? You've been here almost 20 years.
I'm not from Atlanta.
No, you don't have to be from Atlanta, but I know you've been to Atlanta.
Yeah, but see, if I come here, I'm trying to go see where the booty cheeks at, and these motherfuckers brought me to the aquarium.
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Can we just play that one more time? Just before.
This is a destination for folks when they come to Atlanta. They're getting on a plane to come to Georgia Aquarium.
You've never been here before? You've been here almost 20 years.
I'm not from Atlanta.
No, you don't have to be from Atlanta, but I know you've been to Atlanta.
Yeah, but see, if I come here, I'm trying to go see where the booty cheeks at, and these motherfuckers brought me to the aquarium.
I mean, that's on Amazon Prime. That's
I'm sorry
Marshawn
for
Lynch.
all the children driving to school this morning.
Well,
oh my gosh.
I'm sorry for the children for all the Diddy talk this week.
I don't think I said anything other than, just Diddy's big trouble.
We don't need kids Googling Diddy, Diddly, whatever his name is. That's Marshawn Lynch yesterday. He goes to Atlanta for one reason and one reason only. You heard it. And you know what? I can't be mad at him for that. I can't be. Are you? I'm not. By the way, I didn't say good morning to all the graveyard shift workers or the overnight dancers or the cops or all the high school coaches getting their teams ready to go. Got a big one at Sunset today. A big one. Reardon, St. Ignatius. You going, Shasky?
We want to go out there. I don't know what we got to figure out because my wife's got work and stuff. So I got to figure out when she's going to be home and when I can get out because I'm not bringing LJ out there for a 7:00 start when he goes to bed 30 minutes later.
Yeah. I
got to kind of figure out when she gets home.
I'm looking forward to the day I can take Baby Chess to a night game with me. I'm like, just let's take it. It's one night.
I say it all the time. No. She goes, then what happens the next day? And what happens that night? And I'm like, okay, all right.
I get the same thing.
Yeah, okay, good to see I'm not alone.
Same thing.
The routine is very important. The routine.
It is important, though. I'm not going to lie. The routine is very important. Anna did a hell of a job sleep trading Baby Chess. I would have had her up till 10 o'clock, whatever, 11 o'clock. These baby kids be up till 9:30 or whatnot. You know what? Kudos to you, Anna. You were right. I was wrong. By the way, big changes are coming to the Giants. Big changes have already happened. So make sure you're subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Lubman, Joe Shasky. I think you guys podcasted like 5 times this week. We'll have everything you need to know about the end of the Farhad Zaidi era and the rise of Buster Posey becoming the president of baseball operations. Subscribe today so that you do not miss out on the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area.
It's interesting that you really think that the Giants have a much, much better shot with Pete Alonso.
Hold on. Let me pause right there. I don't know if they have a shot with Pete Alonso. I'm dreaming here.
No. I want to support where you're going because I do think they have a way better shot with Buster Posey, sight unseen.
All right.
Because if Buster Posey sits down with Pete Alonso, Pete's at least going to listen. That doesn't mean he's going to accept, but he's going to listen. If Farhan's like, hey, I need to meet with you, I mean, he's probably like, hey, see my agent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a cachet of trying to, at least have a one-on-one with someone like Buster Posey?
Absolutely.
I would think someone like Pete Alonso, who clearly takes his craft very serious.
That's the player I want. Passion, intensity.
You would think that he would have some respect for him.
Absolutely. I just think we're able to dream again. I don't know how much cachet Farhan had. I really don't. And knowing that Buster Posey's up there, knowing that he's a world champion, knowing that he played the game, knowing that he's going to do things the right way, knowing that he knows that he can't do this alone, that he's reaching out to guys like Brian Sabian, that he's doing his due diligence on bringing in the GM here to kind of do the day-to-day, every day, be the face at the press conferences or whatnot. Buster Posey being here has given me hope that they can land a big fish. Now, they don't land a lot of big fishes in San Francisco. I get it. The history tells us that they need to develop and have homegrown talent, and that obviously is an emphasis on this year. Bryce Elder's on line one, Ramos, Fitzgerald, whatever. But you do need somebody from the outside. And I look at this lineup, I need athleticism, and I need some power. I can take care of the power of free agency. I think Pete Alonso, no matter what stadium he's playing in, is good for 30 to 40 home runs a season.
No doubt.
It's just a threat.
Well, and I think when you talk about relatability and whatnot, Again, I'm going deep on this, and people are going to roll their eyes, and they're going to think it's stupid. You clearly have to have the right amount of money. That's where it starts. Years and money, right? We all agree.
Yep.
I know with good authority, Buster loves hunting and fishing. Loves it. I also know that Pete Alonso loves hunting and fishing. And so if I was Buster Posey, I would suggest to Pete Alonso, let's go on a little trip. Let's go on a little guys outing, and let's just talk life, And I would love to see it. You obviously have to have the right money. You have to have the right contract. Situation's got to be good. I don't know what the Mets are going to do. I mean, they're in like a very tight luxury tax situation. Their owner has been in trouble with Major League Baseball in terms of flying over the luxury tax. So I don't know where they stand. I don't know if they're just going to keep middle fingering Rob Manfred and the rest of the baseball owners, or if they're going to draw a hard line here. I have no idea what they're going to do. Maybe they got some big contracts besides Pete Alonso on their books.
No doubt about that. But that's where it starts to go. Get it, Spinotti.
Well, I was going to say, we actually had a host here at the station, gentlemen, try to get a professional Bay Area athlete already to try to help recruit Pete Alonso to the Giants. This was Kyle Anderson, who's from New Jersey. Slow-mo, who's from Jersey, grew up a massive Mets fan, joined Steiny and Goo a couple days ago. And here's Goo asking Kyle a question.
Can you help the Bay recruit Pete Alonso?
Yeah. No, we need to bring Polar Bear back. I want Petey back.
So now Buster Posey's going to have to, outcompete with one slow-mo Kyle Anderson.
Wow. Well, see, 408 here at Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, you're talking about Bryce all of a sudden like he's a cleanup hitter already when he could be another Luis Matos or maybe worse. We have no idea about the guy. Let's be real. You are right, 408. We have no idea about Bryce Eldridge. But today on this Good Football Friday, I am thinking positively. I am thinking big. And I am thinking, and I am dreaming, that Eldridge will be in a 3-4-5 spot, hitting massive home runs as a rookie. So
with a lot of confidence, I'm going to tell you right now, Luis Matos is a fringe major leaguer. I don't know what he'll end up being. He's a fringe major leaguer. Bryce Eldridge is a major leaguer. He will be better than Luis Matos. I say that with the utmost confidence. And the reason that I would, if you're out there, Joe Shasky says, no. Will Clark says it. No, JT Snow says it. No, Rich Aurelia says it. Ron Wotus says it. Bill Lasky, who I talked to on the side, says it. All those people say it. I trust people that have seen this guy up close in person and know what it takes, mindset-wise, physically, to be able to make the bigs. He is a big leaguer. There's a reason this guy is flying through the minors.
I'm dreaming about
now.
This.
Does he reach the promise that we all have?
No.
That's a whole nother story.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's a big leaguer.
But I'm going to dream right now. Giants fans haven't had the chance to dream over the last 6 years. Those dreams turn into nightmares, literally. Posey's here. It feels different in the air when you drive by 24 Willie Mays Plaza. It just feels different driving by that brick stadium. It feels different. All of a sudden, I'm thinking to myself, I can't wait to go to a game here next season. I am alive when it comes to Giants baseball. And Pete, oh my gosh, Pete doing it yesterday. But it is a football Friday, and the Niners got business to handle. This is a big 2-game stretch. We've been underselling it.
We're going to close the book on baseball.
We've been underselling it. These next 2 games could set the Niners up for a huge run before the bye week. I'm telling you, you beat up on the Cardinals on Sunday. You go to Seattle with a gotta-have-it division rivalry game up there with the 12s against DK and company. All right? You steal that game, you're 4-2, you get a mini-bye. Now you play the Kansas City Chiefs. Now you play the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl rematch, and if you could just get that game, all of a sudden, I'm thinking big, Shasky. I'm thinking 5-game winning streak before the bye week. Hell, with 5-3. What about 6-2? Huh? These are the 49ers. Mason are running hard. I got Brock Purdy playing as well as any quarterback in the league right now. Maybe I'm going to walk back my take on Joe Burrow. Yes, Brock Purdy is playing better football than Joe Burrow. The hell with that. I'm not scared of you internet punks who are in love with. I'm riding with my guy, number 13, Brock Purdy. So let's get into football. We got Willie coming on. Patrick Willis. This is a great football Friday, folks. 888-957-9570. Come on, man. Like Guru said, sports, man. It's a lot happening.
All right, quickly. Detroit or Cleveland? Who are you taking?
Cleveland.
Okay, I am too. Philly Mets.
Phillies at 5.
I'm taking the Phillies too. Pitching's just too good. Yankees Royals.
Yankees at 4. This is going to be a good one, though. Royals are sneaky good, man.
I'm gonna go with the Royals.
Yeah,
I think it's a 7-game series.
Ooh. No, these are best of 5s, right?
Excuse me, five.
Best of 5s. I'm going Bronx Bombers.
I'm going Padres over the Dodgers.
I got Padres over Dodgers at 4. So I got Padres playing the Phillies in the NLCS, Yankees, Guardians in the ALCS.
We have basically the same thing but the Royals. I got Royals.
Dude.
Yankees pitching's all over the place.
Yeah, but that hitting's going to come alive. I think the hitting's going to carry. Juan Soto was made for the playoffs. That's great. And it's just different. Playoff baseball, Yankee Stadium. I don't know if the Royals are ready for this. All right, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo O'Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. I'm not going to lie, Shask. I'm kind of rooting for the Yankees to win it all. And can I admit this out loud? We went to that Yankee game when I was in New York, and then bought a blue Yankee hat. She bought 2 Yankee hats, actually. Somebody else bought a Yankee hat, too, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, you're a front runner. I'm not surprised.
Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great treats, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Havens Law. You've been wrong. Havens Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit havenslaw.com. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Come on, Niner fans. Who's with me? Huge 2-game stretch coming up. We got divisional games. We know division games are different. Bring on Kyler Murray and the Cards. Let's break it down here on The Roast.
Have you been asking yourself,
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
She loves us. Does K. Scott love us? How's she doing? She's ready for camp, huh? Trading camp, Sixers.
Everybody's in Hawaii.
Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid. Hawaii sounds good right now. Could you imagine us doing the show at 3 in the morning in Hawaii?
I have no problem with that.
Body clock's a little different out there.
I'm going for the first time next weekend. I'm excited.
Are you really?
Nice.
Yeah, my best friend's getting married, and I'm the best man.
In Hawaii?
In Hawaii, Kauai, the island.
Very selfish of them.
Not Kawhi Leonard, but yeah. Well, it's all right.
Why is it selfish?
Well, it's just very expensive.
Yeah, the plane tickets were, but I don't have to pay for like any of the stuff when I'm there, like the
that's
location or anything. They have this big compound everyone's staying at. It's nice. It's small.
I'm jealous. Is really what I'm saying.
Fun.
I wish I had family money like that. You know what I mean?
Says a guy with 3 houses.
Definitely does not have family money.
Says the guy working on his 4th house.
He actually got hooked up because he worked for a client that gave him a huge discount. So that's why. So he was working actually on the job because he was a handyman and working on someone's house.
And you're the best man?
I am the best man. My best friend since I was 2 years old.
Oh, wow. You don't need to write down anything.
No, I'm going to be very short and sweet. Yeah. I'm literally going to say we're in Hawaii. No one wants to hear me talk. Let's go.
Oh, you got to rip him a little.
Well, of course. I'll do that.
Yeah.
You rip him.
But straight from the heart, off the cuff, it's fine.
Yeah.
But once it goes too long, as we all know, sometimes it drags out. So
Stephen Langford's brother did a great job.
Very funny. Dry delivery. Loved it.
Very, very fun.
Ian, right? Yeah.
Ian, yep. Ian Langford.
I swear they look like Vances, both of them. They do. They look like JD Vance.
Well, I thought you meant they just look like they could be named Vance.
No, JD Vance.
Who's JD Vance?
On the ticket. They have the
Republican
beard, the
vice
smile.
president.
That guy.
They do look alike.
I'm going to go to Don in Concord. He's going to college game day tomorrow. Don, good morning.
Hi,
What's
Don.
happening?
Hey, how you guys doing? What's going on over there, Joe Shasky?
I'm doing great.
Tomorrow morning, it's going to be one of the most exciting days in Berkeley for us football fans. Going to go out there to college game day, hope to meet Herb Street or something like that, see all the band, all the festivities, ride Bart on back home, take a nap, and then go tear the town down tomorrow when we win.
Let's go.
What do you think about that?
I think you're on fire.
Don, how old are you?
Donnie? Oh, you really want to know? I'm 64 years old.
Oh, you're ready to party then. You're ready to get down with the get down.
You guys met me. I'm a youngster at heart.
Wait, did we meet you?
Cal Bears ever since.
Did we meet you at Copper Skillet?
7th grade. Yeah, at Copper Skillet that day.
Yeah, I remember you.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna wear my shirt today, my roaster shirt that you gave me day, and I appreciate that.
Oh, we love that. We love that, Don. We love that. How long have you been supporting the Bears?
Cal Bears since 7th grade, since the 70s,
Ooh.
Long time.
Do you remember the last time? Do you remember when Miami came out here to the Bay Area in the 90s?
Faintly remember that. I didn't go to that game. I had to work that day. That was back in the days when I was working all the time.
Yeah, I feel that.
Can you all have it out in Radio Land? I got Cal Bears by 2 points.
Ooh.
Let's go Bears.
Let's go Bears. I like that. You know what I love too? Is what went down at Chase Center yesterday, Shasky.
What went down at Chase Center yesterday, Bonte?
Oh, well, yesterday, what went down at Chase Center? The lovely Christina and the lovely Daphne who work with the Golden State Warriors.
Tell a tale, Bonte?
I don't think this is it.
It's a tale.
Shasky's,
It's a tale.
No,
Hear ye. Quiet down. The king has something to say. Your Majesty, could you please tell us a king's tale from your travels across the realm? Oh, the king's tale? What is the king's tale?
Your Majesty, tell us a tale.
Christina Peterson, who works in the PR department with the Golden State Warriors, Daphne as well, invited us, Shasky and I, to Chase Center. As Chase Center Bon Appetit announced new culinary offerings. And Chase Center added new concepts, innovative dishes, and local tastemakers for the upcoming season. So we were invited to get there at about 11 a.m. to the JP Morgan Club inside the Chase Center. And boy, did they not disappoint the lovely Donna, who runs everything at Chase Center, concerts, comedy acts. She's happy about the tournament coming back, the men's tournament coming back to Chase Center in 2028. We were there to taste the new dishes. And
basically eat all the brand new food that's going to be unveiled at Chase Center.
Yeah, and, taste and, kind of walk around and taste things. And
tasting is like a little... Yeah. We didn't do tasting.
Yeah, I know. We ate.
Yeah.
We ate big.
Who are you? We had shovels.
We ate so much that I didn't even eat dinner. I wasn't even hungry.
I swear to God.
And we ate at about 12 o'clock. I didn't even eat dinner. I didn't eat the rest of the day. I was that full.
What'd you have? A Truly?
No, I didn't have a Truly.
7 chicken wings.
Well, you had 7. I had 3 chicken wings. Fish and chips from Sam's Chowder House.
So good.
The Cubana sandwich.
Oh, the Cubano was so good.
The Cubano was so good.
Oh,
the burrito bowl.
With that green sauce thingy that was like dipping it in.
Al Pastor Tacos in the building.
Those were delicious. How about the Filipino French fries?
The Filipino French fries was unbelievable.
I don't even know what they're called. Whatever she called them, the head chef, they were unbelievable. And then I went back for more. The crispy pork.
The crispy pork was good. Crispy pork was good.
The peanut chicken.
Yep. The peanut chicken was really good.
It's like a saute. It was like on skewers. It was incredible.
And then the Golden State Spritz with vodka, blood orange, lime, and sparkly wine. The Dubberry jam with bourbon, blackberry lime. I had 2 of those and ginger beer. Oh, my gosh.
So those new drinks, I didn't have one. Those new drinks.
Yeah, the Dubberry jam with bourbon, blackberry lime, and ginger beer.
Where can you get that at Chase Center?
JP Morgan Club.
Wow.
Pinkies up. It was. I was pinkies up yesterday.
You were.
Sal Castaneda from KTVU was in the building.
Yeah.
He was pinkies up. He was double fisting.
Festus looked amazing.
Festus looked like he was in phenomenal shape. I mean, dude, the guy is ripped.
The guy's jacked out of his mind.
He's got an 8-pack.
8?
I'm so jealous, man. I'm so jealous. And Festus was running the room. He was working material left and right. Our boy Brian from KPIX runs one of the cameras. He was running material left and right.
Yeah, a lot of material.
You know, Shask was there running material. He was getting his airtime for sure. While I was just eating.
Being myself.
I was just eating. We did a hit for KTVU.
Oh, yeah.
Probably get a call.
Royalties in the mail.
Yeah. 510 Comcast Business Tech Life. So get some Bontes off that soda sponsor diet. No. You're allowed to cheat day. I've controlled my weight. You're allowed a cheat day. I still eat boiled eggs for breakfast. You guys know me. I don't touch those donuts.
No.
Don't touch them.
Well, today's my cheat day.
Well, yesterday was my cheat day. So shout out to Christina Peterson. Shout out to Daphne.
Shout out everybody there.
I'm forgetting the chef's name. What was the chef's name? She was so sweet.
She was very
so
sweet.
Nice. She's a head chef. The only female chef in an NBA arena all across the league. And she's got it down pat. She had it rolling yesterday.
Well, and they have this program at Chase Center, which is really cool. It's called Tastemaker.
Yep.
And what they do is they take local culinary people who maybe their business isn't as booming as they'd like it to be, and they partner with them, and they try to use a lot of ingredients that are local. And the Cubano was one of the Tastemaker dishes, and I'm not joking when I say it. It was the best. It was the freaking best Cubano sandwich I've ever had in my life. It was incredible.
So that restaurant is in San Leandro, where you could get this Cubano sandwich.
Is that where it is? Okay, I didn't know
that. We'll get all the details. I have Christina send me the details for everybody out there who wants to know. But I told the lady who runs the restaurant, I said, hey, look, this Cubano sandwich is better than any Cubano I had in Cuba.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. It's better than, I'm dead serious.
Because in Miami, I tried a lot of different Cuban food when I went out there, and nothing was that good.
Nothing was that good.
That was so good.
How about my girl from the Bayview? She was from Hunters Point. She goes, you have to try my apple pie nachos.
Oh, well, the apple pie nachos were incredible. They were incredible. Well, you had multiple nachos.
No, well, I had to, I got to get my, I had 2 plates of the nachos, but small plates, people, not like big plates.
They were tapas style, yes.
Yeah. But,
speaking of small plates.
But no, Shasky was eating, he was gobbling food. Hey, Shasky, I'm impressed. You can chow down. I don't know where it goes, but you can chow down, man.
I have a high metabolism rate, and I work out a lot. I know it doesn't, I eat way more than I should, but I work out and I have a high metabolism rate. I don't know what it is. I've always been this way. The problem for me is the sweets. I love them.
Yeah, you did.
They will get you if you're not careful.
Well, speaking of what will get you, I've got 5 plays that the Niners need to get.
Before we get there, just I got a text from Spinoni. according to Ramona Shelburne, the Golden State Warriors liked Bronny's skill set, but decided against taking him at number 52 overall to respect the wishes of one LeBron James.
That's awesome. You know what? I've always said the Golden State Warriors organization, nothing but class personified right there. To respect the king himself like that, to bow down at the feet of one LeBron James, the way Joe Lacob, Draymond Green, and Stephen Curry did, to bow to him, you know what? Shows a lot about the character of that franchise.
We can all agree. LeBron was in play for the Warriors until he wasn't.
I don't know what that means.
That means that basically they kicked the tires, all of them. Hey, LeBron to the Warriors, LeBron to the Warriors. And then for whatever reason, he went back to the Lakers.
Yeah, well, it was kicked around during the trade deadline. It's nothing new. It was kicked around during the trade deadline. Then the article came out 10 days later that the Warriors were discussing a trade option for LeBron James.
For as frustrated as I get with LeBron with the things he says, I would have taken Bronny James on the bench for the Warriors if that meant Bron comes.
I'm happy with Bronny James.
I'm happy with Bronny James.
I think, yeah, because yesterday
you are in your bag today.
Yesterday you were just going to rip LeBron, right?
I was. Well, because he's like full of crap saying that at 5 years old, I saw that he was a phenom. Dog, I know people that played you in AAU and your son wasn't ever the best player on the court. And I'm not trying to hate. I'm just like, what are you doing? Just stop. Just stop telling tall tales. It's okay. Like, he's in the NBA. You got him in. You did your job. You don't need to tell us how he was a phenom.
You would have got that every day if he was here.
Yeah, but it would have been in a Warrior uniform.
So we would have been playing that sound. You wouldn't have been annoyed by the things he said if he was in a Warriors uniform?
I mean, look at how this dad is propping up his son. I mean, that's how to be a father.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, that's next level. That's next level. That is next level.
It's LeBron.
Oh, man.
And part of the LeBron experience is you put up with some stuff.
I'm really happy we don't have to go through the LeBron experience in the Warriors uniform.
So who was it behind the scenes that actually liked Bronny for the Warriors? Come on.
It was Joe.
It was
Joe
was
Lacob.
it, or was it Draymond?
It's got to be Draymond. I didn't even think of that. Draymond. I scouted him. He's not a 4. He's definitely not a 4. He's a 2.
But if Kuminga had his work ethic, I think, you know what? He could be one of the best in the league.
Oh, my gosh.
Spadoni.
415 Comcast Business Text Line. We're going to get to Shasky's 5 plays he needs to see on Sunday. No. On Cal Bears game day, I'm all about the fried chicken sandwich from Bake Sale Betty's on Telegraph.
Oh, nice.
North Oakland. Bake Sale Betty's. Fried chicken sandwich. Might be a little too heavy on a game day. I want to be able to enjoy the game, not be half asleep during the game. You know what I mean?
And on game day, isn't it busy?
Probably. Ramona Shelburne, I don't know if I don't know.
Could you imagine Bonte? I mean, how about that 32 seconds from Bronny today? I mean, at the end of that game, when it was Warriors down 20, he really came in there and he got to stop. The guy hit the bucket over him. I know, but his hand was right in his face.
Oh, television Bonte would dress it up with the best of them. Oh, well, this is why you drafted Bronny James, the IQ that he gets from his father. He's lived in the NBA. He's an NBA lifer. I would have, what? Don't get it twisted.
He's been a part of championship locker rooms before.
He's got, quote unquote, championship DNA.
Much like Klay Thompson, he was born into this.
He was born into it.
Forged into the finals.
Nothing gets too big for Bronny James. He's seen it all through his father.
Except USC basketball. I mean, come on. I mean, what are we doing?
Stop. You can't do that. I'm not allowing you.
Come on.
You're not allowed to talk about LeBron James and Bronny.
I mean, call it what it is.
So Sal Castaneda told him that, he wanted to know when we were talking about the food. And what he replied was, that Cubano, though.
Sal, I love you.
Sal was crushing food during live hits. Oh, so good. I'm actually surprised more media members weren't there. You'll see media members when it's free food. We all run to the line, right? Love it. Media members, man, you should see the line at Levi Stadium. Like Sunday, the omelet bar is going to be rocking and rolling, right? At Levi Stadium.
Omelet bar.
Oh, dude.
That Levi Stadium omelet bar in the press box, it's next level.
What? You talk about it like it's a family member.
Oh, no, dude. I'm telling you.
That omelet bar, it's like your lovable uncle at the family gathering.
You could do anything. Sausages, ham, crab meat, bacon. I mean, I swear to God, I'm done it all.
Three types of cheeses.
Oh, dude, I'll look behind me to see who's alive. I'm like, hey, boss man, I do a little bit of crab, a little bit of bacon. Yeah, sprinkle some bacon there. I do the mushrooms. He's like, you want anything else? We want some ham or something? I was like, yeah, why not? Why? Oh, I go all in at the omelet bar. That line is long. You know how long that press box is, right? Goes from end zone to end zone. Well, that's how long the omelet bar line is.
My favorite thing to do at a game is to sit in that end zone at a Niner game and look up like, where is Bonte? Where is Lubman?
Where is John?
Exactly.
And then you see binoculars.
Oh, when I got you with the binoculars, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Bringing binoculars every game.
You were standing and you had a white collared shirt on or some sort, and I was like, "Oh, it's Bonte." So I took my phone and I zoomed in on you, and it was you pointing with the binoculars, and you were talking with someone, and I was like, circled you, and I was like, "This is journalism." I think I put it online. It was great.
Journalism 101. Journalism at its finest. At its finest. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HG1, San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Patrick Willis, 8 o'clock. Patrick Willis, 8 o'clock. Patrick Willis, 8 o'clock. You don't want to miss that. The Hall of Famer will join the roast on the River Islands guest line. But now it is time for 5 plays Joe Shasky needs to see on Sunday versus the Cards.
Crank my music. Let's go. The Niners have to win this game. Seattle's going to be a dogfight, and I don't know if Fred Warner's going to play, so I'm looking at the offense. These are 5 important plays I need to see from the offense.
Number 5.
But before we get there, OLI, defense. OLI defense. Do not send another corner blitz. The last 4 weeks, you have sent a corner blitz, and the last 4 weeks, the other team knew the corner blitz was coming and threw a screen to the other side.
No one knows what OLI means.
OLI, can you explain that one?
Outside looking in.
Yeah, okay,
outside
all right.
looking in.
Lenardi, thank you.
On the bubble. Do you not know about the bubble?
No, you got to explain it to people. Not a lot of people watch.
Do you not know OLI? Outside looking in?
No, a lot of people don't watch college basketball these days.
What was the bracketology guy?
Joe Lenardi, right?
Joe Lenardi. That's where I'm stealing it from.
OLI. Explain it, please.
Come on, I know you like that.
No
corner blitzes.
Spinoni beat me to it, and I read his lips. He goes, explain OLI, please. Nobody knows what that is.
OLI, outside looking in. Defense, no
ROI,
corner blitzes.
return on investment.
Completely predictable. They've gotten played out every single time. Number 5.
Number 5.
I need a Kittle drag, and I need a Kittle drag early. I want to see him run over some souls of the Arizona Cardinals. I don't want their defense feeling any confidence whatsoever. I need a drag route, him coming across the formation, simple little toss, and I want to see him plow through some souls. Number 4.
Number 4.
Jordan Mason, Texas route. It got called back for a hold. I don't even know how it was a hold. Run that play again. Run that play again. Run it again. Run that play again. I want the Jordan Mason Texas route because I think his hands are an underrated skill set, and I want to isolate him in the passing game because I think that's an element that's actually underserved.
That's a staple of the Shanahan offense. I do expect to see some form of a Texas route. It might not be Jordan Mason. It could be George Kittle. He runs a Texas route sometimes out of the backfield. Maybe it's Deebo Samuel, but I'm with you. We all love a good Texas route, although it doesn't work too well on NCAA football. It's a tough play.
Don't forget the Niners, like you've alluded to 8,000 times, Jeff Wilson Jr., they won a game against the Cardinals on a Texas route.
Jimmy Garoppolo's finest moment, baby. I'll never forget.
What kind of blitz was it?
The cover 0 blitz.
Thrower of the football.
But that's also the game where we saw Uncle Sherm. We're like, uh-oh. You can attack him deep.
Yeah, that was a bad one. Number 3.
Number 3.
Can I get a Debo jet sweep? And if you're not going to do a Debo jet sweep, I mean, is Jacob Cowings on this roster offensively? Can he get a touch? Can he get a little look? Just a little crumb? Just a little crumb? One of these two got to get a jet sweep. Do not run the jet sweep for Ayuk. It doesn't work. All right? I need to get
Whoa.
It doesn't work.
He scored one out in his rookie year against the Philadelphia Eagles.
5 years ago. It doesn't work. Okay, they did it once this year. It didn't work. It doesn't work. It's okay. He's a wide receiver. He's not a jet.
If it didn't work one time, you don't quit. You try it again. Maybe somebody missed a block.
All right. Number 2.
The
best wide receiver on the team, Juwan Jennings, needs to get at least one crosser in this game. He caught a pass over the middle. What? What's wrong?
Shots,
Juwan Jennings, best wide receiver on the team right now.
The shots.
What?
Man.
Is he not?
the most productive wide receiver. I could be that.
All right, best, most productive, synonym. And I want to see him catch the ball over the middle right now, over and over and over again. This is a man snatching souls with every pass he catches. Juwan Jennings-Crosser, all day, every day. Purdy's most trusted agent currently. And then number one.
I
just want a Ayuk catch in the first half. Just one. Just one. I want him to get involved early. At some point in the first half, just get the man a look. Just get him, not first half, excuse me, first quarter. Get the man a look. First quarter. Just get him involved. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care if it's a pick route. I don't care if it's a post, a comeback. I don't care. Just get him a look early and often. I think that once he gets that first catch out of the way, everything will start flowing downhill. Get him involved. I need an Ayuk catch early in this game.
There it is.
Anything.
Shasky's 5 plays. Do you remember the 5 plays from last week?
Mm-hmm. No,
Did they run them?
Look over there.
Did they run them? Did you see it when you saw it? When you saw it in live action, go, that's my play.
Well, they did the Juwan Jennings-Crosser, which I asked for over the middle, which he was a layered throw over the linebacker, which he caught and then kind of blocked off the safety. They did the Kyle Juszczyk underneath pass, which I saw coming a mile away. Which we all saw coming a mile away.
They do it every week, right?
Yeah, I liked it. And then they did not run the Debo play that I wanted, which was a Debo out of the backfield, fake play action with him on a Texas route because I want to get him lined up on slower defensive players. And then the pick play they did not run at all last week. They did throw an alley-oop in the red zone to George Kittle, which is what I've been asking for. It was not exactly what I was looking for. I wanted more of an ISO play, but I'll take it.
Beggars can't be choosers, as they say. But those are Shasky's 5 plays. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Safeway Northern California Division. Shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs. Hey, if we're going to be at College Game Day, holler at us. 888-957-9570. This will be a Cal theme. Shameless shout-outs. I'm going to shout out all the high school. We got some great high school games this weekend. I got my schedule up here all over the Bay Area, man. Bay Area football, Bay Area high school football is on fire right now, even though the 925 thinks we don't talk about the East Bay. We talk about McLeod, we De La Salle. We talk about all those teams, man. Relax. We just had our boy yesterday call about Livermore High School. They have a big game against Cal High, the Cal High Grizzlies. Huge game out there in the East Bay. It's going to be hot out there. We love our high school football, but shameless shout-outs, 7:45. We'll continue to talk Niners and Cardinals right here on The Roast. You were right. I was wrong.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal and more for members.
I love the long balls.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Hey, come on. That wasn't the entire sentence. Don't do that to me. Don't do that.
It makes me very uncomfortable.
Don't do that, Spadoni. Come on. I said that and Flimmy laughed like that? No, come on. Can you? I love the long balls. See, why would you do that?
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Get your heads out of the gutter. It's just so narrow-minded.
We're complaining about drops being taken out of context. Isn't that like every single drop at this station?
Yeah. Well. #pause. #pause. San Ramon Valley.
Yes, Spadoni's black.
Wait, what's the context for that one, I wonder?
925 Comcast Business Text Line. You're right about San Ramon Valley. Now, the linebacker, Marco Jones, he's going to Texas A&M. Remember, I heard rumors he was going to go to Reardon, and he stayed back at San Ramon Valley. This kid, he wore number 23 last year, linebacker. He almost beat De La Salle by himself. This dude is a stud. So 925, thanks for shouting him out. We got some other shout-outs. Kyle High, varsity football, number 19. Sophomore starting quarter, Darius Brown. He's played in that big game against Livermore. You know what? I'm mad at these high school players. NorCal's booming, man. Booming with high school football talent. So Marco Jones, I saw that yesterday, committed to Texas A&M. I don't know if it was yesterday, but I saw it floating around the interwebs. So San Ramon Valley, really good football team, no doubt. They almost won a state championship a couple years ago down at the where were they playing at? They were playing somewhere in SoCal, Shasky. They had all the games on. I was watching them. They lost a heartbreaker. May have been in overtime. Quote me on that 925. I think they lost an overtime game for the state championship. But anyway, shameless shout-outs, 745. By the way, the most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. It's Hip Hop Made the Bay, starring Too Short, John Roll, both Thugs and DJ Quick, Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center in San Jose. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com.
Where is Job?
Patrick Willis, 8 o'clock. Don Bailey Jr. played on the first ever national championship team for the Miami Hurricanes. Now calls the games. He's out here in the Bay Area. We'll have him on at 8:30. And then Stats on Fire. Rob Guerrero will join us at 9:20. What a Friday. Shasky, Cardinals, Niners. You don't seem too worried this week.
Of course I'm worried. I mean, it's a divisional game, and it's Kyler Murray. Of course I'm worried. I don't care how banged up they are. This is a big one. I think this is a huge stretch for the 49ers. You know, you got the two games, this and Seattle on Thursday, so closely compacted. And I think that we're going to have a good feel after these two games what kind of team we have. You know, what kind of resilience do we have? Who's in shape? Who's not? Where are we at physically? You know, we've had a lot of injuries early on in the season. Everyone has. There's really no excuses. And if you can handle business against the Cardinals, all right. You take a deep breath, and then it's a familiar foe that you've already seen, 5 times in the last 2 years? The Seattle Seahawks, even though they're obviously new with their new coordinators, new coach. I'm very interested to see how the Niners look, and I think just winning these games, stop talking about style points, not that you are, but fans out there, and just win. Just win these 2 games. You look up, you're 4-2, and everything feels different.
And it sets up a monster matchup against Kansas City, but we don't want to move too far ahead here. We don't know if Fred Warner's going to play. We have no idea if he's going to play on Sunday, and that could compromise this 49ers defense. Mm-hmm. And Nick Sorensen, the defensive coordinator, hit the podium yesterday, and he was discussing how, this could be a track meet. When you play against Kyler Murray, you got to put on your track shoes because he's going to run around, and he's going to try to make things happen. And you know, they're going to try to force feed Marvin Harrison Jr. this week. After what Gambo told us yesterday, John Gambadoro from 98.7 in Phoenix, that they went 28 minutes and 40 seconds without even throwing Marvin Harrison Jr. one football. I feel like he's going to get 5 targets in the first quarter alone.
Well, he's not a burner per se.
Right.
Just a big, strong, physical, good route running wide receiver. I'm interested to see him too. I haven't watched a whole lot of Cardinal football this year. I mean, from the red zone, from afar. So I am very interested to see what they look like. I just feel like with Kyler Murray, you have no idea what version you're going to get on a given day. He can be the explosive top 5 talent guy. He can be the guy that just holds the ball forever, runs around, and air mills a bunch of stuff.
Mark Schlereth joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Here's what he said about Kyler.
Kyler Murray is talented. Kyler Murray is explosive. Kyler Murray's all those things. Is he good? Right now, no. I think he's way too inconsistent. He is, like, here's my issue with a quarterback like that, like versus Brock Purdy. Like, I have this rule I talk about all the time. I made it up, but in my mind, it's how offense needs to be run. I call it the 70-30 rule. And the 70-30 rule is 70% of the time I need my quarterback and I need my offense to be on schedule, right? I've got to be on schedule. Hey, 30% of the time when things break down, as they often do, then off schedule, I need a quarterback to make a play, okay? When you live in that world, in that realm, you'll survive that off schedule stuff. And every now and again, you'll make a big play, but you probably won't hurt yourself if you're in that kind of 70% we're on schedule. We're in second down and 6-, we're in third down and 2-. Like, when I'm living in that world, like, I can operate my offense.
Well, Slayer, if added more to that point there, here's part 2 of that conversation with Will and Dibbs.
Problem with guys that want to play off schedule all the time is they pass up profits to try to make bigger gains. And ultimately what happens is you pass up those profits, so you're not in great situations. You know, you're not always third down and shorts. You're in a lot more third down and longs because you passed up the 5 or 6 yard gain, keep yourself on schedule, and then ultimately you get behind the chains and you get behind the game, and then you take chances that you shouldn't take. You throw one up in a team meeting, it gets picked off, and the next thing you know, you're on the wrong side of a 12-point deficit. And that happens far too often with Kyler. He just plays off schedule too much, in my opinion.
So he plays too off schedule too much, and you can't do that in the NFL. You got to play on schedule and know when to play off schedule. That's been an issue. But who will play linebacker for the 49ers if Fred Warner doesn't play? Because then all of a sudden Kyler Murray's eyes are going to light up, and I bet you we see more quarterback draws. We see more quarterback runs. We see James Conner up the middle, and we've seen James Conner destroy the 49ers.
He's a guy I fear.
Turn your mic on.
He's a guy I fear.
I know you fear. He's an underrated running back.
What are you mad that I don't turn my mic on? I'm trying not to interrupt. I'm really working on this.
No, I'm not.
I'm trying to get better.
No, why you get sidetracked there? Let's go.
It's okay. No, James Conner's an absolute monster.
Are you that worried about James Conner? You don't even know what to say?
No, just,
Shasky's tongue-tied for the first time in his life?
Like, point, like, turn your mic on. Like, sometimes I'll just say yes, so that it doesn't come over the air of me saying yes. So you get the confirmation that I'm paying attention. And I was worried.
Oh, my God. Oh,
exactly.
God.
I like that breakdown there, though.
Does that make sense?
No, it totally makes sense. Yeah.
You know?
You're one of a kind, man. You are one of a kind.
You just got to balance it. Like Brock Purdy balances scrambling and throwing ability. You got to balance turning the mic on and off.
Well, I was following that line. We got to keep going.
It's all right.
There's times where I think he's finished. He's not finished. He's got another couple sentences.
How do you not know my cadence after 4 years?
Well, we never
6 years, actually. 6 years.
Sometimes you're off script. It's the 70-30 rule.
I'm never off script. I'm always off script.
I mean, that's why he can't judge your cadence, because you're always off script.
No, stop backing.
Exactly.
Stop. Just stop. Just stop it. Just sell and just fire everybody. Yeah, just sell this damn station. Fire everybody. No, I'm kidding. Don't sell the station. Please don't get any ideas, Susan Larkin. Don't get any ideas, please. We live in California.
McBride scares me. James Conner scares me. I can't name 2 defensive players on Arizona that's healthy.
But they scare you?
What?
But they scare you?
No, I'm just saying, but that's also Gannon side of the ball. So just because I don't know any of their players doesn't mean that I'm going to sit here and not say that they can't be good. I mean, we see this year in, year out, random teams. Anyone could beat anyone in the NFL. So I'm not overlooking the Arizona Cardinals at all. And I don't know what you're going to get. They feel like a magic 8 ball. Like you kind of shake it up and it's like, what am I going to get from the Cardinals? Well, could they drop 40? Could they score 10?
They are desperate. I mean, they need to win bad. Coming off of that shellacking last week against the Washington Commanders at home. They've just lost 2 straight home games to Detroit and Washington. And James Conner, man, he is a player. Him and Kyler in that backfield, it starts with that. You got to get pressure on Kyler, but also just shutting down the running game. You don't want them, because they ran for over 200 yards against the LA Rams, so we know they have it in them to run the football. They are trying to be more physical by running the football. Baldy mentioned that as well, and Gamble also mentioned that they're trying to be more physical. Defensively, look, Ojulari's hurt for the year. We heard from Gamble yesterday. Zaven Collins, linebacker number 25, who we saw on the Hard Knocks a couple years ago. He's now in his third year. Not a bad player. And he used to have Budda Baker in the back end. And we know Budda Baker can make a play or two.
I think the biggest thing, if you're a Niner fan, what has troubled the Niners, it feels like forever.
Mobile
quarterbacks. And it's like setting the edge and being able to keep that guy in the pocket is just a problem. When it's a statue quarterback, it feels like we just tee off on those guys. For the most part, the mobile quarterbacks crush us. And then you combine that with 95-degree heat. When you're already a thin defensive line, I can already see a long, tired day. You want to talk about IVs? I mean, this team is just bring the IV machine right to the bench. What?
So you don't like my guarantee yesterday after the Niners win this game? I
don't like any guarantees at all. No.
I guarantee a big win on Sunday.
It's got a MW feel to it. Must win. Because of how treacherous the schedule is. What?
You guys always get on me about must win, get right games, trap games.
I said
gotta have it
games like a must win.
So the Niners season is over if they don't win this week.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, that's a must win.
That's like
staying on schedule for winning the West, it's a must win. If you want to win the West.
No, they could lose this next week and beat the Seahawks, and they're right there.
No, but you'd have two divisions. Hear me out. You'd have two division losses. Like, those things are going to end up mattering. They're going to have to start stacking some of these NFC West wins.
Do you think much of those teams, though, like even if the Cardinals beat you, and then the Rams just lost to the Bears and it did not look good at all. Like, I don't think much of either of those teams. Like, the Niners can lose this week and still win the division. I feel great about that, actually.
It's like Lubman said during the 4-game set the Giants had with the Diamondbacks. The Giants won the first 3 games. And it's like they're playing with house money. Lubman goes, this is a must win. You got to win this game.
Well, let's play the other side of it, because I know you guys are very confident, and I get that.
I'm very arrogant.
Let's say the Niners do lose this game, right?
Oh, well, then when they show set.
And then you got Seattle on a short week, and let's say you lose that one. Then you got the Chiefs coming up. It's like, oh, great, Mahomes. Like, this could spiral. It could. You have to win this one. Like, this is one of those ones that you have to get. You have to bank these wins.
They do have to bake it. In all seriousness, they have to bake it. They have to bake this game in.
So maybe not
Tebow's
an MW, it's a BW. Bank the win, not must win. Is that better for you, Spadoni?
BTW?
Not BMW. Shout out Bavarian Motorworks.
Well, Bart Muni walk. I used to say I'll take my BMW over there.
That's what we all said in the city. It's a city situation. Bart Muni walk.
It makes me very uncomfortable. Of the most faceless teams in the NFL, the Arizona Cardinals are right at the top. Like, in terms of, they just don't. I'm talking about, like, if I said to a fan, I got 2 tickets to a Cardinal game.
Yeah, that's a tough sell.
That are the Titans. Yeah, that are the Titans.
And
they're very faceless.
And it wants me to sell the tickets, and I'm just like, I don't know if anybody's going to want to buy these. 92-degree heat, hot.
Well, your seats are in the shade, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to press box. This is a press box game for me.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, part of the sell for your tickets is that you can get some prime shade real estate.
I love how you're selling his tickets.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Those are facts. Those are facts, Lubman. You're right. We do have the shaded area, which makes it a lot better. But I'm thinking, now you got me thinking, maybe I should be a little more worried. Maybe I'm a little too arrogant, because it feels like whenever we're arrogant, one of us on the show, like you were for the Minnesota game, I was trying to pump the brakes on that one. But the Niners are at home. They're at home. They take care of business at Levi Stadium. They have the better quarterback on the field than Brock Purdy. They're the better wide receivers overall than the Arizona Cardinals. They're the better, well, James Conner's a hell of a running back, but Jordan Mason's running the ball hard. The Niners are not losing this game. Get all the IVs ready to roll for Trent if it is hot out there. But he's from East Texas. He's played heat before. He grew up in heat. This is nothing. I think we're making too big of a deal of the heat, about the heat. They practice in Santa Clara for crying out loud in training camp. You know how hot it is down there. We're always sweating in training camp.
For an hour at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Hour and a half, you know?
I mean, the hottest part of the day is like 2 or 3 o'clock.
I understand. I understand.
Typically.
It's a big 2-game stretch. There's no doubt about it. But I have the 49ers handling their business. But if Fred Warner does not play, my concern level does go up. because the middle of that defense will suffer. With Trey McBride coming back at tight end, who's a very underrated tight end, came out to see last year as a rookie. All of a sudden, you're leaning on Devondre Campbell, Fletcher get fouls, and the guy who's going to wear the green dot helmet, from what I hear, is Fletcher get fouls. He's going to wear the green dot helmet. So
that's not good.
I mean, who else is going to wear it if Fred Warner doesn't play?
I would put one of the rookies in it. I would put Bethune, or I would put...
you want him calling the defense in his first ever game?
Well, I've watched Dominic Flanagan Fowles play. He's a special teamer at best. Yeah. I mean, look, nice guy. He's helped out. But come on. In the words of Tony Soprano, you have no idea what it's like to be a number one. All right, and I'm talking to Dominic Flanagan Fowles.
Oh, my gosh. I hope you're listening to this, Dominic Flanagan Fowles, and I hope you had the game of your life on Sunday.
Really quick, it's Demetrius Flanagan Fowles.
We both said Dominic.
It's yes. I've been letting this ride for too long. It's Demetrius.
It's embarrassing. Both say Dominic Flanagan Fowles.
The Doobie Awards.
Oh no, it's been in the Doobie Awards since February.
Oh my gosh! Everything about it just.
I have 15 Dominic Flanagan Fowles.
Damn, that is so bad. I'm embarrassed. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
What made it say Dominic Flanagan Fowles?
I'm pretty sure Baldy's come on and talked about Demetrius Flanagan Fowles too with us.
That's so bad. I'm so sorry.
You know what? Demetrius Flanagan Fowles, I will never get your name wrong again. I hope you ball out. I hope you do wear that green dot helmet. I got a lot of faith in you, brother.
He's full of baloney.
I'm not baloney. I'm not full of, but that's Shasky's full of baloney. It's Dominic Flanagan. Oh, my. I'm just going to.
No, it's not Dominic. It's Demetrius.
Clean it up, Ante.
There's another name that you're going to have to associate yourself with, and I don't know if you've seen this coming across your timeline at any time. I was early on the Bryce Eldridge thing. I'm going to stake my flag on another name before we get right back into the 49ers. Shameless shout-outs in 10 minutes. I've got the greatest shameless shout-out of all time. For those that know, they know. Yozar De Jesus Gonzalez. You ever heard the name, Bonte? They're calling him Francisco Lindor 2.0. Number one international free agent who's set to sign with the San Francisco Giants. 17 years old, switch hitting shortstop. Just let's find out how to properly pronounce his name, because he will be the number 2 prospect in the pipeline once he signs. It's going to happen any day now. It's all across the timeline.
I would rather be the White Sox.
No, you would not rather be the White Sox. Power, speed, unbelievable defense.
I just had to, have a mental talk to myself.
Well, what did you say? It was like when you when you formulate tweets, like Anna says, where you have like a huddle with yourself.
I do. That was a huddle because I'm pretty embarrassed. You ripped the guy and we get the guy's name wrong. It's broadcasting 101. You don't do that. Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. Demetrius.
DFF, nice guy. DFF, been tackled by grass too many times for my liking for an outside linebacker.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo.
Jesus.
Juwan Jennings on third down. George Kittle. You got Juice. You got CMC.
The injection.
Just add it to the list.
This is just bad.
It's just so bad.
This is bad. I don't know. I just... Shameless shout-outs can't get here soon enough.
Are they going to be giving out free water for everyone on Sunday?
IVs.
No, they should.
They should. No, Baltimore. I told you about the Baltimore game I went to in the summer. It was 102 degrees, 100% humidity. They were giving out free cups of ice.
I sent a video to the boss about Baltimore where this guy, he does this thing like, are you a diehard? And it's all these people in like Ravens gear going into the Ravens game. They're like, I'm a diehard. I'm a day one. I've been here since 1998, game one. Like, what college did Lamar Jackson go to? And the amount of people that couldn't get it was just staggering. I would love to do that with Brock Purdy in the parking lot. What college did Brock Purdy go to?
Do you think that's a good way to gauge a fan, though? Like, some people don't watch college sports. That just doesn't interest them at all. Like, the draft doesn't interest people.
I'm kind of with you there, Spadoni. A lot of people don't watch college football. There's a lot of Johnny-come-lately. Like, I know Philly Zoo, for example. In my house, he's like, I just can't get into college football. Now he's into it. But for the longest time, he didn't watch college football.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you don't know where that guy played.
Yeah, people
kind of does.
Does it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Like if let's say I'm 10 or 11 years old and college football doesn't interest me, like I'm not going to know where Lamar Jackson went to college.
I mean, he's been there.
I don't even know colleges when I'm 10 or 11. Yeah, I know, but
All right. Every game, I'm Lamar Jackson, Louisville.
Well, some of them don't even say that. They say Rand University, like Randy
Arbor High School.
You're right.
Butte College.
Or they just shut out their neighborhood, which is always great. Remember when they first did that? I think the first time when they started having the players do that was Monday Night Football. And I think it was the Rams-Broncos, St. Louis Rams coming off a Super Bowl win, playing the Denver Broncos, Monday Night Football. Brian Griese was playing quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Okay. It was one of the most electrifying Monday Night Football games in the last 25 years. No joke. Rod Smith, was Terrell Davis. I don't know if he was playing in that game, but Marshall Faulk was balling. It was something like 36-30 or something like that. Okay. Dennis Miller, that was his first game in the booth on Monday Night Football. Dennis Miller, Dan Fouts, and was it Al Michaels still? Was Al Michaels leading that crew?
Yeah. Well, are you a diehard?
Diehard what?
Niner fan.
No, why? People don't think I'm a diehard?
I think you are. So if I played this exercise with you, 1994, last Super Bowl team, I think you could nail every one of them.
Ooh.
All right?
Ooh.
I'll just go top people rushing and receiving. Ricky Waters.
Oh, Notre Dame.
William Floyd.
Florida State.
Steve Young.
BYU.
Mark Logan.
Oh, this is a tough one. Oh, give me what Pac-12 conference?
No.
What
current
conference?
SEC.
He's an LSU guy.
Nope. Kentucky. Elvis Gerback.
Oh, Michigan.
That's pretty easy. I know. Yeah. I know. All right.
Mark Logan, I did not know that.
Dexter Carter.
Florida State. Same birthday as me as well, September 15th.
Jerry Rice.
Mississippi Valley State.
John Taylor.
Delaware State.
Brent Jones.
Oh, Brent Jones with the Angelo State? Santa Clara.
Thank you. The defunct.
Pierce program. Holt went to Angelo State.
Look at you. All right. Ed McCaffrey.
Where did Ed McCaffrey go? Stanford.
Look at you. Not bad. See, I knew you could do it.
We used to play this game all the time. Colleges.
Let's go to defense. Ken Norton Jr.
Oh, he went to UCLA.
Look at you. I'm just gonna rat-tat-tat. Merton Hanks.
Where did Merton Hanks go? He went to some random school. Did he go to Iowa?
He did go to Iowa.
He went to a random. Yeah,
he
random.
Did go to Iowa. See, I think you could do it. I bet you if we did. I mean, I know we can keep going. You're gonna nail them all.
Yeah.
I bet if we went out to the Niner game this Sunday, I bet less than 10% of the people can name that Brock Purdy went to Iowa State, and I don't think that's a knock on people.
Wow. Shameless shout out. 7 minutes. No, I don't think so. At all.
How about if I did McCaffrey, someone who went to Stanford in the backyard? How many people do you think could get that? What percentage?
I don't know, because when McCaffrey got traded here, a lot of people forgot basically his Stanford highlights. It's like they forgot how good he was at Stanford. Guy was legit. So, no, you're right about that. You're right. Pierce Holt didn't. Where was Angelo State?
I have no idea. Yeah, I've never even heard of it outside of him. I also had never heard of Mississippi Valley State either.
Yeah, I know. Or Delaware Blue Hens.
Angelo State is in San Angelo, Texas.
Oh, wow. Deep in the heart of Texas.
I think we just have a sickness, so when it comes to
that's
us,
what it is.
We can know all the colleges.
Yep.
I just do name association.
Who else was on that team? Like Don Griffin.
Number 29.
29.
I don't think he was on 94. I think he was like 89.
Like 89, 88. I think he was gone by 94.
So like if I go like super random, Toy Cook.
Oh, Toy Cook. I know he was a Saint before a Niner. I don't remember his college.
Stanford.
Though. Was he a Stanford guy? Mm-hmm. He was. You know what? He was a Stanford guy.
Yeah.
He was at the celebrity golf class last season or last year at Presidio Golf Club, and he was wearing a Stanford hat. That's right. Toy Cook did go to Stanford. Wow. We used to be really good at this, but when you get a kid and family, and that's the one thing that when you get older and these random colleges, and I'm just get ticked off because I'm just like, it's the family life.
What is the family life? Because you just can't watch random colleges?
You can't just look. I used to do deep dives all the time on random players, random colleges. Wow, he went there. He went, whoa, he played on that team. Oh, I didn't know, like D4, for example. I went down the rabbit hole not too long ago watching Florida State Auburn in the Rose Bowl National Championship game.
He's an Auburn guy?
I forgot that. I was like, D4 did go to Auburn. He was in the 4-point stance.
Well, Bonte did have a point.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at him. And then Trey Mason looked amazing in that football game. Didn't play for the St. Louis Rams, and then hopefully his life is a lot better because I know he went through some personal problems. But I used to do that all the time. Now I don't get to do all that because baby Chaz is Papa, and I wants to watch a show. And so I'm just thinking to myself, damn, like, some things you just got to sacrifice in a family.
How many Warrior fans, if we asked where Steph Curry went to college?
Oh, they know.
You think?
100%.
I don't.
100%. I think it'd be 90% Warrior fans knows that he has gone to Davidson. Those Davidson jerseys pop. Yeah, absolutely.
Of Warrior fans?
Absolutely.
Really?
No, they love Steph.
I don't know about that.
Oh, they know the Warriors. And it's easier on a basketball team because there's only 12 to 15 players.
You really think 90% would know?
I think 90% would nail Draymond Green. I think 90% will nail Brandon Podziemski. I think 90% will nail Stephen Curry. I think you're going diehards. I'm saying, like, if you just walk into the arena. Yeah, I think casuals will know that he's gone to Davidson.
I don't know.
That'd be interesting. Maybe that's a segment idea. While we eat apple pie nachos.
I mean, Clay's a legend. How many people would know what school Clay went to?
I'd say 85%.
Yeah,
90%.
I think your number is right.
Casuals
I'm going to go 50-50 at most for Davidson.
Casuals?
And I'm going to say like 25% would know Washington State.
Here we go. I'll throw some. I know where this guy went. 6'3" Tim McDonald. Where'd he go to college?
Arizona State.
Was it Arizona State?
No, I don't know.
I think it was USC. I could be wrong.
I thought he was a Pac-12 guy.
Yeah.
I know he played for Arizona Cardinals before the Niners.
Yep. I think he went to USC. I think. I'm not sure. Tim McDonald. He could. Not his son. One of his sons went to USC, right? Remember he had the McDonald twins? Yep. Yes. Eric Davis. Where did he go? Was he a Memphis guy? Was he Memphis? Interesting.
Yeah, Tim McDonald was Trojan.
Trojan, yeah, USC. See, there you go. I had a sickness back in the day when it came to colleges. That was right up my... Because you watch college, and then you watch them in the pros.
Well, yeah.
And you take pride. See, the thing was, I took pride in watching a player from when they first started at college all the way through the pros. So by the time all the Johnny-come-latelys, it's like, oh, yeah, I'm a big fan. And I was like, dude, I've been watching this guy since... Like Michael Vick, for example. It's like, dude, I was watching him with VTech, dog. First games when he was a babyface assassin. You know what I'm saying? Don't you take pride in that? You do too, like Bryce Eldridge. I know you're taking pride in Bryce Eldridge doing that. I've been following him since single A.
For sure.
See, baseball, I'm way off because I don't follow these guys in college and minors or high schools or whatnot.
It's like me with Jose Gonzalez right now.
Yeah, it's the first time I heard about him.
Eric Davis, by the way, Jacksonville State.
Jacksonville State.
Yeah,
do you know who the current head coach for Jacksonville State football is? Rich Rodriguez.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
He's fallen off from West Virginia to Michigan to Arizona to Jacksonville State.
They got a bowl win last year in the New Orleans Bowl, Bonte, in overtime, 34-31 victory over Louisiana.
Wow.
They're doing big things.
In their home state.
Yeah.
The Cajun Bowl? Wow.
How many Warrior fans would know where Steph went to college?
Probably like half.
That's why I say 50%
maybe.
Really?
Most.
That's it? You think Warrior fans wouldn't know if he went to Davidson?
Davidson's also kind of obscure still. Like, if you tell people like Davidson, people will be like, I don't know where the hell that is.
Exactly.
Damn.
Maybe I would ponder. I think Draymond Green might be more known for his college.
Michigan State.
Because it's a blue blood organization than any other. I just don't think people are that tapped in anymore like that.
888-957-9570. Line them up for shameless shout-out. Shasky says he has the greatest shout-out of all time. We'll debate that. I have some shout-outs here. I'm going to go high school football here with my shout-outs. Steiny and Goo were playing trivia yesterday. I was in the car.
Oh, were they?
Oh, no wonder I won every single matchup in Jockford. They were those two guys, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of laughs. But I was like, gosh, Steiny and Goo, they're a lot older, and I'm sure they've had kids, and they can't keep track of it. They know what I'm talking about. I'm telling you, Shasky, as we get older, our knowledge, our memory, we have these kids, dude. We have these kids. And it's taking away some of my random reading. Like you went down a rabbit hole of P. Diddy the other day, right? I used to go down rabbit holes of random stuff like, hey, Anna, did you know Alaska had like 20 hours of darkness in the summer? Like I would just go randomly down a random state. Like I'm a weirdo. I can't do that anymore. It's more, hey, let's sing Elsa songs or let's sing something for Frozen. You know what I'm talking about?
We're doing Miss Rachel right now, and it's like, he is like obsessed.
Yeah, I mean,
Miss Rachel.
My God, he's trying to touch the iPad and touch her. It's crazy.
It happens.
Miss Rachel's got him on.
It happens.
Dude,
that's why when Anna's like, she's talking about, be nice to have another baby. And I'm like, dude, I know myself. I don't know how God's going to look at me. He knows I'm a sports geek. He goes, you're going to have to make the ultimate sacrifice, Bonte Hill. I've blessed you for having a job in sports, and I know you're a sports geek and you grew up read newspapers. Here's another little baby girl. And it's going to be 3 baby girls in the house compared to me, and they're not going to like sports. I know that's how it's going to, I know it's how it's going to work. So what have done? What have done?
Line them up for shameless shout-outs. I want to hear from you.
I'm playing chess with Jesus Christ.
Cal fans that are out there, today is your day to shout out your Cal Berkeley Bears. Let's go. 888.
We're not hard on Brock. You know what, real quick, 650 Comcast Business text line is so right. It used to be a mark of a sports fandom, but now Google exists.
Totally
So
agree.
y'all just sound old, but no, it was. It was
Totally
like,
agree.
no Google.
Yeah,
like Harry,
totally
my guy
agree.
Harry Barrison, you know Harry from Twitter and spinning on, by the way, he's 0-4 in the SF Players Club, and he is struggling, but he might be the guy where if I was in a competition with him for this, I'd fear him.
So you would call him on a lifeline if you were Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
I call. He can name. True story. He can name every Super Bowl, the location, the stadium, the time, the teams, the score. I mean, he's one of those guys.
The JD effect.
Was that Howie Schwab back in the day? R.I.P. Howie Schwab.
Yes,
Yeah,
R.I.P. I used to watch that. That show used to be fun.
So I don't know if you know this, Bonte, but I'm going to start the shout-outs, and I want to hear from Cal fans today. This is your moment.
You said this is the greatest shout-out, so you better be the greatest one.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but there has been a almost like a holy war going on for the last 40-some-odd years. JP Money, my cousin, and Ryan Crowley, the Trojan. And the two of them are so alike, yet they've always butted heads. Well,
some big heads right there.
A peace treaty has been offered, and JP Money hit me up and said, you need to shout out Crow on his behalf. He has the body of Barkley, the mentality of Dame Time, and the temperament of John Calipari. Ryan Crowley, the Crow, led a heroic effort in the first game of the season. Big win for Crow's B-League O-Club basketball squad that Porter was drafted to. And I'm telling you, this is like, I can't believe, it's like Bloods and Crips coming together. Crowley and JP Money on the same team.
Spadoni, was that the greatest shout-out ever?
No.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
I was checked out after the first year. When you said Holy War, 40 years. Well, you got me at Holy War. I was like, where's he going with this? There's been some current events. But then it goes 40 years ago.
I wouldn't go that route, all right? Jeez Louise. Great. JP Money got drafted. Now he's kissing Ryan Crowley's ass. Good for him. Listen. Let's see. SFA Trevor. Shout out to Happy Homecoming at Texas Southern University. I've heard about those TSU homecomings.
All right.
Not quite Howard University, but pretty close. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Izzy's Cheesesteaks needs to be at Chase Center.
Really
Shout out to my boy Marvin. Yeah. Marvin hooked me up at Spark Social. I was looking for them. They were on the list last week. I went to Spark Social just for Izzy's, and they weren't there. But you know where they're at? They had a food truck at St. John Bosco versus Sarah High School. And you know your boy had one. I'm eating a big old cheesesteak in the end zone, crushing it by myself. Because, I get a little weird when people watch me eat and, want to talk and eat, just want to crush something. I could use a cheesesteak right now. That is my kryptonite. We'll get to the calls in just a second, but I want to shout out some great games here in the Bay Area high school football.
Give it to me.
Number 8, Los Gatos, 4-0, traveling to Pittsburgh to take on number 2, Pitt, tonight at 7 p.m.
Shout out, Pitt.
We know about Ritter Desai tonight in the Sunset. It's going to be awesome. St. Francis taking on Archbishop Mitty in WCAL.
That's a big South Bay matchup.
Christopher versus Santa Teresa. This is a very good game down there. Number 23, Santa Teresa, 4-0. San Mateo at Milpitas. A couple 3-1 teams here.
I like that.
We got all kind of stuff. We talked about Livermore and Cal. How about Berkeley versus San Leandro? Castro Valley at Bishop O'Dowd. Bishop O'Dowd trying to get their act right here. They got to get rolling. We got all kind of good games here. Los Lomos, Northgate. Shout out to Lubmans, Los Lomos Lions. That's right, the Lions, right?
Knights.
Damn it. I thought it was the Lions. Sorry. Sorry.
Bonte, one more shout out. There is a 2024 Fogtoberfest South San Francisco baseball. So if you are into baseball down at Orange Park, okay, the brand new renovated Orange Park is going to be baseball all weekend. If you got a son, daughter, whoever wants to just check it out, it's going to be a lot of baseball. Our 14U team is going to be playing down there. Shout out Cliff Calero.
All right, let's go to the lines. Jack in Tiburon. Ooh,
what's up, Jack?
Jack, you got good money out there living in Tiburon, man. I'm jealous. What's up, Jack?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We got you, Jack.
I want to shout out my high school football team that I played for, the returning state champion, St. Vincent de Paul High School.
Oh, who you guys got this week? Shout them out.
We got a big game this week on Saturday against Fortuna. They're coming all the way down here, and it's going to be a good game.
Shout out
for
to
all
you
that
guys.
family money, your connection stinks.
Our girl Heather, who we always meet at the Santa Clara Hilton. She's got the beautiful daughters. She's got the beautiful daughters and her husband. Now he outkicked his coverage, but Heather, what's happening?
What's it, Heather?
Hey, yeah, I just want to say I had an amazing time last night at Kristen Juszczyk's event for the Women of Niners.
Oh.
I went I met so many other women who were just super faithful, and it was such an amazing event. So shout out to Claire Kittle was there, Sarah Taylor, and of course Kristen Juszczyk. Thanks, guys.
That's awesome.
Absolutely, Heather. I always love Heather. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. Now, RJ, you had a call last week, and I think it got cut off.
Are you serious?
Because you were saying you were listening to Shasky and you wanted to go down the rabbit hole. I think it was a Minnesota game. Well, whatever. I forget. But go ahead, RJ.
All right. Hey, yeah, y'all flushed me left and right, but you can't flush this. Hey, I just want to say happy birthday to my mom. It's her 70th birthday, so happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday.
And then, thank you. And then shout out to the faithful that's going to the game this weekend. And Bonte, Shasky, let me know if y'all got a press pass, man. I'm there with y'all, man.
No press pass for you, RJ. You're too worried for me. You get a little too scary
RJ,
out
happy
here.
birthday to your mother, seriously.
70 years old. That's awesome.
Right.
Go take her out for a nice dinner, RJ. Don't be cheap with your mom. A little bit of Spadoni. They got to get some shout-outs here.
Oh, my bad. I got a big one.
Well,
you said you had the greatest
you've
one.
Had like 8 shout-outs already, so let's pass the rock here, buddy.
Popular, Sam. I mean, geez,
So I got to shout out probably the greatest thing ever on Twitter right now. I got to shout out Cal Twitter and the Calgorithm. Just one of the best things I've seen on Twitter lately. Some of the most incredible fandom I've seen on Cal. And shout out Miami Twitter, guys. I've been going down this rabbit hole all week long. It's basically, someone on Cal posts one of those funny AI memes, and then the entire comment section is just Miami fans absolutely loving it. This is such a wholesome coming together of fan bases, and I love it so much. So shout out Cal Twitter. Shout out Miami Twitter. I love you all.
Calgorithm. Shout out to the OLPH girls 5th to 6th grade girls volleyball team that's certified G on the Comcast Business Text line. Shout out to my wife holding it down for her students at Herbert Middle School in the North Bay. Shout out to her. Shout out to my nephew. Happy 12th birthday to Carter, a.k.a. Spooky Tuitasi. Spooky Tuitasi. Uncle, love you, buddy. God bless you. I love that name. Spooky Tuitasi. And then shout outs from Chicago, Jason, Oldest Bird, D-Lou, Drew Down, Ernie Chavez, Rocket New Era, Uncle Ludi, Estimated Eyes, Lori Matthews, Yellow Jacket, Mr. Irrelevant. Maybe the YouTube chat will be back next week. I have no idea. But shout out to you YouTubers.
Spadoni, quickly get yours because I got a good one.
I'm shouting out a month, the month of October, which is the best sports month of the year, gentlemen. We got college football, we got NFL football, we got MLB playoffs, we got basketball starting at the end of this month. We got it all in the month of October, and I'm excited.
And the best week of the year if you're a San Franciscan. It truly is, because the weather is always great. Fleet Week next week. I mean, let's just call it what it is. Fleet Week is an awesome week. We celebrate the armed forces. You've got, obviously, Fleet Week going on with the Blue Angels. You got the parade of ships. You got everything. They've got the concert for the fallen. Fleet Week, I believe, is one of the great weeks as a San Franciscan, and you should enjoy it and lean into it. And if you see somebody who has represented our country, tell them thank you.
Shout-outs. You've used your shout-outs for the rest of the year, Shasky. Danny in Phoenix. So real quick, Danny in Phoenix, then Ronnie in Oakland.
Bonte and Shasky, just want to give a shout out to Al McCoy, the longtime Suns voice that passed away a little over a week ago. He was the voice for 51 years. He was Phoenix's own version of John. Tim Roy, Vince Scully.
McCoy was really good, really good broadcaster. Real quick, Ronnie in Oakland. Ronnie, what's happening?
How you doing, man? I just want to give a shout out to my little son. I love you so much, man. You made my day and my life so complete. And I'm going to give a shout out to Buster Posey, man, for bringing Giants baseball back. Oh, baby.
Let's go.
There it is. Cut it again.
It's time for the injury report.
Shout out to my brother Matt from the 925, sober for 90 days today. That's a hell of an accomplishment. Keep on trucking, baby, one day at a time. Skyline Football headed to Pinell Valley. Let's go Titans. All that stuff. And Xavier, 14-year-old roaster. Shout out again to Bonte and Butcher. Or he said Bonte the Butcher, maybe because I butcher names, or Bonte and the Butcher. But Xavier, shout out to you as well. Go crack them. Now, go crack those books, son. You're 14 years old. Go do your homework. Who's injured? Feels like everybody's injured. Kittle's rib injury. He's day-to-day. But our friend Matt Lively told us that Kittle is moving around well on the sideline, so he's questionable to play. Big question is Fred Warner going to play? We'll find that out later on today. Injury report brought to you by Boxing Gerson, one of California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Patrick Willis, the Hall of Famer, one of our favorite linebackers in 49er history. He's joining the roast next. You don't want to miss it.
Sports at the Art Museum.
49ers. Confusing bowler. Pick. Willis. 6.
Kyle Bowler's been away from football for a little bit. One thing you know in the NFL, you cannot throw the ball across the field with great defenders like Patrick Willis.
Marshawn Lynch on a call. How about that? Now you're GM of the San Francisco 49ers. And, of course, that's one of the many highlights for the Hall of Famer, the Pro Football Hall of Famer, Patrick Willis, who joins us live here on the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And another big weekend for Patrick Willis as he will receive his Pro Football Hall of Fame ring in front of the faithful this Sunday for Alumni Weekend for the San Francisco 49ers. And we're proud to have him on the Morning Roast. Patrick, congratulations again for being a Pro Football Hall of Famer. One of our favorite players, Shasky and I, in the history of the 49ers. We've been watching this team since basically we've been born. I know you're feeling great. What was it like to be out there in Canton, Ohio? And good morning to you, Patrick.
Hey, good morning to you all, and very much appreciated. It was a wonderful time out in Canton, just being around all of the greats. Family, friends, teammates. It was just an amazing time.
Being inducted or receiving your Pro Football Hall of Fame ring in front of the faithful, where you played in your entire career here in the Bay Area with the San Francisco 49ers, and all these teams kind of the 50th anniversary team, the 1974 team, the 1984 team, the 1994 team, all those legends that come see you receive your Pro Football Hall of Fame ring. That probably means more to you to see your teammates there to celebrate with you, right, Patrick?
Oh, man, it's going to be a great weekend. The 49ers have a rich tradition, amazing history when it comes to the game of football. And just to have all the greats back, it's really going to be special. This weekend it's not just about me. It's so much bigger than that. It's about all those, like I said, who came before me, who I inspired to want to be great, and bring a championship home. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do that, but was very fortunate to play for a great organization and is very honored.
Well, I've said this to Frank Gore, and I'm going to say it to you. I know you guys didn't win the ultimate one, but you guys were championship caliber players. And what you meant to guys our age and older at that era of candlestick football it can't be expressed enough. What you've been to some great SEC stadiums, some great ones, some iconic ones. What did Candlestick though? What separated it for you from some of these other places? Because when I think of you, Patrick, I close my eyes. I think of you on one side, Frank Gore on the other, just laying dudes out.
Man, I just got the chills just now hearing you say that. First of all, shout out to Frank Gore. Just got inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame. Very, very much deserving. Man, heck of a teammate. But Candlestick is home. They say home is where the heart is. And I just remember coming in 2007 and just wanting to make a difference, wanting to leave my mark on the game, and to do it at Candlestick with the feeling that I now realize that, man, you can't replicate that feeling anywhere else. Candlestick to me reminded me of a true gladiator arena if I could ever have really played in one or performed in one, just because of the ambience, the way the faithful cheered for us, and it just felt tight. It just felt tight. And so I'll forever miss that place.
As Shasky mentioned, you played at Ole Miss, and we know about, we're West Coast boys, but we watch it on television. Death Valley, LSU, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the Swamp in Florida, Knoxville, Tennessee, Georgia, behind the hedges and all that. But what did you know about Candlestick before you played at Candlestick? Because you come out here to the West Coast from the South as a rookie. You get named starter in training camp at middle linebacker. What did you know about Candlestick Park? What was the reputation of Candlestick Park before you stepped foot on that grass at Candlestick Park?
That's a good question. I didn't know anything about Candlestick. I just know that wherever I was drafted, I just wanted to go there and play my best ball and make it my home. And I can say Candlestick it just gave off that gladiator mentality. Like, if you was not a football fan and you came to Candlestick, you would probably be tough, because it wasn't about, the entertainment outside. It was truly about what was going on the field at that moment. And it was just amazing to take that field with, like I said, so many who came before me, amazing players, to just be one of those ones who will be remembered, or who is remembered playing on that field as well. So, again, just honored to be a part of that rich tradition.
Pat, that 2011 team just meant so much to so many people. The way you guys came out of nowhere and just dominated. To this day, that defense is one that I hold in such high regard. And I know you're too humble to say yourself, so let's take you off, okay? Bo, Ahmed Brooks, Justin Smith, Alden, Ray McDonald, Isaac Sopoaga, Hawk, Hittner. Who was the baddest dude on that defense? If I took you off and you couldn't say yourself, who was the baddest dude on that defense?
Patrick in some trouble, man.
Man, what?
Because that defense, I know that the Saints game everyone remembers. I think it gets lost in the sauce. The way you guys attacked the Giants in that game, in the rain, in that NFC, it's one of the great games I've ever seen. I still think it's an Ahmed Bradshaw fumble that they blew way too soon, and you guys were all over Eli in that game.
Yeah, I'll say that, man, shout out to all those guys. When people ask me about the game of football, and they, say, Encore, come back. I'm like, can I bring back the crew? Can I bring back my guys? Because, man, what people don't understand, you spend a lot of days with your teammates. You go through the highs, you go through the lows, and I wouldn't have been who I was had it not been for great teammates like Justin, Ray, Bo, Takeo, Isaac, Abrayo, I could go on. Just Deshaun, so many guys. So I couldn't just say one, but if I am going to say one, I'm always about, the elders. I say the elders, about the old heads. And I would have to say Frank Cowboy. Cowboy. He was like, man, I have great respect for all my teammates and great respect for him for how he came over to the Niners. I was just my second year in the league, still trying to still green behind the ears, trying to figure it out, and to have a teammate like Cowboy and Takeo, those are ultimate teammates. And just shout out to all my teammates and coaches who I was able to take the field with, share the highs and lows with, teach me the things that they did as they did. And so just very much, man, appreciative of this journey.
Yeah, Cowboy was sick. He made an all-pro team in two different positions. Who does that, right? D tackle. He was amazing. Justin Smith, that is. We're talking to Patrick Willis, the Pro Football Hall of Famer. He's going to get his ring in front of the faithful this Sunday when the Niners take on the Arizona Cardinals, number 52. And we can sit here and talk about all your great plays. The hit on Brad Smith against the New York Jets. The pick six up in Seattle where you go like 70, 80 yards, which was just truly iconic there. But it's one of the moments after a game that I really cherish. And with all your pregame speeches, when you turned into a leader, Patrick, and you're like, we got to have it. You're giving us chills like Fred Warner does today. It was a moment I always tell Shashki about. You guys beat the Falcons in the NFC Championship game. You're getting interviewed by Fox after the game to go to the Super Bowl, and Frank Gore runs up to you mid-interview, hugs you, and you can see the tears flowing. Do you remember that moment? Because that moment right there was signified that you two guys who were with this organization, that was an afterthought for so many years, had finally got to the mountaintop and it became relevant and finally accomplished something. Do you remember that moment, Patrick?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know what it is right now this morning, but man, you're making my muscles, I'm getting chills for some reason. Like the muscles on the back of my neck standing up because I remember those times and like I said, just what that day meant to us, us being those guys who had everybody in the locker room, but really when I came in, like I said, in 2007, man, I feel like it wasn't the best football. It was chaos. I feel like I was leaving college and come to the pros just to have the same experience again. I remember being like, guys, we really this is what this is going to happen. I'm going to get drafted and come to a team that I'm going to feel the same way I felt when I was in college. Like we're not able to win any games, but what makes it amazing is that we are the faithful for a reason. And I just remember telling myself, I'm going to work every day like it's my last, and we're going to turn this thing around. And if not, then I'm going to die trying to do it. Mm-hmm. And to see us, like I said, have that big win, to turn around as we did, to experience the winning, to bring back that winning feeling, man, it made me feel as if I was a part of the old school, hearing about all the greatness that they did, because that was a lot that drove me, because I heard so much about and knew so much about the earlier teams that came before us. And I was like, man, I have great respect for them, and I want to be legendary like those guys. So in order to do that, you got to go out and win and not just get close. And again, that's one of those things when you look back over your career, man, to have gotten to the Super Bowl, don't want to take that away, but you obviously wanted to win it as well, because something just sounds sounds good when you hear Super Bowl champion and Hall of Fame, like, man, that's so, but I'm grateful and, again, just grateful for the journey to Canton.
You represented being a Niner unlike anyone else. I mean, you're the class personified, giving everything on every single play. My brother's favorite player by far. My grandfather, who's been following this team since the beginning at Kezar, used to always say Pat could play in any era on any team and be the best player on the field.
True 3-down linebacker, Shasky. True 3-down linebacker.
Just one of the baddest dudes ever. What was the most physical game you were ever in as a Niner? Because I'm thinking in my head like that. The NFC Championship game against, obviously, the Seahawks up in Seattle was one that sticks out. I know you had that game in Green Bay in the frozen tundra where you guys won on a field goal. The game against the Saints, even though it was high scoring, Hittner laying out Pierre Thomas before the game even started. What was the hardest hitting game you were ever a part of as a Niner?
I would say, man, you just named some amazing games too that was physical across the board. But I would say it was always something about playing Seattle. Believe it or not, when we played Seattle, in my last few years, I started playing the dime a whole lot, was playing the dime a whole lot, and so having to do a lot of coverage. So there would be weeks when I would have to drop some weight because I'm like, man, I'm covering the tight end this week, and this tight end is very elusive, and so I have to be light on my toes. But it was something about when we played Seattle, even though they had the tight ends they had at the time, I still had to come in heavy than normal because I knew they was a run first. They wanted to be a run first play action team and having beast mode over there, man. It was never a dull, not physical game. And so I would just say probably Seattle because I always felt like it was it was something about that matchup. Every game is physical.
Yeah, no, we know all about that matchup. We still can't stand Seattle. We can't wait for next Thursday. Cannot stand them, man. Oh, man. But it's truly one of the most physical, iconic football games ever, even though we came in on a short end. Patrick, I'm going to play the soundbite for you, and I want you to take us back through this moment. A special knock on your door. Take a listen, Patrick.
P. Willie.
Oh, man.
Willis.
Oh, man.
Welcome to the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024.
All right, man.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
It's an honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
Now, Patrick, I know you're a very humble human being. We know that from covering you and watching you play and knowing your backstory on how you grew up and where you came from. And I know the Hall of Fame, if you got there, you're ecstatic about it. I get it. If you didn't get in, you'll move on in life and have a great life or whatnot. But when you did get that knock and you saw Bryant Young at your door, who also is a very understated, humble human being who's one of the greatest Niner defensive linemen of all time, take us back to that moment when you heard that knock.
Yeah, it was a surreal moment when I opened. When I got the knock, so much came back. I'm elated beyond words because I just remember telling myself, man, so many greats came before me, so many guys who I think are, worthy of, being a Hall of Famer or even being talked about. They're either not in or, they're either not in or just, far away. And so I always just told myself that control what you can control. If it's supposed to happen, it will happen. And I just said, Lord, I'm going to keep the faith. If it's supposed to happen one day, it will happen. And so when that knock happened it was amazing because it was BY, but also because it was time. I didn't have to, I didn't have to worry anymore. I didn't have to have that feeling of like, man, I feel like, what else, are you supposed to do? Like what, other than just, keep on going. But I'm like, the time came. And so, yeah, it was so many feelings that went through at that moment, but truly it was just an honor and just a special day. And I'm glad it was BY because, again, I just remember, 2007, BY was one of those guys that was here grinding, and to have that moment and share with him, it was special.
You know, Pat, you mentioned Marshawn Lynch, and obviously when I think of that era, there were so many great running backs that you went up against, and there's so many great moments. You shutting down Adrian Peterson on multiple occasions, catching LaDainian Tomlinson from behind, all the battles with Steven Jackson, who was a forgotten stud of that era. Who was if Marshawn, I know Marshawn's on a short list, but who were the tough guys to go up against at running back? Because it felt like you had the ultimate combination of speed and power, and so you can kind of go up against any one of those guys, but who was the toughest for you to go up against?
Yeah, you know, truthfully, before, when people used to ask me this early on, I would say this, and I'm going to say it again. I would say Steven Jackson. Going against him twice, you know, in my division, big guy. He had a jump cut. He could run. He could stiff arm. And I just always remember telling myself, man, when you get there, you got to come with it. I mean, I'm coming with it every play, but most definitely with him. And I'm like, and watch out for the stiff arm. Get ready to swipe, tackle, swipe, tackle, swipe, tackle. And so I just, you know, I enjoyed the battles that I had against him. Like you said, for me, it was my mentality. Every game was either me or you. And if it's you, I won't be allowed to see it. If it's me, dust yourself off and let's go do it again.
You know, you had that Senior Bowl where Mike Nolan and Mike Singletary was there, and Singletary was all over you. We kind of had a feeling, it's like, you know what, Willis may be our guy. And that picture, I never forget when they introduced you at your first rookie introductory press conference next to Joe Staley. So when Joe Staley retired, I think I posted that picture. It was like, wow, end of an era. And it's you and Joe Staley hanging up the jerseys. But what was it like playing for Mike Singletary? Because your pregame speeches, your pregame speeches became a thing of legend. Like, we play Fred Warner stuff, but then you're like spit, then you got spit everywhere. And just, we got to have it. And this guy Shasky's getting pumped up. I'm getting pumped up. Who inspired those? How did you walk into a pregame speech? Did you know what you were going to say? Did it just come off the top of the head? Take us through that, Patrick.
Yeah, you know, I would try to write. When I first did it the first time, I was like, all right, cool. I thought maybe next week someone else was going to get it, then another captain, and then someone else. But before you know it, it was me doing it, you know, back to back, and I was like, oh man, like, I got to think of things to say. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna say, and so I would try to write all this. I would try to write all these things, and truthfully, when I got out there, right before it was time to, you know, call us up, I'd be thinking like, all right, everything I wrote. I try to think about everything I wrote, but then it was this feeling that I would feel, and that I would notice when I was looking at my teammates. You know, you looking them in the eye, you feeling the aura, you know, you feeling the vibes, you feeling the mood, and I would just look at the guys, and it was just, my soul would come alive, because now I'm not out there just playing just to be playing. Like, it means something, and I would just speak from the soul, and, you know, just let it out. And, you know, what you guys felt was my authenticity, my passion for the game, and that's why I knew, you know, when that time came, that it was getting time to step away from the game, because I didn't have that same pack, that same something. And so, you know, I cherish those moments. I cherish those times. And again, I mean, playing for someone like Coach Singletary, it was intense, but I was very fortunate to have him, because I remember this, and I was thinking about it the other day. I remember the game we played. Could have been my first game at Candlestick. We played against the Cardinals, actually. I think the Cardinals
was
Monday Night Football, right?
Yeah, Arnaz Battle scored a touchdown.
Yeah, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, so it was either that game or it could have been a latter. But I remember, man, my rookie year, I would get these feelings where I'm like, I think I'm about to pass out. Like, I would literally, like, be out there, like, I mean, starting the game, I don't know if it's anxiety. Something, I was like, man, I feel like I'm about to pass out. And a couple of times, Derek Smith, he's like, Rook, you okay? Oh, yeah, I'll be all right. So I remember this one time being on the sideline, and Coach Singletary looked at me. You know, he always had a thing when he looked at me like, Pat, you good? Let's go, son. You know, you're going to put in the work all week. You ready? And he looked at me. He's like, Pat, you okay? I said, Coach, I think I'm about to pass out. He said, you okay? I said, Coach, I think I'm about to pass out. And he said, Pat, calm before the storm, son. And you are the storm. And I'll never forget when he told me that. I remember saying to myself, you know what? You're right. I've put in all this work since I was a kid. Since I was a kid, all the way through every level. I was like, I'm supposed to be here in this moment. This is my time. Take a deep breath, go out there and get it done. So, man, having Coach Singletary be very intense, but just as it was intense, it was an honor to have him because of what he was able to do, just being him.
I love that.
And Shasky, he had Mike Singletary introduce him or induct him to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame 2 years ago.
God, I love hearing these stories, Bill Willis. I appreciate your time with us. One more before you get going here. Like, when I see Jerry at the stadium, it still feels like he's part of the team. And I love how involved he is with the team and hanging out with the fans. And I've seen you a lot the last couple years at the stadium. And so that's awesome because, I mean, Pat, you are a Niner, and you will always be a Niner for Niner fans. You mean so much. You're around the team a lot. How often do you talk to Fred Warner? Because I've heard, Fred always references you, and I've heard you referencing him in certain interviews. And I'm just curious what your guys' relationship is right now. And as someone who is at the stadium a lot, what's it like to see somebody kind of, like number 54, roam in the middle of the field? I mean, they're very different than the way you played, but I mean, he's holding up that tradition of middle linebacker the way you did.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Fred. And yeah, it's always a pleasure to be around the faithful, to be around the Niners, and so always grateful for that. But yeah, man, seeing Fred ball the way that he's balling out there is tremendous. He has been doing it since he's been in the league. I'm a big fan of him and Dre, the combo that they have. Dre is missed, but yeah, man, Fred is all pro so far this year. I mean, he's starting off well as a defensive player of the year candidate. I'm rooting for him. That's the accolade that, I was not fortunate enough to win in my time, but I'm most definitely rooting for him that he can continue to have this great season that he's having. But man, shout out to him and everything that he's doing and the way he's been leading the Niners since the day that he's got in. And again, man, I'm just rooting for them to go ahead and go get it done because, it doesn't get any easier as the years come, but he's most definitely doing it at a high level.
Well, Patrick, we want to thank you so much for the time. Our audience loves you, our roasters. Brian in Oakland, man, I could run through a brick wall right now. 5-0. I'm about ready to run through another wall. Where the calm before the storm, and you're the storm. Powerful. Everybody's ready. They're so jacked up. But that's what you mean to this fan base. That's what you mean to this region. And so we're just thrilled that you're going to receive your Pro Football Hall of Fame in front of the faithful this Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. And all these great teammates and great members of the 49ers that came before you will be there to honor you. The 94 team, the 84 team, the 74 team. So many people out there. And Patrick, we can't wait to see you get your due. Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us today, man. We've been lifelong fans. We're even bigger fans now having you on this show.
No, thank you all so much for having me, and shout out to the faithful, and thank you all so much for your love and your support always.
Always.
Love it.
All the time. Patrick Willis here on the Morning Roast. Take care, Patrick. We'll see you on Sunday. Patrick Willis here on the Morning Roast, the Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2007, 5-time first-team All-Pro, second-team All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, All-Decades team, Buckus Award winner. I mean, this guy was everything, and you hear him. Shasky, that's the first time in a long time where I literally was getting chills listening to a guy talk.
I wanted to cry.
I know. I felt the emotion. I mean, this guy was everything.
It's Ronnie's very different personality-wise than Patrick Willis, but the way I view Ronnie Lott is like all-time legend, one of the most passionate players I've ever seen. Literally gave his body up for the game on every single play. I feel the exact same way about Patrick Willis.
No doubt.
When I watch Fred Warner play, I feel the exact same way. There are certain guys that supersede the era that they're in. And we're very lucky to have watched every snap of his career. It sucks it was, so short. But, I mean, the way the guy played. B, can you think of a moment he ever loafed it on the field?
No, absolutely not. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying.
They could be down 30-0. He's giving you everything he's got.
He's just a gladiator in every sense of the word. And when I watch all these guys talk about that era had so many studs.
Well, it brought
he was physically dominant over all of them.
No, and it brought Niner football back.
100%.
There was a lost period in Niner football.
100%.
Well, it was shameful to be a Niner fan. I remember being in Philadelphia and the bartender, because we got these minor league teams like the Arizona Cardinals and San Francisco 49ers, and it triggered me. This was right before Harbaugh took over. It was a lockout shortened season, and it triggered me. It's like the team I grew up rooting for that was winning Super Bowl after Super Bowl and continuing for Super Bowls, considered a minor league team in Philadelphia. True story, Smokey Joe's Bar. And it ticked me off. And Patrick Willis was one of the ambassadors of bringing 49er football back. Dwayne Fontana, our guy from Reardon, Recology, shout out to him. He just texted Shasky saying, I'm damn near ready to cry. And I'm getting a bunch of texts saying, I'm damn near ready. And you know why it's special, too? Not only the career and how great he was as a linebacker, 3-down linebacker, play to run, play to pass, all pro teams, hit you, pick you off, go 80 yards, didn't matter. It's the backstory of what he had to go through in life to get to that point, to Ole Miss, to get to the NFL, knowing what was going on in his personal family life. That makes the story all that much better. So he's a Hall of Fame human being, and he's most certainly a Hall of Fame player, and he's going to get his ring on Sunday, man. I love P. Willie.
You know, we do this thing in sports talk radio, like, so-and-so's not a winner. They've never won anything. It's the most absurd thing I've ever. Tony Gwynn's not a winner.
Yeah, I know.
Patrick Willis wasn't a winner.
I know. Frank Gore.
You know, Frank Gore, exactly. You know, like, just because they never won the ring, like, it crushes me. But, like, looking back, like, Patrick Willis wasn't a winner.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me? Yep. Just because he didn't win the ultimate one? Get out of here with that. No. There are many lesser players who have won rings who didn't have a fraction of the heart, soul, and talent of a Patrick Willis.
He single-handedly got me fired up for Sunday. I mean, single-handedly right there. So we'll see him at Levi Stadium. Great to have Patrick Willis on. We're going to shift gears here. Maybe we'll replay that interview later on in the show if we have time. Best. He is awesome. Patrick Willis on the morning roast, man.
My brother, I could just hear my brother. P. Willie!
P. Willie, just number 52, day one star. Day one. His Senior Bowl trek, when they followed him at the Senior Bowl, the Niners coaching staff was there, in a way kind of reminds me of the way Shanahan was on Deebo Samuel at the Senior Bowl. They were all over him. So anyway, we'll do that. Patrick Willis on the River Islands guest line. We'll do Call of the Week a little bit later. Lubman will push that back. Call of the Week. Up next, Don Bailey Jr. is going to preview Miami and Cal. He was on the first ever national championship team. He'll hype this game up. And what it means for Miami to be back on the West Coast. We'll do that for a couple minutes. And that's coming up, brought to you by Frontier Ford. The Inner Summer Sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com.
Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials from Golden State, it's like picking a top athlete? We have staff just like the Pro Scouts.
cartoons on a Saturday morning, and I saw a Florida State game, and I became a Florida State fan. But from afar, I've been envious of the Hurricanes because of the swagger, the colors, the great players, the great names. And when you guys went down to the swamp this year in Florida, I said, oh, my God, the Hurricanes are back. And it's all because of Cam Ward at quarterback. How fun has he been to watch at quarterback this season?
Vontae, first of all, I want you to understand something. You and I already have a built-in relationship. We both hate them damn Gators. That's all that matters.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Don.
No, listen, Cam Ward, forget the Florida game. From the day he hit campus in the spring, he has been impressing everybody every single day, and it is yet to stop. I just think that this young man has got it figured out. He's living proof of why you're better off staying in the college game as long as you can and being able to master it, because he is preparing himself for the next level, and he's certainly making sure this University of Miami team looks as good as they do.
All right. Miami going all the way for a classic ACC matchup in Berkeley. I mean, this has got to be kind of weird for you as a U guy, right? Like this is weird. We could all admit it. Like this whole conference realignment stuff is kind of out of whack. But coming to Cal this week, I mean, this is pretty weird. I find it to be fun.
It might be weird for most, but for the Bailey family, my wife came out here Sunday and went to Calistoga. I got out here Wednesday and came up here. We've made the best of it. So we can do this trip every year if it's all right with you guys.
Hold on, Don. I love you some Calistoga, too. I'm bougie like that. We're just staying in Calistoga. We're just staying in Calistoga, Don.
At the Springs, man. Hot Springs.
Hot Springs,
man. I already put my 45 minutes to swim in this morning. We're getting ready to go do a bike deal. I'm bought into this California deal.
Hey, Calistoga's it's a hell of a place. I'm from the hood, Don, but Calistoga's my type of place. Do you remember when Miami? Now they played the Emerald Bowl out here against Cal, Javid Best, and you guys. I think who was the coach?
Randy Shannon.
Randy Shannon was that coach. That was a fun game seeing the U come out to the West Coast. But do you remember the game they came out here to Berkeley in the early 90s? The early 90s. It was a really good game, and the Miami Hurricanes ended up dropping 50. Not sure if you remember that game, Don.
No, that was a little far back for me. No, I remember it. I remember it. But listen, the ACC now, it's a national conference. And I think, in today's world, for Miami to pick up SMU and Sanford and then, of course, Cal and get them incorporated, and it's for Miami. I'll be selfish here. And Cal's living example of it, too. Cal doesn't have that quarterback if they don't come to Miami, right? Mendoza's a Miami guy who went to the same high school as Coach Cristobal. As a matter of fact, he and his dad played with each other on the same team. So I don't mind his cross-conference deal. I tell you, I do have a problem, though. I do have a problem with the West Coast coming to the East Coast and kicking before 3 o'clock, and I got a problem with the East Coast coming to the West Coast and kicking as late as they're kicking. I don't think it's right for the kids. I don't think it's right for anything to make teams do that and beat them up. And it's not so much the way out, it's the way home. So, I mean, other than that, I'm all bought in on this thing, and there's really not much you and I and Joe can do about it except enjoy it and embrace it.
Yeah, no doubt. And I know we've kind of talked a lot, I mean, just on this show about Cam Ward, the quarterback and whatnot, but there actually has been a good Bay Area legacy of players, like elite players going to the U. And for us out here, it's like, oh, you're going to the U? You've arrived. Gino Torretta, Ken Dorsey, DJ Williams, like just a few of the names. Like, surprisingly, the U has always recruited out of the Bay Area.
Yeah, they've done a great job out here, and the thing now is it won't stop because Coach Cristobal spent 5 years at Oregon and is familiar with recruiting this coast, and he's familiar with this football team and its staff, and it's important. I think today for Miami, I can speak for Miami. And Cal's probably in the same position. I'm going through their roster. They've gone all over the place too. If you are not recruiting nationally, you're really, I think, tying your hands behind your back because you've got to be able to come out and get marquee players. And look, you take Cam Ward's journey. I mean, he's high school 0-star in Texas and stays in Texas for a year and then goes to Washington State for a couple and then comes to Miami. I mean, it's worked out well. And with the transfer portal, it's an international team everywhere you go. There's players from all over the world. Heck, I was just looking here. You guys got a left tackle. Cal's got a left tackle from Sweden that went to Temple. So I mean, what the heck? Who's to say where anybody's going to come from anymore?
Don Bailey Jr. here on the River Islands Gaslight, color commentator for the Miami Hurricanes on 560 WQAM, center for the 83 National Championship team for the Miami Hurricanes are first of five. And look, we've watched the 30 for 30s, Don. We've watched all of them. We know about all the great players. You guys may be the only school that has like 6 rivals, Florida, Florida State, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Virginia Tech. Everybody wants to claim Miami as a rival. But what is it like being around that campus, being around that college where you have all these great players and the swagger, the Michael Irvins, the Reggie Waynes, the Andrew James? Take us through the culture of the U, man, because it's a different lifestyle, it seems like.
Yeah, it is. But I will tell you, everybody is perceived. And hey, Michael Irvin, he was at the game last week and on the sideline the whole game. And I will tell you, he probably willed this team and worked this team to a victory as much as anybody. I interviewed him in the locker room after the game. He's drenched, just working that sideline, soaking wet. And the thing that happens here is everybody, there's a couple sayings that go with Miami, and brotherhood is one of them. The guys all root for each other. Now, they'll compete against each other too now, but they'll root for each other. But, everybody says the same thing. It's a Kane thing, and you just won't understand. And unless you're really in the family, it's kind of hard to get it, because I know the personalities are different, the attitudes are different, the people are different. But once they hit that locker room, it turns into a brotherhood like no other. And we're proud of that. And it's gone through some ups and it's gone through some downs. But right now, Coach Cristobal being the main guy, because he won 2 championships here. He was highly successful at Oregon out on this coast and has groomed himself to come back home and run the family business. And I happen to be in a family business, and there's a lot of pressure that comes with it. But he's doing a great job getting Miami back to those days where we're competing for championships.
Who's your favorite person to see on the sidelines? Because, I'm not going to lie to you, the memes online, which is like the internet, graphics and stuff, making fun of everything, it's pretty funny. Just the memes leading up to this game. I saw the Coke versus the woke. I saw the communists versus the convicts. I saw so many different jokes that were coming out. But Uncle Luke on the sideline, Michael Irvin, who's the funniest person that you've seen on the sidelines at a U game?
Well, I can't pick one. It's like, what's your favorite act at a circus, right? Who do you choose? Everybody's got their own personality. Then they come back and they get involved in the sideline. Hey, my favorite person on the sideline is my wife. She's the water girl, so that's my favorite person. She does the water and does all of that stuff. So I'm happy with that. But I think overall the personalities of this program have been fantastic, and they're continuing. Look, Cam Ward's going to fall into one of the greatest of all times if he can finish this season the way he started it. And if he can get Miami, into the ACC championship game, and we'll see what happens after that, he's going to be a famous one as well. So there's names on this team that are going to go down in history.
You talk about all the famous and the circus act and everything. I remember watching the 30 for 30 and Butch Davis, who was the coach who helped bring Miami back to relevance after all the penalties or whatnot through the 90s, and he brings them back before Larry Coker, and he goes, I'm trying to listen to what these kids are listening to and the music that they're playing, and they said Trick Daddy. So Trick Daddy, is that somebody you've run into? Do you know who Trick Daddy is, T-double.
Trick Daddy and I are neighbors in Miami. We live right next door. No, I'm kidding.
I was going to say, you had me going, man. You got Calistoga rolling. You got me going here, Don.
The Calistoga's for real. The Trick Daddy, Luke, we still see around town. Now, Luke is involved in high school football in Miami quite a bit, and he's still around. And he's embraced a lot of places. He brought a lot of attention. Some maybe didn't like it so much, but he brought attention to our town of Miami, and he's a big timer down there.
Real quick, Frank Gore. What do you remember about Frank Gore? Frank. He's one of our favorite 49ers of all time, and I know he didn't have the career he wanted at Miami due to the injuries, but I know that running back room with him, Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, Frank Gore was among the best. What do you remember about Frank? Is Don there? Don, you there? Uh-oh.
I think Calistoga got him.
Calistoga got him. The mud pack.
Maybe it was one of my jokes on the memes that I saw online.
Yeah. Oh, we got him, Don. You got us back?
I got you, baby.
All right. Frank Gore. What do you remember about Frank Gore? He's one of our favorite Niners of all time, and we think he's going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame one day. Just got inducted to the 49ers Football Hall of Fame. What do you remember about Frank being down there in Miami?
Well, this is a true story. I remember, I'm down there quite a bit, and I always want to make sure I get there the first day of fall practice. And I walked out on the field, and in shorts, you never see, you don't see much flash in shorts. I mean, especially if you've been watching it as long as I have. And I walk out, and immediately my eyes go to this direction. And sure enough, it was Frank Gore. And it had never stopped. And what one thing made Frank Gore? I don't know. I can't pick one thing that made Frank. I would say, in the National Football League, it's his durability and 16,000 yards. But I go, he was such a tough guy. He could catch. He would block. There's not anything he couldn't do. And yet he probably couldn't outrun a lot of people. You know what I mean? Everybody equates speed to the running back position. He had plenty, but he wasn't a top end guy. But he would just amaze me with his versatility and his toughness. And I might be off a little bit, but I think when we lost that game in 2002, the championship game to Ohio State, he was hurt. And Miami had a chance to get back in it. And Frank Gore got hurt that year. I think Frank Gore, if you ask him to this day, he'd have gone in and he would have played the final quarter and helped Miami win that game. And he's that kind of tough guy. And, he's just an amazing, amazing example of the type of young men that have come through the University of Miami. And, he didn't have it easy growing up. He went to high school right across the street from the UM campus at Coral Gables High, but just an absolute fantastic football player. Never got in trouble, quiet guy, but he was a hard worker. And he is just, you look at those two major knee operations and never set him back. And now he's going to he'll ultimately be in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You referenced the transformation of Frank Gore. I didn't know this guy beforehand, but our producer's from the University of Miami. And right. I think the University of Miami, transformed him. We got to get him on here. Sam, you've been dying to talk UM football with Don Bailey. Just go.
He wears hurricane gear. His ringtone
He has a tattoo.
Yeah, he has a tattoo. What's your ringtone? Let me get on here on the microphone. It's all about the U.
Yeah, the ringtone is from the U opening. It's Uncle Luke singing It's All About the U. So every time I get a text, I get the It's All About the U from Uncle Luke.
Ask Don something, man. You're a hurricane, Lovin. What got you to be a hurricane?
Honestly, Don, if I'm going to ask you any question, it's got to be about this game. I'm just curious how you think Cam Ward handles this Cal defense, just one of the best in the nation. They lead the country with 10 picks. This is going to be a big challenge for Cam Ward here. I'm curious. What do you think about that?
My take on this is very simple. I think it's time to take it off of Cam Ward. I think at this stage of the game, it's time for the other 21 guys on this team that are going to start. It's the time to take it off of Cam Ward. And because I'm with you. Cal, to me, straight business, is one of the best teams in the conference. They will be maybe the best defense Miami plays. Their quarterback can beat anybody if he gets a little help. It should have beat Florida State. This should be two undefeated teams going right now. But I think that for the rest of the season, what Miami learned last week is this cannot just be the Cam Ward show every single snap. Miami's got to get the defense taking the football away and tackling better than they did last week. They've got to get the tight ends to continue to be involved, and the running game when it's called, it's got to be a little bit more successful. And my whole thing is Cam Ward is outstanding. He has taken over college football. If he's not up for the Heisman in the next couple of weeks as the front runner, I'll be shocked. If Miami can keep winning, he should win a Heisman Trophy. But there comes a game, and there comes a series, and there comes a quarter throughout a season where somebody else has got to do something other than Cam Ward. Because not everybody wakes up every day and it's their day. And it's been that way for Cam so far. But I don't like him having to carry the complete load. And I hope that answers your question. I just gave you my whole pregame speech, so there you go.
No, I love it, man. I'm fired up for it now. I've been a little bit nervous about this game because this defense is that good that Cal has, but I'm excited for this game regardless.
Yeah, I am too, but I think you guys underestimate, not you personally, but I think, I watched Mendoza. I watched him against Auburn. I watched him against Florida State. And this guy he wins. He just wins. And I'm not comparing how he plays the game or the person, but, Kenny Dorsey was a 7th-round pick into the draft, and he was surrounded by real good talent, and he was able to orchestrate the offense. And that's what made him great. I think that's what this Mendoza kid does, is he understands the offense. He has a grasp of it, and he moves well enough to accomplish things. They've surrounded him with, Grizzle, who's a big receiver, and his Hunter kid's got 4 touchdowns. And I just hope that Jay Knott just isn't. I hope he doesn't come back yet. I hope he's still a little bit lame from getting banged up, because that guy was 1,200 yards last year, and that's going to hurt. And then their defense, we believe, the Miami offense believes those 2 linebackers are as good as there are as a tandem possibly in the country. And, they've got that edge guy that does a heck of a job. Let me just tell you, he's a big-time player as well. And I think that, Cal's put together one heck of a football team, and McCullough's the edge guy. And I think that they can hurt you. And here's the bottom line for me. If we talk again in 10 years, it'll be the same thing. You turn that football over 3 times like you did last week, I don't care who you're playing, there's a good chance you're going to lose the football game. And that's what can happen.
Well, Don, this is awesome, man. We could talk another hour with you, man. But I know you're up there at Calistoga. We could talk about how you guys got screwed in that Ohio State Fiesta Bowl. That was the latest flag I've seen in the history of football. It's like the confetti was down, the bottles are getting popped, and wait, pass interference. What? The game's over. What are you talking about? But Don, have a good call. I'm glad you're enjoying the Bay Area. We love the fact that Miami's coming out here. We're all going to the game. We cannot wait to see the Hurricanes take on the Cal Golden Bears. But we thank you so much for the time, Don. We truly, truly appreciate it.
Anytime, my guys. I appreciate it, and go Canes, and I appreciate all the hospitality out here. It's been a great time. Thank you.
Enjoy that mud bath later on today.
All right, baby.
All right, Don Bailey Jr., color commentator for the Miami Hurricanes on 560 WQAM, center for the 83 National Championship team. We watched all the 30 for 30s, man. There's something about Miami. Like, I'm a Florida State fan, and I'm just like, damn. The orange jerseys, the white pants, the white helmets with the U, the swagger. When they went down to the swamp, and those 2 receivers, that receiver caught the touchdown, and the 2 receivers started doing the gator chomp in the end zone, I said, oh, damn, the U is back. I knew it right then and there. I said, Chris Paul's got to roll it again.
All right. For your money, greatest college football team of all time is? I know this is a hard one. I'm going to take the 2001 Miami.
I knew you were going to take them. I knew you were going to take them. It's hard for me to argue.
By the way, they lost Reggie Wayne that year.
I know.
I'm going to read you off this team real quick.
I know. This team
I think it's the greatest football team of all time. Andre Johnson, Bryant McKinney.
Yep.
Wow. Shockey and Winslow.
Oh, my God.
Dorsey at quarterback. Your fullbacks are Jarrett Payton, Walters Kidd, and Najee Davenport.
Oh, my God.
And listen to this backfield. Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, Frank Gore.
Oh, my God.
Then on defense, the full team got drafted. I mean, everyone. Philip Buchanan, Antrell Roll, McDougal, William Joseph, who played forever, it feels like, Mike Roast Rump, Ed Reed, Sean Taylor, DJ Williams, Jonathan Vilma, and Rocky McIntosh. Come on. That is literally a video game team. 38 guys were drafted.
The 30 for 30 is so funny. No, they might be the greatest football team.
8 guys.
It's hard for me to argue. It's hard for me to argue. Now, somebody said 94 Nebraska. That team was really good. Florida State has some really good teams.
04 USC people.
04 USC. What was great when they were playing Texas for the Rose Bowl, leading up to that game against Texas, they had the hypothetical games going on. USC versus the 01 Canes. How would it go? Okay. USC versus the 94 Nebraska Cornhuskers. USC versus one of those Bama. Or Bama's had some really good teams too. But this Miami Hurricane team, it's hard for me to argue.
Johnson's a Hall of Famer.
I know. It's hard for me to argue.
I'll also put 2019 LSU. You look at that lineup in the NFL. Justin Patrick Queen, Grant Telpit. There's so many people on that team.
Yeah, right now, right now. Ed Reed, is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. What Sean Taylor should have been, would have been, could have been a Hall of Famer.
No doubt.
Right? We all agree there. I don't think DJ Williams or Jonathan Vilma are going to be on those lists, but Vilma was sick.
Vilma was sick, and DJ Williams was sick. People forget he started off his career as a fullback.
Yes.
And he scored a touchdown in the Sugar Bowl against Florida coming out the backfield.
True freshman. Vince Wilfork.
Yeah.
What do you think about him?
I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer one day.
I think so too. Andrew Well, not a Hall of Famer. Hella good for hella long.
And he talked that talk.
Absolutely. Shockey. although not a Hall of Famer, had a hell of a career.
Shockey was in the matchup nightmare.
Yeah,
he was a matchup nightmare.
Clint Portis, to me, is one of the best backs of that era. I know McGahee blew his knee out, but he had a great run with Baltimore. And Frank Gore is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Literally multiple Hall of Famers on both sides of the ball. It's one of the greatest football teams ever assembled.
They could have three-peated, and they got shafted. Look, so they beat Florida State in the regular season.
Parrish the next year.
They beat Florida State in the regular season at the Orange Bowl. Wide right 3, right? And I remember that game. It was it was a high noon kick, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Humid as hell, Shasky. You remember this game. Anquan Bolden took a hit in that game. It was some of the hardest hitting football games I've ever seen in my life. I said, dear God, somebody's gonna get really hurt here. So they win that game, and it was a whole BCS debacle. Remember the BCS point system? They ended up having Florida State play Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl for the national championship. And Miami got shafted out of that. There's no doubt. And Florida State lost 13-2 to Oklahoma. But remember the 30 for 30? Shockey was like, I'm from Oklahoma. I had dudes on the Sooner section who was like, yeah, you guys would have beat us by 3 touchdowns if we played you. Like, they knew they had a Phantom National Championship. They were that good. That good. And we're not even talking about the teams from the 80s. The teams from the 80s would set the table.
Again, the 2001 Hurricanes, they lost Reggie Wayne. They lost Reggie Wayne and didn't skip a beat. Because I love Reggie Wayne. And by the way, also had Santana Moss on the year prior. I mean, we're talking about some of the greatest teams of all time.
So they played 5 ranked teams. They started off that season at Penn State and Happy Valley, beat the hell out of them 33-7. Beat Rutgers 61-0. They go to Tallahassee that year in a big game on ABC. Keith Jackson. They win 49-27. You know, Florida State defense giving up 49 points. That's how good this team was. Then they go to Boston College. That was the Ed Reed game when they were losing at the half, and Ed Reed walked out on them. Remember, he walked out on them at the speech, and then he had one of the sickest pick sixes I've ever seen on the football field. Remember that? He went zigzagged all across the field for 100 yards to win that game 18-7.
There's only one safety in the history of the game I might take over Ronnie Lott. Might.
Ed Reed.
It's Ed Reed.
Ed Reed.
It's the only guy.
Ed Reed. He's unbelievable. Remember that pick against Boston College? He had the speech.
I said Mike, by the way.
Yeah, no,
I love you, Ronnie.
No. But that pick he had against Boston College to save their season, to save that game. Then they played Washington. They beat them 65-7, and the Huskies started crying, saying, well, they ran up the score. They beat Syracuse, who were the number 14 team in the country. Think about this. Number 14 team in the country. They beat them 59-0.
It's incredible. Just incredible.
The team was loaded.
And I'm looking at this 04 USC team. There's just no chance.
How about this?
It's not even close.
Well, you're looking at the players' NFL careers.
I agree.
That's
why.
Agree.
Yeah.
So it's different.
College.
I thought
Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush were both Heisman winners.
Real quick before you get in here, Lubman, we take this call. Is that even the best Miami team in the history of Miami?
Well, in the 80s they had,
That's what I'm
those
saying.
86, 87 teams, man.
I mean,
the 91 team, no one talks about that much. Undefeated national champs. I mean, loaded team.
And the game they lost against Penn State in the Fiesta Bowl when they got off the plane at Army Fatigues with the late, great Jerome Brown. I mean,
5 picks from Vinny, man.
Remember, they just left the hole. They had the little kumbaya. They just left. The 30 for 30s are priceless. We watched those in the bachelor pad. We would fall asleep to those 30 for 30s. And I'd be so jazzed, like, damn, where's Florida State? I could not watch Miami for the first time.
I would also say that the Hurricane mascot is one of the best mascots in sports.
Well,
right?
Sebastian the Ibis.
It's the best logo. It's one of the best logos in sports.
He's always in the right spot, that mascot. He's always in the right spot. The reason why I say that, he's always got a knack for the moment.
What are you talking
2000
about?
Sugar Bowls? Is that what
No, not even 2000 Sugar Bowl. I'm talking about wide.
He's the Dennis Rodman of mascots.
He's always in the right spot. Wide right 1 in Tallahassee. When Gino Torretta led Miami to Tallahassee. True story, Spinelli. Look this up and go watch the highlight right now. Watch the highlight right now. I guarantee it. They won 17-16, wide right, when Bobby Bowden was on the field. He's looking. Remember, Bobby Bowden looked around the field and goes, "Dadgummit, we lost." It was 1 versus 2, and Sebastian the Ibis is there in the end zone doing the no good. The no good. I swear to God, it was like the first big-time college football game I ever watched. And he's always in, and he had the smoke coming out of the tunnel. Gosh, I can't believe the Hurricanes are coming to the West Coast.
Now I'm looking at this 2019 LSU team. TDP, who couldn't make it with the Niners. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. I mean, that's ridiculous. Terrence Marshall, who's on the Niners right now. Patrick Queen, who you referenced earlier. I mean, this team is pretty freaking sweet. Joe Burrow. I mean, Wow, this team is ridiculous.
They're
Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase are
they're not touching Miami, though.
Really
because they would have got hit in that game, and they would have been out for the game.
Really quick, though, we'll get to this call in a second. My favorite stat about the 2001 team, I did a deep dive on this a while ago because I had that free time. I count 44 Pro Bowl seasons from that 2001 Miami Hurricanes team. I looked up a bunch of other really good college teams to see the most that I could find. The most that I could find was the 97 Michigan team that had 22 Pro Bowl seasons.
Good. Desmond Howard?
Half of those Pro Bowl seasons.
That was Charles Woodson. 97 was Charles Woodson, Brian Greasy.
Excuse me, Charles Woodson.
Yeah, that team was good.
22, 24 Pro Bowl seasons. Half of those Pro Bowl seasons from Michigan's backup quarterback that year.
Yeah.
The backup quarterback being Tom Brady.
Yeah, backed up Brian Greasy. Brian Greasy looked incredible at that Rose Bowl against Ryan Leaf. Woodson had one of the sickest picks. They're down 7-0. Washington State's driving in the Rose Bowl. And they were running 4 wides all game long. They were in shotgun 4 wides all day long, throwing the ball all over the place. I'm like, boy, Michigan might be in trouble with this game. They're in trouble.
I'm
and
looking at this.
And Woodson had this pick. He had this pick in the end zone where it was like, you see the number 2, you know the iconic photo. You see the Woodson on the back, the number 2, and he intercepted it, and it changed the game. It turned the whole entire game around. So that team was a lot of fun. They weren't on the level of that 0-1 Miami team. There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
I'm telling you, this LSU team was going to beat that USC team for sure. Derek Stingley, I don't know.
I don't know. We're underselling Reggie Bush and Lindell White, Matt Leinart, Dwayne Jarrett, Steve Smith. I mean, they were sick. They were very
good.
Sick.
They were very good.
They were box office,
but it's
man.
Leinart,
Dude, Reggie Bush.
It's Leinart.
Reggie Bush on my top 5 college football players of all time in my lifetime. He's on my list.
Well, and Lindell White was ridiculous.
And then you got Tommy Frazier from Nebraska. That's why the option game. Well, I don't know how that would have translated, but Tommy Frazier in that offensive line from Nebraska. Lawrence Phillips. I know he was a bad human being.
Play in the NFL. Tommy Frazier. It's just the
blood clots.
Blood clots.
Yeah, blood clots. He was sick. Sick.
You say Tommy Frazier, for some reason, my name recognition, Eric Crouch, Tim Crouch. Yeah. I don't know why. I immediately go,
Eric Crouch was at Nebraska as well. But Tommy Frazier actually took Nebraska to the Orange Bowl and beat Miami at the Orange Bowl for the national championship on their home field because it was on the University of Miami where they held the Orange Bowl, the old OB. A lot of fun there. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Yeah, that Miami team, they played. You can't play like that now, so you can't compare those teams to these teams, because half that team would be off, would be suspended before hitting. But anyway, at one point they had you guys got the stats, so you guys can figure it out. At one point they had Edgerrin James, Portis, McGahee, and one other guy that was a beast, and I can't remember his name. My buddy turned me on to this. I forgot what the fourth guy was, but they all had those guys in the backfield. And none of these kids can see Sean Taylor. Man, come on.
No doubt. So Miami, he brought up Edgerrin James. I had no idea who Edgerrin James was. Well, right, and then so they played UCLA. So they had a game schedule. UCLA was going down to Miami to play in the Orange Bowl. It's supposed to happen in September. They had to postpone the game due to a hurricane.
Yes.
So Kate McNown was a quarterback for UCLA, playing under Bob Toledo. Who's a wide receiver? He was Drew Bennett. Drew Bennett from out here in Miramonte.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the running
may have been on that team as well.
He
may have been on his team.
And here's the joke. Mercedes Lewis might have been on that team.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke.
But Kate McNown was sweet, though. He was sweet.
So they played UCLA last game of the season. And remember, we had regional packages. We couldn't all watch the games like today.
No.
So if you're Big Ten country, they got the Big Ten games. We got all Pac-10 games. But for some reason, they didn't air UCLA Miami on a local telecast. So you're getting live updates because Miami was number 1. They're playing for a national championship. And they just kept saying, Edgerrin James with another big run. Edgerrin James. So anyway, they ended up beating December 5th, 1998. I just pulled it up here, 49-45. And I had no idea who Edgerrin James was. And they just go, and Edgerrin James, the old helmet stickers on College Game Day, they gave him a helmet sticker. Ran for $2.99 in that game. Like, who the hell is that? $300? What? And they ruined UCLA's plans for the national championship. I think UCLA ended up going to the Rose Bowl, losing to Ron Dane and the Wisconsin Badgers in Pasadena. Wow. And that was the jump start back to bringing Miami back to relevancy under Butch Davis. That jump started the program. So they've got, we didn't even talk about the 80s teams that are deep. Cortez Kennedy, Jerome Brown, Warren Sapp. I mean, come on.
The Edgerrin James, I don't know if it was Raw and Real or Real and Raw, whatever the ESPN, the magazine cover was with him with the gold teeth on the cover. Oh, yeah. That I think Levitard wrote the actual article. It's like one of the greatest magazine covers that I can remember from that era.
With the gold grills.
It was incredible.
It was incredible. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. We're geeking out on college football right now. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Always found to wear. By the way, we're going to replay Patrick Willis. It was so damn good. We're going to do that at 9:20. We had to punt our stats on fire. We'll get him back on next week. I'm sure he'll understand. Patrick Willis, we're going to replay that coming up at 9:20. I don't know what it was. When I was growing up, Shasky, being here on the West Coast, like Cal Berkeley wasn't, they didn't have a big-time football program. Like they was with Jeff Tefford or whatnot. Bruce Snyder, early 90s, they won the Citrus Bowl against Clemson.
Dirk Cutter didn't do it for you?
Dirk Cutter didn't do it for me. Stafford.
Tampa legend.
Stafford didn't have the best of programs at times, but I don't know what it was. When I used to talk to people about college football, people on the West Coast just wouldn't be into it. And I'm like, how?
I don't know. A lot of my friends were into college football.
So my circle
like
is
young
into
Guido
it.
has always been a college sports fan.
Your circle, maybe.
Yes.
My circle. But I'm talking about just random football fans. Like, I didn't watch that game. We were out doing this on Saturday.
Yeah.
Like Saturdays, I literally lost a job. As an 18-year-old, I was in the kitchen. The poor guy, he probably remembers this to this day. I worked on a Friday night, and then I was booked for Saturday. My mom was like, you need to put some money in your pocket, blah, 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 blah. I was in the kitchen doing the dishes and all that stuff. And Miami was playing? No, Florida State was playing Florida, 1-2. I was like, there's no way I'm missing this game. And my mom was like, literally, you lost a job because you couldn't, you had to watch college football one Saturday. You couldn't sacrifice one college football game. I was like, no, college football is life. Waking up at 9 in the morning in November watching Ohio State, Michigan. Not a lot of people, Shasky, maybe your circle, but a lot of people, though, weren't into college football like that.
Well, it's interesting because, like, I'm in an Irish Catholic family, and so who's on TV every week for our whole lives? The Notre Dame. Yeah. And so, like, Rick Meyer, Jerome Bettis, Ricky Waters, like those, they were the one team I knew would be on TV every single week. And so that's one thing we've always been a Notre Dame family.
Yeah.
Irish Catholic, and you're a Joe Montana fan.
But I thought, but I felt like I was always in a minority at times when it came to college football.
Well, the second biggest sport in the country, by far, it's the NFL number one, it's college football number two.
Right now, no doubt.
It's not even
right
close.
now it is, no doubt. Right now it is, no doubt.
Getting away from the regionality has actually expanded the game, and the screwed up conferences and everything just makes it actually wackier.
I love the college football playoff format, but also the Niners were so good that I think they had Niner fever. They had Niner fever, so they were like, yeah, Cal Stafford, we're not watching. We got the 49ers and Joe Montana and Steve Young and Jerry Rice and John Taylor and this litany of stars. Well, I just always felt like I was in a minority, but I've always been a sucker for college football and the history of it, man. Sometimes it's had better seasons than the pro game. At times.
I think also, like in the late 80s, eradicating a bunch of the smaller programs in the area, losing their football teams. The St. Mary's the Santa Claras and all that. That kind of like zapped a lot of the college football fever.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sonoma State, Cal State East Bay.
How many of those programs lost football? Yep. In like a 15-year period.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. The last time Miami visited Berkeley, they won 52-24, but I believe it was 24-17 at one point because OG Russell White, a long-forgotten Cal running back, was really good for the Cal Berkeley Bears, had this great play against the Miami Hurricanes back in 90.
Back deep, Russell White, Damian Simeon. White, the exciting sophomore, number 4, and it's going to be Russell White. A big alley on the far side. He may go. 30. Russell White to the 10. Touchdown, California.
Gary Bender on the call. September 15th, my birthday, 1990, up at Cal Berkeley and in Miami. If you watch the 30 for 30, they started dancing on that turf and doing everything else in Cal Berkeley. They put on the show. Yeah, they love it.
Boy,
look at Lovett. He's so happy.
Hearing that highlight, you'd think Al Michaels would pick it up on Thursday Night Football.
Oh, get over it.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. He's getting his $11 million, and he's cashing every single check. All right, time for the Friday Flush. Take it away, Spadoni.
All right, this week we're going to be flushing a certain Los Angeles Laker head coach because it is time for the Friday Flush presented by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Bonte, for all your plumbing needs, go to flowingwater.net. So obviously the Lakers and every basketball team right now, they're doing all their training camps, what have you. And a reporter yesterday asked one J.J. Redick about what Rui Hachimura has to do to take the next step, and I'll let the head coach take it away.
You tell me. You're creating the narrative. You tell me. What is the next step? I don't care. I don't care about what the next step for Rui is. I care about how he impacts winning on our team. And for me, that's my next step. Okay. Yeah, and I think he can do that. You saw that out of him doing the Olympics? Well, that's a different role that he can have on our team.
That was the Friday Flush presented by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. For all your flowing water and plumbing needs, go to flowingwater.net. I don't know why he was so upset about that question.
Yeah, and that was longtime LA Times writer, I believe, LA Times, Brad Turner, right? Brad Turner's his name. He's been covering the Clippers and Lakers for many, many years. And you got Anthony Davis on one end saying analytics. I don't even know what that stuff means. I'm just trying to score more points than the other team and grab more rebounds. All these analytics miss me with that. So I don't know about this hire. It's going to be very interesting. You don't need, just be nice to these guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Just be nice.
He's just unnecessarily being a jerk.
What's the next level? What's the next level? You know what the hell the next level
And
is.
you said you're trying to create a narrative. I was like, he's just asking a question.
Or if you're JJ, like, well, can you? What do you mean, like close games consistently? Do you mean like be a starter, take the next level in his individual performance? And here's the other thing that JJ better be very, very, very careful about. You know, I know that there's a team element. He's worried about his team winning. You also have to be invested into the individuals because the players want to know that, if you care about their careers as well, like they'll buy into your message.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of like, JJ, just be careful, dude.
Yeah,
you're doing
easy.
way too much.
All right, before we replay Patrick Willis, our boy Dwayne Dibbs, shout out to Bart on X, tweeting at us here. And I brought up the Fiesta Bowl, Penn State, Vinny Testaverde threw 5 TDs. But his favorite moment of that 30 for 30 is when Jerome Brown at the dinner, the late, great Jerome Brown, before the 86 Fiesta Bowl, he had a dinner with Penn State, and they were in Army fatigues, and he gets on stage with the microphone, and he yells, did the Japanese have dinner with Pearl Harbor the night before they bombed them? No. So what are we doing here? Fellas, let's roll. And they all walked out. Now, you can't get away. You can't say things like that in today's day and age.
Don't talk about
We don't talk about that, but that's what Jerome Brown said, and they all walked out of the dinner. It's like, what? Those Miami teams are so damn gangster. Holy smokes. Jerome Brown. Wow. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're going to sugarcoat a lot of things. We have sugarcoated a lot of things recently, as you can tell.
Clean it up,
drops. What am I going to clean up? I'm just trying to get to the read. Playing Patrick Willis, Pro Football Hall of Famer, next on the roast.
Save on your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get all Siete items 25% off with Prime through
G-Unit.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
That's a hell of a rejoin. It actually ages very, very well. And it goes well with this beat right here. Ryan, who's going to marry the lovely Sarah Solomon, who now works with the Golden State Warriors. I worked with her at NBC Sports Bay Area, does a lot of their video production. She does a little bit of everything. Remember, she called, and he was like, yeah, I want to announce my engagement on the morning roast.
Oh.
So you run into these roasters, it's like, no, it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. Like, I have to, like, people are calling in master roaster. Our boy Will in the city, a master roaster. What defines a master roaster? Are you an intermediate roaster? Are you a beginning roaster? A novice roaster? Baby roaster?
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Dude, that was a George Foreman roaster right there.
Well, 510. I love this, and I'm going to take a shot at it because I'm feeling good. And we're about to go back to the Patrick Willis replay here. 510. Aren't you a Bay Area station? What's up with this Miami hype job? How about some love for the home team? You ain't never texted us a day in your life about the Cal Berkeley Golden Bears. You ain't gave a damn about the Cal Berkeley Bears since Jason Kidd was playing basketball there. So miss me with that. Like, stop. You don't give it. You probably wouldn't even watch. You ain't watched the Cal. You ain't watched Cal. 5 Cal games in the last 5 years. So stop.
We're
rooting for Cal, but damn.
Me and Bonte one day, we were doing a show with an old producer whose name we won't name his name, but anyway, he came in one day and said, I'm just really worried. We were like, why are you worried? I'm really worried that Justin Wilcox is going to get an NFL job. And remember, we were like, we'd start laughing, but he's, you know what? The guy's got it going.
Coach Wilcox. No, he goes, Coach Wilcox, USC should hire Coach Wilcox. Like, what?
I thought he said an NFL team.
No, it was USC Trojans. The USC Trojans were like, dog, like, chill.
USC's big game hunting. All love to Justin Wilcox.
All love.
He's done a good job with this program, Wilcox.
With all due, in the words of Soprano, with all due respect.
Right. You know what I said? 408, a roaster is a roaster. Don't matter the experience level. So, 510, I think he's calling. No, he's not calling. But, we're not hyping it up. Miami's coming to the Bay Area. We want Cal to win. We love Cal Berkeley. But give us a reason to talk about you. We talked about him beating Auburn. We gave him some love. Give him some love for being at AC, but don't act like all of a sudden you give a damn about us giving love to the Cal Berkeley Golden Bears. I read one text about Cal. And I've been at the station nearly 8 years. I see 4 texts about the Cal Berkeley Golden Bears, so just stop.
I've heard more about the 12U lacrosse team in Piedmont than I have the Cal Bears.
I heard more about the Cal rugby team than the Cal Berkeley football program, and that's no disrespect to them. And we had Wilcox and Lovie Smith come here. I sat down with both of those guys before the bowl game. Remember that? Lovie Smith came here with Coach Wilcox.
I think we've talked more former Cal golf players, and Max Homa and Colin Morikawa on the station.
Like, don't just
charge my swing.
Don't just start complaining just to complain on a Friday. Let us have some fun here.
My favorite is when Nahegan, the boss, that thing was like blowing up on the internet. He was like, Max Homa, roast me and my son. And I don't think Max ever responded.
No. Miami
What's
like
up,
lose
roasters?
tomorrow.
It's from the corner office. Or what does he say? What's up, gamers?
5-1 making us other 510s look bad. He ain't a roaster. All right, anyway, man. I think Cal they have a shot to win. That's the crazy part about it. It's a huge game. Late night. Things get a little wacky on the West Coast. Remember the old Pac-12 after dark? 7:30 kick?
No, because no one watched it.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. We all watched it.
I love Pac-12 after dark.
Things are going to get a little wacky tomorrow in Berkeley. We get that. We get it. Woo, we can't wait. Can't wait. What a week of the sports. All right, we had a great morning.
What jerseys are they wearing?
Are they wearing all whites? Oh, Cal, you mean?
Yeah. The yellow helmets were really cool.
We could look after the Patrick Willis jersey. We'll have that intel.
Okay, perfect.
What jerseys will both teams wear this Saturday night in Berkeley, California? All right, Patrick Willis, Pro Football Hall of Famer. will receive his pro football ring this Sunday for alumni weekend with the San Francisco 49ers, the 74 team, the 84 team, the 94 team. I think Eel Williams is going to be out there. Larry Grant's going to be out there. He's coaching City College right now, City College San Francisco. They're all going to be out there with their main man, Patrick Willis, and we had the honor to discuss that with Patrick Willis and reminisce about the old times with Patrick Willis right here on the Morning Roast. Take a listen. Another big weekend for Patrick Willis as he will receive his Pro Football Hall of Fame ring in front of the faithful this Sunday for alumni weekend for the San Francisco 49ers, and we're proud to have him on the Morning Roast. Patrick, congratulations again for being a Pro Football Hall of Famer, one of our favorite players, Shasky and I, in the history of the 49ers. We've been watching this team since basically we've been born. I know you're feeling great. What was it like to be out there in Canton, Ohio? And good morning to you, Patrick.
Hey, good morning to you all, and very much appreciated. It was a wonderful time out in Canton, just being around all of the greats. Family, friends, teammates. It was just an amazing time.
Being inducted or receiving your Pro Football Hall of Fame ring in front of the faithful, where you played in your entire career here in the Bay Area with the San Francisco 49ers, and all these teams kind of the 50th anniversary team, the 1974 team, the 1984 team, the 1994 team, all those legends that come see you receive your Pro Football Hall of Fame ring. That probably means more to you to see your teammates there to celebrate with you, right, Patrick?
Oh, man, it's going to be a great weekend. The 49ers have a rich tradition, amazing history when it comes to the game of football. And just to have all the greats back, it's really going to be special. This weekend it's not just about me. It's so much bigger than that. It's about all those, like I said, who came before me, who I inspired to want to be great, and bring a championship home. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do that, but was very fortunate to play for a great organization and is very honored.
Well, I've said this to Frank Gore, and I'm going to say it to you. I know you guys didn't win the ultimate one, but you guys were championship caliber players. And what you meant to guys our age and older at that era of candlestick football it can't be expressed enough. What you've been to some great SEC stadiums, some great ones, some iconic ones. What did Candlestick though? What separated it for you from some of these other places? Because when I think of you, Patrick, I close my eyes. I think of you on one side, Frank Gore on the other, just laying dudes out.
Man, I just got the chills just now hearing you say that. First of all, shout out to Frank Gore. Just got inducted into the 49ers Hall of Fame. Very, very much deserving. Man, heck of a teammate. But Candlestick is home. They say home is where the heart is. And I just remember coming in 2007 and just wanting to make a difference, wanting to leave my mark on the game, and to do it at Candlestick with the feeling that I now realize that, man, you can't replicate that feeling anywhere else. Candlestick to me reminded me of a true gladiator arena if I could ever have really played in one or performed in one, just because of the ambience, the way the faithful cheered for us, and it just felt tight. It just felt tight. And so I'll forever miss that place.
As Shasky mentioned, you played at Ole Miss, and we know about, we're West Coast boys, but we watch it on television, Death Valley, LSU, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the Swamp in Florida, Knoxville, Tennessee, Georgia, behind the hedges and all that. But what did you know about Candlestick before you played at Candlestick? Because you come out here to the West Coast from the South as a rookie. You get named starter in training camp at middle linebacker. What did you know about Candlestick Park? What was the reputation of Candlestick Park before you stepped foot on that grass at Candlestick Park?
That's a good question. I didn't know anything about Candlestick. I just know that wherever I was drafted, I just wanted to go there and play my best ball and make it my home. And I can say Candlestick it just gave off that gladiator mentality. Like, if you was not a football fan and you came to Candlestick, you would probably be tough, because it wasn't about, the entertainment outside. It was truly about what was going on the field at that moment. And it was just amazing to take that field with, like I said, so many who came before me, amazing players, to just be one of those ones who will be remembered, or who is remembered for playing on that field as well. So, again, just honored to be a part of that rich tradition.
Pat, that 2011 team just meant so much to so many people. The way you guys came out of nowhere and just dominated. To this day, that defense is one that I hold in such high regard. And I know you're too humble to say yourself, so let's take you off, okay? Bo, Ahmed Brooks, Justin Smith, Alden, Ray McDonald, Isaac Sopoaga, Hawk, Hittner. Who was the baddest dude on that defense? If I took you off and you couldn't say yourself, who was the baddest dude on that defense?
Patrick in some trouble, man.
Man, what?
Because that defense, I know that the Saints game everyone remembers. I think it gets lost in the sauce. The way you guys attacked the Giants in that game, in the rain, in that NFC, it's one of the great games I've ever seen. I still think it's an Ahmed Bradshaw fumble that they blew way too soon, and you guys were all over Eli in that game.
Yeah, I'll say that, man, shout out to all those guys. When people ask me about the game of football, when they, say, encore, come back. I'm like, can I bring back the crew? Can I bring back my guys? Because, man, what people don't understand, you spend a lot of days with your teammates. You go through the highs, you go through the lows, and I wouldn't have been who I was had it not been for great teammates like Justin, Ray, Bo, Takeo, Isaac, Abrayo, I mean, I could go on. Just Deshaun, so many guys. So I couldn't just say one, but if I am going to say one, I'm always about, the elders. I say the elders, about the old heads. And I would have to say probably Cowboy. Cowboy. He was like, man, I have great respect for all my teammates and great respect for him for how he came over to the Niners. I was just my second year in the league, still trying to still green behind the ears, trying to figure it out, and to have a teammate like Cowboy and Takeo, those are ultimate teammates. And just shout out to all my teammates and coaches who I was able to take the field with, share the highs and lows with, teach me the things that they did as they did. And so just very much, man, appreciative of this journey.
Yeah, Cowboy was sick. He made an all-pro team in two different positions. Who does that, right? D tackle. He was amazing. Justin Smith, that is. We're talking to Patrick Willis, the Pro Football Hall of Famer. He's going to get his ring in front of the faithful this Sunday when the Niners take on the Arizona Cardinals, number 52. And we can sit here and talk about all your great plays. The hit on Brad Smith against the New York Jets. The pick six up in Seattle where you go like 70, 80 yards, which was just truly iconic there. But it's one of the moments after a game that I really cherish. And with all your pregame speeches, when you turned into a leader, Patrick, and you're like, we got to have it, you're giving us chills like Fred Warner does today. It was a moment I always tell Shashki about. You guys beat the Falcons in the NFC Championship game. You're getting interviewed by Fox after the game to go to the Super Bowl, and Frank Gore runs up to you mid-interview, hugs you, and you can see the tears flowing. Do you remember that moment? Because that moment right there was signified that you two guys who were with this organization, that was an afterthought for so many years, had finally got to the mountaintop and it became relevant and finally accomplished something. Do you remember that moment, Patrick?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know what it is right now this morning, but man, you're making my muscles, I'm getting chills for some reason. Like the muscle on the back of my neck standing up, because I remember those times, and like I said, just what that day meant to us, us being those guys who had, everybody in the locker room, but really when I came in, like I said, in 2007, man, I feel like it wasn't the best football. It was chaos. I feel like I was leaving college and come to the pros just to have the same experience again. I remember being like, guys, we really this is going to happen. I'm going to get drafted and come to a team that I'm going to feel the same way I felt when I was in college. Like we're not able to win any games, but what makes it amazing is that we are the faithful for a reason. And I just remember telling myself, I'm going to work every day like it's my last, and we're going to turn this thing around. And if not, then I'm going to die trying to do it. Mm-hmm. And to see us, like I said, have that big win, to turn it around as we did, to experience the winning, to bring back that winning feeling, man, it made me feel as if I was a part of the old school, hearing about all the greatness that they did, because that was a lot that drove me, because I heard so much about and knew so much about the earlier teams that came before us. And I was like, man, I have great respect for them, and I want to be legendary like those guys. So in order to do that, you got to go out and win and not just get close. And again, that's one of those things when you look back over your career, man, to have gotten to the Super Bowl, don't want to take that away, but you obviously wanted to win it as well, because something just sounds good when you hear Super Bowl champion, and Hall of Fame. Man, that's so. But I'm grateful, and again, just grateful for the journey to Caden.
You represented being a Niner unlike anyone else. I mean, you're the class personified, giving everything on every single play. My brother's favorite player by far. My grandfather, who's been following this team since the beginning at Kezar, used to always say Pat could play in any era on any team and be the best player on the field.
True 3-down linebacker, Shasky. True 3-down linebacker.
Just one of the baddest dudes ever. What was the most physical game you were ever in as a Niner? Because I'm thinking in my head like that. The NFC Championship game against, obviously, the Seahawks up in Seattle was one that sticks out. I know you had that game in Green Bay in the frozen tundra where you guys won on a field goal. The game against the Saints, even though it was high scoring, hitting or laying out Pierre Thomas before the game even started. What was the hardest hitting game you were ever a part of as a Niner?
I would say, man, you just named some amazing games too that was physical across the board. But I would say it was always something about playing Seattle. Believe it or not, when we played Seattle, in my last few years, I started playing the dime a whole lot, was playing the dime a whole lot, and so having to do a lot of coverage. So there would be weeks when I would have to drop some weight because I'm like, man, I'm covering the tight end this week, and this tight end is very elusive, and so I have to be light on my toes. But it was something about when we played Seattle, even though they had the tight ends they had at the time, I still had to come in heavy than normal because I knew there was a run first. They wanted to be a run first, play action team, and having beast mode over there. Man, it was never a dull, not physical game. And so I would just say probably Seattle because I always felt like it was it was something about that matchup. Every game is physical.
Yeah, no, we know all about that matchup. We still can't stand Seattle. We can't wait for next Thursday. Cannot stand them, man. Oh, man. But it's truly one of the most physical, iconic football games ever, even though we came in on a short end. Patrick, I'm going to play the soundbite for you, and I want you to take us back through this moment. A special knock on your door. Take a listen, Patrick.
P. Willie.
Oh, man.
Willis.
Oh, man.
Welcome to the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024.
All right, man.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
It's an honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
Now, Patrick, I know you're a very humble human being. We know that from covering you and watching you play and knowing your backstory on how you grew up and where you came from. And I know the Hall of Fame, if you got there, you're ecstatic about it. I get it. If you didn't get in, you'll move on in life and have a great life or whatnot. But when you did get that knock and you saw Bryant Young at your door, who also is a very understated, humble human being, who's one of the greatest Niner defensive linemen of all time, take us back to that moment when you heard that knock.
Yeah, it was a surreal moment when I opened. When I got the knock, so much came back. I'm elated beyond words because I just remember telling myself, man, so many greats came before me, so many guys who I think are, worthy of, being a Hall of Famer or even being talked about. They're either not in or, they're either not in or just, far away. And so I always just told myself that control what you can control. If it's supposed to happen, it will happen. And I just said, Lord, I'm going to keep the faith. If it's supposed to happen one day, it will happen. And so when that knock happened, it was amazing because it was BY, but also because it was time. I didn't have to, I didn't have to worry anymore. I didn't have to have that feeling of like, man, I feel like, what else, are you supposed to do? Like what, other than just, keep on going. But I'm like, the time came. And so, yeah, just it was so many feelings that went through at that moment, but truly it was just an honor and just a special day. And I'm glad it was BY because, again, I just remember, 2007, BY was one of those guys that was here grinding, and to have that moment and share with him, it was special.
You know, Pat, you mentioned Marshawn Lynch, and obviously when I think of that era, there were so many great running backs that you went up against, and there's so many great moments. You shutting down Adrian Peterson on multiple occasions, catching LaDainian Tomlinson from behind, all the battles with Steven Jackson, who was a forgotten stud of that era. Who was if Marshawn, I know Marshawn's on a short list, but who were the tough guys to go up against at running back? Because it felt like you had the ultimate combination of speed and power, and so you can kind of go up against any one of those guys, but who was the toughest for you to go up against?
Yeah, truthfully, when people used to ask me this early on, I would say this, and I'm going to say it again. I would say Steven Jackson. Going against him twice, in my division, big guy. He had a jump cut. He could run. He could stiff arm. And I just always remember telling myself, man, when you get there, you got to come with it. I mean, I'm coming with it every play, but most definitely with him. And I'm like, and watch out for the stiff arm. Get ready to swipe, tackle, swipe, tackle, swipe, tackle. And so I just, I enjoyed the battles that I had against him. Like you said, for me, it was my mentality. Every game was either me or you. And if it's you, I won't be allowed to see it. If it's me, dust yourself off and let's go do it again.
You had that Senior Bowl where Mike Nolan and Mike Singletary was there, and Singletary was all over you. And we kind of had a feeling, it's like, you know what, Willis may be our guy. And that picture, so I never forget when they introduced you at your first rookie introductory press conference next to Joe Staley. So when Joe Staley retired, I think I posted that picture. It was like, wow, end of an era. And it's you and Joe Staley hanging up the jerseys. But what was it like playing for Mike Singletary? Because your pregame speeches, became a thing of legend. Like, we play Fred Warner stuff, but then you're just like spitting, and you got spit everywhere. And just, we gotta have it. And this guy Shasky's getting pumped up. I'm getting pumped up. Who inspired those? How did you walk into a pregame speech? Did you do what you were gonna say? Did it just come off the top of the head? Take us through that, Patrick.
Yeah, I would try to write. When I first did it the first time, I was like, all right, cool. I thought maybe next week someone else was gonna get it, then another captain, and then someone else. But before you know it, it was me doing it, back to back, and I was like, oh man, like I got to think of things to say. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna say, and so I would try to write all this. I would try to write all these things, and truthfully, when I got out there, right before it was time to, call us up, I'd be thinking like, all right, everything I wrote. I try to think about everything I wrote, but then it was this feeling that I would feel, and that I would notice when I looking at my teammates. You looking them in the eye, you feeling the aura, you feeling the vibes, you feeling the mood, and I would just look at the guys, and it was just, my soul would come alive, because man, I'm not out there just playing just to be playing. Like, it means something, and I would just speak from the soul, and just let it out. And what you guys felt was my authenticity, my passion for the game, and that's why I knew, when that time came, that it was getting time to step away from the game, because I didn't have that same pat, that same something. And so, I cherish those moments. I cherish those times. And again, playing for someone like Coach Singletary, it was intense, but I was very fortunate to have him, because I remember this, and I was thinking about it the other day. I remember the game we played. Could have been my first game at Candlestick. We played against the Cardinals, actually. I think the Cardinals
was
actually
Monday
Night Football, right?
Yeah, Arnaz Battle scored a touchdown.
Yeah, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, so it was either that game or it could have been a ladder. But I remember, man, my rookie year, I would get these feelings where I'm like, I think I'm about to pass out. Like, I would literally be out there, starting the game. And I don't know if it's anxiety. Something I was like, man, I feel like I'm about to pass out. And a couple of times, Derek Smith, he's like, Rook, you okay? Oh yeah, I'll be all right. So I remember this one time being on the sideline, and Coach Singletary looked at me. He always had a thing when he would look at me like, Pat, you good? Let's go, son. You're going to put in the work all week. You ready? And he looked at me. He's like, Pat, you okay? I said, Coach, I think I'm about to pass out. He said, you okay? I said, Coach, I think I'm about to pass out. And he said, Pat, calm before the storm, son. And you are the storm. And I'll never forget when he told me that. I remember saying to myself, you know what? You're right. I've put in all this work since I was a kid. Since I was a kid, all the way through every level. I was like, I'm supposed to be here in this moment. This is my time. Take a deep breath, go out there and get it done. So, man, having Coach Singletary be very intense. But just as it was intense, it was an honor to have him because of what he was able to do. Just being him.
I love that. And Shasky, he had Mike Singletary introduce him or induct him to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame 2 years ago.
God, I love hearing these stories, Bill Willis. I appreciate your time with us. One more before you get going here. Like, when I see Jerry at the stadium, it still feels like he's part of the team. And I love how involved he is with the team and hanging out with the fans. And I've seen you a lot the last couple years at the stadium. And so that's awesome because, I mean, Pat, you are a Niner and you will always be a Niner for Niner fans. You mean so much. You're around the team a lot. How often do you talk to Fred Warner? Because I've heard, Fred always references you, and I've heard you referencing him in certain interviews. And I'm just curious what your guys' relationship is right now. And as someone who is at the stadium a lot, what's it like to see somebody kind of, like number 54, roaming the middle of the field? I mean, they're very different than the way you played, but I mean, he's holding up that tradition of middle linebacker the way you did.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Fred. And yeah, it's always a pleasure to be around the faithful, to be around the Niners, and so always grateful for that. But yeah, man, seeing Fred ball the way that he's balling out there is tremendous. He has been doing it since he's been in the league. I'm a big fan of him and Dre, the combo that they have. Dre is missed, but yeah, man, Fred is all pro so far this year. I mean, he's starting off well as a defensive player of the year candidate. I'm rooting for him. That's that's the accolade that, I was not fortunate enough to win in my time, but I'm most definitely rooting for him that he can continue to have this great season that he's having. But man, shout out to him and everything that he's doing and the way he's been leading the Niners since the day that he's got in. And again, man, I'm just rooting for them to go ahead and go get it done because, it doesn't get any easier as the years come, but he's most definitely doing it at a high level.
Oh, man, it's going to be fun on Sunday to see all the alumni come out, the 74 team, 84 team, 94 team, all of Patrick Willis' teammates. Hopefully most of them can make it out there at Levi Stadium. I know Ian Williams is supposed to be out here. Shout out big Ian Williams. I miss him around here. Larry Grant's going to be all those guys, man. Navarro Bowman. Chargers play this week? Chargers, do they have a bye? So Navarro Bowman, maybe Jim Harbaugh makes an appearance this Sunday for Alumni Weekend. But congrats to Patrick Willis. He's getting his Pro Football Hall of Fame ring in front of the faithful this Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. With that said, we got a lot going on here, Shasky. A lot going on. You can replay that interview. Go to the Odyssey app, download that bad boy. Go on YouTube at 95.7 The Game. A lot of fun with Patrick Willis for 20 minutes. We could have done another 20 minutes with P. Willie, one of the best linebackers in 49ers franchise history. All right, should we do 4-down territory? We got, what else do we have? We got Call of the Week.
Let's do Call of the Week. We only have time for 4-down territory.
All right, Call of the Week. We can do quick 4-down territory. Call of the Week first.
Sam's just not prepared.
No, that's what I think. BPA, good morning.
Let's go.
Beautiful day. Yeah, it was like Walking Dead of Farhan Shills on Twitter yesterday. Just, trying to put him down for good. But,
they won't die, yeah, right? Hey, they won't die. They multiply.
It's amazing. Buster's really going to need to go in there and clean house on the in the front office, get those burner accounts out of the building. But hey, congrats to you guys though. Right, you guys had the guts to put a stake in the ground early before really was popular for anyone else to, and there really should be consequences for Bags and all these guys just completely reversing course. And all of a sudden, this guy that they just absolutely shilled for years, now it's, Farhan doesn't have social skills or doesn't understand how to anyway.
Oh, man, that was the Call of the Week. Caller to the Morning Roast said if your call is better than the rest, you could be named the Caller of the Week, too. This week's Caller of the Week. Is it his first Call of the Week?
I don't know. That was a great call.
He's had a couple.
It was like he was toasting us.
Oh, man. Maybe we give an award for the most calls of the week. I don't know, but BPA
is winning something at the Doobie Awards this year, unlike last year.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted to give him Roaster of the Year. I was like, whoa, hang on tight here.
Well, it's not that we wanted him to be Roaster of the Year. It's that he won Roaster of the Year, but then there was a change at the last second to make it Gene.
There was a La La Land Moonlight kind of scenario. Shout out the Oscars from a few years back.
Exactly.
4-down territory. Let's do a quick one.
There was a meme on the internet that said, post a picture of what IDAGF or whatever, I don't give a, and it was a picture of Garoppolo with the ball in his hand pointing deep
I thought it was one with his eyes closed in Super Bowl 54 when he threw the pick and he closed his eyes and just chucked it.
Sam, first down.
First down.
All right, guys, first down. If we got to go fast here. So if not the Niners, where does Devontae Adams end up?
Oh, I'll say Jets.
I'm going to go wild card here. I'm going to go Saints.
I'm going to agree with you, Shasky. I think the Saints.
I think he's going to the Steelers.
I'm going to change my answer. I'm going to say Buffalo Bills.
Oh, that would be dynamic.
Shakir's out this week against the Texans.
Second down.
Who has the worst quarterback situation in the NFL right now?
Oh, it's the Carolina Panthers. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, you're playing Andy Dalton, for Christ's sake.
I'm going to say the Miami Dolphins. You got a $200 million quarterback who we don't know what his brain is right now, Tua Tagovailoa, and you're out there playing Snoop Huntley. I'm going to say the Miami Dolphins.
It's not even close. It's the Las Vegas Raiders. They're getting Jimmy. They had Jimmy last year that made Devontae want to quit, and now they bring in Gardner Minshew, who makes him want to quit again. So it's the Las Vegas Raiders, who lost to your Carolina Panthers and Andy Dalton, by the way, got destroyed.
I can't believe that.
I think I would either go the Dolphins or, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who also dumped a bunch of money on a quarterback that you look at him now, it's like Trevor Lawrence. Oof, buddy. I'm not liking that.
I was going to say Clemson, maybe.
It's third down.
Guys, we're a quarter of the way through the season. Who's your MVP so far?
Sam Darnold.
Oh, wow.
Team goes.
Whoa.
He's Offensive Player of the Month in the NFL.
I'm sticking with Josh Allen.
All right.
I, too, will go with Josh Allen. He's carrying Buffalo right now.
Did you see what happened last week in Baltimore?
It's one game.
Have you seen what Sam Darnold has done in 4?
Yeah. There's also another, 13 weeks.
I've said right now the MVP.
Yeah,
through 4 games.
And I'm going long term.
Wow,
I still believe.
You guys just hate on Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I think Kevin O'Connell is Coach of the Year currently.
Oh.
Through the first 4 weeks, I think Brock Purdy has been a top 5 quarterback. And if he continues this, he will win the MVP.
I like that.
Yeah, but the question was third down. Who's the MVP through the first 4 weeks of the season?
I think Brock Purdy has been the most impressive quarterback through the first 4 weeks of the NFL season. So I'm taking Brock Purdy.
If the Commanders make the playoffs, Jaden Daniels is going to be in that mix.
All right, fourth down.
Fourth down.
You guys are just in love with Josh Allen. Jeez.
A little bit.
I said Brock Purdy.
No, not you.
No, I'll wear it. So fourth down.
I love Josh.
We go from MVP. So a lot of people like to do LVP, but I'm going to switch it up. Who's the least valuable coach right now in the NFL?
Antonio Pierce. Gosh. I mean, guys are leaving him. I mean, what are we talking about here? Are you kidding me? He's clearly the 4th worst coach in his own division.
Oh, man, the least valuable coach.
I mean, come on.
The LVP right now, though?
I would put Eberflus on a short list, too.
Matt Eberflus is right up there, but I'm going with a shocker. Right now, Mike McDaniel down in Miami doesn't look like he has a lot of answers, and he looks a little dazed and confused.
Speaking of woke and coke, he looks like a coke dealer.
Shout out Miami.
It is sad, but it's true.
I'm going to throw our favorite punching bag out there, Nick Sirianni, the clown show that he's got going up in Philadelphia right now.
We need him to keep winning, though.
And I'll take the obvious. The only team that has not had a win this year is the Jacksonville Jaguars and Doug Peterson.
Yeah,
he's on the hot seat.
And he threw the players on the bus. Well, sometimes players got to make a play. All right, fast five. Fast five. My final thought is I always get a kick out of these random numbers from the 415-650-628-606-561. It's the same text. Vontae Pollard going to rock his sleeveless shirt to Cal Miami like he's Pat McAfee, getting camera shots all show during ESPN College Game Day. It's the same guy texting from different area codes like I walk around like I'm worth $1 million. My final thought is Cal Berkeley is going to be fun tomorrow. It's going to be very, very fun. To you and Cal.
My final thought is that the Niners have to win on Sunday, and they have to stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, people. Get the IVs out early. If I was Trent Williams, I would do a preeminent IV before the game starts so he doesn't miss any snaps. I mean, I mean, geez Louise, you'd think he was a king. Trent Williams the fourth.
Oh, man.
There's only one king.
There is only one king.
My
Yeah,
final thought is
so good.
I'm super stoked for Cal Miami. For everyone going, let's have some good vibes tomorrow. If you're going to College game day, get there early or else you'll be standing way back in the crowd. I'm excited to see what that's going to look like on game day tomorrow on TV. They got a great place there that they picked right in front of the library on campus. So I'm excited for a very, very fun one tomorrow. I hope Miami wins because if I have to sit in the stands and watch Cal storm the field, that's going to be very, very sad.
Sam, it will be the oldest crowd in College game day history.
There's nothing. Don't discount the Cal students for showing up, man.
Let me just tell you something. My nephew just graduated
students
from there.
on that campus.
The students don't care about football. Newsflash.
Okay, well, when you go to the game tomorrow and you see that packed student section, they're going to be giving you grief for it. You bought this on yourself.
They will not be giving. It'd be like the nerds stare off like they do.
Cal Twitter, I know you're listening right now. At ButcherBoy415 on Twitter.
Hey.
Do your thing, Cal Twitter.
Hey, Cal student section, Cal Berkeley, I can't wait to meet all of you. I cannot wait to meet you. Master Roaster here. They call me the King of the Bay. I'm not really a king in my own damn household. I, Bonte Hill, love the Cal Berkeley fans. You guys are passionate, intense. I know what you do. Go do what you do tomorrow and make the Hurricanes feel like they're a long way away from Miami, even though they really are.
I think a streak's coming to an end this weekend, boys.
We're streaking in the quad?
One of the great streaks that no one talks about in the NFL. The Raiders have beaten the Broncos 8 straight times.
Oh, my God.
8 straight.
That is a streak.
Since they've moved to Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Raiders have never lost to the Denver Broncos, which is a stat.
What?
I think they get their first one on Sunday in Denver, and Bo Nix might throw for negative 40 yards, and they'll still win.
You know,
because I have such little faith. No Max Crosby, probably. He's been dealing with a high ankle sprain. It's not a good time right now for the Silver and Black boys.
The New York Giants had lost 12 of 13 to the Cowboys.
And they lost 13 straight, right?
No, it was 12 of 13.
Was it 12 or 13?
I couldn't believe that.
No, I could. They've been awful. And Malik Neighbors
you can't sneak a couple wins in.
By the way, I want to do Bonte's best bet starting next week. My best bet this week is Seattle over the New York Giants. They're going to bounce back on a short week. Malik Neighbors is not playing. He's out due to the concussion. Hurts my fantasy teams. Malik Neighbors not playing. Lock of the week, Seattle. I don't even know what the spread is. Lock of the week. And that's just for us. Where is my read? It is right here. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a great weekend, Roasters. We'll see you on Monday. Will the Niners win? Will Cal win? Oh, and by the way, Warriors preseason opener today. You can see LA Clippers out in Hawaii. I will be watching preseason basketball. Let's go. As we're saying out loud, Shaska and I, that we both believe this team can make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
On World Pest Day, let's make
points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Donut butt.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
No chance.
Oh, baby, what's up?
There's no chance that what I'm hearing is true. None. Zero. There's no chance that a few thousand people are going to show up at Berkeley at 5 a.m. tomorrow. No chance.
You're tripping.
Please.
You are tripping, Steiny.
Six
it's going
homeless
down.
guys pushing a shopping cart and 4 tweakers. Come on.
Whoa. Now, hey, dude, it's going down in B-Town tomorrow, man. Come on. I believe this is the biggest regular season college football game in my lifetime outside of the big game. I am so sick and tired of it. And the guys in the morning did a great job of talking college football and what this game means, Steiny. But will you tell me to slow my roll if I think people are going to show out? It's going to be sold out. And you got game day here, an iconic morning show. Berkeley, you're on the clock. You're on the map. We got to show out. And according to what I do tonight with my old ass, maybe I'm there at 6:15.
No chance.
Who knows? Yeah.
Anybody heading out to Berkeley tomorrow?
Well, we all are. Bonte Shasky, Evan, Lucas, Lubman, myself, Spadoni.
We're saying we are at this point.
No, we're in. We're locked and loaded.
I mean, I'm going to try to make it out there.
Oh, boy.
What is, who's had, seriously, you think there's going to be a couple thousand out there? At 6 a.m? I
really do.
Spadoni's shaking his head yes.
Yeah, I really do.
All right. If anybody's going out there at 6, why?
And we'll look bad if not. And I'm saying we. Well,
we're not a college football area.
But we all, the guys that work here and my friends, they are diehard college football. I just hate the rap that we get out here.
Well, it's true. The rap we get is earned. We don't like college sports out here.
Well, stop.
I know.
I hate that.
You know what's funny is I was talking to this
Harry.
is my buddy.
Harry?
No, Dana.
Okay.
And I thought about it this way. Bay Area doesn't like college sports. That's what the media says. Well, first of all, I kind of think it's true. But has it become a self-fulfilling prophecy? In other words, yeah, we don't talk a lot of college sports on the radio, so it's not a big college sports area. There's not a lot of coverage of the college teams on TV. They're not prominent out here?
No, hold on.
Stop, don't try to talk me into something.
Players. When Duke played Cal Berkeley back in the day in the tournament and Jay Kidd and Lamont Murray, that was like we believe.
29 years ago.
My point is we got to have the players. John Elway, when he was quarterback in Stanford, it was a buzz.
So you think it's the biggest game in the Bay in decades?
No, for me.
Football.
Yeah, I believe in.
Hey,
and Evan pointed out.
Who's starting a quarterback tomorrow for Cal?
The young Latin quarterback, Mexican quarterback.
That's the running back for the Niners, Isaac Guerrero, you're thinking of.
Stop. Come on, Steiny, put some respect. If we get the players, you would get the buzz. I believe.
No, you don't. When Cal had Aaron Rodgers, they were 4th in the country.
Well, that happened.
But I'll bet you barely remember.
I remember Elway with Stanford. We were going to those games.
You have never been to the farm.
David Shaw is from the Union. Nitwit?
No chance. Hey, that's my word.
It felt good, too. Hey, D. Shaw from the Union, baby.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh. You thinking of Mendoza?
Yeah.
Fernando? Mm-hmm. Is that his name?
Oh, I'm guessing, but Mendoza, I think that's it.
See, I told you. Anybody going tomorrow at 6 a.m.?
Why do you think they're in town?
Nary a call.
Why do you think they're in town? Seriously, though, Steiny.
They're pushing the ACC. Cal's in the ACC.
I got you.
I just found that out today. I think one of the big reasons is it's because it's a quirky kind of game. Miami at Cal?
Dude.
Yeah, you know,
all that history
it's a different kind of
with
game.
The Canes.
Are you a history buff?
Dude, that is great. Dude, all that history with Miami, for them to be out here, I just think it's an honor. And that's why I'm going to see Cal. Hopefully they can pull something off, Steiny. But A lot of people are saying, Goo, it's bigger than the result of the game. It's the fact that game day's here. Again, that show in the morning, as early as you talked about, are we going to show out? Are we going to come out and show out the fans?
Yeah. See, this is where you got to be careful, though, on a day like today. And I think the best thing to do is handle a day like today, if we're going to talk about college football, Goo, with sincerity. We got to discuss this with sincerity.
Yeah, well,
and
the
510 on the Comcast business text line says, biggest college game? You must have forgotten all the games with Aaron Rodgers. Or you must have forgotten when Andrew Luck was at Stanford.
Well, tell me when game day was here.
Hey.
No, I'm just saying to that little smart ass.
I'm just reading the text.
I get the Aaron Rodgers era, but it didn't get game day or anything like that out here.
You didn't have game day back then.
They had some type of game day. Do you know what I'm talking about?
650. Unfortunately, it's true. College sports just not huge around here.
I think that's because of the talent compared to other places. We don't get the big
Stanford
guys.
Athletics has won more national championships than like any school in the world.
Name their last one.
Probably women's volleyball. They always win there.
I'd say baseball.
Okay.
But you know what I mean.
I know.
They're not filtered. Stanford, oh, you got some, but come on, man.
I
It
get
ain't the U. It ain't Florida State. It ain't USC.
Exactly. So, just acknowledge where we're at. We're a pro region, professional sports region.
Yeah.
Anybody going out there tomorrow morning at 6? Be honest. Come on. Are you serious?
I believe Evan's going.
Let me be honest.
Be there. Okay, why wouldn't I be there?
Bet?
What would I be doing?
Bet me.
I get up at 5:15, 5:20.
Then why do you get here at 9:30 every day?
I'm coming from SAC, you ass. That's 2 hours, sometimes 3. And then I got to deal with you when I come in here. Damn. You try it. 2 hours to come see you and deal with your crap. I should be in a mental ward. I'm sorry, Sonny. It was a long commute today, buddy. Don't poke me, man. Jesus, I'm thinking about my life, man. 2-3 hours to get to you daily.
That might be your greatest take ever.
Oh, man. And yesterday there was something with the Bay Bridge going home. I couldn't get on. I texted you.
Yeah,
Thank you for texting, not texting back.
Well, I was gone.
had to go around.
With San Mateo?
Yeah. I got to SAC at 7 p.m. After leaving here at 3. Maybe I'm still wearing it.
Let me be honest. Evan, you're gonna try to get out there?
I am actually.
Really?
Yes.
All right.
Now,
well, Marshawn Lynch is going to be there.
Get good. Beast mode.
Oh man, at least it's payday.
It's not. It's not. That's how you know you got paper. Dude, come on. And he really thought it was payday.
Hey.
Must be nice, brother.
Hey. By the way,
cafeteria on you.
Get off me.
By the way, this is to all you out there in the Bay, and you know who I'm talking to. In your face, Kirk Cousins. Oh, my.
He threw a pick the series before.
You're the worst.
That game should have been over, man. 4th and 15,
you know what?
let's go for it.
Yeah, he stinks.
I didn't say he stinks.
Let's wait for him to throw. He needs to throw for 600 yards next week.
Stop.
600 yards? Is that what he needs?
Take that to the
509.
The passing yards are down.
Let me tell you who took notice of that. One Kyle Shanahan. Woo!
Oh, boy.
I actually want to talk about that game because there was a decision made in that game that was fascinating to me, and it ended up working out.
Yep.
But, boy, it was gutsy.
Normally, how about this?
At the time.
Normally it doesn't. You know what I mean? That 4th and 15 stops like, oh, boy.
True.
But they had all 3 timeouts and stopped them.
And how about this? I come in today, and I got a little theory about the NFL and young quarterbacks.
Let's go.
Of course, I run it by Evan. He's like, hey, no. Yeah, no, that's wrong. You know what I said?
You mean forgetful Evan. I'm mad at him.
You know what? I don't
2
want to think.
days in a row,
I don't want to think about it.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about it.
All right, go ahead.
408 says we should have a pre-meetup for other gamers to meet up somewhere, and then we all go to the game.
Well, we're doing that.
We are doing that. What's the place we're going to?
I'm going to be at Blondie's.
They don't even have alcohol there.
Well, It's going to be 6:30 in the morning. Honestly, we might get a beer.
Oh, they do.
Yeah. I'm excited, and I'm trying to figure out why.
I am too.
And you and the boss and Evan just threw something at me. I said, well, what if Cal pulls this off and wins? They're like, no, don't talk about that. Like, it's bigger than the outcome, but Cal's off to a good start. I guess what I'm asking, partner, could Cal win this game if they pull off the upset and birth new Cal Berkeley football fans?
Yeah, probably not. Go Green Wave.
Tulane.
I think Miami's 8th in the country, something like that. That'll be fun out there.
They got action.
See, I'm done discussing sports like this. The man had 60 passing attempts, Steiny. Of course he's going to throw for 500. See, that's not what I'm going for today.
Oh, boy.
That's not at all what I'm going for. What I'm going for is to celebrate performance today. How about Pete Alonso?
Dude, that was incredible.
Kind of bummed. I was rooting for Milwaukee.
They got a We Believe type crowd, but I want to see the Metropolitan crowd be able to show out in a series. Dude, it's never over. Sports, man. It's never over.
Coming from the guy who thinks a game's over 4 minutes in when it's 7-0 in football.
Quietly, Spadoni has not tweeted that in almost a year. He did, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Warriors start the preseason tomorrow. No Andrew Wiggins. Oh, boy.
Under the weather?
Yeah. How can he be under the weather if you're in Hawaii? I mean, come on. All right, 888-957-9570. Still looking for one guy going out to Cal tomorrow to be with Kirk Herbstreit and McAfee and the main man, Lee Corso. Yeah. He's going to put. This is when he puts on those hats, right? This is good. I'll watch it. Yeah, maybe I'll put.
2-0.
All right, let's see. Let me get going here. That segment brought to you by a place we're going to be at next Thursday, the Veranda.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Go watch party.
I'm done discussing sports.
Oh, no.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tedford era Cal alum here. Marshawn put out the call, and I'll be there with a modest crew at 4:30 in the morning.
Damn. Let's go.
Jeez. All right. I'll be out there. Not at 4:30 in the morning.
But you're an early riser, though.
6:49 is usually when I set the alarm.
Uh-oh. Not as early as I thought.
6:49 a.m. And then I usually hit the snooze once, 9 minutes. Get up at 6:58.
Yeah. Shower.
Shower about 15 minutes after I get up. And then go have a breakfast sandwich.
There you go.
And then come into work.
Herm Edwards, Cal alumni.
Oh.
Tony Gonzalez.
I mean, we could do this all day if you want.
I don't know about all day. Ron
I could do
Rivera?
it all day, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Ron Rivera. And see, I was coming out of the blocks hot today, but got sidetracked by Cal football.
This is a big game.
Okay. I want to talk about this 4th and 15 last night.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Goo.
I couldn't believe as I was in the car driving, listening to it.
So Atlanta's down 3. They're down 3, the Falcons. They have 4th and 15 at their own 20.
I couldn't believe
4th and 15.
All right, go ahead.
At their own 20, they have all 3 timeouts.
Punt it.
I'm like, okay, punt this, get a hold. They went for it. Cousins throws an interception.
Oh,
Not his fault. He just had to make a play.
Oh, please.
And then all of a sudden, Tampa Bay's got the ball. 1st and 10 at Atlanta's like 30 or 28.
Night.
So they're already in field goal range.
Yes, right.
But they held.
I just, wow, man.
And then field goal was missed. Boom. Go down, tie it, and win it in overtime. I was thinking that's a terrible call, but then I was thinking, well, wait a minute. You got to get a stop anyway. So if they punt it down, if they punt that, and the Bucs have the ball, let's say at their own 25, 1st and 10.
1 first down,
They've been moving the ball all night long. Yeah. They have 30 points already.
But they're conservative.
Who?
The Tampa Bay or the team that had the lead like that. They're not trying.
What I'm going for is to celebrate performance today. I'm going to Pete a lot. All right.
Yeah.
It's always disconcerting hearing your own voice. But yeah, one first down, then by Tampa Bay, it's over.
Right.
But when Tampa Bay gets the ball at the 28, now they got to, what do?
Yeah.
You try to push it in for a score? Yeah.
And what about, people would have been coming for Morris's head, the head coach for the Falcons, Donnie. They got to delay a game before the game time kick.
It's just to push the field goal back to a more comfortable range.
Yeah, right. Get your act together. There is no reset. When I saw that flag, I said, holy cannoli.
Well, hold on.
He made it.
Did I mess something
up? And I was
here?
behind you guys, too, on the vine.
Play by play.
Yeah, you guys already hit the game was over, and I'm waiting for the kick to go through to tie it. But, man.
Touchdown.
You got it right.
Field goal, 30.
Holy cannoli.
No, they punted. They punted. That wasn't the fumble. The fumble was the possession before that. Yeah, somebody said they fumbled. Tampa Bay fumbled the possession before that. That gave the Falcons the ball. 1st and 10 at their own 20. That's the one where they got to the 4th down, threw an interception, and then Tampa Bay got minus 14 yards on their drive.
Man, shame. And then what about the pass from Atlanta to where they spiked it with 1 second left?
Brilliant.
Like you are living on the edge, but it panned out.
I'm not sure Shanahan would do that.
Man.
It's gutsy. But you have to have a quarterback that knows time and situation. It's something Purdy's got to work on.
What is Spadoni text, or was that you, Kirk Clutchins? That's a 4. Last night it was.
Quietly raising his record to 9-12 now. Primetime games. Nobody can't get the big one. Big one.
Those are facts.
They're not facts.
We'll see.
Falcons have a better record than Niners right now. Hey,
I said Deshaun Jackson, Cal alum. Somebody said Deshaun. I said this, D-Jack. Catch him on TV.
I mean, are you just going to blurt out names of Cal grads over the years?
Maybe. We'll see.
Anyway, the way the Falcons handled that was interesting because I think he knew what he was doing, actually, and he knew it was risky, but he said, I'm going to do it anyway. Anyway, so here's what I was thinking last night because I tend to look at sports differently. So we're coming into this year, 49ers, and, they got weaponry. Oh, God, do they have weaponry. Oh, they got McCaffrey.
You're talking to me.
And they got Debo. Oh, and they got
Kittle.
Ayuk and Kittle. So we're coming into the year, and we're all saying, Brock Purdy's, how good is he? What do you pay him? Well, do you pay him? Yeah, you're going to have to pay him. What is it, 40? Is it 50? You know what? He's got to get paid. Like, he's the most important player on the team right now.
Yeah.
Like, if I told you, like, Brock Purdy's been the most reliable player on the Niners, but their weapons haven't done anything.
Well, he's the maestro of the weapons.
Right. So my point is this.
He's been the most important player, Stoney, since he took over.
Well, then why did McCaffrey finish higher in the MVP race? See, that's what I'm getting at. But now, this is the question, Goo. So you're going to have to pay Purdy. He's earned it. He deserves it.
All right.
So you have McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo Samuel.
Yes, sir.
Who are the three guys? Like, you can't keep them all.
Yeah, right. And
so who are the 3 of 4 that you're keeping, and who are you not keeping?
Well,
you have to keep Purdy, but you have to pay him.
Yeah.
So which one of these 4? McCaffrey's missed the whole season. Kittle's missed the game. Ayuk's off to a bad start. Debo Samuel's been hurt. They've all kind of been a little unreliable in their own way.
Well, Kittle right now is penciled in for me. And the reason I say that
is the guy to lose?
No, is the guy that is one of the 3 that remains. I don't know what's going on. And we talked about it with Willard and Dibbs, Stoney. I just do not know what's going on with Brandon Ayuk from a personal standpoint. I don't know if there's bad blood, but if there is, then his ass can get traded or something could pop off in the offseason. I thought it was going to be Debo Samuel, and I appreciate everything he's done, Stoney. But I'll say this. I mean, right now, I got to go Kittle, Debo, and I feel like I don't want to just do this for Friday for effect. What if McCaffrey's career is in the balance and he never can come back? So that naturally would take himself out of that, but that's extreme. But if not, those would be my 3 right now. I think Brandon Ayuk is on the fast. Something's going on, and hopefully I'm wrong, but you just said it. Those would be my 3. And now you got Brock. So I know you think I'm playing with this, and you got the guy that's picking up the slack for in Mason for McCaffrey. So I'm going to come at you in a world where McCaffrey never came back. You're still good in the running back position with the emergence now of number 13.
I see what you're saying.
So I feel like that's enough. I know it sounds crazy. I hope McCaffrey's back, but damn, Steiny.
I think
Brock Purdy is.
I think it's easy. The guy who's got to go is Ayuk. I think you're right.
Because of what's going on, or just wow.
Here's the way I look at it is I think you need Kittle because of the run and pass game. I think you need Debo because he's just so unique and he's such a game breaker. So that leaves McCaffrey and Ayuk. And so when I think of McCaffrey, I'm like, well, he's obviously one of the best running backs in football. But you know what? How big is the drop-off to Jordan Mason? All right, there's a drop-off, but is it significant? You could make a case to keep Ayuk and have Mason be the next McCaffrey. Huh? Wouldn't be the end of the world, but I am with you. It's Ayuk.
There's something going on.
So,
man.
But how about the way, don't you think it's ironic that 5 months ago we're saying this is a team that probably can't make a run without him or that needs him to make a run? And now, after Purdy's played the 4 games that he's played.
Preaching, man.
And he's the man, or looks like the man.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't need to do it with Ayuk.
Now,
especially because, and here's why I would end up losing Ayuk instead of McCaffrey, because it would come down to those 2 guys for me. But I think Jennings, if you go from Ayuk to Jennings, it's less of a drop-off than McCaffrey to Mason.
Did you feel that way before the season started?
No.
Because I would have called you crazy.
Well,
I would have said, no, that's too big of a dip.
I've always liked Jennings. I have.
I
have.
I believe you.
I just think he's tough. I
he
love
had a
the
better
way
Super Bowl than Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah,
and
no
Deebo
doubt.
Samuel.
But which of the three do the Niners need the most moving forward?
Well, I want to double back to McCaffrey.
All right.
Okay, so I don't want to get too technical on you. Shout out Low Neal. But Steiny, the pre-snap stuff and where the multiple positions of McCaffrey can line up, he can be out wide. You can do a lot with him. I don't think you could do that right now with Mason. So there's more fear with McCaffrey on the field, wherever he's lined up at before the snap. And I think that may be leading to the difficulties for the Niners in the red zone. So when you just talk about strictly running the ball, Mason, there's not that big drop-off because he's a different dynamic. But when you talk about totality and what McCaffrey can do and how big of a threat he is, Steiny, you missed that. So with that said, I'm still going to Brandon Ayuk because I just thought you were crazy, anybody, if you would have said that Jennings can give you the same type of production, and now that's what we're watching. And I don't know when it's going to end. And all I can think about is Dibbs' face yesterday and Willard when they were saying, okay, yeah, Sunday's a big game against Arizona,
right,
division foe. But then there's that scoreboard of it's imperative or almost a must that Brandon get off in regard to his personal numbers. That's not good to me. You want everything. You wanted them to win by 30 and Ayuk put up 200 yards. But Steiny, if we keep kicking the can down the road naturally and he's only getting 2 or 3 touches, and if you're right, your theory is he's not getting enough targets to begin with, I don't know where this thing is headed.
I don't either. But when I look at the receiver, I said this yesterday, when I look at the receiver, let's just say Purdy throws for 300 yards. Like at that point, I don't care what receiver led the team in yardage in a way. Like I get it. If Jennings catches 6 balls for 92 yards and Ayuk has another 4 for 43, I get that people are going to be saying, boy, Ayuk's a 1 and he's not. But to me, it's more about the overall passing effectiveness. And I just want Ayuk to be a part of that.
Yeah.
Obviously, you'd want him to be a number 1. But if he's not right now, how much of the other guys are getting involved?
Well, how much of it, and you've brought this theme up, and you said it's going to apply to Brock Purdy next year. Steiner, you said, people are watching Brandon Ayuk to live up to the contract, or any player that gets paid. So you can't ignore that rat on the table.
Nope, you can't. But I do think
you can if you win.
Well, that's right. That's exactly what I was going to say. I always think of Barry Zito. Signed a terrible contract.
Yeah.
Worst of all time. But they won it. Right. They still won it. And so that kind of goes away. 408, Goo and Steiny on the Comcast Business Text line. You guys are prisoners of the moment. 4 exclamation points. Jordan Mason is a nice fill-in, but he's nowhere close to being the offensive player of the year that Christian is. We need him back.
Yeah. No, and I hope no. Come on, Steiny. Well, you or I wouldn't say anything different.
Well, but let me ask you this. Can the 49ers win a Super Bowl without McCaffrey?
I'm being honest with you right now. Right now, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
and you got a red zone problem. And if you guys want to say it's only 4 games, Goo, I get that.
Yeah, it's only 4 games.
But what if what if this trend continues and McCaffrey's not back?
You know how many touchdowns McCaffrey?
He's a big dude.
You know how many touchdowns McCaffrey had last year in 4 games? First 4 games?
How many?
7.
Damn.
That's the red zone right there.
He was getting 1 damn near every game.
2.
Yeah.
If you do the math. Huh? 1.3, 1.75.
He's a bad boy.
Yeah.
Does he come back?
Are you getting who?
McCaffrey.
Yes, he is.
All right.
Between weeks 10 to 12.
Wow.
Are you getting that contract's one of the biggest jokes of all time to me. Dude had 1 good season and fleeced the Niners. That's from the 925.
Damn, that's strong.
It's tough not to think that way right now.
Well, are we prisoners of the moment then?
With what?
With the
Jennings is better than Ayuk.
See, I'm not ready to say that. Huh? He's more productive right now. He's a bad boy.
How many games did they have this year?
4.
And then how many playoff games last year?
3.
That's almost half a season. 7 games.
We'll see.
No, we won't see. We've seen.
But we have a lot more to see. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
That is great.
Brandon's in Fairfield. Wants to talk about Jennings and Ayuk. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I just want to let you guys know, this whole Jennings Ayuk thing, you do realize that Ayuk takes the number one corner on every team.
That's why he's not catching any balls, because he ain't a number one.
Guess who's going to get the number one corner? Jennings. Okay? He's not he's good. He's good. But come on, man. He's not better than Ayuk. He's good.
Yes.
Tougher.
I'm not saying that, and I feel you, but you got to admit this. Something's going on with Brandon because when the balls come his way, regardless who's on him, he's dropping some more than he ever has. Give me that.
I will give you that, but I will tell you this much, though. The coach playing mind games constantly, doghouse this, doghouse that. I mean, when is he ever going to get over that stuff?
Wow.
Hey, I do have a question for you, B. Seriously, when you watch Ayuk these first 4 games, and I brought it up to the guys yesterday, it's like, is something going on with Ayuk in your mind other than just he's rusty from missing training camp?
He just said it.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
He don't like Kyle.
Okay.
He has not gotten over the doghouse thing, and somebody needs the management to talk to Kyle about this mind game thing he's playing and this arrogance that he has, because it's starting to affect the team.
Okay, let me just leave you with this, B. Last one, Steiny Goo and B. What was his responsibility last Friday at practice with Shortgate? That's all on Brandon being a pro or not being a pro, right?
That was very childish of Brandon to do that.
Okay.
And I agree with you on that.
Okay.
But there's something between these two, and this whole doghouse thing with Kyle, he does it with these young guys, and it's not a good look. It's not. And he's too arrogant to realize it. He'll never admit it, but he does it, and it's a problem.
Hey, Brandon, I like to call. I like to call out.
I would love to be in a doghouse where my boss paid me handsomely like they did Ayuk. You can put a collar around me, Steiny. If there was something, they wouldn't have signed off on him being part of the future and giving him 30 M's a year.
Well, unless they're just doing it for a year till they have to pay Purdy, but they want this team to get one more shot at it. No, listen, it's a lot of tongue in cheek when I say Jennings is better than Ayuk.
Yeah, right.
But 415 says one thing that's unquestionable is Jennings is bigger, stronger, hungrier, and tougher than Brandon Ayuk. I mean, look, Ayuk, something's going on, I think, with Ayuk. I'm not sure what it is. But I never think, it's all Brandon Ayuk, or it's all the Niners, or it's all Kyle. So that's why I kind of like Brandon's call, is because maybe there is a way that Kyle's handling Ayuk that ain't right.
But Brandon's responsible for his numbers and his play. And the targets that come his way, Steiny.
Like, 2 things can be true. Like, Brandon can be immature, and Kyle can also maybe not be coaching him great.
Wow.
But it's never going to look good for Brandon Ayuk if he keeps doing or does what he did the other day at camp.
The 510 on the Comcast business text line, Steiny. Don't blame Kyle for Ayuk's shortcomings this year.
Well, I blame the 49ers because it takes 2 to tango, and he didn't practice because of him and because of the team.
Wow.
Like, I don't just say that's a Brandon Ayuk thing. And this is from the 510, and I kind of agree with this. Brandon Ayuk is Jordan Poole. You pay him, so you might be able to trade him next year if you want to.
Damn. And I was one of the dum-dums. I never thought JP was going anywhere. I thought he was the next.
I mean, that part does make sense if you think that this is a big year in your championship window. Don't lose him this year.
Keep him on the field.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Right now, Brandon's doing everything for something like that to pop off. How about that?
Yeah. Hey, get the water drop ready. This is from the 818. This is a text I'm reading from the Comcast business text line. I played college and pro corner.
Yeah.
Jennings will give you a much longer day than Ayuk. He's physical, plays big, can catch and block, And he's faster than you think.
So why is Ayuk the highest paid receiver? Ayuk's a bad boy, man.
Is he?
Yeah, when everything's good, I told you, Stan.
Yeah, when everything's good.
When everything's good. Defend what's going on. I think he's not acting right.
You don't have the ha-ha.
No, dude.
You know what? He actually doesn't.
The ha-ha against Detroit, ball hits helmet.
That's not ha-ha. Ha-ha is taking a ball.
That's ha-ha to me.
Ha-ha is taking a 12-yard pass and turning it into 60.
Who said he ran out of bounds yesterday? We had a
Mark Ibanez. Yes. He doesn't have a nose for the end zone.
He had 7 last year. Yep.
Is that a lot? McCaffrey had 7 the first 4 weeks. 888-957-9570. If you know you got to pay Brock Purdy, and I think you want to talk about a consensus that's building, you got to pay Brock Purdy. He's that good. It's official. So if you got to pay Brock, who are the 3 guys you're keeping? And who's the guy left off? Here's the other thing. I do think the 49ers are running into this kind of problem. Even if, let's say, they can finagle the salary cap. And, Evans brought this up a couple times. Well, the Eagles have paid Hurts, and they still have 2 high-paid wide receivers. Yeah. And there's something about having this many guys who need the ball. You're never going to keep them all happy.
Well, Kittle's not in that category.
Well, Ayuk's not in that. Ayuk needs the ball, or he's not going to be happy.
Well, he's got to catch it to get it.
But what I'm getting at is, if you have McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and McCaffrey gets you 100 rushing and 50 receiving, there's just not enough to go around to the other 3.
Well, then the last 2 years, Donnie, they've been to a Super Bowl and NFC Championship game, so I would say that's wrong.
Well, then why is Ayuk mad?
That's the $1 million question.
It's not because he doesn't get the ball enough.
He ain't catching the ball. I'm acting like you're Brandon. You ain't catching it when it comes to you. How the hell you going to say you want to eat more? Finish the chicken on your plate.
There's only so many, McCaffrey's going to have, how many touches is McCaffrey going to get?
Okay. Steiny, a majority of them.
Okay.
But you think when Brandon put his John Hancock to that contract, there was a box that said, we're going to feed you more? No.
He might have thought that. But my point isn't that Brandon signed the contract, but can you really have McCaffrey runs 20 times, catches 5? Okay.
I don't know why I would change it is my point, partner. That's all.
That's right. And so
you knew what time it was and how they were going to use them? Do you really think?
That's why he's an extra guy that they don't need. If you have to spread 100 catches out over 3 receivers, that's 33, 33, and 33. You know what? Somebody's not going to be happy with only 33. I'd rather have 2 guys who catch 50 balls.
I know, short sample size. Just on top of that, who do you think Brock's favorite receiver is right now?
Jennings. Not even close.
And
because he goes to get the ball.
Wow.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, what a year he's had after 4 games. All things are pointing to him being the franchise quarterback. So if he's the franchise quarterback, who are the 3 guys you got to surround him with? If you can't surround him with 4, who's got to go? Who's got to go? We've talked about this. And now your weaponry that you hung your hat on, each of the 4 guys hasn't gotten off to a great start.
And one of them hasn't played.
Exactly.
And I wonder real quick, I know we're up against it. Steiny, I'm being proactive with McCaffrey, but imagine if the worst happened.
Which is?
He would bat he would never return back to his glory.
All right, well then the decision's kind of easy.
Okay, right. Because Mason doesn't have that pedigree to where it starts with me first in regard to the carries.
One more time?
Mason would not have that equity that McCaffrey has, because right now you're throwing to him, you're giving him the ball. He's everything. Mason comes in, can do the job, but he won't have that demand on the touches like a McCaffrey does right now when he's on the field.
I think he'll get the same amount of carries. I don't think he'll get the same amount of catches.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's more food for the whoever's here.
There's not enough balls to go around on this team right now. All right, 888-957-9570. Are you kind of with me on that one? 49er fans are no. They keep all 4 of them. 888-957-9570. I see Marvin. I see Steve. I see Becky. We'll get to your calls on the other side. Hey, the end of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV. So stop by or visit frontierford.com for an incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com.
This is a special alert to anyone owing the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes.
I'm done discussing sports.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're talking Niners. They play the Cardinals on Sunday, 1 o'clock, Levi Stadium.
I got a question. Go ahead, Steiny. I'm messing up.
Yeah, that's all right.
Because you covered the Warriors for a long time. Go ahead. If a said player... Oh,
no, just go ahead. My bad.
Wow. If a said player, you asked him a question and he said, next question.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing for the reporter, or are you covering that team?
I don't care.
Now, seriously, I'm being real.
My job is to ask the questions. If they want to be a jerk, they can be a jerk.
But what if you don't get that answer?
Okay.
And they just shun you off? Do you have a fundamental problem? Do you got to go talk to somebody? Like, is that a good thing if you're not liked and you're covering the team?
I mean, if you want me to give journalism 101, I can do that.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Well, if I'd say to somebody, pick a former Warrior.
Jason Richardson.
Hey, Jace, how are you adjusting to playing a little bit of the small forward position? Next question. I'd be like, oh, okay. And then after, I'd be like, what's up?
Okay. All right. So you would not confront him.
And then he would say, I'm sorry. You're right. Everything you write is on the money. And I'm sorry for being petty about it.
Well,
that's the way I would handle it.
But something would have to be handled, though. You wouldn't let it just go. I was just curious.
See, I had a lot of clout, though, in that locker room, Goo. You know what I'm saying?
How'd that come about?
Well, just you're there day in and day out. It takes a long time to earn respect, but eventually, if you're good enough at it, you earn it. Yeah. You know I'm kidding, right?
I don't think you are, but the people roll with it. Yeah.
No, I mean, somebody says next question, that means they're annoyed.
No doubt.
Clearly. We're talking about Brandon Ayuk, the 49ers, and where they go from here. They're 2-2. 2-2. Boy. Becky must have dropped. Oh, we got a bunch of others.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Steve in Oakland to start us off. Hey, what's up, Steve? Let's go.
Hi, fellas. So, listen, it just occurred to me while I heard you talking about Brandon Ayuk and his big salary, and I think, Steiny, you said something about I think there's something going on. And it just popped into my head that there seem to be a lot of parallels between Ayuk and Andrew Wiggins and the Warriors, who had one good year and then got a paycheck, and there's always something going on. And I just wondered what you guys thought about that.
Goo?
I don't think – well, Andrew got paid when it was Euphoria. Shout out HBO when they won the chip and he got his contract. So I would just say – I understand what he means about you're not getting your bang for your buck after you got the contract. Okay, I get that parallel. But, Steiny, I don't believe Andrew had to fight or go 15 rounds and went on every podcast in the nation and asked for a trade. That's where this thing has got Desperate Housewives of San Francisco. Like, that's where it's got messy and you know, all that stuff.
I just think
ratchet.
I do this once in a while, but if he were in another city and we weren't up close, we might just say, oh, yeah, he got paid. And he got paid. Right. How come he's not having because he got paid. Well, how come he had such a good year last? Because it was a contract year.
Wow.
And now he got paid.
And the biggest benefit of the doubt Brandon's getting in this, Steiny, and again, I'm Team BA, but I think I'm about to
out on him.
I'm resigning. So I'm I signed the papers. Yeah.
Hold on.
I can't jump ship all the way. I'm letting you know I'm disappointed. If he were on the phone or he were sitting right next to us, I'd tell him I'm disappointed, not on the field, because I know you're working yourself back. I do not like what you're doing now after you got that deal. I would tell him that. So I'm not all the way out. I'm just disappointed.
You need to be better than that.
No, it's real. That's called being a human.
So yesterday you said you were out on Brandon.
No, that was Willard.
And today you said you've always been Team Ayuk.
Which are facts, but I'm disappointed.
But now you're out again.
No, I'm disappointed.
So where does disappointed fit between out and Team Ayuk?
You got to get it together or I'll be all the way out. I'm not out, man. I'm just telling you.
He doesn't want you in. Take a walk.
The benefit of the doubt that he's getting
from whom?
Ayuk, from a lot of people, is something's wrong. Something's bothering him. No, you're right. If we're in another city, bottom line is receiver A got paid and he's not living up to it. What else could it be? Seriously.
Every time I give you an answer, you don't accept it. So I can't answer it anymore.
I can't remember one. Oh, you said the targets. That is diddly squat. No.
Okay.
Remember, I thought they had.
Yeah, he loves 4 targets a game.
Well, those were actual receptions. You said 4.5 a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Remember we talked about. I said, you know what? He's in the offense to where you got to spread the wealth. No harm, no foul. So you almost got to overpay him to keep him as a good soldier. And the Niners did that part. I don't think they signed him, gave him this money and said, hey, we're going to go against the formula. The secret sauce is we spread it around, and it starts with McCaffrey.
Yeah. So they shouldn't have paid him.
McCaffrey not here. You got the emergence of J.P. Mason, and you're dropping half the balls that are coming your way. Who are you mad at? Michael Jackson, Steiny, man in the mirror.
510. Comcast Business Text Line. Steiny, BA attitude is because he's under a microscope now, and he's got the contract that he was pouting about. The fans are riding him for every drop, especially the easy catches he's dropping.
That sounds like pressure that you said comes along with whoever you are when you ink a new deal.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Marvin. Marvin's in Livermore. What's up, Marvin? How you doing, man?
Not too bad. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I'm not a Niner fan, but I'm just curious. A couple things, and then I have a couple questions for you guys. So people are mad that Brandon got, $30 million, but the Niners offered him $26 million. So if he would have accepted that, you guys would be okay? Like, where does this come off, all this anger towards Brandon? Like, it makes zero sense because Kyle is supposed to be an offensive genius. How is he not drawing up plays to future Brandon when McCaffrey and Debo are out? That doesn't make sense.
Well, hey, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then Jamar Chase, he was holding out for a contract. He came back into Cincinnati. He had a bad start. The last game, Cincinnati, the first 6 passes all went to Jamar Chase. I mean, it's simple for an offensive genius to future some. Even USAC gets catches. Like, draw some plays up, Kyle, to get the dude open.
Now, I'll say this to that, and I'll bring CeeDee Lamb in the mix. They have not been perfect, Jamar Chase, but they've been getting better. You can see, look at the yards. They're almost doubling that of Ayuk's. But what you have not mentioned, and it's bothering me because I'm Team Ayuk, is he's dropping balls. Oh, nice. He is dropping balls.
That is
okay. Team Ayuk now.
Okay. I just, that's the component you got to bring to the table, too, with the bad, if you feel like he's getting a raw deal.
Go ahead, Marvin. Yeah. Finish up.
Yeah, so I'm just saying what you have to do, though, is feature him. And if he continues to do that way, then you have something. This small sample size to criticize a guy who everybody would have been happy if he got 26, but now $30 million, now he's the worst receiver in the league. That doesn't line up with me. That's all I got you. That's all I have on it.
Yeah. I was going to ask Marvin about, I keep doing this, Donnie. If we're going to do it, I'm going to do it. Okay, Marvin, what did you deem Shortgate? What was that at practice?
They made a mistake.
That's, wow. You're smiling like the Joker. I'm going to go see it tonight. Steiny, I mean, come on, man.
Joker's got a documentary?
The Joker. No, that's a 3. No, the Joker, Batman. Anyway, listen to me.
You watching cartoons on a weekend?
No, it's an actual sci-fi.
Okay, who's playing Batman?
He's not in it. It's just strictly about the Joker.
Oh, who's playing the Joker?
I forget his name.
I know who it is.
Who is it?
It's probably somebody like Joaquin Phoenix. Am I right?
That's a hell of a guess, but no.
Thank you.
You know who plays Harley Quinn?
Is that a man or woman?
That's a woman.
Susan Sarandon. Elle McPherson.
It's 1988.
Christy Turlington.
She's won a Grammy.
Celine Dion.
In this
Madonna.
century.
Lady Gaga. Yes.
Wow.
What do you mean, yes? That was like your 8th guess.
Right.
Hey, Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. He hit 309. Made out 7 out of 10 times.
Anyway, you get my drift.
Don't bring the dead.
Really. Anybody defend, and again, I'm starting to irritate you, and I'm trying to. I'm Team BA.
Oh, there you are.
Disappointed. But if you're going to call and say that Kyle or whoever is not doing their due diligence with Brandon, talk to me about what happened at practice. What was that? How can you endear yourself to the coach if you? And I think it was on purpose.
How many times I kicked off shorts at Franklin and Marshall after the coach bothered me, and we're fine. You've heard him call in.
Yeah. All right.
You know, Spadoni, I got to ask you something about the Mark Schlereth yesterday.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up. That's my guy.
I wish we had this sound of Schlereth talking about Kyle Shanahan. It was phenomenal. I'll see if I can get it at the break because it would answer the question about
Give us the skinny. What? I missed it.
The skinny is, what's that?
It's in front of you, I think.
No, I see the 3, but it's not really the one I want. Did you hear? Well, Spadoni, you don't listen to the show after you leave. Did you hear?
You don't know that.
Schlereth. He's got 2 kids.
Oh, you're right. Vinny.
Schlereth said the one thing he knows about Kyle Shanahan is if Kyle Shanahan thinks you're playing well and you deserve it, he'll reward you. He'll drop some plays for you. Like he's got plays for Juszczyk. But if he's not happy with the way you're playing, he's not going to draw plays for you. And Schlereth was positing that there's nothing that messes up a passing attack like a guy who's not the primary target and then he doesn't run his pattern hard. Because the defense knows if you're not, you got to run hard every single route because if you don't, they know it and then they know the ball's not coming to you. So what he was saying is that if Shanahan doesn't feel like Ayuk is running his routes as hard as he should be, then he's not going to draw up plays for him because he's going to reward the guys who are busting their hump even when they're not catching the ball. That's Mark Schlereth.
Stink. A guy that's got Super Bowl rings, but Shanahan is not the quarterback. So in my world, you throw the ball to who's open. And there's a ranking system. You know what I mean? Like if I know you're better than Evan, I'm going to look at you first. Or maybe not. I'm going to just go through my reads, my progressions. So, Steiny, I'm not mad at that, but it sounds like Stink is insinuating now Brandon's not running this route like he's lollygagging or half-assing.
Maybe.
So, Steiny, what was your question for Spadoni?
If we could get that sound.
Did you realize we've been doing this for a while now? I'm not on the board for your guys' show. I'm just.
Well, it wasn't our show. It was Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, but I still am not on the board to put sound in
that. Makes it worse.
Oh, you're not on the board.
Well, I actually put all the sound on my show, on the pregame show.
Point to Spadoni. He got you. And I'm your bud.
And you know what?
He's not here.
Your definition of he got me is my definition of the opposite of teamwork. Just because he doesn't work on that show doesn't mean... You think I want to listen to Willard and Dibs? Of course not.
Guys.
But I listen because it's good for the station.
Yeah, no doubt. I support all our shows.
Hold on. See, this is the kind of crap I got to deal with.
Don't forget the Cal game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, we're still waiting for our first person who's going to be there at 6 in the morning. At Cal,
Steiny,
with McAfee.
They're going to show out.
Hey, seriously, if you're going to be there, take pictures.
And what about the college students, the alumni that are currently going?
They don't care.
Please, to get on TV, they eat that up.
All you need to know about Cal football is...
We should have a barbecue going.
There's a hardcore group of Cal fans, but then most of the student body doesn't care.
See, up until...
My daughter went there,
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. Shout out to my niece. Now... That will change starting tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Yeah, sure it will. Yeah, it'll change for one game.
Nah, Steiny.
So this is the problem with Cal. So my daughter, freshman year, she's a Cal. She's not a football fan.
Gotcha.
But you know what? She's saying, you know what? I'm gonna be a part of this community. I'm gonna go to a Cal football game.
Let's go.
She goes to the Cal football game. She sits down. It's midway through the first quarter. There's a freshman in front of her, a woman. She's drunk. She throws up. It gets all over Josie's foot. She didn't go to any more Cal games after that. You see what I'm saying?
No. Come on.
You can't have people vomiting in the stands.
Well, that's like going to a concert. If you don't smoke trees and they let you smoke, you got to deal with it. Tell her to call me, Stoney. She gave up too soon. I'm going to be there. Might be 7:15, 7:30.
All right, I'll go out to Els in Pacifica. She says she's going to be there at the game, or at 6 a.m. Yeah, okay.
Dude or girl?
Good morning. I don't know.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
All right, Sonny, I'm going to be there at the game at 6 o'clock in the psych.
Wait, he had you all. You were ready for. I'm laughing with you,
dude. I'll give you your say. You can rip me a new one. You don't have to hang up.
But at what point did he say, "I'm gonna call 95.7"?
You got a little spit down there.
Now that's the thing. You should text me or wait to the break. Well, I guess they can see it on YouTube. Snotty, you were really invested. You were, and I'm eating the donuts.
And let me
shout out Shasky.
What was a guy? Hey, L in Pacifica.
Don't give him too much.
Let me make a deal with you.
That was weak.
If you're going to be there at 6 a.m., you ain't going to the game.
He's not. He just hung up.
No, he's not going to. If he,
right,
you can't be. Evan's like, I'm going to be there at 6, and then I'm going to the game. No, you're not.
I'm going to pull an all-nighter.
What are you going to do for 13 and a half hours in Berkeley?
Oh, Steiny.
Yes, I've been to Berkeley.
You're so out of touch.
I'm in touch.
Yeah.
Nah.
When's the last time you've been to that area? I have. I'm Rick Tittle's birthday. I was just there. I know what the inner goings. You can have some fun.
I've been there twice in the last 2 weeks.
Now that I did
because I have been looking at wedding venues for my daughter.
Daytime. We're talking about nighttime. There you go. Freaks come out at night.
Your daughter's getting married?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You didn't tell me.
I know I didn't.
Am I invited? Oh, boy, another wedding. No invite.
You don't even know her name.
I was in the limo with her.
That's not the one who's getting married.
Now I feel better.
Let's go.
You got to give her away. So you got to get a tux.
We don't know how formal it's going to be yet.
You still got to give her away.
You know what? Hey, Goo.
My cousin got married in Reno. He had to give her away still.
Right. And some have traditional weddings where that occurs. Perhaps my daughter will choose another route.
Well,
I don't. Now,
well, congrats.
Well, I won't go if I'm not giving her away.
No doubt.
No.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Can we take a call from Vince in the city? What's up, Vince in the city? How you doing, man? Vince!
Yo, can you hear me?
Hey!
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Vince. I mean, that deserves the
Hopefully
old
Cal plays better than our callers this morning,
Come on.
Yeah.
Vince.
Choke artist.
Mac Zach. Pick up the slack, Mac Zach.
Hey, what's up, my two player partners, man? It's always a pleasure.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I don't really get it, man, as far as, all this emphasis on skill position players in football, and how we all always seem to clamor. And even the GMs and the coaches, they're like high school girls, the way they try to follow the trends, because everybody that really knows football knows that you win in the trenches. So instead of signing Brandon Ayuk, I wish they would have addressed the front line and got us some maulers so we could, because you only need 3.4 yards a down in order to dominate the other team.
Wow.
So I really don't get what we're talking about here with all this, spending all this money with all these divas, on the field.
Hey, let me ask you this, because you're keeping it real. Yeah,
but they do have a diva at left tackle.
But I want to ask him to stop. I want to ask him a question. Would you have made this, and I understand what you're saying, but can you honestly tell us you would have made this same phone call before the season started? Because I'm telling you this to your point. If Ayuk doesn't get his act together, they're going to be questions, Steiny. Like, you could have spent this money elsewhere to improve the team, especially when Jennings could do what he's doing, and he's doing what Ayuk should be doing.
Guru, I didn't understand. I kind of lost a little respect for John Lynch when he paid Ayuk all this money, because I know I've been watching football since the 70s. I played for Laney and Cal State Hayward.
Okay.
Skyline High School. This is like my wheelhouse. You win in the trenches.
Wow.
Appreciate it, Max Zach. I mean,
that's another rat that's developing.
They don't like to draft offensive linemen in the first round unless they think the guy is a real mauler.
But now we're talking about interior linemen. We can go on the other side of the ball, Stoney, to help Bosa or a corner. I don't know, but if this is what you're getting after 4 games for $30 million, That could have went somewhere else.
You glossed over this, and I'm not going to let you.
The last caller?
No, my line. When he said, we got to invest in the trenches instead of investing in these divas. They have a diva at left tackle.
Nah.
Don't you forget it.
Divas can't play that. Your boy's a dog, man. He's arguably going down as one of the best to
he's
ever
going
do
down.
it.
He's going downhill.
3 all-pro seasons in a row. Lay off of him.
Well, no,
this is
won't.
shtick. I know it's shtick. You can't come for Trent.
Why not?
Because he's a made man and he's earned it. Am I saying he's playing his best football?
Thank you. Who took the... Okay. 888-957-9570. Who took the Niners for a bigger ride? Ayuk or Trent Williams?
I'm not even going to fake
Just
laugh.
flip a coin.
Stop.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. I can't wait for tomorrow, 6 a.m., Cal. But Sunday, I'm just going to take a video when I'm out there. I'm alone this weekend. I'm solo.
Are you really?
Yeah. I told you don't listen to anything I say, man.
Did you know anything about radio? Of course I know you're solo, but it's radio. So I'm going to act like I don't so that
you're in the wrong
can
profession. If you got to act, we need to be in L.A. Dude, we don't act here. I hope not.
It's theater of the mind. It's just like me saying nobody's going to be out at Cal at 6. Of course
Negan said that. Whatever you say, people don't know inside baseball stuff. Like your friend Harry.
What about him?
He's not really Harry. That's not his name.
That's true.
So if you're just listening, you think his name. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Hung Lou?
I'm sorry?
My boy Hung Lou?
Where's he at?
In New York, balling. Got me in the battery with Snoop. Remember I told you Christmas week, Snoop was DJing at the battery. I'm snitching.
Let me know the next time you get there. Yeah.
Well, he's in New York. He hasn't been back.
No, okay.
And it's changed his name. It's Han Lou now.
It always was. You just were pronouncing it wrong.
H-U-N-G Lou.
That's Han in that language.
Hung Lou Spadoni is his real name. He got a baller status and he changed it to Han. I get it.
We'll see.
Oh, boy. And I got to tell you about my guy Hawk at the other side of the break. Got a great Cal story.
All right.
Yeah.
How about Cousins last night? Come on, buddy. Take the L.
Kirk Cousins.
Take the L.
Atlanta playoff
and
team?
Take it hard.
They a playoff team?
Maybe. They got to shore up that defense.
Well, the last time he was in the office, they let Daniel Jones come to Minnesota and beat him.
Guru.
That hurt me.
Cousins threw for 400 yards that day, too. I mean, learn the game.
You like that? You're the only one.
There's 3 facets. There's 3 facets to the game.
You can put up stats all day and not really be, substance.
You can't put up 500 yards passing all day.
It barely win. After you throw a pick. But that was the coach's fault. 4 from 15. Yeah, no business going on.
No, you know what else? And you're going to laugh at this. That interception is a smart play. Rather than getting sacked, throw the interception. It's just like a short punt.
Right.
He's playing chess. And soon he's going to be playing it out here in the Bay. See, that's the kind of stuff I say that I'm not really serious about.
By the way, gentlemen, the latest updates in the Davante Adams trade saga.
Here we go.
I mean, because all these guys like to do it, whether it's the NBA or the NFL, you got to have a social media post, right?
Sure.
So Davante Adams, the latest, it's just a picture on his Instagram. Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh. You want me to decipher?
Man. I went to James Logan, but that one went over my head.
This is a hard one, actually. I'm not even sure I know all the details.
Spadoni's look like he knows.
So Edgar Allan Poe had a poem called The Raven. So it's his way of saying, maybe I'm going to the Ravens.
Oh, my gosh!
And I think they named the Ravens because Edgar Allan Poe's from Baltimore, if I'm not mistaken.
Now
where do you get that info?
Now that's clear.
Spadoni had it too.
That's Dibs level type. I'm proud of you.
I'm at a higher level than Dibs with that kind of stuff.
A little deeper.
He doesn't know anything about the Inuits.
Hip hop and mainstream stuff. He's got a little more than you. So he's more well rounded. You got stuff. Don't get me wrong, but. You got a lot of fluff stuff.
Yeah, he can talk.
He can do it all.
Oh, yeah, he can talk about P. Diddy. Oh, yeah, he's great at that.
Baby oil.
How about talking about something important?
Don't talk about that.
Thank you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You want me to do something on the other side? I forget. You just
throw it to me.
Sure,
factoid for Cal football.
Okay, factoid for Cal football coming up on the other side. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. We all know that fall means the end of summer, but it also means the beginning of our fall sale, now through October 15th. Up to 50% off store.
I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. It's a Friday. You know what that means. Weekend's coming.
No, tell the people what it really means. Don't be scary. Cafeteria action, baby.
Oh.
No Bay Area radio show.
What?
Bonds like we do in a venue after the lab. Come on.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me, how was your career working with Steiny? Hello, Chip. Yeah, Steiny. Embrace it. Embrace it, baby.
I'll tell you what they should do. They may as well save money and just build the studio there.
We need to broadcast it. Well, we had some parties there.
I mean, we have.
Nice turnout. And you did your pickup basket. Dude, I was jealous that day. You had like 20 cats in there.
And how about how they were all talking about how good I was?
You got Harry, I got Hawk from Union City.
Oh, yeah.
His boys played hoop at USC and UCLA. You don't like how you brag because you put it on a little too thick in your D3. But he was like, you know what? Tell the D3 basketball all-star guard that I was captain of the San Jose State football team in 75
my God.
and played against Cal when they had Bartkowski, Chuck Muncie, Joel Roth, Wesley Walker.
Smells like 55-7 to
and
me.
we had Steve
Spartans
DeBerg,
got thumped.
Kim Bokanger, Defensive Rookie of the Year, Lewis Wright, and Carl Ekman,
Lewis
who
Wright
played on the
stunk.
Rams, just to name a few.
He was terrible.
Tell him to stick to intramurals. Oh, boy. My boy Hawk. San Jose State, Steiny.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you right now. Hold on. Let me.
He came for you.
Let's get Bob in San Francisco. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man? Let me get some screws here.
You guys are the best.
Oh, thank you.
I love it.
We're certainly among the best.
Okay. So I got a couple of things. First off, there's that rooftop bar on Center Street over in Berkeley. It's really cool. You gotta go try that.
All right.
It's at a hotel. The name escapes me, the hotel, but that rooftop bar is really nice. Great view.
All right.
Good drinks.
Yeah, sounds
let's
good.
see. Okay, now getting back to what I wanted to say here was it's not how you start the year, it's how you finish it. So that's my defense of Ayuk right there. Okay. And then I know this has kind of been playing in my mind since the summer. Okay, so we know that McCaffrey is a high commodity. He's really needed for the team. We know he's a superstar. But how much, your opinion, how much the fact that the McCaffreys are real close to the Shanahans, that he got paid early and the other two guys had to actually, wait.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of curious what you guys think about that. All right.
I mean,
I don't know. Go ahead, Steiny.
I mean, the rationale would be, well, McCaffrey was the most important, so we had to wrap him up first.
No, 1 + 1 is 2.
What's your guy's name at San Jose State?
Hawk.
What's his last name?
Oh, you want his real government name. I got to see if it.
By the way, that season, they narrowly lost to Cal 24-27 at California Memorial Stadium.
What position this guy play?
Defense. He was the captain of the
that's why I can't see his name
and
here.
that was a letdown game for San Jose State, Goo, because the week prior, they beat number 18 Stanford. That was a good San Jose State team.
They were 9-2. Give your boy credit.
All right, he's listening.
They were 9-2. In 75, San Jose State.
Yeah,
yes, they were.
He said he was captain of the defense.
Now, here's what's interesting. Ask him this, as long as you got him on the text thread. DeBerg was not the starting quarterback on that team. It was a guy named Roger Prophet. So, anyway, they were 9-2.
Yeah.
They were 9-2. Let's go to Vince. Vince is in the city. What's up, Vince? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry I lost you there.
Talk to us.
But real quick, there was a caller earlier, maybe 2 or 3 ago. He was talking about why Niner fans are coming down Brandon Ayuk's road so tough. Look, for me, I can say he did this whole holdout. Yeah, he could have got paid 26, and if he would have signed early on and skipped the drama, then it's all good. But you want to play this role, you want to hold out, you want this money, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's cool. You got your money, but you're not backing it up right now. You're playing like garbage. Your third-string wide receiver is playing way better than you, and that leads me into one of the topics I wanted to talk about was, this kind of reminds me of when the Warriors were starting to fade with their core guys and their dynasty, right? It's a similar ending. If you asked if you want to keep all four, I'm thinking, I don't know. We've had the four. Now they got to the Super Bowl. It wasn't good enough, right? We didn't win. C-Mac's hurt. He's had a history of being hurt. Last year was the first year that he played, I think, every game. And even then he was still hurt. And he's hurt now and he's not playing. And there's possibility he might not play. So I think if he can't go this season, he's still a commodity. I think you could still get something for him. You might as well start exploring that route to get money off the books, because you got Jordan Mason, who's a dog, and he runs hard. He runs real hard. And he also shows that he can catch. He's got hands. So that's one option. The other one is, if Brandon Ayuk doesn't start getting it together before the trade deadline, and hopefully before Davante Adams goes somewhere. I mean, I know you guys just dropped the Ravens thing, but I might want to look into that in terms of like almost a CP3 kind of thing. You're bringing in a solidified vet who can be a weapon, and, you know, you trade away Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, you might give up a little bit of the future of what he can be, but you know what Davante Adams is going to bring to the table. That guy gets open, and he catches. And he's not scared to go up and get it either. So I think, you know, given the timeline of the window and Super Bowl championship aspirations, you might want to explore that, because I feel like right now Davante would put us in a better position than Brandon Ayuk will to win.
Appreciate the call, Vince.
Yeah, thanks. That's coming strong.
Yeah, I just wanted to double back to the last caller, Stoney, that told us about the rooftop, but also, do you think in any world that McCaffrey knew that he was ailing?
Yeah,
I don't believe, like, he could be hurt.
That's why I would. That's why I would try to renegotiate.
But it seems like they almost came to him before he went to them. Like,
I just think
he was going to get it in a minute second anyway. But there's no way McCaffrey knew I wasn't going to be available week one. I just don't believe that. So that's why, for the people, I guess, do we call it second guessing? Like, what could you have done? Hey, we need you to take an X-ray or MRI with the tendonitis might be. No. Well, I think it just happened.
Of course, because it's a Niner. It's a Niner.
Nah, man. Stuff like that flares up. Arthritis, you know what I'm saying. You act
as though these guys are philanthropists. It's football.
No, I get that.
So Christian McCaffrey has no guaranteed money left.
Gotcha.
Okay?
All right.
But his Achilles is, you know, it's sore.
Or calf.
So, okay. So he shouldn't try to renegotiate a contract there?
No, my point is he was going to do that regardless.
Okay.
And what happened should have happened. I don't believe anybody would say go to the local Kaiser or show up to the facility because we got a notion that you might be, not available week one is all I'm saying.
You just don't want to believe that Christian McCaffrey knew he was hurt, knew how brutal football is, and said, you know what?
Is that how
this is my last chance to get guaranteed money?
And he wouldn't be available week one. I don't believe he knew.
I don't even think that's bad.
Right. No, I get that, but I don't think he knew to the severity of it.
Well, I don't know. If you know, you know. I don't know. I don't know what he knew.
And now we're 4 games in.
5-1-0. But here's the thing about IU.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to go here because we don't know. We brought it up yesterday. What's going on with Ayuk? What's going on with Ayuk?
Yeah.
Is something more going on? Yeah, it looks like something more is going on. What about this? Yeah, maybe there's something that Christian McCaffrey goes, I want a new contract, and they go, done. But Ayuk's got to go all off season.
Life doesn't...
Up and down. I'm not saying he's right. I'm trying to figure out what could be eating at Brandon Ayuk. And if you're asking me, Steiner, you think there's any possibility that, I don't know, he's feeling some kind of way that McCaffrey just got broken off without any issues, but he had to go through the ringer for 5 months? Yeah, that could be it. That could be part of it.
Okay.
Possible.
And you're not judging right or wrong, but we're dads 3 times over, right? So if that were my son or daughter, I'd be like, I don't care how long it took for Johnny to get what the job gave him. What happened with you at the end of the day? Oh, Dad, they paid me. Well, then you got what you worry about what you got going on.
He's a grown man himself. His dad's not going to tell him anything.
But he's not acting like one now. After he got paid.
Right.
It makes it worse.
Well, the optics are worse.
Okay, all right,
but he
that's
certainly would not be the first player in the history of sports who got paid and started mailing it in.
Well, he's not self-sabotaging himself, dropping balls. He's getting outplayed, outperformed by somebody that we deem lesser. And the team did.
I don't.
Look at the contracts, but look at the production. This Jawan Jennings thing, if I'm Brandon Ayuk, he'll never say it. Dude, you better start balling. Because if this kid, Ayuk, I'm telling you, they are coming for you.
Who?
You think the Jackals are?
Who's coming?
The fans.
Okay.
Because you're
taking any money out of his pocket?
No. Oh, now you're doing that because 2 days ago you were Mr. When you sign a big contract, you got to live up to it.
Right, but maybe he's a guy who doesn't care about the Jackals. You know what I mean?
You should, because now you need to worry about catching the pigskin. You cannot care when you're balling. That's my point. You cannot give a rat's behind when you're doing your due diligence on the field. But when you're looking like Bozo the Clown, I don't want to hear you say you don't care and we just paid you. What is going on?
I just told you what I thought.
But it seems like you're okay with it.
I'm not okay with it, but I'm not gonna sit here and give the benefit of the doubt to every 49er player just because they're 49ers and they're in our area.
Well, I'm not doing that for Brandon. I'm calling them out, even though I say I'm Team BA.
Well, you're asking what I think's going on. I have no idea, but I'm giving you what I think might be going on, which has no basis in reality other than me watching the team every day.
Wow. It's just weird. Yeah. And I guess but Sunday, there's 2 scoreboards.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Willard and Dibbs, we all talked about it. You were in agreement.
No.
This could be the week. We've been asking for Brandon to ball out.
Okay, great. This is the week.
What if we get to week 9 and it's just still been the same?
Okay,
that's a problem.
But okay, then what?
I don't know.
Okay, what if you're 7-2?
Well, all right. I get you. That's the best deodorant, but
until further notice,
ROI, return on investment.
Right, and until further notice, he doesn't look engaged. Period. And that's on him, and it's on the Niners. Miguel in San Francisco. What's up, Miguel? How you doing, man?
How you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Hey.
Well, I just want to start by saying no one's showing up to Cal at 6 in the morning. Okay,
you're gonna be shocked, man. You're gonna be shocked. Okay. Watch.
Okay, I love Cal. I'm a Cal football fan, but no way in hell I'm showing up at 6 in the morning for a game that's going to be almost half a day later.
Exactly.
That I don't like the night part of it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. For 2 though, we're talking about Brandon Ayuk a lot, and I didn't support his holding out. I felt like I don't support anyone holding out for money. It's like go to practice. If you get paid, you get paid. I know that's a very minimal mindset, but I mean, I feel like him not showing up to practice, him holding out, is really affecting his play. When it comes to Christian McCaffrey, man, and this injury that he's dealing with, I think more of the person than the player. I feel like the Niners can work without him on. We've seen that. I feel like he shouldn't jump into the game unless he's 100% confident with his body, because an injury like that can really harm his future career. And I was just wondering how you guys see, like, if he jumps in a little early and sustains a worse injury, hopefully not. How do you guys think that the fan base and the coaches will get railed on for maybe thinking that, like, they pushed him to get into the game too fast?
You go, Stein.
We're talking about McCaffrey?
Yes, and we heard his dad. Remember, we didn't even get to that sound yesterday, but I'll let you go because you've rolled out the theory of load management, but I do wonder if you got to save him from himself, and what would happen, Stein, if he came back week 12 and something like Durant happened and he tore it. Now you got him like that's got to be accounted for.
All right, then don't play him. See,
I guess I'd err on the side of caution.
Okay.
I'm not saying
I'd err on the side of asking the doctor. Hey, Doc, what do you think? I don't know about this week. Okay, then he won't. Hey, Doc, you think he's ready? I think he's ready. Okay, he'll play. It's really not more complicated than that for Shanahan. Can he play?
No, that I believe. What about the org, though? If he's so, there's a risk, Donnie, I guess. Because you'll never know if you rushed him back. Nobody, but I appreciate the honesty, but I'm like, if we get to week 13 and this bad boy ain't feeling no better, do we really, is it worth it to roll you out there, you get hurt, and then we don't have you at all next year?
Well, what about if
give it to
him. He misses the entire regular season, but they have a bye and he's ready for the playoffs?
More power to you.
Oh, he can't play then, right?
If the doctor says he can play.
It's dangerous.
No, if the doctor says he can go, just what you said.
So if the doctor says he can play in week 13, he'll play in week 13.
Could you imagine that, though, if that happened? All
Could
17
I imagine
games.
If McCaffrey misses the whole year?
A whole football player. No, I'm saying misses the whole regular season, then back for the offs.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. It's football. I could see anything happening. I could see him coming back week 8. I could see him come back week 12. I could see him missing the whole year.
I miss watching him play.
I don't. I like watching my guy Mason. I have Mason on my fantasy team.
What's going to happen when he does come back there?
I'm going to take him out of my fantasy lineup.
No doubt. But
I'm going to put Nick Chubb in, and we keep rolling.
That's crazy. There's that component to it.
Hey.
Does he just vamoose? Is J.P. Mason gone?
Yeah, I'm not even listening to what you're saying.
I know
I just know that I got Dibley on his heels early.
You got to read it.
What'd you have?
It's radio, Snotty. We need to know
Little Darnell Mooney 36-point night on a Thursday. Darnell Mooney.
I don't like our scoring system.
Mooney.
Yeah, thank you.
Mooney.
He was almost going to be the GOAT of that game.
No
that drop.
doubt he did.
Cousins got to deliver that ball.
Perfect. That's too many points, though, guy. I don't like our scoring system. I'm in 6 leagues. This is, just breathing's a point.
I went from 40% chance to win to 60 after Mooney.
Don't hang your hat on that. Because he'll have a player that'll have a game.
I don't know.
That will impact that probability.
I got to tell you, I got a good team.
My God. I love that you're excited.
I have a good team.
Well, you went to the chip last year with a different team.
That's right.
And you choked when Willard said you want to split the pot. Willard asked you, did you want to split the pot?
Would you get a story right one time in your life, please?
I just did.
No, you got it wrong.
Tell us.
He is against that. He was against that. I would have done it.
No, the street said he approached you early.
No.
You were not for it. You doubled back.
You know what? Believe Willard instead of me. That's fine. We have only been working together for 7 years.
I struck a nerve.
I'm scared of Willard. You said, hey, you guys going to split the pot? You guys going to split the pot? Of course, it's my inaugural year in fantasy. I'm like, well, do they do that? Yeah, some groups do it. You can agree with Willard to do the thing. And I just, my mind went to thinking of Willard, and I was like, you know what? He's the kind of guy who won't split the pot. He just won't. I just know him. I know him well enough.
Oh, man.
And you know what?
What does that mean? He's the type of guy that
he's
won't
the
split
type
the
of
pot.
guy that doesn't want to split the pot. I know him well enough. And sure enough, when we discussed it, Willard said, yeah, I don't want to split the pot. That's not that's not the spirit of the game.
My bad.
And you know what? I actually kind of agree with him. I do.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. Eli's in San Jose. What's up, Eli? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
How's everybody?
Hey.
We're pretty good.
Cal, 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Forget about Cal. Nobody's going to that game.
What, these people, see, that's why we get the rap we get. Wow.
All right. What do you got, bud?
More importantly, fellas, on the Ayuk thing.
Yeah.
So I think we're missing a couple of really, really important points, right? So before the season started, Ayuk was basically gone to Pittsburgh, right? I mean, he wasn't necessarily holding out. I think they have some internal conversations where I think the deal was done, right? So, I mean, there's some residual effect from a guy who thought he was leaving the Bay Area, and now he's got to be thrown right back into the system. I don't know how much that plays into. Obviously, you're a professional and you go where you go, but that's part of the deal. So it wasn't necessarily just him holding out. Two, that phone call from Shanahan to Pittsburgh to stop the deal, I think that's a little bit of a lie, right? The Niners probably just didn't get enough in return to move him. And they thought sitting in an office that, hey, let's sign him to a $30 million deal, and if it works out, then we have him locked in, right? And the chances of it working out were at that point high, considering him and Purdy had a really good previous year. So the risk, versus reward ratio was there before you got the block to Pittsburgh. I don't think you're able to compare him currently to Jennings. Those are, two different receivers, with two different skill sets, right?
Okay.
So I think Ayuk's season is just still starting, right? He's got to get over the fact. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Eli. I appreciate the call. No, and I think it's, it could be as simple as we got a 1-year window, or we can keep this thing together for a year. Let's do it. And if it doesn't work, then we'll make more decisions at the end of the year. 6-5. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say in life, Steiny, sometimes the truth will naturally reveal itself. And you got me really thinking they didn't want to be without Brandon Ayuk's services. So it could be we'll do this and get off of it. But everything that I've seen, I'm going back to Shortgate. I'm going to everything. I'm taking it all in. It feels like that's happening. So we'll see. And I'll say this to the last caller's point real quick here, Steiny. Brandon Ayuk at one juncture controlled him leaving, and he didn't want to leave. So I don't think it was that.
You know what?
Steiny, when we talked about it, all of us, I don't think he wanted.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of that anymore. I'm not. Like, I don't know what happened this offseason.
We thought he wanted to stay in the Bay. He had a chance to leave, and he didn't like it.
It felt like that, but now I'm not so sure because he doesn't look like a guy who wanted to stay. 650 on the Comcast Business text line. It's hilarious how Steiny is loving fantasy football now when he was originally hating it on draft day. You got the wrong guy. You got the wrong guy.
Now, to be fair,
I was always gung-ho.
I'm going to let you be you today.
There's nobody more enthusiastic about fantasy. Listen, the only reason I wasn't excited about draft day was because I was having trouble logging onto the site. Once I logged onto the site, you saw what I'm made of. Saw what I'm made of.
Evan, this guy, man.
3-1.
Well, it's early.
Oh, it's early for fantasy, but not for the Niners.
I'm 2-2.
Yeah. So's every team in the NFL. 49ers are good 2-2, though, right?
With everything, you know what? We're up against it. I know what's going on here. Pay the bills, come back, I'll answer that. On 95.7 The Game. Yeah!
Had a way to do it, my man. Let's see, what else? Because, we still do have a little time to kill. You getting ready?
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
You got it under control? All right. 510 says McCaffrey is hurt. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be playing. He would be playing. We both, that's the way we look at, that's the way most fans look at injuries. Not, oh my God.
No, the caller brought up, did he know he was hurt? Like he shouldn't have signed the new deal.
That's why you sign it in the NFL. I mean, I would want to get... I hurt you with that. Trent Williams is a diva.
Oh, please.
Their biggest diva.
Divas don't play in the trenches. There you go.
That's
Take
not
that
true.
to the bank.
It's not. Trent I.V. Williams. What's coming up on The Game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long right here on Prize Picks. And tonight's lock of the day, WNBA Game 3 semifinals. The Connecticut Sun will win the game over the Minnesota Lynx by more than 2.5 points. Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with injury insurance. So your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, all good. Prize Picks keeps your lineup live. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Download the app today. Use code GURU957 to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Goo, I just looked at my email, and guess what's available?
What?
Those new Warriors Classic Edition jerseys.
Yeah. What? All right.
Oh, no.
Not my favorites.
Why not?
No, they look like the Knicks.
The stripes pay tribute to the original jersey design. The colors take on the Philadelphia Warriors navy blue and red.
Now, is that the white one you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, show me, because I'm mad at you. I got a bone to pick with you.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That one right there.
Yeah. The Red Warriors.
Ooh.
Yeah. So we've been doing this, 6-7 years? You make mistakes.
I did once.
I make mistakes. Well, you do daily.
One.
Reading stuff.
Oh,
yesterday I called you fat, but I was playing from the back. I really didn't mean it, but you took it that way. So I just did a read, and you come back in and say, "Was that a 6-minute read?" Oh my, dude! I tried to change it up, but for you to call me out and feel that comfortable, F you, man. Well, I can't believe you said that. So you're over here grading me.
No.
Yeah, so if I did it regular, which is phenomenal, you wouldn't have said good job, Goo. But when I go a little slower,
I went out.
6-minute read.
You started your live read. I walked out. I went to the men's room. I made a cup of coffee. I went into the studio. I asked some coworkers if they'd like to join us after work.
Stop
I came back in, and you were still doing the read. That's all.
The Evan change your oil hurt.
Did you?
Wow.
Look, you got 2 reads out of the way with that one.
Dude,
That's
wow.
All. 2.
What you got, buddy?
And by the way, Evan, get that smirk off your face because I'm coming for you next.
Dude, he hurt me with it. 2 days in a row.
Vicious. He's vicious.
And he's young. The memory.
And he's got the card.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
No, okay, I'm going to throw this by because I did throw this by Evan when I first came in. And I was like, you know what? I think this is the way to do it. And I tell him what I was thinking, and he goes, yeah, no.
Oh, boy.
So,
probably.
Right. Here's what I'm talking about.
We'll see.
So I'm looking at these quarterbacks who stink, right? Let me just throw a couple. Bryce Young, right?
Just good God.
Will Levis.
Good God. Don't be Anthony Richardson.
I have Richardson. I even throw Trey Lance in there.
Yeah.
Bo Nix. Some of these guys come out of college. They're just not ready.
Right.
So
Bo's team is 2-2.
Okay.
All right. But
fine. Take him off the list. I don't care. Everything works anyway. So this offseason, the Falcons drafted a quarterback and acquired Kirk Cousins.
That they did.
And I'm thinking, and they got Michael Penix. And I'm just watching that game last night, and I'm watching Kirk Cousins, and I'm thinking, that's the way you got to do it.
Wow.
Like, that's the way you got to do it.
That's how Mahomes watched, right?
You take a little pressure off him. Like, what's his name? Andy Dalton should have started from day one.
But everybody doesn't have that luxury, Stoney. Some of these teams are trying.
But that's my point.
Jordan Love watched Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean?
That's the way to do it.
No doubt. But I'm just saying, so what if you don't have that guy in front of him, that steward, that OG?
That's what I'm saying. You got to get one of those guys.
Right.
And
did Brock have, I guess, technically Jimmy was.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But he wasn't drafted to start right away.
Gotcha.
It was like Trey Lance. Like
he should have sat, as you're saying.
Well, they lucked out because they had a guy on the roster in Purdy who obviously was better than Trey Lance. I'm just saying.
Trey watched Jimmy for a year is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I just don't like the idea of you think a guy's going to come in right away. I mean, Andy Dalton's a pretty average quarterback, but he took over for Carolina, and they're better.
Different team.
They're just better.
Yeah.
And so
a forward pass, go figure.
Now here we go. But Evan, I said, boy, everybody hated with why did Cousins was even miffed? Why'd they draft Penix? And it's like, relax. It's gonna take Penix 2 years. And Kirk, you're 37. Anyway, that's the way I try to go about it.
It's not gonna work.
Where? In Atlanta?
Yeah, for one of them.
But it only has to work for Kirk Cousins for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, and by that time, Michael Penix will be up for a new deal. having played 0 games in the NFL.
He will not have played 0. He'll have played a season or 2.
But how is he going to play a season or 2 if Kirk Cousins is playing a season or 2?
Because the first year is like a 4-year deal, right?
Yeah, the same amount of time that Kirk Cousins is under contract.
Yeah, but okay, then you trade Kirk Cousins in 2 years.
Well, what if Michael Penix doesn't work out?
That's why you have Cousins for 4.
But you just traded him.
Not if Penix isn't the guy you hope he would.
But you won't know if he's the guy because he doesn't play.
No, that's what I'm saying is you do know. I really think just because a guy hasn't played in any games, but the team has watched him practice for 2 years, I think the team knows if a guy's ready or if he's not ready or if he may never be ready.
Then why'd you draft him in the first place?
Who?
Penix.
Just like why you draft every quarterback, hoping he works out.
But you have a quarterback that works out because you just signed him to a 4-year deal.
But he's an older quarterback.
So then why'd you sign him?
Who?
Cousins.
To help.
They're two conflicting pieces on the same team.
I really don't see it that way. I see it as if the Warriors were to draft, let's say they drafted just a point guard this year.
Yeah.
Who they thought was going to be a great player. Yeah, guess what? He's going to have to wait a year or 2 behind Steph. And then Steph's going to be 38 or 39, and hopefully by that time, then the young guy's ready to emerge. But in the
meantime, he just wasted 2 years of his rookie deal.
No, but he's learning. You're not wasting it. He's actually learning how to play the position. Even though he's not starting, you at least have him in your system for a couple years.
But he has more value on the court because he's on a rookie deal.
So you get to see him for 2 years.
In practice, is what you're saying.
Well,
because he can't play, because there's someone in front of him.
Right, but then why can't Penix start in 2 years?
Because Cousins is still going to be there.
Well, but if Penix is ready, then Cousins has to step aside.
But he's still under contract.
But you can move him.
At age 39?
Maybe, for 1 year, 1 or 2 years. I mean, look at Rodgers, in a way.
Yeah, and the Jets are probably regretting that right now.
You think?
Well, Justin might not be in engineering, but the rest of the Jets fans are.
You think? Seriously, I'm not, you think I'm trolling, I'm not.
I think.
What do you think?
No, I'm eating my popcorn. Michael Jackson meme.
I'm asking you a question.
It's 2 timelines, and I'm with...
No. Do you think Jets fans regret signing Rodgers?
I picked him to go to the AFC Championship game. I don't think they're going, and he looks as old and decrepit as all outdoors, so I think there's some regret. Now, you could say, fool, it's only 4 games, but Steiny, he don't look like the old Aaron Rodgers that had a year off and is fresh. Hey, they might still go he don't look right. But if he gets Devontae Adams, maybe that'll help. I don't know, but to Evan's point, I think there might be some regret.
Well, Jordan Love is the example you're looking for, but...
Or Favre.
Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, not Favre, or Rodgers.
So there's 2 examples in the last 30 years. They just happen to play for the same team.
No. What I'm saying is it is risky to draft a quarterback. I don't care if he's a number 1 pick, a number 10.
But they get thrown to the wolves now. You admit that more now than they ever have.
Let's take the draft class of Trey Lance. Those 5 guys.
Oh, good God.
Zach Wilson, Fields, Trey,
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence, and there was one other guy. Can't remember who it was. Mac Jones. I would want to have a guy in place who I knew could be a starter when I draft my quarterback of the future. Because I don't want to have to throw him in there. And the other thing is, I'm doing that knowing that quarterbacks kind of, it's like throwing darts at a dartboard.
But to have your scenario, I'm just saying, Steiny, and I might do that, is a luxury. You know what I mean? Look at Justin Fields. He didn't have anybody to look up to, and now he's on another team, but it looks like he may have the goods. I would love to have somebody come in, and who was Kansas City? Alex Smith.
Alex Smith, quarterback for 1 year.
And have Mahomes watch
exactly.
And then go shock the world.
That's all I'm saying.
But that's a luxury.
But is it?
Mac Jones, who was he going to look like? You got to go in and start. And
look at the Carolina Panthers. They got Dalton. There's enough of those guys around.
Well, they probably thought Young had the goods.
Of course.
So did I.
But But that's the thing. Like, if you're drafting a quarterback, can you really operate under the assumption, yeah, he's going to be a star?
Well, I don't think you can, but Bryce Young, I don't care if Joe Montana was in front of him. I don't think he has the skill set to be good at his job on the pro level.
Bryce Young?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's kind of my point. It's a way to, it's a little insurance.
Yeah.
That's all. And you're only paying one guy at a time. You like Penix is.
But Evan's point was when you're going to pay when the rookies.
Yes, you
hadn't even got to watch the movie, basically.
But see, that's where. And I do want to talk about this. Like, I do think if you're a rookie quarterback and you, let's say Penix, okay, he's not playing, but Cousins is.
And you think practice, they know.
I think, well, maybe not now. I think maybe now they're like, boy, Michael's got a lot of work to do, or Michael's getting close, or Michael's never going to be any good. But I think after 2 years, I think you know.
Did you think Kyle thought Trey was ready? Because Trey's showing he'll never be ready. But I got to believe, Stoney, they thought what they saw in practice, he was ready.
Well, I can't remember the specific circumstance, but I think one of the reasons you could shoehorn Trey in there was because they had Garoppolo still, right? So,
and people were lobbying for Trey to start out the gate.
Right.
He didn't.
Right.
And how did that work for him?
In a way, I don't care who starts and who doesn't. Like, Penix was drafted, they think Cousins is better. Bryce Young was drafted, they started him, he's not better, now they bring in Dalton. I just like the idea of having, if you're going to have one of those guys, to have the other.
And the last thing about Young,
maybe it is a luxury.
He was so bad, Bryce Young, that it made Dalton look like Johnny Unitas. We all know Andy Dalton's a serviceable quarterback in this league at best, okay, especially now. But that's how pathetic Bryce Young was at the position to where when Dalton takes over, he's looking like Marino.
And all I'm saying is, think about how many rookie quarterbacks in the last 6 years have looked pathetic.
Well, Troy Aikman and John Elway were fed to the wolves. Peyton Manning. They had to do. I'm just 1-15 for Troy.
Right, but you're mentioning three of the best quarterbacks in history. I'm just taking any three. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into that conversation. Yeah, it might be a luxury, but
and my final point to that,
I would do it.
Whichever way you go, you're going to find out. And like you mentioned, those three guys are Hall of Famers. And now we're seeing the 2021 draft class. It's kind of like they didn't have it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Classic edition, Falcons quarterback situation.
At some point, we got to get Jersey Ken. So he's got to crack the mic.
Why?
What happened? I called him last night in traffic. He was headed to a concert. I called him to congratulate him on what I watched.
What did he do?
Alonzo, he's a Met fan. They were down 2-0. Dude, come on, Stoney. They were going home.
And then this happened.
The pitch. Swing and a ball drilled. Right field. Freeling back. At the wall. Out of here. It's out of here. Alonzo, an opposite field home run. And the Mets had the lead. Pete Alonso, the polar bear, takes Devin Williams deep. And here in the ninth, the comeback kids have done it again. It's 3-2 Mets.
Wow, Stoney.
Okay.
1 out when all that started.
This is the way it should go. Congratulations to Pete Alonso and the Mets. Fans don't get congratulated. They're not in it.
Yeah, you see, I want to hug you. And you know today with all this money that's out there.
Don't say congratulations. Say, like, I'm happy for you, Ken.
The fans care more than some of these bum-ass players, man. How about that?
Well,
but I called him in traffic on the 4-hour journey. I said, I'm calling him.
Who didn't you call? Can you name anybody who you didn't call?
I didn't call you. Tried 2 hours for this. My goodness. Congrats, Ken.
No.
Yep.
Happy for your squad, Ken.
There you go.
Happy for your squad. Huh? You know who's going? You know who I will stick it to today because I just heard him.
Evan.
No.
That was good back and forth just a second ago.
Somebody said Evan was being obtuse. I can't wait till Dibs comes in. He went on this whole thing about, I hate New York, their fans. I don't hate New York. I hate their fans. I root against their men.
I'm going to give you a one for your Dibs.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
Travis is in Hayward. Hey, Travis, how you doing, man? What's going on? Hey.
I'm good. I wanted to weigh in support of your argument about the Falcons and the backup quarterback for insurance.
Thank you.
I think the greatest example is last year, John Lynch came out in a press conference saying that Kyle Shanahan came to John and said, I got some good news and some bad news. Our best quarterback on the roster is our third-string Brock Purdy.
Right.
So in support of your argument, I think they do understand, the coaches in practice realize if they hit gold or if it was a bust, and they know ahead of time. And the Falcons will be able to decipher that with Penix and Kirk Cousins over the next couple of years.
Hey, I love
Thanks,
your
Travis.
call. But
I think you're right.
No, Steiny, that's not even close to the situation.
Hey, Travis, let me tell you what's going to happen right now. Because you're agreeing with me, they're going to treat you right now how they treat me. So just get
Travis,
ready.
I'm hurt.
Now, Travis is the man.
Travis, yes. The only reason we saw Brock Purdy was the politics of it all. What's status quo? Jimmy was the starter, even if they felt that. The only reason Brock got to see the field was injuries.
No, but they knew ahead of time.
But they knew and did not act.
They saw Brock in practice.
I got you. But the politics of it all still had Jimmy as the starter, even though they felt what you're describing.
Right, but it's less about the starter and the young player it's about having both of them. Thanks, Trav. Yeah, Trav.
No, Evan is right.
Yeah, Trav.
Kyle was down on Jimmy.
They also spent the last pick of the draft on Brock Purdy, not the 6th overall pick or whatever they took with Penix. Or 12.
Do you understand my main point?
Yeah, your premise I agree with. The Falcons specifically is not where you should make your bed.
Why?
Because
seriously, I don't understand why.
Because the same offseason that they spent mega money to go pay for a quarterback,
all right,
they then used their most valuable draft capital to draft the same position.
That normally doesn't happen.
And if that turns out that they have a quarterback for the next 15 years, 3 with Cousins, 12 with Penix, it's worth it.
But you just talked about how rare it is for a quarterback to hit. So why would you just take a shot in the dark when you went and paid for a value, like a known commodity at that position?
Because all things considered, the amount you're paying Penix isn't a backbreaker at this point on his rookie deal.
And what if we find out the Falcons are a piece away from contending with Kirk Cousins?
Okay.
And that piece could have been used on the first-round pick.
Okay, and what if they
Because you're not getting anything from Penix.
No, that's not the way I look at it. I think you're developing Penix right now.
The Falcons basically took James Wiseman.
Because you're getting nothing from him, Steiny, and you could have.
No.
Whatever.
In the 2 years that they're going to get a look at Penix, I believe they will know. And so if Penix, like a lot of other first rounders or quarterbacks in general, doesn't succeed, they're sitting with Cousins and they still got some action.
And if they find out that he's not the guy, which is probable because the percentage of quarterbacks that pop is very low.
Then wouldn't you rather have a guy sitting there like Cousins than not?
Well, Cousins is going to be 40 years old.
I know.
And you have not gotten anything from a top round pick.
Right.
Which you could have used on another position.
Right. But also 6 teams took quarterbacks hoping. So I just look at it as insurance for doing that.
The Minnesota Vikings signing Sam Darnold makes sense because
I would sign
he's a cheaper option than Kirk Cousins, who they gave $160 million to.
Number 2 quarterback in the league.
What's that?
He's the highest number 2 paid quarterback in the league. Like, was that smart?
Yes. Like, I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, let's say they'd never signed Cousins.
He would be.
What would be happening with Penix?
He'd probably be starting.
How do you think he'd be playing? Just in general, assume. Yeah, maybe Jaden Daniels. That's fine.
Let's just say he struggled.
Be. Okay.
Yeah.
How's the season going to go?
That I don't know. Mac Jones struggled, and they went to the playoffs his first year.
Well, Bo Nix has struggled, and they're 2-2. But Caleb Williams has struggled, and they're 2-2.
Right, but they're not going to be a playoff team if those quarterbacks continue to struggle like they're struggling. I don't think.
But odds are in a couple of seasons, Michael Penix is going to struggle as a first-year starter.
See, that's where I think we're short shrifting watching a young guy for 2 years in practice. Like, why did the
I agree that it's a great contingency plan. It just doesn't really make sense.
When did the Packers realize Rodgers was able to take over for Favre?
He waited a while.
Okay. I don't know if it's 1 year or 5 or 4. But at some point, the Packers had seen Rodgers enough in practice and said, this guy's ready.
But they didn't have to make a decision as to whether Aaron Rodgers was a $50 million quarterback off of one season, which is now what you have to pay for a quarterback.
Well, I mean, what did the Packers just do with Love?
I think the jury's still out on him.
Well,
they paid him.
And how much exactly? So they must be convinced that he's really good after a year of playing and a couple years of practice.
But you understand that he looks good, but that's risky, even when it was announced for Love.
I know it's risky. Yeah. That's why I like to have Kirk Cousins there. Like, that's all. I'm just saying. I just didn't see the big deal. It's like I just don't assume that a rookie quarterback is going to commit. Like, I would like to have insurance for any quarterback that I draft and bring in.
Well, I believe 8 out of 10 rookies now that get drafted top 5, they're starting. Like, that's what era I believe we're in. And that's why I said it's a luxury if you have the Jordan Love model.
But then how many of those 8 guys succeed?
Well, 2021, but maybe 3 of them.
Why wouldn't you just draft a quarterback every year then?
Because you've invested in one that you believe in.
But if you don't know about them, because you only have a year.
But that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't believe that. Like, I believe when a team sees a rookie come in, no matter at what position, at some point they say, he's either not ready, he's never going to be ready, or this guy's got to play.
I just feel like there's very few Brock Purdy's that come in and immediately wow someone to the point where they believe that they can step in and be the player as a third-string quarterback.
Well, maybe we're not understanding each other, because that's exactly why because it's so risky, that's exactly why I would try to get a guy who, if it doesn't work, we still have some action. That's all.
And it's like, for me, Buster Posey, what did we say? How many years? For me, it was 3 before we see if he's got. That's where I'm at with a rookie quarterback. My hot shot quarterback. You got to give him about 3 years.
Right, and I'm just saying.
Mac didn't get that in New England.
And what I would say is, I mean, I guess those 3 years you're evaluating him, he's just the starter?
Yeah. I think that's the way.
Yeah,
not with Penix, obviously.
I would rather do it the other way, where you bring like, if Cousins were washed and Penix were good, I think Penix would be playing now. Right?
Right, but it's still an L for your finances because you gave Kurt 100 in the hand.
In the short term. Huh? In the short term. Yeah, I'm not saying push isn't going to come to shove at some point. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. You guys just heard the conversation. If you want to weigh in, you can do that. You can tell me to shove it like these guys have.
Please. Let's go back and forth. We'll see.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Oh. Don't look at the text line, guys. Surprise. There's upsets happening on the text line.
Well, that's Perry.
You good, Evan?
Texted you.
Evan, you good?
We're not disagreeing on the premise.
No, and that's
what we're disagreeing about the Falcons situation.
He's so exactly.
You don't think the Falcons have a good situation right now at quarterback?
I think it's fine.
Okay. No, we can get it on the other side. I see people. I see I see Rhonda, Steve, and Harry want to get in on this conversation. So we'll do that. On the other side, what's coming up on the game? Presented by Fremont Bank. 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Sports at the Art Museum. Sports at the Art Museum. I'm not saying wear your gym shorts. Hey, why not? Downtown, top floor, greatness on display. Like football's first helmet and the black and red shoes that sparked a rebellion. Ooh, the OG. From the court to the canvas.
Timmy Roy.
A little Black Sabbath here. Great guess, though.
It's actually not a bad guess.
Dude, wow, Spadoni.
This is noise. This is not music. God, I hope it's nobody popular.
This is a mosh pit noise, Steiny. Wow.
I don't know who the artist is, but it's Stone Cold Steve Austin's intro song in WWF.
Wow.
Spadoni, I finished the Vince McMahon doc.
Whoa, I had to turn it off. Man.
I'll tell you what.
He's one of a kind.
He don't take losing lying down.
Dude, that doc is incredible. Hey, I had to turn it off.
I didn't realize that him and Stone Cold thing was as big as it was.
Man.
Vince McMahon.
But he's the reason it is what it is now.
Hey, we're shouting out the 1975 San Jose State football team.
Yeah.
They went 9-2. Guru's got a buddy.
Huck likes you now.
Guru's got a buddy who played defense on that team. So get this, Goo. They went 9-2. That's 11 games.
Gotcha.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In over half their games, they held their opponents to 7 points or fewer.
I'm looking at it. You're right.
They shut out their first two opponents, Santa Clara and Oregon. They beat Oregon 5-0.
Man.
Then they had to win a shootout at Stanford, and they won it.
Stanford had James Lofton.
36-34. Mm-hmm. Stanford scored some points on them. Then they came back. Then they lost Cal by a field goal.
Yep.
And then they started locking it in.
Had 12 first-round draft picks.
Wow.
Yep.
All right.
That's big. Hey.
Put some respect on their name.
Well, put some respect on Berkeley and the fans. I guess tonight at 12 a.m., you can start lining up for the line for game day.
That's a soup kitchen. That's not game day.
Steiny, stop. People are gonna be lined up.
Right. At Whole Foods.
Dude, you don't get it. They're coming out, man. Miami minus 13.5. If you're into the spread. 13.
Oh, we got to do our thing today.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I lost big time. I took the Steelers.
And how much did you bet?
2 racks. What did you bet? $20.
I think I bet $700.
Yeah.
I lost 2, though. I'm 1-3, I think.
Who'd you have? We always can't.
Who'd I have last week, Evan? You remember? In that
off the top?
I'm trying to think who I picked last week. We both lost our picks. I can't remember who mine was. It wasn't Denver.
You had Green Bay.
That's right.
Oh boy,
they almost won, right?
Yeah, but you thought that they were giving points.
He's still getting you.
Let's go to another Daryl. Daryl in D.C. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Sonny. Hi, Drew. How you doing this morning?
Yeah,
good, up, man.
Nation's
That's
captain.
good. You know it. Hey, Sonny, I totally agree with what you're saying. I think Google and them giving you a bit of a too much problem because people fail to realize Green Bay got visualized for drafting Jordan Love. A lot of people question whether or not should they have drafted a wide receiver to help Aaron Rodgers at the time when he was there. And to be honest with you, you need an insurance company because you never know. Most of these first-round draft picks, most of them haven't played. Some of them only played about maybe a season or two. So you really don't know if they have the mental fortitude to be able to play at the highest level. So why not, if you're going to spend a high draft pick, you need to have an insurance person that not only can help the rookie, but fits the rookie skill set that once he gets ready to start, he can ease his way right into the starting lineup instead of what we're seeing now with Bryce Young when they just threw him into the Wolves. And look at him now. Now we're questioning whether or not he can either play at this level.
No,
I think you're absolutely right. Have an insurance company. You definitely have to have an insurance policy because you never know what these rookies are going to do when they're coming out in college.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. I'm just so excited because you make great points. And Steiny makes a valid point just like Evan does as well. But the bottom line, and I'm using Bryce Young, and I know it's premature, but I don't care how you get on the field. At the end of the day, you got it or you don't. And I think Bryce Young does not have it. Mahomes had it, and I believe Mahomes would be Mahomes had they thrown him to the wolves. Brock Purdy, nobody thought he had it. He had it. So it goes both ways, but I don't believe, and again, you guys are making valid points, I don't believe how you're introduced or how you get out there. It has an effect, but at the end of the day, if you got the goods, you got the goods. That's how I feel about the quarterback.
And I do agree with you. I do agree with you, Guru, but I also believe that sometimes with these rookie quarterbacks, you just don't know with them. Like, I ask you this question. Do you think it's too early? Do you think what the Patriots doing with Drake May, do you think that it's a wrong idea for them just to sit him on the bench and have him learn or have him start and throw him into the wolves? I actually think that Mayo's doing an actually good job. Even though he has the talent is just not enough to play on this level.
Wow.
And Patrick Mahomes is showing you that it takes more than just your talent. Your talent is one thing, but if you don't have all the intangibles to play the game, read the offense, be able to take your check down, be able to get out of play and just make something out of nothing and to live to see another play, then you're going to have your organization always drafting for a player that is never going to be there because you're not putting that player into the success that he needs to be done. So I do agree with what you're saying, but I also believe that you should not rush these talents neither. Sometimes these talents need to be groomed to be what they are to be.
Okay.
You're not going to always get a Patrick Mahomes. You're not always going to get a Justin Herbert, and you're not always going to get a Lamar Jackson. Sometimes you got to groom these young guys to be the guy. And if you get a good veteran that meets their skill set and groom them into being the starter, then that will definitely help your organization for the long haul.
No, that's a great call, but I'll say this, because Steiny, you got to hit the on button. I'll say this, Steiny. We talked about Drake May. If you're telling me what's in front of him is Jacoby Brissett, oh my God, just me personally, feel like Drake May is going to be a better quarterback in this offense because he's watching nothing. I'm not saying he's not learning, but I think him going 0-17 as opposed to watching Jacoby.
I don't know.
And this is no shade at Jacoby. He's just not good, I don't believe. You're a survivor, but Drake could be getting those reps. And my last thing to you.
And it could be David Carr.
Okay, could be.
Right.
But when I threw out Aikman and I threw out Elway and Manning, high picks. But let's be honest, Dallas, Denver, and Indianapolis, they chose to do that. And there was a fear of, what if they don't have it and they fall flat on their face and it's a bad pick? There was no, we're throwing you out there, Troy. You go 1-15, but we know you're going to the Hall of Fame. My point is it's a roll of the dice either way.
Well,
and the talent supersedes all.
As it relates to Brock Purdy, he's not even, I don't see any
This
parallel.
is the biggest outlier ever.
No, he's not even what I'm talking about.
Me either.
They drafted him in the 7th round. He turned out to be great. He's starting.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about.
You and Evan were talking about the top picks.
When you go out and get a guy in the draft.
I got you.
Let's go to Mahomes for a minute. So Andy Reid moves up in the, what did Mahomes end up getting picked? 10th or something? Okay. So, well, let me just hit, why didn't Mahomes start right off the bat?
I guess because Andy felt like Alex was still good enough. They took him to the playoffs, had a 14-point lead against Tennessee at home. Tennessee came back and won that game, but he felt like, his prerogative, Bobby Brown, but he felt like he wanted Patrick to watch.
And do you think at some point during that rookie year, either midway through the season or when it was over, Reid goes, now we're going with the kid?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that had more to do with what Alex wasn't doing as opposed to knowing what Patrick could do. I think Patrick was just, we like him, we drafted him, hell yeah, but we're going to find out. And I believe, it's just me, Stoney, Patrick was going to be Patrick if you threw him out there and they went 2-15 in the first.
Yeah, maybe.
That's just me.
But I don't know. That's the part. And there's always the argument about ruining a guy's confidence. And that's why, listen, I'm not telling you that I can go in depth with the New England Patriots. But I do understand a philosophy where we're not very good. Our offensive line is not very good.
Let's give you
we
that
don't
real
have
experience.
receivers. Let's not. It's hard enough playing rookie quarterback in the NFL. We can't throw this kid in there because it's just not fair to him. But Brissett has been around the block a little.
So are you done with, if I ask you right now, and I probably wouldn't get any no's, do you think Zach Wilson's going to amount to anything or live up to that pick?
No.
So you don't think he was mishandled at all? Because to me, Zach Wilson.
Well, I can't remember exactly what happened his rookie year.
He went to the Jets and had every opportunity to show something, and to this point, it looks like there's nothing there. Like he can't play.
Right, that's my point. And I get it. You can't but yeah, that's why I would have loved to have a Kirk Cousins on my roster when we're bringing Zach Wilson in.
Now, what if, just to go to Atlanta, what if they missed the playoffs by a game and they got a needed corner and they could have used that Penix pick on a corner with Kirk Cousins, who they gave $100 million to guaranteed? Couldn't you, if they couldn't fix that, why didn't you go use that pick as opposed to get the surplus of something you already had? Because
maybe they think Penix is the quarterback of the future, and they're willing to wait a year or two for him to develop. I don't know. It's just a philosophical type question. If I were that draft that, okay, so I guess it doesn't matter. Lawrence started right away. Zach Wilson started right away.
And how's that going? And he looks like something made in a lab. He's lost 9 straight starts.
Okay.
And I think that, where I'm just asking you real quick here, where are you at on Trevor Lawrence?
Well, like I said, that's the perfect example of, whether he turned into the best quarterback in football or the worst, yeah, I like the idea of having a veteran quarterback on the team when we go to get our quarterback in the draft.
Yeah. I do believe if Trevor Lawrence was a quarterback of the Niners,
I believe in
they would
grooming
still
a quarterback.
be winning like Brock Purdy's
Wait,
winning.
one more time?
If Trevor Lawrence had got with Kyle with this offense, I don't think he would skip a beat. That's how much I think of Kyle. And I
disagree.
I think I want to go throw Justin Fields in there. That's how much I think of Kyle.
I disagree with that.
Right.
And you know what?
We've seen it with Jimmy, even though they're older.
Okay, what if I said this? Saying that this offense wouldn't skip a beat with Lawrence or Fields, that's a slap in Purdy's face.
But I'm not trying to make it because the other day I said Purdy's basically on the doorstep of stardom if he's not there.
I think they'd skip a beat with those guys. I do. I think Purdy's good.
No, he's
better than those two guys.
Okay, I got to be careful here because I'm pro Purdy.
Sure.
He's in a better situation than those guys, too.
But I'm just dropping Trevor Lawrence onto the Niners right now. I think they skip a beat.
Evan, how would you answer that? Not to put you on the spot, just with Trevor Lawrence.
Too, by the way, the boss did it again.
What happened?
They're pulling our MVP out of the lineup halfway through a show.
Yeah, he's got
6 man.
My back on your good side
Evans,
now?
Evan's bigger than us. It ain't. He produces us, but
physically, no.
If he were a stock NASDAQ, he's up. He'll be doing. You know what I mean? He'll be around longer than you and I. So he ain't just our producer. He's got other stuff brewing.
You guys are Kirk. I'm Penix.
See, that bothered. That's why I'm hooping still, man.
Well, you're not.
What you mean I'm not?
I've seen you're not really hooping. You're running up and down the court to get exercise.
Called me and we talked 30 minutes about pickup.
Do you realize that you asked Evan a question, didn't let him answer, and now he's like, what?
No, you put him on blast. He's eating.
You did it to Spadoni earlier.
I never do that.
He did do that. You did it to Spadoni.
And you got exposed too last week when you were out. Remember Thursday? What was ask Evan the question you were going to ask him?
Dude, you can't even remember. Lawrence was under center for the Niners.
Or Justin Fields.
Fully healthy.
Yes for both.
Thank you. You're wrong. Because Evan's always right.
No, but I just...
They stink, those two guys.
Trevor Lawrence doesn't stink.
And I'm not saying
but he's not as good as Brock.
He lost 9 straight starts.
And he's in the worst situation. Well, he's got a good coach.
Is that true? He's lost 9 straight?
Yeah, 9 straight.
Jacksonville lost 5 in a row to end the year?
9 straight quarterback starts for your boy Lawrence. And
he's due.
Yeah. But Evan, I believe maybe they don't get to the Super Bowl, but they damn sure get to the playoffs with Lawrence, with the tutelage of Kyle. Now, Justin, you might, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think there's some people out there right now that think the Niners making the playoffs is not a given. Well, I think it is, but...
So the best thing in Steiny's world is, for Penix right now, is you're watching Kirk.
Thank you.
No, I'm saying that's where you're... I don't know.
I would not mind the Atlanta Falcons quarterback situation.
Yeah.
Now, you might... And Evan's got a point. I get it. Maybe he's saying, they don't give up 30 points a game if they have another defensive player they could have drafted.
But the insurance policy is on 100 there at the quarterback position.
Well, I just don't know at what point you figure that Penix is going to be better than Kirk, because Kirk still looks like he's pretty damn good.
It might just be when the kid's ready. You know what I mean? Well, like he might not have to be better than Cousins, but a coaching staff says the kid's ready to play.
And Kirk may even know it. If that time ever does come, I'll probably be on the first thing out of here.
Well, if he's unhappy, that's just kind of also the way it goes. Let me throw this one out there. Let's say it's 8 games into this year, and you say, "Oh my God, Penix is good. Like he's got to play now." But we're 5-3. I don't care. He's that good. Kind of like with Kaepernick and Alex Smith.
Yeah. The cap wasn't that high.
You think a team would want Kirk Cousins?
Oh no, he's going to be old. I was going to say Rover. He's going to be around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But right now, he's more than just around. He's on a team that's got some action and some weapons.
Do you guys think that Brock Purdy, let's say Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance remain healthy, do you think that Brock Purdy eventually
I love you for that.
Steps in and becomes starter? Because he just simply beats them out.
Yes.
I don't.
That's a great question, though.
But, Evan, I believe if that happened, we'd be in year 3 before that would happen, naturally.
I think it would have happened. I really do.
So when that caller called and made the point of they knew.
Well,
I said they knew, but they didn't do anything about it because of the politics. Follow the money, and Jimmy was the starter.
So eventually it would have, to me.
But, we're talking about 3 years, though, I believe.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
He said, do you think if those guys...
They wouldn't have pulled the plug on Jimmy, paying him what they were. Hey, Brock, go out there. We think you're better. Trent thinks you're better, so does
when did
Warner.
John Lynch or when did Shanahan go to somebody and say our best quarterback's the number 3? Was that when Trey Lance started to play before he got hurt?
Yeah, the summer of before Trey started.
Yeah. See, like to me, that's not a big deal. Like, hey, our number 3 quarterback might be the best guy on our roster. Okay, well, then he's got to play right now.
No, they kept him in the wine cellar. They kept him in the wine cellar.
We got Garoppolo. Let's make sure.
Yeah, and he got hurt.
The other thing is the reason they were loving Purdy is because he was a 7th-round pick. There were absolutely no expectations, and there was nobody on planet Earth that would have been like, that was saying, hey, they got a guy, Brock Purdy, who I know nobody's ever seen him, but he's great. Like, we wouldn't have known. We don't know that.
And when that day comes next year, and I know it's about the Cardinals and Cal and Miami tomorrow, when that day does come, that Purdy inks that deal, there is nobody no quarterback that's come out of nowhere like a Brock Purdy.
But Kurt Warner.
Well, God damn you. Yeah. Outside of that, and there was a movie made about him. Yeah.
Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking the call. It's my first time actually calling in to you guys. Usually I don't get the ability to call in until Willard and Dibbs are on. But
we're here for you,
I heard
buddy.
what was going on.
We love them.
I heard what was going on, and I got it back Steiny up here a little bit. I think you guys are giving him the business a little too much. I think the Falcons. I think they totally know. I think the Falcons totally know what they're doing. I think there's a lot of factors here that we're probably not aware of because we're not in the room with them. But after they signed Cousins, who knows? Maybe they saw something after the deal that they had a little buyer's remorse on, and they're like, well, let's go get a backup. Maybe they didn't like their depth in the quarterback position, so they wanted to do that. Or maybe they just didn't like what was available in the draft other than the quarterback prospect pick, so they took it for potential future trade cap. No, I don't know. But having depth, if there's anything I've learned from being a Niner fan, I mean, there was a time when we had Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Steve Bono. And
true.
That's never a bad thing. So
appreciate it,
that's
Joe.
all I'm saying.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Yeah, they're being hard on me. You're right. Joe knows.
He said business.
He's giving me the business. Who's the ref that made that call? He's giving him the business underneath the pile. Remember that one? No? You have any idea what I'm talking about?
No.
Do you, Evan?
Yeah, it was like 15-yard penalty, unnecessary roughness. He was giving him the business.
I would love to hear that.
I'm sure.
I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
When I heard ref, I just immediately, I don't know if you saw the game. It was a couple of weeks ago. He was black. The ref. The guy was running for a touchdown, and he was fast as the guy with the ball. Did you see him? And he's running down. I said, boy, is fast. Did you see that one?
Well, I didn't.
Okay, I'm bringing it up for you.
Yeah,
What?
I'm going to stay out of this one. I know the kind of feelings it
You
evoked.
know what video I'm talking about? The ref.
I have no idea.
He was
I have no idea.
started.
I just know that Willard evoked some passion when he was talking about sprinters the other week.
Wow.
Come on, you know what I'm talking about. All right. Hey, let's just play this for fun.
That's fired, that's caught, and that is Hodge. And Hodge is going to take it to the end zone. A most improbable win for the Atlanta Falcons.
And Al Michaels gets to make it to the bar by last call.
Wow, look at you.
What about this call?
Personal foul, 69, offense. He was giving them the business. He played it there.
That is it. What?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, man.
Maryland, North Carolina State.
He was giving them the business. Wow.
This is interesting. 602 says there's probably 17 teams that would want the Falcons quarterback situation. That's about half.
Well, how many ones do we really have in the league? To where you go and the Rams, they love Stafford, but you know what I mean, Stoney?
No, I do know what you mean.
Purdy, Geno Smith, Kyler. So
I'd rather have the Falcons than Geno Smith.
Well, I would too.
But
nobody.
I'd rather have Josh Allen. I'd rather have Falcons over Dolphins right now. Quarterback situation.
Yeah, Dolphins.
I'd rather them over the Patriots.
Yeah.
Bet the Jets. I'm taking the Falcons over the Jets right now.
Niners.
Quarterback situation. No, I'm taking Purdy. Dak Prescott or the Falcons quarterback situation.
Oh, the Falcons.
Really?
Yeah, you gotta prove it.
Come on.
You have such hatred toward your team right now.
No, I'm being real. 8 years of futility.
Evan?
This dude is not the man. You're telling me I get a glimpse of a guy that can put up numbers just like Dak. Kirk has. He's the black Kirk Cousins. And then you got the future with Penix. They got Trey Lance after Dak. Come on, man.
Hell of a backup.
I got to say this to you, Evan.
Man, I don't know.
Am I wrong saying Kirk and Dak are almost identical?
Dak's better than Kirk.
I feel like Kirk's a better pocket guy.
Dak's got one more playoff win than Kirk Cousins. He has 2. Kirk has 1.
You're telling me if you know what? This is a fun conversation.
I'm like they're equal.
This is a fun up in MVP last year.
This is a fun conversation, and the thing I like best about it for once,
and lost
Guru,
at home to a 6 seed. Evan down 27-0. I get it.
I mean, Kirk lost to Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley,
but he also beat Drew Brees in New Orleans in the playoff game.
I'll address that on the other side. Yeah, we'll get into it on the other side. On 95.7, the game was coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if I want to wait for Ken to get in here or not. Maybe Evan can help.
Jersey
or
Ken.
you can help.
Jersey Ken, Steiny.
Who the hell is Hans Zimmer?
He went to go see him last night at Oracle.
Again, who the hell is Hans Zimmer?
One of the greatest composers in the history of American cinema.
And I knew that.
Wait, so he's like
Why
Mozart?
would I diss myself like that?
Or is he a movie maker?
Well, I don't know if he was putting together compositions at age 4, but he's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah, he composed the soundtrack.
Remember I told you that soundtrack to that movie was off the chain? A couple weeks back we were talking about it. I was like, man, the music in that one.
Yeah, I'm not aware.
See, that's why I said Dibley is more.
You ever heard of The Lion King?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did the music for that.
So he's a cartoonist.
Gladiator? You like the sounds in Gladiator?
I've never seen Gladiator.
Interstellar?
Never seen Interstellar.
Dune?
Never seen Dune.
Wow.
So you haven't seen any major blockbuster in the last 20 years?
He's telling the truth.
No.
Well, I do believe that.
That's not true.
But anyways, Hans Zimmer has made all the music for those soundtracks.
Well, get Ken in here because apparently there were 2 bomb threats that delayed the concert last night.
Pete Alonso?
That was one of the bombs. Get it, Goo?
I'm going to give you one.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated with this. Evan came in. We all had difference of opinion. But just real quick, Stoney, I guess I'm holding Dak and Kirk. The postseason, that weighs heavily on my metric, man. And the fact that Dak's had some great teams, better than Kirk, I believe, and has left meat on the bone. But you look at the stats, they're damn near equal. Kirk's got him about, 32,000 passing yards in his career to Dak's 22. But he's played 40 more games, 50 touchdowns, Steiny. They're the same guy.
Dak Prescott and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, he is headed to be
right, just for the
Kirk
record,
Cousins.
Evan came in and said he would take Dak.
Yeah.
All right. Here's what I'm really interested in. Quarterback situation. We started
like this. Oh, yeah.
The Falcons right now have Cousins and Penix.
Dude, Steiny, that's a big deal. That's great.
But what quarterback situations are we taking over that? All right, here we go. Bills.
No, well, yeah, Josh Allen, he'll
exactly.
be there. Okay.
Yes, you're taking the Bills. Dolphins.
No. Hell no.
Patriots.
Hell no.
Jets.
Hell no.
I'm saying no to that too. Cowboys, you say no.
Dude, Cooper Rush and behind Dak is Trey Lance.
Well, the point is, if you have a number one, it's better than it's probably going to be better. Not Giants, no. How about the Eagles?
No. I've been out on Hurts. He's hurting it. Watch.
You think? Damn. Here's a good one.
Your boys hate Hurts.
I know, but he's been to a Super Bowl. I mean, Commanders.
This is my head.
I guess you got to take the Commanders right now, right?
Not if you think Penix is going to be better than Daniels.
Well, see, that's my point. Is Daniels already seems to be like the sure thing.
And
so I got to take
he was better. Man, he is playing. But go ahead.
Ravens. You're taking Lamar Jackson over the Atlanta Falcons quarterback.
I told you I'm not that high on Lamar. I really not. He could be on the bus with Dak. Like he'll never win it.
Okay, I'm just telling you. Would you take the Falcons quarterback position or the Ravens quarterback position?
I would take the Falcons because I'm out.
We can't do this anymore.
Yeah,
because then there's going to be.
No, I'm serious. I'm out. He'll never win it. So I'd rather go with the unknown, Penix and / Kirk. Knowing Kirk probably is not going to get me there, but Penix, I'll take that over what I know or what I believe to know about Lamar. He'll never hoist the Lombardi Trophy.
Bengals?
I'm taking the Bengals. I'm a Burrow fan. Even with the injuries.
Browns and Steelers?
No.
Okay. Bears? No chance. See,
Yeah,
this is what I mean.
It looks like it might. It ain't Sundays or not Saturdays.
Goff or Cousins Penix?
I'm gonna roll the dice on Cousins Penix.
Packers Vikings.
I'm taking Packers. I know Evan threw a rock at him, but I got mad at Evan. He don't know it. He's the reason I like Jordan Love because I hated on him so hard last year. But Evan, the dude looks like he's about to be the next Rodgers.
No, he is. But all right, my point is that the reason why they moved on from Rodgers, because Rodgers wasn't very good anymore.
No, right. All right.
They moved on for Favre because Favre wasn't very good anymore.
I get that.
Cousins still really good. I think the Vikings is probably the best comp for the Falcons situation.
It's not bad.
And old boy got hurt. JJ.
Oh, McCarthy?
Yeah. Because he's waiting in the wings, but right now that might be a while because your boy Sammy is doing it.
I love the way they did it in Minnesota. See, that's what I'm talking about.
But you never would have said that before the season started. Nobody was that high on Darnold.
No,
and it's okay. I'm not mad.
No, that's my point. I'm not asking the quarterback to be Dan Marino. Okay. That's unrealistic.
Serviceable.
Andy Dalton, Sam Darnold, Kirk Cousins, guys like that. I don't think we want to do this anymore. At least kind of thing with the boss. So, when you went down those teams, it was kind of bad and it didn't work.
Niners?
They got a star, man.
I would take the Niners quarterback situation over the Falcons.
Yeah. And the only thing I have, Evan and Steiny, and to the listeners, where is conflicting is I know how much, I don't know per se, how much Kyle is responsible for what Purdy's doing.
I don't know how much.
I know what he did to make Jimmy Garoppolo on his best day look how he took
he's made Purdy look better. Or Purdy is better.
So if we threw Purdy in Carolina with what Bryce Young was worth,
he'd be better than Bryce Young.
Okay, but
there's no doubt.
But would they?
Who?
The team?
Yeah. Yes. I think Purdy. Yeah. I think.
Because we know Purdy is risky, Stotty. He'll run around, but what if you don't got Trent Williams blocking for you? What if you can't hand it off, to McCaffrey? What if there is no Debo Ayuk? Like, I am starting to think that maybe that's just, I need to stop because that's not reality, but I guess I'm trying to be as fair as possible, and it has nothing to do with what Brock, Brock wears the red and gold. That's who's going to give him the money. He's in that situation, but I do wonder, Steiny, if you threw Brock Purdy in Dallas, would he do any better than Dak?
Maybe.
Am I a hater if I'm like, I don't know?
Just a quick Niners update, guys. Final practice of the week. Fred Warner and George Kittle did participate today. Isaac Yiadom, Yetur Gross-Matos, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, not Dominic. Those that listen to the Morning Roast got that. And then Chris Conley are inactive.
Okay.
Oh, Conley, not everybody's favorite Ronnie
Mr.
Bell.
Preseason, he was making plays.
Hey, Ken, bomb threat last night?
Yeah, I was sitting in it.
What happens when there's a bomb threat at a concert?
I was there, yeah.
So
what?
Okay, Hans Zimmer, I didn't know who he was. They told me. That's fine. I'm not going to go down there. Where did he 17,000? Was it in the, it was at the old Oracle, right?
Yeah, it was pretty packed.
So
it looked like it was sold out.
Like it wasn't a stage and the arena was cut in half.
No. He was at the end of the.
Okay, so 15,000 in the building.
Evacuate?
And then what happens?
Well, actually, half of the building was filled. They weren't letting the other half in due to the threat. So yeah, I was in there.
So you were just
and then just loading up.
You were
on
in
drinks.
big trouble.
So the concert kept going after they were alerted it was a bomb scare?
Yeah, well, once the threat was no longer, a threat, they were like, yeah, we can continue.
Wink.
It was like a 2-hour wait.
Oh, my God.
The irony is that Hans Zimmer has probably made many a song for a bomb threat scene in a movie.
Dude, because that Batman soundtrack is second to none.
Guru, it was electric when he played that.
Oh, my gosh.
How does it go? Can you find it? Will I recognize it?
Well, remember you sent me a song about 3 months ago, and it hit me. I love you for it. Maybe I'll send it to you, and then you could just play it when you're driving home today after we leave the
Or I could get
restaurant.
them to do it next time we come back from the break.
But you really don't get the feel of it that way.
I want to know, will I what's it called? Batman?
Yeah.
The Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight.
Oh,
will I recognize it? That's my question to you. Will I recognize it when I hear it?
Listen to that.
Nah.
Listen to that.
Nope. That's not music.
What are you?
Oh, actually, it's kettle drums, huh? That's, you know what?
Dude, I've watched it 8 times, man.
How hard is it to play the kettle drums?
Look,
come on.
Only you, man.
Boom, boom.
The place was sold
wait a minute.
out, man.
Boom, boom. Wait another minute.
They found that baby, too.
You seriously don't recognize this?
Listen to that.
I don't.
Oh, fan. You're not living.
So what's he doing now? He's like, what's he doing while this is going on?
Me too,
He's a composer.
Tell me.
Oh, he was playing the bass. It was like 5 other bassists playing, but he was one of them playing the bass.
I'm so confused.
And that's not all of it. That's just a man.
So who's the lead singer last night?
Oh, my God.
Wow.
They had an opera singer for Dune.
So he played all the hits.
All but one.
What didn't he play?
I think they cut The Last Samurai because it was getting too late.
Of course. You got to leave that one
Did
off.
more than Van Morrison.
That's not hard.
Yeah.
By the way, well, anyway. Can I play this?
What a song. Go ahead.
Believe it or not, I had this written down to do an hour ago when we were talking about Jordan Mason.
JP.
And you mentioned, I like when you mention things that you really don't know anything about, but the terminology sounds good, so you use it anyway.
Oh my, that never happens.
You know, Guru had lost the argument, so the only thing he could say was pre-snap motion. That's what they missed with McCaffrey.
Wow.
No, I'm messing around.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about this. So Mason's got 6 catches this year in 4 games. Obviously, that's not his strength, but, you know, he's
gotten better. He's getting better.
Let's listen to Brock Purdy talk about Mason as a receiver.
I think he's got just good skills with seeing the defense and a good feel. So when he's running these, choice routes and stuff from the backfield, he understands where the quarterback needs to put the ball, and then from there he's able to make plays, man. Obviously, he's great with shedding tackles and making plays after the catch and the yak that comes with it. And so he's got a lot of potential with it. We just got to continue to grow in that area together and give him some opportunities. But from what we've done so far, even dating back to last year, he's made, some catches and stuff last year out of the backfield as well. And so I'm really happy for him, and I know that we still have to continue to get better together.
We'll see.
All right, relax, Brock. He caught 3 passes last year.
And they were the Yak brothers last year, Debo and Ayuk, but the bar is closed this year for Ayuk, Stoney. He ain't sipping on no Yak.
Last year, he caught
this Mason?
Yes, Mason caught three balls out of the backfield.
Yeah.
He had 40 carries and 3 receptions, but he doesn't have the ha-ha.
But what that stat is telling me is the fact that maybe if McCaffrey's going to continue to be out, and it looks like he is, Tony, maybe they condensed the playbook, and maybe they know it's imperative that they add that component to their offense. And again, I know you said, 6 catches in 4 games. He's getting better at it, and we'll probably see it more.
I agree with that.
Because I'm serious, Stoney, when McCaffrey's on the field, you don't know, okay, he's in the backfield. He's lined up out wide. That's stress city. And right now, I don't believe they have that. And that's why the likes of Minnesota could keep the Niners in front of them.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mark Schlereth was in with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And
Stink.
I'm hoping this is the one I was thinking of, but this is, let's just take a listen.
Problem with guys that want to play off schedule all the time is they pass up profits to try to make bigger gains. And ultimately what happens is you pass up those profits, so you're not in great situations. You're not in always 3rd down and shorts. You're in a lot more 3rd down and longs because you passed up the 5 or 6 yard gain, keep yourself on schedule, and then ultimately you get behind the chains and you get behind the game, and then you take chances that you shouldn't take. You throw one up in a team meeting, gets picked off, and the next thing you know, you're on the wrong side of a 12-point deficit. And that happens far too often with Kyler. He just plays off schedule too much, in my opinion.
That was on Kyler Murray, but he also brought him up in the context of Jordan Mason about how Mason always
turns
a 2-yard gain somehow into 4.
My God,
or 3 into 5, and that those yards are huge because they keep you in manageable 2nd and 3rds. And I guess what I'm hearing him say is Kyle Murray can be a little greedy, not taking, I don't mean like that, like he's a ball hawk, but just, he might be looking at a 5-yard game, but He wants to turn it into 20.
Yeah, and all I can remember, again, I keep bringing it back to Ayuk, is the one off-script play in L.A. where he got open and the ball wasn't delivered. Remember that? That's like been the highlight of his season, the play that didn't happen for him.
Or the drop in week 1.
Well, I was like, oh, boy. I'll say this about the Niners, Lynch and Kyle. So we talk about the debacle that was Trey Lance, enters Brock Purdy, probably a top 5 quarterback right now. And then McCaffrey through 4 games, you think it's a death blow. And now you got baby Marshawn Lynch back there. Like, man, you got to give him credit, Sonny.
Who?
The Niners. Brass for the depth of the roster in those 2 positions, man. I would have thought, had you told me before the season, McCaffrey's not playing the first 4 games, might be the first 8. I'm like, oh, Lord. And J.P. Mason looks like a dude.
I mean, in fairness, they're 2-2.
Yeah, no, I got you.
You know what I mean?
Right. But you're feeling the brunt. I don't feel like they're 2-2 because Mason's not doing this part and Brock Purdy's about to get a new deal. He's a top 5 quarterback. He's playing like one right now.
Right.
So when I just look at those 2 positions, imagine had those 2 dudes not been. Imagine Brock Purdy was
Trey Lance?
Yeah, Trey. Oh, but no. Trey Lance had moved on and you got C.J. Beathard. They would be trying to burn the building down, fans, and it might cost them their job.
I think
now you got Joe Montana, maybe. You know what I mean.
But somebody
stop. You got a franchise quarterback, bro.
That's the way you be precise with your words.
But you know what I mean.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's a Purdy mania
Don't
out
say,
there.
You know what I mean. Tell me exactly what you mean. They don't have Joe Montana.
Nobody's that.
Then don't use his name.
But you know what I mean.
No, I don't. Was I going to say? But, so we were talking about the 2-2, though. Who do?
It's a good 2-2.
I think most 49er fans, I don't think they're happy with the 2-2 start.
Well, that's different.
Well, why?
Because the defense
Isn't it the same thing?
It's supposed to having a good 2-2, a good 4 games.
You want to get your boy in here?
We'll wait till they cross us.
You want to get your boy? No, what I'm saying is
he was reaching a little bit.
Do you think they're lucky to be 2-2, or like?
No, I think Niner fans should be mad that they're 2-2.
Right, because they should be 3-1.
Bosa and Warner would be able to hide the no Greenlaw, and now all of a sudden, I can't wait to see how this defense tries to keep up with Arizona's speed. I don't believe this defense, Donnie, is what word am I looking for? A playoff defense right now. And the scary part about that is I don't know why, but I do know this. You can run on them. You can win the time of possession, Rams, Minnesota, and I don't know, you could throw the ball deep on them. Then New England is a wash. Hey, you handle business. But, Stoney, I can't wait for Sunday at 1:05 with Brady on the call to see if that's when we'll be able to say, okay, Sorensen, you've been in the lab. I'm not worried about the offense. It does concern me about the red zone issue, but
they don't have a red zone issue.
It was 67% last year.
It's not enough sample.
4
games,
16 quarters.
Stop.
All right.
Saints probably still are number 1, and they haven't gotten in the end zone in 3 weeks.
Man, talk about returning the glass slipper. The Saints.
Well, no, you know what? I do want to ask 49er fans this question. You're 2-2.
Huh?
How would you describe the 2-2 start? Because I think most 49er fans would be like, no, it's all right.
Losing to the Rams is injury, that.
Well, that's the point. Are you okay with 2-2 because you've been so injured, even though other teams are injured more?
Yeah. I got to think they're not happy.
49er fans.
Yeah. Should have beat the Rams.
Every team's going to lose a game like that.
All right.
At some point. Maybe that's just their one to lose.
And do you think I'm being too nitpicky when I talk about the Niners' offense in 2 games that they lost to Minnie in L.A.? It's different junctures. Had the ball and couldn't move it when you needed to.
No, I'm just talking about the whole team.
All right.
Offense, defense, special teams.
I don't think they're happy.
49er fans.
Even with the injuries.
Yeah, if I were a Niner fan, I don't know. The injuries aren't resonating with me. Like I don't think we lost to the Vikings because of injuries. I don't think we lost to the Rams because of injuries. I'm not saying they weren't a factor, but I think we should have beaten the Rams. If I'm a 49er, we should have beaten the Rams. We should be 3-1.
Up 10 in the 4th.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
But you also said about Well, if Purdy and Mason weren't doing what they're doing, what would they be 1-3?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
But 0-4 maybe, who knows? But I was just giving kudos to Lynch and Kyle for being able to, withstand those injuries, man. You got a star quarterback. I won't call him on Steiny. I think you said it Monday when I said he's a star. It looks like he's a star right now, Brock Purdy.
See, I think they're 2-2, and if it weren't Purdy and Mason,
oh man,
they still would have beaten the Jets and the Patriots, I think, with whoever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
because the worst case scenario, before I'm cutting you off,
like you can't be losing to the Jets in Rodgers' first game back,
and now they look like they don't know what's going on too.
Yeah, they got internal fighting.
Yeah, man. But now you made me do you.
But you forget what you're going to say.
Yeah, keep going.
Aaron Rodgers, Robert Saleh, hard cadence, hold people accountable.
It's sad that nothing's coming. It's just birds.
That's all right. I got more sound here I want to get into.
Right.
Brock Purdy, John Sally, different things. Jordan Mason. Oh, this is all right. He doesn't buy into critics.
I don't, buy into really what people say about me or what they believe about me. Like I said before, all that matters is for me to come in, do my job really well, allow this offense to move and be the machine that it is, and go out and find a way to win. And so if we're doing that, people can say all that they want, but I'm performing for my guys in the locker room and the coaches and in this organization. That's all that matters. And so I continue to hang my hat on that, and that's my mindset every game is I'm playing for these guys right here, no one else. Like, obviously our faithful and the fans and everything, but more than anything, man, the guys in the locker room that we go to work with every single day. And so, that's my mindset. And then obviously if you watch the film and the games, then you see what you see.
Can you do me a favor?
He is not Schwarzenegger. Those were not true lies. That was honesty, man. And
go ahead. Can you do me a favor? Can you try to take a page out of that book? Don't worry about the critics. Don't worry about all the people that are texting you about the show. Just worry about the guys in here you're going to war with.
And that's how I've lasted this long. All the hate and smut that's been sent my way.
How do you know?
I read it.
I thought you didn't pay attention to the critics.
Well, I got some Durant.
He doesn't buy into the critics. I'd like you not to buy into the critics,
That's why I'm still here.
Well,
Steiny, I've seen great hosts succumb to the critics.
Skin thin.
Well, it's real.
That's what I got.
We're warriors. Dude, and that's why... I wish I could. I'm not there yet. Maybe if I was Stephen A., I could go talk to all the young and upcoming broadcasters and tell them, tap into the hate. Read it out loud. So that's how you kill a rodent who is a guy that texts or a gal that says, Guru, you stink. But when you say it out loud, you beat them. You get confidence from, I can't stand to read something negative about me. You know how many times my kids have said, Dad, read this? I'm like, son, they love me because they're typing something bad about me. That's the trick. And Purdy, he wouldn't have lasted had he said, Steiny, there's a science to embracing the hate. So you gotta, it's why you resigned from Twitter.
Let me just throw this out.
That's all, Evan. I am built for it.
Just because I want to just
be nice.
Evan, please.
Let me ask you a question.
Evan, stop.
Be nice.
This dude retired from Twitter.
How many fans do you think you have out there? Fans out there who care.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I got to be careful here. You're setting me up. Fans.
Oh, yeah.
Out of 10, I would think I have 4. Out of 10 fans, if you said 10 was the big pie, I would say Goob might have 4 real ones that love me.
Yeah, I bet. That's about right.
Well, there you go.
I thought you were going to say, I don't know, 5,000?
Come on, man.
Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. All right, hey, I see Rich. I see Philmo Mike. I see Lily. We're going to get to your calls on the other side on 95.
After a win,
7 The Game.
It's got to be positive.
What's coming up next on The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises. Don't miss the kickoff show Sunday. Evan Giddings, Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the ball game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
The world would be my lab. Ready for game day? Catch the football game at the Red and Gold Watch Party at the Veranda on Thursday.
Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru
John
on
Sally.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, we got something. Well,
and I like how we says it.
Percolating.
Don't steal that.
Well, they are.
All right, Sonny. I'm emptying my phone.
Here we go.
This is from Squirt. Remember my buddy Squirt?
Not Wet Wet?
No, that's Bonte.
That's the best nickname I've ever heard.
Wet.
It is. I got to give Bonte credit for that. Wet is incredible. Yeah. I know, but it's a great nickname.
Yeah.
It's
can mean so many things.
Yeah.
Stop it. The disrespect of beast mode must stop. Lynch is a Hall of Famer, which I agree. Call him Baby Barber. So that's Marion Barber. Rest in peace. Remember the old ran for the Minnesota Gophers and Dallas Cowboys back in the day. Had the dreads and ran hard.
Ever play for the Giants?
I want to say maybe at the end he might have played.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, beast mode's a compliment. Squirt, relax. Dude, I'm getting a lot of love. Guru, I'm a fan.
By the way.
But there's one I got to read.
But that is, okay, go ahead.
I don't text in because I love Guru. I text in because I'm on lunch and 99.9% of the stuff he says is stupid. That's what you have to read. Did you type?
I would never type.
Well, you're laughing a lot. I told you when I first started Sunday nights by myself, I would have to I would text the text line so I could see positive stuff about me because the other stuff was killing me. I was KD.
I'll tell you what, that's next level.
You're the man, and it helped me. Yeah. Oh, it's me.
It's a great idea. It's a great idea. Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Atco.
What's up, Rich? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? Happy Friday.
Same to you.
You know, I'll tell you something. And Steiny, I'm sorry, man.
Oh, no.
I got the same love for you that I got for Guru, man. I cannot say that I don't love my boy Guru, because if I do, I ain't right. I'm in Fremont. I got to be right.
That's my man.
So, but this is the thing. At the end of the day, I'm okay where the Niners are at. I am. We got the injury bug early, okay, and that's the best time to get it. Because you don't want it, like, during the playoffs, or if you're in a tight race for the NFC West, or, you know, you're about to go in the playoffs and you don't have your players available. So right now, not all of our players are available, and I'm okay with that because it's a long season. So I'm okay where they're at now. Now, on the other end, yes, I would have liked them to beat the Rams. But, hey, let's keep it real for what it is. The term any given Sunday is real, okay? So we took that loss. It's early, and guess what? We will see the Rams again, all right? So I'm good with it. Thanks, guys.
There it is.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
See, that's what you do that drives me crazy.
Talking to Rich.
No, to you.
Oh. Which is?
Rich says, you know, any given Sunday. I would have liked to have beaten the Rams, but, you know, any given Sunday. And you go, like, speak on it. But then when I say it's the NFL, you sometimes, it's Steiny. Oh, it's Steiny. I got to hear it from Rich from Atco. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything, or at least Willard.
No, Marion Barber played for the Bears outside of Dallas one year.
I'm thinking of the wrong guy.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
he used to run hard.
Tiki Bar.
Oh, okay. Catch him on, he's still doing radio in New York.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to him. You never know what he's going to come out of the blocks.
Well, they won last week, so he should be in a good mood.
You don't get the deal when you out pay it outright.
Hey, Phil Mo, what's up, buddy?
Sorry.
No, you good.
Oh, my bad. Hey.
Are you at that? Hey, are you at that? Are you at that liquor store?
I'm good, Guru.
Dude, are you at that liquor store?
No, I'm Steiny. You are not at the liquor store. Doing a great job.
Stop. All right, let's start over. All you, Phil Mo.
It's all good, Steiny. It's all good, man. Now, I appreciate. I like where the Niners are at right now, man. Right. I keep repeating this. The temperament. They don't seem like the task is too big for them. They don't seem like they're afraid of the moment. They understand that they have a good team. They understand they need to execute. And I just don't feel. I don't sense a lot of panic, even with the injuries, man. Right. It's a weird and it's a great feeling for me. It gives me a lot of confidence. Second thing is, Guru, Steiny has the personality that you may have more fans, but Steiny, right? He'll get more stands.
Wow.
He'll get more fanatic fans because he has kind of like a kind of like, like a
Larry David.
Like,
Larry David, I call him.
Exactly. He's gonna nudge you a little bit. With you, you're all love. So it's like, I love Guru, but Steiny, he develops them like real stands.
He's blushing.
More so than fans.
Mike, real quick, because you're from the streets of the city, Phil Mo. I'm from the Union, the hard streets from the Union. I got to ask you this. Be honest, man. What were your thoughts last Friday, a week ago, when that video came out of Ayuk and Kyle? And before you answer, it bothers me from an Ayuk standpoint because I'm rooting for him. He got paid, but Mike, I don't know what was going on, but that wasn't good optics, man.
I mean, the optics say a lot, but you're an optic person, though, Goo. You see something, and it's like, oh. For me, I take stuff, maybe, like, Debo don't seem like the type that's going to BS you. And he said it was no big deal. Right. Shanahan laughed about it. I don't think it's no big deal. Steiner, we got to get out to the links, though. Where we going?
Sir. It's got to be a weekend now. Mike.
Sounds good.
All right, buddy.
Well, speaking of Mike, where's the guy that last year lost the Warrior bet? You did something. And if I find out.
He bites that lower lip.
No, I'm for real. We were supposed to go golfing in Half Moon Bay. That Mike. Yeah. He ain't talked to him in a year. Yeah. Where's he at? And I feel like you didn't win golf with him and swore him to secrecy. No. Mike, you need to call. Pay that debt. He had me in Half Moon Bay. Come on, Steiny. I think you did you golf with him? Tell me now.
No.
Where's he at?
I told him I'd rather not golf than golf with you.
You said that out loud.
I did not.
Where's he at?
He faded.
Like the Warriors second half.
Yeah, like a kid at a fraternity party.
That lightweight is a 3. Just because you knew what faded meant.
Tomorrow.
Wow.
Hey, you got to stop doing that, by the way.
Doing?
You got to just cut. You're doing it too much.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Evan, I got a question for you. What's your favorite football team? Hey, before you answer.
Oh! But at least I acknowledge my flaws, man.
Oh, I got
you
flaws.
Answer.
I got flaws.
That should be a podcast.
What?
The Before You Answer podcast.
That's pretty
good. Oh, man. Anyway.
Oh, boy.
I hope the boss not listening.
His dad.
He actually might not be.
Should we go public with that?
I think we can.
I'm going to do it.
And it makes me like him more.
Yeah, apparently the boss's dad's in town. Welcome, Mr. Nahagian.
Yeah, I love a guy and gal that still mess with their parents.
Yeah, don't let the big city swallow you up.
Where do you think he's taking them? Sausalito?
Not in the city.
Wow, look at the baby Farhan over there.
Let me tell you.
That's a 5.
Oh,
let me tell you what I'm sure our boss didn't forget, though.
Uh-oh.
As he's taking his dad out today.
Tell us.
His credit card.
Right.
I bet you the boss didn't forget the card.
Remember that day he gave it to us and then said, hey, I got a call. Oh, my.
That was an all-timer.
But we were
loose.
Yeah.
What? Why did he give it to us that day? We had done something right.
Ratings. We were winning. He said, "Go treat
that was
yourself."
a long time ago. Grumpy's was still open. Grumpy's hasn't been open since pre-COVID.
But you're an optic person, though, Goof.
Oh, Mike is just, he's got something going with the Liquor Store Chronicles.
I think it's funny.
It's like a TV show.
It is pretty funny. Mike's got.
I watch it. I feel like I know the
dude. Sense of humor.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Someone's saying, "Look! My father's here." All right. Let's see what else is on my list.
Oh, don't forget you got something for Dibs when he comes in. You said it an hour ago. You were ready for him. Dibs.
Oh, he's already congratulating me for a fantasy win this week.
Good God.
I thought he said this.
You think I want to listen to Willard and Dibs?
We got to play that. You all right if we play it?
I don't care.
I'm coming back with it.
Are you really?
Guaranteed.
No, look at him sweating now.
McCaffrey had 17. McCaffrey had 7 touchdowns after 4 games last year. There's your red zone issue.
Man.
There's one other thing.
Be careful about the Cardinals. I know the Redbirds.
I know we can revisit. We can reset.
Well,
College game day.
Dude.
Ken, you going out to Berkeley tomorrow in any fashion?
Not actually, because I got my family in town. My mom's flying in right now.
From back east?
From New Jersey, yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you taking her, Kay?
Nowhere.
Oh.
She's here to see the baby. She's not here to see me.
Oh, okay. I got you.
She's here to hang out with the baby.
Ken has a baby?
Oh, my God.
Dude,
I've shown you pictures.
You showed me pictures of a hotel at Pismo Beach. You never showed me photos of your baby.
Co-workers, man.
How old?
It was at the ship. He's going to be 2 in November.
No wonder.
Next month.
2. You don't care anything but golf. That's all you care
Dude,
about.
you knew I had a kid, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
The caddy when we had a concert. Him, Evan, and I.
Right.
Little Ryan. We love little Ryan.
Dean Shea.
Oh.
What is going on here?
I don't know,
a guy
Fitz.
that didn't give a damn about his coworkers. Dude, he got a kid too.
A lot of us out here. We just don't know. Oh my gosh. Andrew Wiggins out tomorrow.
We got what's bugging you too.
Oh,
I got
right.
something.
Hey, what are you seeing in Wiggins' eyes so far?
That was one I'll have to wear until it's over. Stoney, I swear I saw something, man.
Oh, you saw something.
He got a haircut, though. He's ready.
You saw a vacuous look on his face. What do you... Stop it.
I'm looking at the kid from Duke.
Cooper Flagg?
Gosh.
God, if I have a nickel, sag for Flagg.
They said the best American...
player since Bird?
No, prospect since Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant. Oh, you were here when they told me that.
Thought it was Wiggins.
That's
Wiggins.
too.
Hey, Wiggins was a hell of a prospect.
You don't got to tell us why he went number 1. Duh.
No, my bad. He's Canadian. Sorry.
Look at him. Flagg is dude. He's special.
Who?
Flagg.
Oh,
tank. But it's not the NFL.
So the Warriors should tank.
No, you got the chef.
Well, it doesn't mean they
Where's
can't
that jersey?
tank.
Hanging it? Yeah, dude.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly where it is. Actually, I don't know where it is. What if I told you that?
I hope he's not. Well, he's in Hawaii, so he wouldn't be.
Well, by the way,
you don't know where it's at.
Okay, I brought it home. First of all, that was the biggest upset.
Now you're turning into Evan. You don't know where it's at. Evan, I'm playing. That's inside baseball.
I gotta wear
that. Step 1 was successul. I got it home.
Oh, there we go.
That was the biggest upset.
All right.
So then I put it on our bench next to the front door. It laid there for 2 days. And then I came back the 3rd day and I was like, hey, man, just, I don't care, but where's that Curry jersey?
See, in the hood, they call you ungrateful.
No, listen.
2 days on the bench?
You know what?
Oh, boy. The dog got it.
No. This is the God's honest truth. So people don't think I'm ungrateful. It's getting framed.
Just like
now
Penix.
that's tight.
It's getting framed.
I believe it.
Susan's this is what she does. She's unreal. She saw it. She took it. She's assuming control.
Because that deserved to get framed.
The problem is I got to decide whether I'm putting the Curry jersey up in my man cave or I'm keeping the hole-in-one with the flag stick and scorecard.
Yeah. Please.
I owe Curry nothing.
I will never, real quick, I will never understand how you get we talked about this when I went, Sergio Romo and Jewel. Remember I went to the Harding Park golf tournament.
Who's Jewel?
She works there. She's a big fan of ours. Remember
the singer?
No, anyway, how you can get a hole-in-one on the golf course, but you have to spend. They should buy you the drinks.
No, see.
It's so backwards.
We've been over this. Do I have to repeat it? Do you remember my explanation? The explanation.
It wasn't good enough.
It's okay, then I'm not going to give it to you.
It's like a lunar eclipse. It doesn't happen often, and when it does, you shouldn't have to buy anybody. You should be the one being treated.
Hey, by the way, I went on KTVU earlier today.
Oh, God.
That's why your hair looks different. But go ahead. Oh, God, Stoney, everything's not an insult. Looks good. Go ahead.
No, it was all Warriors. You talked all about the Warriors.
You and Sal.
Frank Malicote.
Yeah.
Originally from New England.
Oh, okay.
You want to know what he said when he was done? I've never seen a bigger smile on Steiny's face than after this TV hit.
That was good.
He walks out and he goes, "Oh, you're going to want to tune in at 9 a.m. on Saturday."
Oh, it's airing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you locked in. I'll tape it.
Well, it's going to be at the end of College Game Day.
Well, I'll be out in Berkeley. I can't do KTVU anymore.
Why?
I went home.
They don't like you?
No, I recorded what I looked like, and I thought I was just D-boy fresh.
Well, somebody wanted to know if your shirt comes with an umbrella
see a
drink.
vein in my eye. That's when you know
Dude,
gravity.
I was on TV today with a shiner.
Dude,
I got a shiner.
What happened? Shasky came out and asked you. I was too embarrassed to ask you. I thought you just...
Well, it must not be that bad because there's nobody who's texted in, Steiny, what's going on with your eye?
He deserved it. Well, the thing is shut down, so they have no forum to do it, but I'm just...
the 888 still works.
It looked like you got a shiner.
It's a combination of things.
And what bothers me is I was too scared to ask you yesterday. I didn't know if it was age. I was just like, damn it. Shasky's like, what is that? And I heard him. I said, Chef, you a real one.
I don't think it's that bad.
So what happened?
It's a combination. Couple things.
All right.
I just had a little blemish there a couple days ago, and
so you ran into something.
No, then the dog got me last night.
See, that's why
we were wrestling around. A big deal. You know what? There are a lot of people out there that say shiners are attractive.
I've heard that.
Have you?
Yeah.
I just made it up.
Women love tough guys.
Not all of them.
Yeah, until you told him it was from the dog.
That's Rosie.
Well, why'd you piss off Rosie?
Because you had something yesterday, so you said it happened last night. It had to happen the night before last.
No, I said it was a combination. I had
what was the other part?
Well, I had a blemish, and then the blemish got exacerbated by the dog. See what I'm saying?
See, I think you're saying you had a blemish, you tried to remedy it, and it messed up and made it worse.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
All right.
But, I mean, 60 years old, you'd think you're done with the blemishes. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to ask that again.
I was like, what the hell was that yesterday? All 4 hours, and I didn't have a heart to ask you. That's who I am.
I'll tell you the true story at the bar later.
Boy, I knew it was.
Not telling the Bay Area what happened.
The dog.
Evan goes to me this morning. He goes, he said, what happened? And I said, the dog got me last night. He goes, you had it yesterday.
You didn't see me put my hand down? I go, oh boy, it's getting worse.
Susan's like, you got to get some ice on that.
There's something suspicious.
Yeah.
It's just.
Boy, we'll find out.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. All right. What do we got? 6 minutes till the crossover.
Gamble of the week?
Oh,
Here we go.
You know, we forgot to do. Well,
I lost.
Do we have music for that?
1 sec.
All right.
Dude, I thought we were at the end of it. Let's hope the boss is not with
the
his
end
dad.
Of what?
His dad probably. Who the hell you hire? Who
Here's the
no wonder your job's in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the music.
It's the college game day bed. It's
okay. All right, Goo. Do you know the money situation right now, Evan? Please?
It ain't good.
No.
For me, it's good, Evan.
Here's the game. Guru and I were each given 5,000 imaginary dollars, and we're using it to gamble on one game a week. And at the end of the year, we'll see who has more money.
There we go.
Or any money.
What is imaginary money? Because you guys are fading fast here.
All right, we started with 5,000. Yeah. Where are we at?
All right, so Goo, you have 4,000 left after losing 3,000 last week on the lock of the week, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Steiny.
Yeah.
Actually, the funny part is, if you had the bet you thought you had, which is Packers +3, you would have won.
Wow.
But it was Packers -3, so you lost. And you are at 3,800.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go Spike Lee and do the right thing. He had a gambling problem. So I'm going to go first. 2,500, Evan, on the Steelers, -2.5 at home Sunday night. Dallas has nothing. This is Jerry's landing planes on the football field. This is over before it started. 2,500 on the Steelers.
Tell him.
Earlier, you told me 2,000.
The confidence has gone up. But, hey, if you already put it out there, that's fine.
Actually, put it out there yet.
All right.
Believe it or not, I'm taking the Carolina Panthers -4 with Andy Dalton starting. They're playing the Bears. Let me tell you how bad that team is.
The Bears are 2-2.
They've scored 20 points or fewer in all their games.
So you don't think Caleb's getting, we talked about experience, he's getting better.
Stinks.
No, he doesn't.
The Carolina Panthers will stay. The Bears are incapable of blowing anybody out.
That's a risky, dude. You're putting it in and they're on the road. They're at Chicago. Bears 3-2. I almost want to bet you on the side.
If there's one thing we've learned about today from Steiny, is that he loves the quarterback situation in Carolina.
I don't love it, but I wouldn't make the bet if we had Bryce Young.
Man.
You think Andy Dalton's not going to throw 2 touchdown passes against the Bears?
He may not. Their defense is okay. Cold weather?
10-9, give me the money.
Wow.
13-10, I'll take it. 16-13, another win. 20-17, rack it.
All right.
That's what we're looking at.
I wrote it down. Now, how much of Bonte and Shasky did you hear?
Did the Bears score 24 last week?
It did.
Yeah.
Dude, why do you like the Steelers so much?
I don't like them. I don't like Dallas at all. It's over. They're without their defenders, dude. You guys think I'm playing.
We're not talking about the Cowboys anymore because you can't talk about them the right way. You can't.
So when was the last time you saw the Niners owner land a plane on the practice field?
It was a helicopter.
It's the same thing.
What does that have to do with the game?
He's trying to fool you because the team is so impotent that he's trying to get.
What's he running the ball on Sunday?
No, man. He might as well. Zeke ain't too much faster than him. Steiny, it's all bad in D-Town.
I
really believe Bill Belichick will be the Cowboys head coach next year. I truly, with all my heart, believe that, and I think they're doing it on purpose.
Trust me when I say this, and it's without malice, because we're always going to be friends. You're the worst kind of fan. You just are.
I'll own that, but I'm the loyalist also.
No, you're not.
I am loyal.
No, you're disloyal.
I'm going to profit off of the bad times. Yeah. You got to think, bud. You sit there, it's another loss, but you get some chicken.
Hey, did you hear what
Bonte and Shasky, I was going to interrupt me. How much of the show did you hear today? They did a phenomenal job.
My usual 11 minutes.
Captivating just college football in this game, but they asked a question, and it was phenomenal segment. Real quick.
Okay.
The best college football team you've ever seen in your lifetime, and I got mine.
Watch you answer before I do.
The 88 Oklahoma Sooners with Jamel Holloway. Well, go ahead. And Bosworth. It was incredible. They had the 04 Trojans, USC, Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, who lost to Texas. I love the college football for your reasons.
Back in '83, the Naval Academy had a great team. We would go to the games in Annapolis. So I'd say that 83 U.S. Naval Academy.
Damn, Steiny, leave it to you to do that.
I mean, I'm trying to think.
2019 LSU.
You know what? I'll tell you. I'll tell you what it was. I'll tell you what it is. It's the Penn State team when I used to like them when they finished undefeated, but they didn't. I think Nebraska was also undefeated. Might have been the '94 team.
I'm about to bring
with
it
Kerry
up.
Collins, and because I know him, I rooted
you know him personally.
He's from Reading. All the big boys are getting the game. What's next? I'll tell you what's next. We go bye-bye soon. Well, what's bugging you? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. You think I want to listen to Willard and Dibs?
This is a special alert to anyone owing the
You think I want to listen to Willard and Dibs? I'm scared of Willard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All
right, gents. It's Steiny and Guru, but Steiny's too busy Jimmy jacking around to actually host his own show. We're reminisce. P-Rock and CL Smooth. That's all we were doing. Well, maybe you could act like a professional and know when your show is back on the air, and you could actually bring it back.
Pete Rock and CL Smooth.
Oh. Come on, man. That was a jam.
Wow.
That was a jam.
Steiny knew,
man. Well, you know.
Well, you just got to do more than just that. You got to host.
Yeah, up in 12 minutes. Yeah, what's bugging you? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have what's bugging you.
In the meantime, it's the first break he's come back from in about 12 years. In the meantime, Kate panics.
That's not
all
me.
panics
Those
all the
are your
time.
comrades, not me.
No, it's me, Dan Dibley, and I'm the one doing it. And I'll rat-a-tat-tat all three of you. I'm not afraid of any of you.
We want you to hear something. Your boy had his chest out today. Play it if you can, Evan.
Chest out.
You think I want to listen to Willard and Dibbs?
What's funny is that he actually played that as the rejoin, but none of you had your headphones on.
Just own it, Stoney.
He just played it. He played that 60 seconds ago, but none of you were listening to the station.
He cut out the part where I said, "Of course I want to listen to Willard and Dibbs."
Keeping it real. That was the rejoin.
It's like the Baker Mayfield out of context.
I was showing off my notes.
It's all good. I was listening to it in real time, so I know how it went down.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Great. It's Friday. How you doing?
He thought it was payday. It's not. I said
It's
things
not.
going good in the Steinmetz
I was going to say,
always
you're doing very well when you don't know what
Christmas
payday
for
is.
me, yeah.
You're like, just log on. You're like, oh, where'd that come from? I didn't know that had happened.
There's another, or you could,
or you're getting old,
or you have a partner that makes stuff happen.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Hey.
Yeah. A lot of people have a partner that makes stuff go away. Not the other way
That's
around.
true.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Let's see.
Yeah, how am I doing? I'm furious. I've never been more angry.
Well, are you going to save it for what's bugging you?
I forgot.
No,
because what's bugging me has nothing to do with why I'm furious.
No, but
What's
share
bugging me
it.
is pedestrian. What's bugging me is a number of things. One, I'm going against Blind Squirrel over here in fantasy football, and he had what's his bucket go off for 36.
Mooney.
He doesn't even know that he's on his team. Daryl Mooney. David Mooney.
Darnell.
Thank you. Now you know. Should have had about 5 more
I
points
know.
because
We
one
just
was
talked
right
about
off
it.
of his chest there at the end. Fade the Dibber. I'm on Tampa, and my guy can't even hold on to the football.
Man.
All you have to do is not fumble, and you win the game.
Yeah.
And shout out whooping cough. That's what rookies do. You cough it up.
Wow.
And additionally, I'm on Prize Picks thanks to you. And you know what? Secretly, I love Prize Picks and use the promo code GURU957.
Look at my guy.
And I'm having a lot of fun with it. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to do a little Prize Picks on the baseball yesterday. And so I go to, I'm going to go Lindor over a half a hit. And he leads off the game with a hit. I'm like, yeah.
Ready.
And I combine that with some bum on Milwaukee getting, it was over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. The cleanup hitter. He's dead to me. And he gets a hit, his first at-bat, and I can't even scratch out one more. And then I'm thinking, all right, you know what? We might get extra innings. The Mets have ducks on the pond.
Yeah.
Pete Alonso, Oppo Taco 3-2.
It's incredible.
Mets win 4-2. That was a great moment. And so I was
My
mad.
neighbor had Mets money line.
I was really mad, but then I thought about it this morning because Mark, the show thread, whatever, we're going back and forth, and it had me feeling for Ken some type of way about those moments, Goo.
I called him. For
Last
him,
night.
yes.
You called him.
I wanted to share. I wanted to it was about him, but I was proud I knew a Mets fan because Dibbs, that's what I've been trying to tell this man
That's
for 4
the
hours.
stuff, dude.
It's sports,
That's
man.
the stuff,
moments.
yes.
And he goes, why would you call him? Why is he happy? Fans care about it sometimes more than the players, Willard. I'll just leave that there.
A late home run to flip a game in the playoffs.
Dude.
In the ninth.
And the announcer said
2 outs
this.
away.
This may be Alonso's last at bat as a Met. And the next pitch,
Not anymore.
Taco.
Oh,
That was
anymore.
a
No,
moment.
the dream is still alive. The math works. I checked on it.
Yeah.
And the Giants can still get Pete Alonso.
Because he wants to come here and have that be a double off the wall.
Well, what's so funny is about that, guys, if we seen the boppers make this park look small, I know, Guru, they're going to play 81
go.
games.
Here we go.
Saw
Where's our
Ohtani,
Ohtani?
Judge.
Where's our
Who else
Judge?
did we see?
Where's our Soto?
Oh, my, that ball's still going.
Soto off of Doval.
Dude,
Good
two
God.
of them. So I'm just like, is it really the park?
Yes, because you're spotlighting like the 4 best home run hitters.
The ones you want. But
you know,
And so they make everything look small, and the rest of the baseball players don't. So
they did get outslugged by their opponents at Oracle Park this year. The Giants did.
Oh, wow.
So the opponents came in and hit more homers than they did. I think it was 71-63 was the number.
Wow, that's something like that. But
outslugged in your own park.
Not a great home run hitter's park, no matter how you slice it. No matter
not a great home run hitting team. No matter how you slice it.
What did you make of our convo about the quarterback situation?
Wow, I thought that was actually really fascinating in a bunch of different angles. Can I start with, I'm just trying to remember all the pieces of it. Guru, you have to take Lamar Jackson over. He's a 2-time MVP. You have to. I'm not going to let you not take him over Kirk Cousins
I know it sounds bad.
/ maybe.
But am I holding the postseason metric? Does that count too much on my metric?
Probably.
Because that's what's knocking Dak out. I don't believe those two guys will ever win it.
All right, so
I'd rather go with
Cousins is 1-4 in the postseason.
Okay, but Penix hadn't even got a bat yet, so I'm excited about that possibility.
If Zay Flowers doesn't fumble at the 1, how do you feel about Lamar? They're probably going to play. They're probably going to play the 49ers.
But 2 years ago, he played on Saturday night in Buffalo, and he was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got.
But do you think Lamar can win one?
I do. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Lamar Jackson
win a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
sure.
See, but that ain't it. He's just saying that for the. I don't believe you believe that.
Well, I mean, who can win a Super Bowl? So Lamar is 6 years now into his career, so he's got 10 more years. So in his 10-year career, there will be 10 quarterbacks who win a Super Bowl. So if you want to go ahead and slice that pie 10 ways, can Lamar get one of the 10? Sure. Is he? I think Patrick's going to probably win 1 or 2 more. You figure Josh is going to get 1. Josh Allen, he'll probably get 1.
I'm with you on that.
I'd bet on Lamar before Josh.
Oh, not me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's got a better team.
Well, they were the number 1 seed last year.
But Josh is better than Lamar.
The Niners and Ravens both missed their shot last year.
Right. So if you've got 10 more years of Lamar, and how many of those 10 is he going to win? If I put the over-under at 1/2, would you take the over at 1/2? Okay, fine.
I don't want to sound like I'm battling myself. I would give Lamar probably less than 10 years as an elite quarterback because of the way he plays. I don't see Lamar being able to run like this when he's 37 years old.
You give him 8 then?
But that said, why aren't we looking at this in the other direction? If you're going to make it all about winning a Super Bowl, well, then you've got to tab the word greatness on a bunch of quarterbacks that we think are mediocre. Like, are you telling me that Nick Foles is better than Lamar Jackson? Is Brad Johnson better than Lamar Jackson? And the thing about Lamar that I love is not just, we talk about his individual greatness, but he's got a team that's going to have some sort of a shot at it every year. That's what I feel the same way about Brock. Yeah. Sure, throw Josh in there. Obviously, Patrick. That's what I don't even know right now about Joe Burrow because I'm not sure about that team.
But Dak, you would say, Goo, I feel you on that. He's played his worst football at the most inopportune times, which have been the playoffs.
They're a weird squad because they're just whatever comes out of the NFC East in recent years is they're not that good.
Well, now you got a new star maybe being born in Daniels. I don't know if you guys are buying it.
I'm totally buying. And I buy the idea that they're going to win the division. I don't think the Cowboys and Eagles are very good.
No, I'm with you.
I just don't even think they're very good. Okay. Anyway, that was one piece of the conversation.
Well, we also put Hurts in there, and he took Cousins.
I took Cousins and
agree with him.
Yeah, Hurts
I agree with him.
Oh, my gosh.
I agree with you.
I think that's over. That's just me.
You know what we're talking about, right, Diz?
No, I missed it. I heard about 15 minutes of Michael Penix talk, and I changed it to music.
15,
I'll be honest.
my man.
It was at least a lightweight 10. And I'll be honest, when I come in, I'm an audience member, and I listen, and 9 times out of 10, I'm captivated. But today it was like, you guys are arguing about Michael Penix, and I thought, you know what? This might be a music day.
We were in agreement, though.
I was in.
Yeah.
I wanted to back, Steiny, I wanted to have your back when E-Dog and Guru were ganging up on you. They were ganging up on you.
Giving them the business.
Yeah.
Here's where it came from. Yeah. I'm just watching the Falcons last night. Obviously, they acquired Cousins, then they drafted Penix, and everyone's like, that's stupid, whatever.
High pick.
And I'm like,
I get it.
Yeah. I just feel like, you know what? If you're these quarterbacks who are drafted high are such a flip of the coin. In a perfect world, you know what? That's a great situation. He doesn't have to play right away. And so You bring Cousins in when he's ready to play. You do something with Cousins.
What's the one NFL organization that I'm going to say in our lifetimes, it's not true, but let's call it 20 years, okay? In the last 20, 25 years, what's the one NFL organization that has never, not for 1 year, had a quarterback problem? One team.
Green Bay?
Yep. And what do? They draft quarterbacks in the first round and shove them on the bench and tell them, we'll call you when we're ready.
Like the idea of Mahomes getting drafted with Alex Smith there. Okay, when did Andy Reid, do you think, decide or figure out, you know what? Okay, the kid's got to play now.
I think that was the plan to do one more Alex Smith year.
They lost a playoff game to Tennessee at home, up 14-0, blew it.
As the division winner at least.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that was the plan all along. This one might be a little bit different. Like, here's where, I got what Guru and Evan, I got what you were saying, which is you could have used that pick on something else.
Right.
Right. However, you also don't know that would work. That player could be a bust. And there's nothing more important than the QB. There's nothing more important. So I don't know we don't know if they hit on Michael Penix, but if they did, and Kirk is old, remember also coming off an Achilles, so there were question marks about that readiness. It potentially could work out beautifully.
Well, no doubt.
Thanks, Mark.
No, that's just how I feel.
And you look at the other part of it, which is Atlanta feels like they have a lot of pieces around a quarterback. So you have a veteran quarterback come in with Drake London and the aforementioned Moody, and you have a good running back, and you have a great tight end, and you feel like in your division, which is not super strong, you could make headway with a veteran quarterback, so you do it. You do it now, and you hope that Penix is ready next year or the year after, and that's okay. And you look at Carolina, they drafted a guy number one overall.
He's just not it, though. Yeah,
he's not it, but they're not it. And the Niners tried a similar thing with Trey Lance. They moved up and drafted Trey Lance, and Trey Lance wasn't it.
You're right.
And they were lucky that they were able to pivot to Brock Purdy. So you look at a lot of these teams, and you draft a guy who's not it. And the Bears had Justin Fields, and was he not it, or were they not it? Well, it looks more like a Bears problem than it does a Fields problem. So I do think that it's a two-way street. The team has to be ready, and the quarterback has to be ready for it to work.
But if the quarterback is going to be a mainstay, I just question, nobody cares, New England. Why is May not out there? For Brissett and what not that he can't
because
teach
their
him the
offensive
ropes.
line is awful, and Drake May might die.
They're not ready to win.
They're not ready to keep him alive.
Experience help Drake down to when they are ready.
Some people would say it would take all his confidence away.
Troy Aikman went
David
1-15. I know that was years ago. Elway,
most guys now, unless you are, it's situational, right? If you're the number 1 or number 2 overall pick, you're probably going in right away. I know Drake was 3 or 4, but you have a team that has no designs on anything this year. So. And if they felt like Drake was ready to pop, then he plays. If they feel like he's not, then you wait until you're eliminated. Let Jacoby have half a year. Drake will start at some point this year. I have no doubt about that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, got spiders? Atco Pest Control is here to help. They specialize in eradicating those 8-legged intruders with precision and care. Don't let spiders take over. Go to atcopestcontrol.com and reclaim your space. It's the What's Bugging You segment, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants to start?
Pibbs, you're hot. You said you had something.
I'll start. And it's very simple. It's actually not so simple, but it's probably too highbrow for the majority of the audience. But what's bugging me is the Electoral College. And in the Electoral College, the way it works is every state votes for the president. And for the majority of states outside of Nebraska, and I believe Maine is the other one, Steiny, correct me if I'm wrong, as I'm trying to riff here on the Electoral College in real time, whoever wins the state, you get all the votes. That is not representative of the way it should be. In other words, if you take a state like Georgia, a swing state, if a party gets 50.1% of the votes and the other party gets 49.9%, the winning party gets all of the electoral votes. The way it should be is you get the percentage of electoral votes available based on how many votes you got. For example, California will go Democrat. And I think California's got 71 let's call it 70 electoral college votes. I don't know if that's the number, but the Democrats will win. The Democrats will get all 70 of those votes. But in fact, the Democrats will only get 2/3 of the total votes. So for me, you should only get 2/3 of the electoral college votes. But the way they work it is, in every state other than Nebraska and Maine, if you win the state, you get all the votes. Therefore, it is not a representative vote based on any state and any population. It's a joke, and that is why we have electoral upheaval in this country, and that's why our republic is on the brink. That's what's bugging me.
Wow.
That was like a real issue.
That was like what you brought up there.
Send that to the government.
I'm going to talk about global warming when you two are done.
You won't.
What's bugging me is
hot out there.
Be honest.
All right, Goo. What's bugging me is when you just can't leave the show in the studio. Like today, we'll go out and spend time together.
Right.
Please don't say to me, Steiny, can you believe how good Brock Purdy is? Today, when we're out, can you please not say, Steiny, what if McCaffrey doesn't come back?
Wow, man.
What about Fred Warner's ankle?
He's reading off his notes right now.
Dude,
you made me laugh out
Let's just
loud today.
Right off the bat?
Tell me
when you started screaming at him about having to drive 2 or 3 hours to deal with him.
I was losing
Oh, my God. I was laughing so hard. That was incredible.
Can I go?
Please.
All right. Steiny, I don't think you believe that, but okay, I won't talk shop. Not at work. I just love my job, and it's life.
He and I have had this conversation like years ago.
Okay,
We'd get together on the weekend, and I would have to put up the stop sign and say, "Dude, can we not do shop talk? Because shop talk is too easy."
There's a difference between shop talk and then like, hey, who's a new person in sales? That's different.
Okay, all right, I got you.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's
creepy as well.
Born and raised in the Bay Area, diehard sports fan. What's bugging me? I'm going out tomorrow with all my coworkers and friends to Cal, Miami. I'm gonna be a part of that. Some thinking I ain't gonna make it. I'm there, and I just hate the Bay Area's reputation when it comes to college athletics. Like we don't care. I figured it out. And I figured out that we really haven't had Billy Badasses around. When Cal played Duke in the NCAA tournament, it was electric. Kid Murray. We just don't get the chases and the top quarterbacks. So I think that has a lot to do with, the Bay Area don't care about college sports. When was the last national championship we had football? It's never happened under my watch. So I feel like lay off. We do care. We just haven't had that team or guys for fans to gravitate to it like they do in Bama or the big places.
And not like Aaron Rodgers. He would never.
No, that was an outlier.
Or Marshawn Lynch.
They were 4, but come on, Stoddy, you know what I mean.
Andrew,
that team
Oliver Luck's kid.
That team wasn't vying for a championship or come on, man.
We're not a college
the players,
area.
Willard, I believe we'll support. And I remember going to see Todd Litke would stand for the lefty.
I am
when
waiting
they knocked
for
out
Dibs to say,
UCLA #1.
We won't support
Lorenzo Romar. We care.
Lorenzo Romar.
We just don't.
Oh my God.
Come on, man.
You know
we
what?
hadn't had the guys.
This is the sneaky part about the whole dissolution of the Pac-12, and I know the Pac is back, Mark. I know that you're going to be all
comes back.
excited. I mean,
looking
After
for
dark.
2.5 years when they start playing again. I'm hoping that
Boise State and Eastern Washington. Boy,
I
the Pac is
canceled
back.
the network's funeral. I canceled it. I'm not going.
The sneaky upside of this conference realignment is this. The U is here, and these games now matter nationally, and because they matter more nationally, they're going to matter more locally. And I do think that Justin Wilcox is doing a great job at Cal, and I have a back and forth with a lot of Cal people, and the Calgorithm is a real thing, and it's woke versus Coke, and I love that tagline.
That's clearly the first time
Christians
he's ever
versus
heard it.
convents. 30 for 30
No,
is great.
it's woke versus Coke is the way they're tagging this game, and I think it's absolute brilliance.
You hadn't heard that yet?
No,
I didn't.
of course not. He's not on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not. The only social media he's on is the Pony Express.
That's not bad.
Thank you. I'll give myself a 3. But I do think that the realignment and bringing in ACC schools is going to help because you're going to get, like Cal basketball, for example, you're going to get some real opponents instead of, don't miss the Beavers at Haas Pavilion. Miss me with that.
Is Duke coming? Is Duke coming?
I have to check the schedule, but you play them twice.
But the U is here tomorrow.
The U is here.
Oh,
the U is here, and game day is here. You think it's a coincidence?
Wow.
No.
And
it's
if we
cause and
had
effect.
UFC's teams over the years in Cal and Stanford, please, we would support it just like they do USC. Come on, man. If we had that talent here, the place would be flooded.
False, because we've had that. And
when?
Well, and I was doing
Troy Taylor, Cal.
I was doing the homework yesterday. The last game that was this big in college football was when Stanford took on Oregon, and they had a guy by the name of Christian McCaffrey as their running back, and they were number 5 in the country, and Oregon was 10. And, since then, it's been mostly whispers and tumbleweeds in college football. So we love it when it's big. And I know, Cal fan, you're always there, and I respect that. And, last year you started selling out games again. This Saturday, tomorrow is going to be awesome, and I look forward to your report on Monday.
Yeah, I've always actually respected that about the West Coast and just bigger cities in general. No, it's whatever the sport is, or even if it's a non-sport. Like, we show up, everybody shows up if it's an event, and if it's not, we won't. We're not going just because there's nothing else happening in a 75-mile radius. So let's go to the Nebraska game and have it be the biggest city in Nebraska whenever there's a game, even though they're 5-5. Like, no. Be an event, and
we'll be there.
We'll go. But at 3rd and King, if you want to give us 5 years of no stars, guess what? Attendance is going to fall. You can blame COVID for 18 years if you want, or you can make a change and start trying to do something differently. I like that about us. Yeah, and all West Coast cities, for that matter.
All right, what's bugging you, Mark?
My stupid one is this. I am mad at myself for losing interest in what are good stories in the name of fantasy football. In other words, I don't like it anymore when people who I've never heard of score. That young man cried last night, and I sat there, I'm like, I don't know who you are. Why didn't Drake London or Darnell Mooney score?
Wow.
Somebody's fantasy game should have just flipped on that.
Yeah.
And this kid's running down the middle of the field, and he's crying on the post-game interview because he made good on his op. He said it about 3 times. I got an op.
Was that the only play he played?
No, he had 2 catches in the game. That was one of them.
And who was this guy?
I don't know.
Hodge or Hodge?
Yeah, Hogue.
This is great.
Hogue. I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him. And the fantasy footballification of the world, I'm sitting here looking and going, that's great that you're crying, but could you have helped somebody's fantasy team out? And I feel bad about myself because of that.
Well, and
I love it.
Because my daughter was sitting next to me, and she's like, oh, look at him, he's crying. That's so good.
Because if it were Nick Sirianni, you guys would have made fun of him.
Well, he should be crying.
He got his own problem.
And just before you go.
Just a song.
Just a take
Don't call us, we'll call
you. So we fixed the overtime rule in the postseason, but we can't fix it in the regular season.
I agree with that. They've got to make that the same.
Of that game. Come on,
everybody. That game was insane.
Just go to 10:30 then. Come on, stop.
Are you telling me you were not entertained by that football game?
No, that
game was awesome.
A quick rat.
And I lost the game.
One of these days,
Atlanta had no business winning that game.
Well, I mean,
4th and 15 backed up, you go for it, you throw a pick, and then you get another.
I'll stay for a minute to talk about that.
By the way, that wasn't the fumble. That wasn't the fumble.
That's correct.
They just paused. Yeah.
But when it was happening, I was like, what are you doing?
Yes.
And I know it worked out and maybe shouldn't have, but I think he did have a method to his madness. Why he was going there. Because by not going, so
all 3 timeouts,
right? So they punt, and it's down at the 20.
But they got lucky that because Tampa had to go backwards.
No doubt,
got the ball in field goal range.
But clearly, he was like, if we go for it and get it, great. If we go for it and miss, they're going to be at about the 25 or 30. They're going to be in range. We still need to stop anyway to win the game with the touchdown.
Or even a field goal doesn't.
The delay of game before the field goal, they should have lost.
I almost feel
celebrating and get a delay.
I almost feel like he was thinking, if we can't get down to the 20, 1 first down, we're done. But if if they get the ball at like the 25 or 30, it's like, what are they going to do? You know what I mean? You got to just run 3 right
divs. Come on,
he'd have gotten crushed. If you think about this, is how you do it. Put your emotions in it. Pretend it wasn't the Falcons. If that's Kyle Shanahan, you're down 3,
dude. They're waiting for him at the
2
airport,
minutes to go.
They're waiting for him at the airport.
Don't go for it. What? You have to go for it.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes, the Falcons. You've got to go for it.
Well, that's the one thing that we all. Kyle's conservative. Kyle's this. It's like actually he's almost over aggressive late in head. Like he'll take the ball at his own 5 with 40 seconds to go because he thinks they can go 60 yards in 32 seconds. He's got a
quarterback you trust now.
Atlanta. But you know what I mean?
Yes.
So like he's not running out the clock anymore. No. And in fact, it's at least once they got the ball and they got stopped too quickly, so they had to give it back.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Oh, man.
It is
how not to win a game, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
One of these days, well, it's funny you say that. The Atlanta Falcons are 3-2. Go look at their games.
Twice.
They should be 0-5.
No doubt
at least 1-4.
At least 1-4. That Eagles game, no business winning. Last night, no business winning. And the other one, that they won, they hit a 58-yard field goal as time expired to win.
Young Waco.
So,
they'll pay the price for that. Everything comes back to them.
Just before you run out of here, and you're going to love this because nobody's going to mention this but me in this market, but when Atlanta gets the spike to set up the field goal with 1 second left. Watch the referee on the play sprint through the pack and spot the ball one-handedly. It's his job, but very few officials would have showed that degree of hustle. And watch the center too.
Good on him.
The center looks left, spots it, and the umpire sprints through and touches it up so that your boy.
So had he been lollygagging, that doesn't even get on.
Had he been a 66-year-old white guy, they never get that play off. Watch the referee on that play.
It's been a great year for referee athleticism.
Remember
in Minnesota when they beat the Niners secondary down the field?
You had me looking for the dude.
We got some serious.
His name, man.
Dude,
was he booking?
Watch the clip last night. This man through the line.
And he does like a little
split step.
Like he's running through the airport and people are in his way. And he's like had his suitcase and he kind of lays out
because he's got to touch it up for the ball to be spotted.
Anyway, it was good. It is one of the.
Speaking of booking,
all right. Yeah. Whoa, you stayed late.
Yeah, 2:14 on 95.7 A game. Have a great weekend, everybody. Seriously.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let's do it together. Fade the Dibbers.
I mean,
come on.
Seriously.
Lock it up. Lock it in.
Lock it up. What a joke, dude. I mean, honestly, fade the Dibber. Because that game was a coin toss going in, and it was a coin toss almost coming out.
Did I tell you or did I tell you, though?
You told me that you'd stay away.
Yes, because
I don't have that option.
No, I know you don't. But
now I'm 7-7, Mr. Coin Toss.
I told you, I'm
Captain Coin Flip.
This game's going to be stupid. And it's like, it's going to be could go either way thing at the very end. Someone will win by 3 or 6 or whatever. It probably won't have a real rhyme or reason to it. So I got no interest betting this game.
Man,
so you were in a tough spot.
Right.
And you were right for much of the night.
I was on the correct side until
seemingly
what's-his-face coughed it up unnecessarily. All you have to do in that spot is...
unnecessarily? Someone whacked the ball and he dropped it.
All you have to do is hold it with both arms and fall down. All he has to do is fall down. Fall down 3 times and punt, and Atlanta's got 37 seconds at their own whatever yard line. Instead, you cough it up and you give Atlanta great field position with time to go down there and beat you. The only thing you can't do there is cough it up. And he's holding it like it's a loaf of bread and you're an 8-year-old coming back from the Wonder Shop.
But remember, the fumble was before the interception. So that was not the drive where Atlanta went and tied the game. They went and tied the game after Tampa Bay went backwards and punted to them. So you can blame it on Bucky Irving or athletic refs if you want. You got a bad beat.
I don't blame the athletic refs.
You got a bad beat. You did last night.
That wasn't a bad beat.
You texted me home cooking.
False. I did not blame the referee. I was questioning the timekeeper.
Well, whatever.
And this is a difference.
I consider a timekeeper part of the referee staff.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
No,
because the timekeeper,
the people in charge of the game.
The timekeeper is an Atlanta Falcons employee who has the ability to, if he wants, he can,
No, but he was right. He was right.
It looked like the seconds came off correctly, but
I did a slow-mo.
As a timekeeper, you have the ability to stop it, and shave off a half a second, or when the ball is being spiked, you can stop the clock a half a second early. You have things that you can do as a timekeeper, and believe me, I've been a timekeeper for 50 plus years.
Ball hit the ground with 1 second left.
With 1 second on the clock.
Yes.
But there are ways that you can shave tenths and halves all along the way. So I was not blaming the refs. I do not want to be miscast.
Well, you were blaming people who
the timekeeper.
You were blaming people in charge. You were blaming people who are in charge of certain
Atlanta
things.
Falcons employees.
Yeah. Okay.
Different.
Speaking of Atlanta Falcons
Hi,
employees,
Lucas.
hey boys, did you see Raheem Morris after that drive? There was 1 second left. Kirk Cousins walking off the field like super amped up. Raheem screaming in his face like, "You did that! You effing did that!"
And then he was screaming in the face of the refs, who pushed them back 5 yards before Younghoe Koo, who apparently, unless it's a 40-yarder, if it's a 50-something-yarder, he's perfect.
Nails.
He absolutely nails. And he has a weird way of lining up to the ball and all this stuff. Younghoe Koo is fun for your fantasy team. He kicks 50-something-yarders, like 2 or 3 of them a week in that dome.
What was he, 3 for 7 on field goals?
No, he missed 2, but one of them was like badly blocked. It was not his fault at all. And then the one that he missed was wild early in the game, because he missed a 46-yarder, which was weird enough, but there was a flag, and we're moving up to 41 yards, and he kicked in the exact same spot and missed it again. But then
I would argue he's bad for fantasy, because I don't want my kicker to be that much of a roller coaster. And
he's not. That's his only miss of the year. He's
missed
been
twice.
Great. Well, no, again, I don't put blocks on the kicker unless it's because they kick line drives.
Goes down as a miss.
Yeah, but I mean, he kicked it into somebody's chest. Like, I mean, the guy, he had no chance. Anyway, how's everybody doing? What's going on? It's Friday. It's Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. We are also, and always, especially on a Friday, we're in a football mood. But this is going to sound random, but I want to get into it because I think about where we sit right now. To me, there's a thread that you can pull through this with all 3 of the teams that we love to talk about the most. Okay? It is the end of the week where what has happened? The San Francisco Giants have turned their front office over. The Warriors have begun their season, at least in camp form, aloha. And when they arrived in Hawaii, the number one topic was, hey, did you do enough to surround Steph, and what is your approach for both the end of his career and the start of his post-career? And then the 49ers, I guess this has just been going on all year. 49ers, people are still looking at their very highly paid wide receiver, wondering when he's going to pop off. And then meantime, you get the Devontae Adams rumor, which everybody has had to address all week. So it led me to this question, and I would love to hear your answer, and we would love to hear your answers out there in radio land and smart speaker land and app land. 888-957-9570. I'm going to spotlight the next 3 years, and there's a reason for that. That probably encompasses the rest of Steph's career, right? Probably.
Maybe. Yeah.
Ish.
Yep.
It's also Buster Posey's contract.
Draymond Green's contract.
Yep. And it brings us into the Brock Purdy next contract, whatever it will be. Okay? So, which front office has the toughest job over the next 3 years? How would you answer that?
it's the Giants, and it's not even close to me, because for the Warriors, whatever happens at the end of Steph, and if it's 3 more years and Draymond's done in 3 and Wiggins I think has 3 or 4, then that's gonna do it. Unless you want to go out there and find a big boy, if you can find a free agent at that point and bring them in, you could probably be what you're going to be, which would be about the same kind of team. But other than that, you're looking at a rebuild. So for me, the Warriors' answer is 5 years, 6 years, 7 years down the road, because I think that no matter what, when Steph leaves and Draymond leaves and whatever happens with Wiggins, unless your young core that you have now really, really pops, you're going to go through a lull no matter what. So for me, the Golden State Warriors, there's not a lot of pressure on 3 years from now. In 3 years, when Steph leaves and Draymond's gone, that's going to be it. You're not going to be able to just replace them and keep this thing going. So for me, you are heading for a rebuild almost no matter what.
Wow, that's interesting, because that's actually, to me, that's part of the question. And that's why, in fact, I would pick the Golden State Warriors. I didn't ask it in terms of pressure. I said, who's got the toughest job?
Well, that job for me is not that tough, because you've got to go out there and suck for a couple years and get lottery picks and then hit on those picks in 4 years and 5 years in order to then get better.
I would say Joe Lacob has clearly stated to his audience over and over and over again that is unacceptable, not an excuse, and we're not doing that.
Right. Like those are nice words. Those are great words to use, but you're going to go out there and replace Steph and Draymond.
That's the job.
Right.
That's the job.
I don't think that that's going to be something that you can do.
It sounds to me like you're just kind of accepting, sitting down, the idea that the Warriors will be bad for an extended period of time, and I would rather not do that. You know the way I look at success in sports. The reason I won't buy into Super Bowl or bust is because I would much rather have sustained success. I want your team to be relevant every year. I want your team to be good every year. I'm not going to force you to be great every year, but it is your job to be interesting. It is your job to try to win games. It is your job to try to make the postseason and be something that people want to buy a ticket to. And so that's why, yes, I would firmly answer the Golden State Warriors, because it is the NBA where it is hardest to find the generational talent, the talent around which you can build and be a really good playoff team. You either have that player or you don't. And the Warriors have not identified who that player is. The Giants haven't either, but by the same stretch, like, you don't necessarily need that in baseball. Look at who, yes, stars matter and payroll matters, but baseball doesn't revolve around one player. And football, I think often it actually does, at least at the core, revolve around one position. And that's why I think that the talk about the Niners front office and the Super Bowl window and all of this stuff, in my opinion, greatly overstated.
Totally.
Because they have a star quarterback.
Right. So they're set.
They're set. They're set. They should
at the
be
most important position.
If they do a good job of dotting I's and crossing T's for the next 7 years, they should be a good football team every single year.
Agreed. And if you draft and you have a bunch of draft picks in football, you've got 7 rounds and you've got comp picks coming in the NFL, so you can do that and you can get undrafted players like Jordan Mason to come in and be really good. You don't even need the draft in football. You need good scouting. So the 49ers, their job is the easiest of the 3. For me, the Giants have so much more to do, and it's a lot more difficult. And for the Warriors, I'm not saying that it's going to be an instant punt when Steph decides to retire, but what they've been able to do with this team is mostly through the draft. And you're not going to be able to have those high draft picks unless you go through a period of being bad. And you look at the renaissance of San Antonio, they got Victor Wembanyama because they were really, really bad, and they won the lottery. And he might end up being a generational player. He might not be. He sure looks good so far through 1 year. That's the way in the NBA that you go about rebuilding. And so for me, it's not about in the next 3 years or in 3 years from now. It's going to take longer than that. And Joe can want to go out there and get every free agent that he can possibly get. But when Steph and Draymond are gone, does a free agent really want to come here and be a part of this team?
Maybe.
I don't see it.
Maybe.
I don't buy it.
And you also can trade. Like the Lakers did it. Kobe retired, and yes, it was a struggle for them to find, but they didn't go through the, hey, let's stink and get draft picks route. I don't think that the major market teams in the NBA attempt to do that all the time, and I don't think the Warriors are going to. We can continue that conversation. There's Niners injury report news that you must have. We'll have that for you next. But we'd love to hear from you. How would you answer that question? Of the 3 front offices over the next 3 years, who's got the toughest job? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Do that for the other 2 shows as well. And make sure while you're there, you can check out, for example, Hall of Famer Patrick Willis. He was on with Bonte and Joe on the roast earlier today. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We may circle over to this later, but I do want to I like to, whenever we can, do our best to bring the audience into the room a little bit.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, no matter who you're rooting for, that's the kind of sporting moment last night that you can really consume. And I'm referring to Pete Alonso's home run for the New York Mets.
My God.
We have mentioned all week that in for Grandy is our friend Ken. He is a huge Mets fan.
You think?
He has been wearing certain portions of Mets gear on his body throughout the week. Today, he showed up in an entire uniform.
Including underwear.
I mean, do you have cleats on right now, for God's sakes? Like, seriously.
No, I left those at home.
Okay, that's good.
Got the eye black if you want to wear that later.
I think it would be smart based on how the rest of you looks.
Did you guys know that he has Mr. Met tattooed on his body?
I did not.
I saw that earlier.
And I oh God. Well, at least it's in a visible spot. I didn't think you were going to show me right. Well, I thought, like, you said it, and I looked at him. Yeah, like, I'm like, oh God. And then he just, thankfully, it's on his inner arm.
And he's got a Doc Gooden jersey on. And he actually, to make it authentic, has sprinkled powdered sugar on his mustache under each nostril.
I think I've heard that's Shasky's fault. Is that Shasky's fault? Did you eat a donut this morning?
No donuts for me today.
No donut. Okay. All right. I heard there were donuts.
Yeah, the powdered sugar had nothing to do with the donuts, but I get you trying to soften the blow a little bit of my edgy humor.
I did. Well,
Doc Gooden. Doc Gooden.
Look, you're going to do woke. You get one Coke joke a day.
Woke versus Coke,
you already
baby.
did woke
I get
versus
one
Coke.
an hour.
We've been on the air for less than an hour. It's your second Coke reference. It's early in the show. Okay, this is right when kids are being picked up
Kids
from school.
are not out of school yet.
Yes.
It's not a minimum day on a Wednesday.
Excuse me, I've got a 10-year-old.
on a Friday?
I got a 10-year-old. You want to know when they get out of school? 2:30. Tone it down. Tone it down.
I'm actually going to ramp it up.
You look at me and you tone it down.
I'm going to ramp it up because the woke versus Coke thing is part of the Calgorithm, and I was trying to get you guys on board yesterday with the Calgorithm, and I got crickets on the thread.
Yeah, because
it's a thing. Well, and that's why Game Day is here, because of the Cal Twitter. They got this whole thing to happen. So for me, the football game.
Now you have to explain.
Well, Cal.
People don't usually like algorithms on the radio, but go ahead, give it a shot.
Cal has gone to Twitter to turn Cal football into a thing, and partly because of the new conference they're in, and partly because of the funny Twitter that they've gone on, and also the fact that their team is actually really good. 3-1, and they should be 4-0. They should have beaten Florida State, but they didn't. So Cal's football rise, coinciding with Cal Twitter and their impact on social media, has made it to where Game Day, the biggest pregame show in American sport, apologies to Inside the NBA, this is actually bigger and I think more fun and more impactful. And it's here for the first time because of Cal Twitter and what they're calling the Calgorithm.
That's fair. I'll tell you, this is where my mind goes when you say all that. And then we're going to go to the phones. Those of you who want to weigh in on the toughest job of the front offices, hang right there for just a sec. But I do this in my classes a lot. We all are very, very tapped in automatically to all of the ways that social media is bad, right? Teen anxiety, FOMO, everybody's Instagram account. Nobody's putting up your bad moments. You're only putting up your trips and your parties that no one else is invited to and your pretty dinners and all of that stuff. And I'm not suggesting anyone should do it differently, but social media, for all of the obvious and acknowledged pitfalls, has a lot of good. And what you just stated is one of them. Like, you're suggesting that Game Day is not here tomorrow without social media. And I agree with you.
Yeah. And I do think that it's because of the way that the Cal social media, and it's been dubbed as the Calgorithm. And the algorithm, of course, in social media is when you like something, you get more of it. And things that you follow, you get more of it. And that's kind of how social media works. And so the Calgorithm has been flooding the internet with fun Cal memes, including woke versus Coke. And they're hearkening back to the days of Miami as a den of cocaine.
It is very funny.
And Cal
it's
being, the woke media and all the rest of it. And the Cal social media community has embraced the tree hugger, super liberal, nature of the fan base.
Yeah, how can you not?
But they've doubled and tripled down on it, and that's what's made this so hilarious. And I do think that it's a big reason why game day is actually here. And, they're here. And starting tonight at midnight, students will line up. And tomorrow when you turn on your college football programming, which for me always starts with game day, and, you see all these crazies and you see the crazy kids and their funny signs, and that's going to be here, and I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's fantastic. 888-957-9570 is the number. More on that coming up. But we were asking you of the Niners, Giants, and Warriors. Buster Posey takes over. Mike Dunleavy Jr. takes over. Steph's career is in its final stages. A lot of questions about whether or not they're maximizing that. And then the 49ers are about to have to give $60 million to somebody who right now they pay $1 million. And he happens to be very, very important. And so what do they do about that? Which of the three front offices has the toughest job over the next 3 years? Let's go to Sean in Fremont. Hi, Sean. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? On a side note, speaking of woke versus Coke, I'm waking up at about 3:45 a.m. tomorrow to go to game day, so it should be interesting.
I thought you were going to say that you were waking up at 3:45 to do Coke. That was that's where I thought this was going. So I'm relieved.
No, I'm going to try to go to game day.
Okay, good.
Should be fun. But so I think out of the three jobs, I think it's the Giants that is the toughest, and I'll tell you why. So we all know Blake Snell's going to opt out. And I think Blake Snell is going to be a Los Angeles Dodger in 2025. They have a need at that. They need frontline starting pitching, and they got loads of cash. And then if you look at the rest of the Giants roster, they do have some good pitching, but position player talent, I mean, I like Ramos as a young player, but outside of Ramos, I mean, how many studs do they really have offensively? And then you take Snell out of the rotation, I mean, then it's kind of no longer the best rotation in MLB. It's probably, I don't know, top 10, 15-ish. So, yeah, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, it's a fair one, Sean. I would say this. There are a lot of assumptions in there, and I understand that. The Dodgers actually have not usually done long-term expensive deals for pitchers. I think a lot of teams around the league right now look at that. It's the reason Blake Snell was still sitting there in March last year, is nobody wants to do that because it's too scary with all the injuries to the arms. Look at what's happened with Walker Buehler with the Dodgers. So I don't know that he's going to end up there. Maybe he will. I don't know that. But as far as like what the Giants need to do to turn around, I think that there are deals and signings out there to where it's believable that the Giants, because it's baseball, they could be good as quick as next year. I don't think that's like off the table. They need to do things that are smart. They need to work. But I think you can turn baseball teams around rather quickly, especially when you're not starting from like a 65-win type of a situation, or if you just have a bunch of 22-year-olds out there. You know, the Giants have some of their things, like a frontline starting pitcher, for example, and some young ones who have already gotten some experience. They have some things in place already. So I don't know what their moves are, you know, but if you love Ha-Sung Kim, if he's playing short and you find a right fielder and Pete Alonso's the DH and you know, whatever, you sign a starter not named Snell, but he pitches well. It's not crazy to think that that's a good team next year.
No, and you only need to win, 8 more games to be a playoff team. And if you're a playoff team, you never know what can happen. The Mets are a good example. I don't know about the Pete Alonso idea. It feels to me like he might have a new contract by morning after what he did yesterday. Like, how are the Mets going to let him go now? He's an immediate New York hero after yesterday.
Why haven't they done it yet? I mean, Ken, why haven't they done it yet? Well, this has been rumored for 1.5 years with Pete Alonso. Why? If the Mets were going to sign him, they would have done it by now, right?
No, not really.
Why?
Well, I mean, I think it really came down to this year. And, you know, numbers-wise, you would pay a person, you know, to hit 30-something home runs, close to 100 RBIs. But the way Pete's at-bats have gone throughout the year, I don't think they would give him the money. I don't know now. Things change, right? One at-bat changes everything.
Does it? You're going to pay that guy long-term because he hit one home run in in round one?
I would say that the highest you want to go is 3 to 4 years. That's my. If I'm going to pay Pete Alonso, 3 to 4 years. Nothing beyond.
What's your sense, yay or nay, he's still a Met next year?
Percentage-wise, probably maybe 60-40, yes. 60%, yeah.
60-40, yes?
Yes.
See, I'd say 40-60.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I'd say that jumped to 80-20 in the last 12 hours, I think.
I think it goes away if they lose the next round. You know what I mean?
I don't think so.
I do. Like, you can have a dramatic...
You can look at, what he did all year. The guy played all year.
Yes.
And 34 homers, 88 driven in, and an OPS of 788. That's really good. And he's been solid all 5 years, aside from the 2020 year where there was, a pandemic, and he plays almost every single game.
Yeah.
The guy doesn't get hurt. He shows up and he slugs. I don't know. I think the Mets would be stupid to let him go. But for the point of this question, the things you laid out that the Giants need to do, for me, is a lot more difficult than what the Warriors need to do is singular, and it's nearly impossible. But it is bring in somebody who is a superstar to replace the greatest player in franchise history. And if you can't do that, well, then what can the Warriors do? So for me, the question is, it's a good question, but when you look at the Warriors, how do they go about it if they don't bring in Giannis or somebody who is a real top line, top 7 player in the league? You're going to have to suffer through 3 to 5 years of rebuilding.
Right, which I just don't think he'll do. Like, I get.
Well, then it's easy to do what he wants to do, which is shovel $70 million a year to the biggest thing in basketball.
Yeah, but I don't that's not easy to make it happen. It's not easy by trade. It's not easy by free agency. How do you even brought it up? How do you woo a guy if there's not necessarily a whole lot waiting there for him? You know that NBA stars want to be around other NBA stars, but we know that the Warriors are big fish. They're big game hunters. That's who they are. That is what they are to their core. And yes, I absolutely believe when you, for example, with the Golden State Warriors, when you get to a trade conversation about Lauri Markkanen, this is how I believe it goes. And do I believe Draymond was talking about that deal when he sort of insinuated that he talked the front office out of a big deal? I don't know if he actually talked them out of it, but I do believe that's the kind of deal he was talking about. The Warriors would look at Lauri Markkanen and go, all right, we have these chips. This is what we've got to offer. We got these picks. We got a Kuminga. We got a Moody. We got a Pods. Are we going to unload our bucket for Lauri Markkanen? He's a very good player. And their thought in the end was, nope, we'll wait for Giannis. Or something comparable to that.
Right.
And so I think that they're always shopping at the absolute top of the market. A fancy restaurant's not good enough for Joe. He needs the fanciest. It needs to be white tablecloth and on the roof. And so I just don't think he will ever buy into the idea of let's stink for 3 years and get a pick.
Well, he doesn't have the choice, ultimately.
Sure he does.
Well, he does, but he doesn't, because he can offer the top free agent $80 million a year. And if Steph and Draymond are gone and Wiggins is gone and you're left with, not much in the cupboard, that free agent can say, nah, I'm good. So he only has the control of it to the extent that he can trade for a player and trade for a player who's already under some team control. Outside of that, when it's a free agent, he has no control. And that's where I think about the post-Steph era, and you mentioned it, 3 years. In 3 years, what's the toughest thing? I don't think that he's going to have the ability to just go out there and say, yeah, hey, you, best free agent on the market, come play for us. I'll give you the most money. Well, we don't have anybody around you, but we're going to give you $70 million a year.
I don't think that they'll feel that way. I don't think they'll feel that they'll have no one around them. I think that they look right now and go, well, no. Could an A fit into a situation where Pods is now a more experienced player? Kuminga, is it Moody? Does Wiggins find something? Whatever. I don't think they think their cupboard is bare. And you're right. I'm not disagreeing that he doesn't have all the control, but what he can control is what he tries to do.
Sure.
And I don't think he'll ever sit in a boardroom and go, look, I'm okay if we stink for 3 years. I just don't think he'll ever do it.
Yeah, he may not have a choice.
He may but the effort will be to do otherwise. I feel like you're suggesting that they go into that hole purposefully, a la the Spurs, so that you can get that pick. I don't think the Warriors will ever do it.
It's not always purposefully, but you might be in a spot where that happens anyway. And Jonathan Kuminga is eligible for an extension, and so far we've heard nothing about an extension. Jordan Poole was in a similar spot, and he got an extension in mid-October. So is Kuminga going to get an extension, or will he be a restricted free agent in the offseason? So this could be Jonathan Kuminga's last year as a Golden State Warrior. If they don't extend him,
could be.
And he plays this year and he plays well, and he becomes restricted, and some team offers him $40 million a year, he may be gone. So that asset that we all talk about may or may not be here. And if he is here and he's making $40 million a year next year, well, then that's going to preclude you from getting another big piece in, unless you want to go back up into that second apron again.
No, I mean, again, we're talking about when things start to fall apart on the other end. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, but if you give Kuminga 4 years and 160.
Yeah, but then Steph and Draymond, or you know what I mean? Like, this might be after they're off the books in 2-3 years.
Right. And
so that's what I'm saying.
I get it. And, you're expecting that Jonathan Kuminga then would be an attractive piece to be a number 2 to bring in a top line guy.
You'd hope, or a trade piece.
Right.
Jason in the city. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday.
To you as well.
Thanks. I really like this question. I think it's a really thoughtful one, really interesting one, and I just cannot understand how the Niners are not coming up as the clear favorite answer.
Interesting.
Here.
Why do you feel that way?
Because there are 3 ways to think about the difficulty of a front office. One is recruitment. The other is delivering wins. And Willard, you were saying butts and seats, buying tickets. And the final one, I think, is ultimately the most important, which is delivering against expectations. And we can talk about pressure and things like that. But first, when it comes to recruitment, next 3 years, yeah, Niners solid. I mean, who's not going to want to play with Brock Purdy when it comes to trades? I mean, with always talent coming up through the NCAAs, and the recruitment's not going to be. That's going to be an easy win for the Niners. Excuse me. Delivering wins. I hear you that the Niners are going to be consistently good, and they're good. We're talking about them every year as contenders. I get that. I would argue that might be more of a thing about football, the nature of within the context of American sports, than it is anything else about the Niners front office. But delivering against expectations, Niners, I mean, because you're so good, because you're going to have no excuses for lacking in recruitment issues, you got no excuses. Giants, Farhan did not deliver against expectations, so he's out. Next 3 years, we're gonna think about this as a rebuilding with the Warriors. Curry and Draymond, they're on the tail end of their careers. Excited to see what their future is, but against expectations, I don't know. Niners. Man, 2 years ago, we were in the NFC Championship. Last year, we were in OT. We got Patrick Mahomes still in his prime. Oh, man, delivering expectations, I think Niners have it the hardest, and I think that's the most important factor. Let me know what you all think.
Yeah, Jason, that's a very fair way to look at it, which is look at each 3 of these teams and decide what we're expecting or what the sort of the bar that we're going to hold them to. And there's no doubt, and I think you've even detailed this with what you're saying about, look, when an NBA team loses its generational star, you just have to sort of expect it's going to go down a little bit. We're not going to give that room to the 49ers. The Giants are also rebooting, and they're being run by everybody's favorite Giant. So there's going to be room there. There's breathing room. Sure. Niners don't have it. So that's an interesting way to answer it. To me, though, that gets overwhelmed by one factor and one factor only. You have a star quarterback.
You're not losing your generational star.
You have a star quarterback, and when you have a star quarterback in the NFL, you're good.
Exactly.
Period.
And, I mean, if Brock Purdy is this good in 3 years, then he is a generational star. And he's a guy who, at that point, will be into year 2 of a 4 or 5 year contract. And so you won't have to worry about that cornerstone piece, and everything else that you've built around him, you feel like you can replace. And you've done well enough in the draft, late in rounds especially, and undrafted players that you can support Brock Purdy with draft picks and undrafted players and all the rest of it. And plus, I think in football, it's as much about culture and head coach and structure and system and all the rest of it. And if you have Kyle Shanahan, all those things can offset whatever you need to do as a GM.
Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara next up. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Happy Friday to both of you.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Regarding the Giants, a couple things I wanted to point out. In the Willard Dibbs, like you guys said, there's going to be some leeway, especially with Buster Posey at the helm now at this point. I think that what they need to focus on, and look, the Giants have always had a good history of having pitchers in the rotation that have always been consistent and also that have been able to make the starts that need to start. In the end, it's going to come down to what can Buster do to bring some bats around here? I'm not expecting him to get a Juan Soto or someone like that. And I'm not throwing, and these other two names I'm about to throw out, I'm not saying these are the guys we go after, but like a tier 2 kind of power bat in JD Martinez, Castellanos, those guys, kind of like tier 2 type of bats where we can still get some players in here, but it still makes us somewhat relevant and bringing seats into the ballpark where we're actually going to be more than just a 50-50 or, just a 50-50 team at that point. And
Mike, I think what you're saying, has some merit. Where and we've been doing this for a few years. Soto and Judge and Ohtani. What if Teoscar Hernandez is your right fielder? And he's not going to sit here, I'm not going there. It's too hard to hit. Teoscar Hernandez is in a spot where if you gave him a 3-year deal and offered him the right money, he's going to say yes because that's the kind of free agent he is. He's going to go for years and money.
He's a Dodger.
He's a Dodger. So that's a double hit.
Can you stomach that?
Absolutely.
He hasn't been a Dodger long enough to where the Dodger stink wouldn't be on him.
No, I like taking free agents from the Dodgers. It's a double win. Take them away from the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Then you get one. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't have any issue with becoming a Giant if you
as long as he's not a forever Dodger.
As long as you're good. If you're good, take him off that team.
Like Max Muncy is a Giant.
I was pro Corey Seager. You know what I mean?
Bellinger. You wanted Bellinger?
Yes, I wanted Bellinger. Absolutely. Steve Sachs cannot play for the Giants.
Oral Hershiser.
Yeah, I didn't like that. All right.
Yeah,
anyway.
Interesting.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep talking about this. Also, want to hear one of the great radio calls, literally of all time? We'll do it next on Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we did enjoy that. He doesn't Schmidt on enough balls.
No.
At least not yet.
If he did, they might still be playing.
They might be. What about this? Thanks, Guapi. Guapi just texted in on the Comcast business text line. Why is it okay that Buster doesn't get Soto, but everyone held that against Farhan?
Well, Buster hasn't not gotten Soto yet. He's been on the job for 4 days.
That's right.
So when he doesn't get Soto, then we can judge it based on a couple things. One, the results. Either you get the player or you don't get the player. And the other one is the perception. Because for me, the perception was always that we're in on Judge. We're in on Correa. We're in on Shohei Ohtani. And I know that he never really said those words, but perception is reality. And the perception was that they were, quote, in on these players. And in fact, Aaron Judge, in my opinion, played Farhan Zaidi in the Giants front office. And you and I have a disagreement about that. He came to town. He danced around and dragged them around by their nose. And then he went back to New York and signed and became a Yankee. I feel like he played them. He clowned the Giants front office.
Such an odd take. Like, I respect you. You know that.
I know you do.
No, but if somebody got played, the only factual thing you could say there is the team that signed him got played. The Giants lost nothing. Like
the Giants lost.
In other words,
in the court of public opinion, they lost face.
But that's public opinion. That's not getting played. Like the team that gets played is the team that suddenly blinks at the last moment and spends a bunch more money that they weren't planning to spend because you bought the idea that Aaron was ever going to play for the Giants in the first place. The Giants, at worst, were a pawn in a game that Aaron played along with his agent. And I would argue that most teams, even if you told them ahead of time, hey, dude, we're going to use you as a pawn, and it's just going to drive up the price on one of your counterparts, they'd be like, fine.
What? Like, pawn it up.
No, but what? Like, what does that? You don't lose anything for that.
You do.
I don't think you do. If fans
lose respect in the eyes of your fans, and I'm not alone in saying this.
You're not alone, but that's silly.
I don't think it's silly
and that's what Guapi's getting at. Like, there's no respect lost for a lifetime Yankee choosing to stay a Yankee, but you tried to get him.
The
That's
respect
literally
being lost is where you sit outside his hotel and then he walks out and shows himself and then goes back in and you're sitting there waiting for him and you get played.
You would have the Giants. You would rather they call Aaron, who's like, his agent goes, hey, Farhan, we'd love to have a meeting. Aaron is from Northern California. He grew up a Giants fan. He loves him some Rich Aurelia, and he would love to meet with the Giants. You would have Farhan go,
wrong.
Get out of here. We're not hosting you.
Wrong. I would say.
So you would have them do what?
Do it somewhere where nobody finds out in private, as opposed to you do it at the St. Regis.
The guy's got to sleep. He's got to go to a hotel.
You go somewhere
What are you going to do?
Meet
what are you
him
going to do?
in
Get him a
Missouri.
hostel?
Meet him in Vegas. Meet him somewhere outside of the public eye. You got played. It's like in high school where a girl really wants to date your best friend, and so she hangs out with you, and you're thinking, oh boy, I got a shot with her. All the while, she's just trying to get near you so she can get to your best friend. That's what it was.
There's a Luke Combs song where he talks about getting to go to prom with the prom queen, and it was because like the quarterback of the football team broke her heart last week. So he was, right?
Sounds like a country song.
He was the other guy. And he's like, and it was great. You got to go to the prom with the prom queen.
But the Giants didn't get to go to the prom.
No, I understand that.
They got to sit with her at lunch.
I understand.
And buy her French fries.
I just, again, like everybody, if you think the Giants had a bunch of whatever all over their face, great. But they didn't lose anything. I don't think.
Yeah.
Now to answer the question, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. The question that's asked though, why did Farhan get held accountable for that and Buster isn't? A, what you said first, which is, well, Buster hasn't had a chance to not get held accountable.
Was that Monday he got hired?
Well, yes, Monday hired, Tuesday introduced.
Okay.
The presser was Tuesday.
And today's Friday.
It's Friday.
And I don't believe that Juan Soto is yet available to be wooed.
I'm pretty sure free agency hasn't started yet.
I'm pretty sure he's playing tomorrow.
He should have a game, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have a game. So anyway, yes, there's that part. But let me also throw in something to give a little credence to this. Yes, timing in life is everything. And if you think that Buster is going to be held to the same standard as Farhan, you're wrong. Like, you guys are, like, Guapi, you're absolutely right. But let me throw two caveats at you. Number one, yes, Buster is going to be given a way different ramp up or avenue that Farhan wasn't given for two reasons. One, he's Buster, and everybody love him. Okay, that's number one. Number two, he doesn't have a tough act to follow. Farhan is following a dynasty and Bruce Bochy. Buster is following Farhan. And the second part of it is, I think the fan base has changed. 2 years ago, my God, get us a star. Free agency, you gotta. And it's been missed to the point where now I don't think Giants fans even want them to call Juan Soto, because most Giants fans I talk to are like, don't take us on that ride. That's a bunch of bull. You're not getting Juan Soto. You can hear how different I am in talking about Soto versus the way I was with Harper or Judge or even Ohtani. I didn't think, quote unquote, they would get those guys, but I thought their chances were realistic. I don't now. And so if Buster wants, like, sure, call him. Great. Have a meeting. I don't think Juan Soto, there's zero piece of me that thinks Juan Soto is coming. So therefore, why would I get mad at Buster when he doesn't?
Yeah. That's fair. And I would add Pete Alonso to that same list. I don't think that Pete Alonso's coming. And honestly, when I look at the Giants, I would much rather have them get 4 or 5 good players as opposed to chase one star.
Yeah, they probably will.
Because that's what you need. You need a first baseman. You need a right fielder. You need a second baseman or a shortstop, depending on what you're going to do there. And you need a DH, and you probably need one more really good pitcher. You've got a great pitcher in Logan Webb. Assuming Snell leaves, you've got a great pitcher, 2 really good pitchers, and then question marks. So you probably need 5 excellent players, and then you can address the bullpen after that.
Sure. And I mean, some of it can come from the farm too. There might be a few players that are ready. I agree with your spot there. Like, the most likely free agent to be a Giant next year is probably Hassan Kim.
Or someone of that level, yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't think we're in a spot, at least I'm not in a spot where I'm like, must have star.
Yeah, no.
No, must have good team. Do you want to know what I think actually is the most embarrassing thing for the Giants right now? It's not that they missed out on Judge. It's not Ohtani, and it's not the fact Juan Soto. It's none of that. You want to know what the most embarrassing thing is for the Giants? Watching Padre games. Look at that environment.
It's pretty fun. It's what it used to be here 10 years ago.
That's San Diego. That's a town that has been told my whole lifetime, you're not a real sports town. I mean, it's even more embarrassing for Dean Spanos, to be honest with you. The Chargers left that. They left that so that they could go to SoFi Stadium and never play another home game again. That's that fan base when you actually give them something to chew on. And I have never, I'm about to say what is the most embarrassing thing for the Giants organization in the last 40 years. I have never been jealous of the Padres until now.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's what stinks. They have created, look at the environment at Petco Park.
It's awesome.
It's unbelievable.
The park is great. The team is great. They're exciting. They pitch, they hit, they run, they win. That's what the Giants should aspire to. Not the Dodgers. You should aspire to the Padres.
Yep. Yeah.
Joe Musgrove out, by the way, Tommy John surgery.
Not great.
No.
Because I'm a Padre fan for the next week and a half.
Everybody is,
like you've never seen before. Let's go. Let's go, Padres.
It's going to be a fun weekend. Tomorrow, 4 games. You got a Cal game. You got a Stanford game at night. Weekend. You got 4 baseball games. I mean, forget Sunday, which is always awesome.
Yeah,
but
Niners are home.
Tomorrow is going to be amazing with 4 baseball games, a Cal and a Stanford. it's a game. It's chock full of excitement.
Yep. The whole weekend is fantastic for sure. All right, hey, should we at this point? Why don't we? Let's do it coming up next, right? We were going to play this call from the Mets game last night, the Pete Alonso home run, which somewhat objectively, it's being talked about in a lot of circles as one of the great, at least recent, radio calls of a play in any sport.
It's perfection.
It's nailed.
It's 100 out of 100. I've heard it about 4 different times, and I've listened to it as an excited fan. Not that I'm a Mets fan, and I clearly was rooting against you yesterday. I'll admit it. Go Mets. I'm back on board. But just as a former play-by-play announcer and a radio aficionado, when you hear the call, it is perfection. I can't wait to play it.
Howie Rose.
Thank you.
Right?
Got to be twice.
Howie Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a man, but it's not Howie Roseman.
No, it's not.
It's Howie Rose.
And it's not Pete Rose.
No.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Too soon.
Not really.
You're right.
Yeah. You can say rest in peace like right away, right?
Yeah, but
like right away. Like within the first minute of finding out.
Just do me a favor and never say thoughts and prayers. That hits different.
It's well.
Thank you. I didn't mean to go there, but I had to. Howie Rose.
I think it was. I think it's fair. Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers. It's too bad that phrase has been canceled.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers to the expression thoughts and prayers.
There you go. That's well said.
Stupid.
All right, if you haven't heard it, you're going to want to hear it. Okay? Dibs says it's 100 out of 100.
Perfection.
There we go. We're sponsored by Robert Half. That's coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
hit. Freelick back at the wall. He jumps. It's gone. He did it. He did it. Pete Alonso with the most memorable home run of his career. Pumps his fist as he rounds second. It's a 3-run homer. He's given the Mets a 3-2 lead. They all pour out of the dugout. Alonso on his way to home plate. They're waiting for him. He hits the plate. He is first congratulated by Nimmo, hugged by Lindor. There are a dozen Mets waiting for him outside the dugout. Pete Alonso keeps this fairy tale season going with the fairy tale swing of his career. 3-2 New York.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Do you know how hard it is to get chills?
Dude, goosebumps.
For a call that's not even for your team? I mean, Ken, I love you. I don't give a rip who wins that game.
Man.
I don't give a rip. I kind of like the Mets. I've heard of more of them. You know what I mean? The Brewers every year, you bet on someone on Prize Picks and you don't even know who it was.
What's his face? The Brewers cleanup hitter.
Adames.
Thank you.
Willie Adames. He might be the Giants shortstop next year.
He won't.
Free agent.
Yeah. I just needed one more hit from Adames and I would have hit my Prize Picks. And so I didn't really care about the outcome of the result. But Ken, what you did right there was radio magic.
Yep.
He went to the Hans Zimmer concert last night, which tells me that Ken secretly is about 61 years old.
Ken is a man of many faces and has a lot of friends in low places.
And I didn't know that a composer like Hans Zimmer would have a concert, and I don't even know what that concert would be like, but what you just did there with the play-by-play call backed up by the Dark Knight sound, the composition from Hans Zimmer, that was radio gold right there. That was awesome.
I have questions.
I have so many questions. Does Hans Zimmer go up there and just press play on a recording?
Listen, hold on a sec, though. Ken, are you married?
Yes.
You are. Okay. And did you go to this this situation last night with your spouse?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
How old are your grandkids? I mean, seriously.
Okay. So that's a great question.
33 going on 80.
Oh. Yeah. So
seriously, thank you, Priest.
What I want to know is what happened in your mind and what conversation came up when you knew you had these tickets and then the Mets lose game 2 and you know that you're someone who both would wear a Mets uniform to work.
Multiple days.
But also in an elimination playoff game, you would, instead of watching that game, go to a Hans Zimmer concert during the game. When you knew that those two things were happening at the same time, I'm going to imagine that you spent somewhere between, $1,000 and $2,000 on these tickets or whatever.
Actually, they weren't that expensive.
Right. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but they weren't cheap.
No.
Okay.
Good seats too.
Let's see.
Thanks to my wife.
Whoop.
I mean,
so I have
so many questions.
Your wife is not going to be like, sure, I'll take someone else. Did this even cross your mind when you knew of the conflict?
You know, I thought about it because, especially with the state which I left you guys, because it was literally right after the show is when I had to go, run over there. I podcasted everything. I left Lucas. It was the top of the 9th, 2-0. We're down. And I, in shame, I was wearing a Mets hoodie yesterday. I, in shame, took it off and left it here in the studio because I'm like, I can't walk out wearing this thing. It was just too much. But at one point, I'm like, I don't even want to go to this thing. I mean, we had tickets for months.
Yeah, when did you buy these?
Yeah, months ago.
Right.
Months ago.
And
so
because it's playoffs,
it just fell into our lap that way.
Yeah, you get a pass. I always get mad at my parents have done this off and on throughout the years. You know what I mean? Famously, and I might be remembering this a little bit incorrect. I don't know if it was the catch. I don't think it was the catch, but it was a Niner Cowboys something, playoffs something. I was a kid, okay? My dad missed it. They got show tickets. I'm like, Mom, at what point when you're buying tickets did it not occur to you that in January on Sundays, that's the playoffs? And the Niners didn't sneak up on you, whatever, they were good. They're winning most of their games. Don't, you get a pass, because this is, I don't even know how to follow baseball playoffs. We got wild card rounds. The Mets weren't even supposed to be here.
Exactly.
They were, then they weren't. whatever, and you end up in a deciding game situation that the Mets were, a couple innings away from actually closing the series out in 2 games.
2 outs away.
Right. So that one's a pass. But just from me to you, take a look at the schedule before you set your kid's birthday party in the middle of Sunday Night Football when the Niners are playing the Cowboys. You knew about this.
Yeah, the other ones are weddings, where you get a wedding scheduled and it happens to be like the third Sunday in January, and it's like, that's going to be the NFC Championship game. It's going to be a no from me, dog.
I'm not kidding. And I say this is a PSA, not to be selfish as one of the guests. It's for you. Don't you want your party attended? Don't you want people paying attention?
I've been to one of those weddings where it's, the wedding ends and it's like, oh, the reception. Where the hell is everyone? And you look at the bar and there's like 57 dudes all huddled around a TV. And it's like, yeah, that's a rough one.
I went to a wedding in San Diego. Do you remember 1,000 years ago when the Yankees played the Padres? This is the only time Tony Gwynn went to the World Series.
Oh, yeah.
Buddy gets married in San Diego in the middle of the World Series. Who would have freaking thought that the Padres were going to the World Series? You grew up in San Diego, you don't think that's going to happen. But that's when they set their wedding. Guess what? Half your guests were in the lobby the entire time.
Right.
Hope you had a good time. I hope you felt loved.
Yeah. The garter toss, the first ever garter toss where the thing just flutters to the ground. Nobody clamoring for it.
Oh,
even the groom didn't she had to take off her own garter. It's time now to remove the garter, and the groom is here's the to Gwen.
Gone. Did you even have a conversation, or you just knew right out of the gate you needed to eat this one?
I was just going to be like, but in my head, I'm like, I don't want to go to this thing. I'm defeated after this entire week. I don't want to do. But then what the best part about it is the fact that they came back. And now I'm like, I get to go see some Hans Zimmer.
We're gonna party with Hans.
Yeah. So now the Batman, the Dark Knight theme, Dune, Inception, all those scores that he did.
All the scores, and it's like, he's the dude. Like
who? Hans,
all these
He's done it all, man. He did the Lion King. He did the Lion King.
No, he's clearly great. I'm much more of a Hans Gruber guy.
Thank you.
I think he's
the glass.
Yeah, second-rated Hans, if you ask me. I'm a Hans Gruber guy.
I would go Hans and Franz also up there. If you want to do Mount Hans more.
I'll put them behind Zimmer. I just learned who Zimmer was about 4 hours ago.
I did the same.
He skyrocketed to my second
Final question about you and Hans and the missus.
Final question from Dibs. I've got another one.
I've got probably 3 more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is she equally invested in the Mets, or was she like, you need to knock it off because you're scaring me and the Uber driver?
She's not invested in the Mets at all. She's actually a low-key Dodger fan, but she's not really big, and she's a SoCal girl, so
I'll allow it.
Yeah, it makes sense. But she understands what she was getting into when she married me. Even in her vows, she said, listen, I will make sure to give you time to watch Mets games.
Now that you've introduced us to your spouse, don't ever bring her up again on this show. She is not welcome here. And
but she's from there. You got to give her a pass.
I don't care. No,
she's from SoCal. She gets to be a Dodger fan.
No, and I get to not like you. That's the deal. That's the deal.
You don't like Ken's wife?
No. Man. I don't like people who root for the Dodgers. Like, I can be in the same room with them, but I'm going to give them the gas face.
Well, there's one person who roots for the Dodgers who you butter up and you kowtow to every single chance you get.
Who this?
Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr.
That's true, but I'm contractually obligated.
Wow, dude.
It's an obligation sensation.
That's a buck.
Steve knows if I see him on the street, it's on.
I'd like to see that. I'm coming for you, Kerr.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, they're all around me. You know this. My whole family's from down there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, we go to the summer picnic with the whole extended family, and we're the only Giants fans there. We're putting our Dukes up every year. Oh, Tawny, blah, blah, blah. Get out of here. Get out of here. How many championships have you won? This is what happens at our family parties.
1.5.
No, a half. A third. It's not even a half. They won a third of a championship.
You don't count 80.
No. If we go back a million years, no. You get 25 years.
They get 88.
You get 25 years.
I love where you draw the line.
Ask where Grandy is. Have the Niners won a championship? No.
It's because he's a zygote.
Well, we got to... Dude, you about out of the demo, so we got to start talking to those people. I am out of the
demo, and you're about to be 50. So for Ken, he's never seen the Mets win, so the Mets have never won.
I've seen so many attempts.
Yeah. A lot of nice try, don't cry.
Give us the visual of what happened when you're staring at your phone. Were you wearing a suit? What were you wearing last night?
I was just a T-shirt and jeans.
Oh, wow.
The hoodie was back here at the office.
It's funny.
Shed that thing down to nothing.
Lovely Christy was talking about that last week when we went to go see Wicked, about the fact that nobody dresses up to go out to the shows anymore.
Yeah.
Like you used to. It used to be a thing, and it was actually pretty damn cute. We go to this show, and there's like an elderly couple behind us, and the dude is in a tux. I mean, like, they got tickets, and they started working on this 3 days ahead of time. And then
if you wear a tux, you've got a tux.
You've got a tux.
He didn't
rent the tux.
No, he's got his own tux.
But he put it on.
Damn right.
He started getting dressed at 2 PM for this.
Tied his own bow tie.
Right? And
no clip on.
And he's sitting next to dudes in hoodies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, anyway.
Those days are over, sadly.
Yeah, and I get that this is different. This is a concert, but it's also kind of a schmancy one. It's not like you were going to a rock show or a rap concert.
Well, it was at the Oakland Arena, too, so I don't know how schmancy you can really call that.
Yeah, but I mean, this is an uppity type of a vibe, isn't it?
Yeah, we actually had a bomb scare, by the way.
Oh,
that was fun.
That's not uppity.
2 hour delay.
2 hour delay?
Pretty much.
Final question for me,
so
and I'll have 2 more.
the whole Mets game and been plenty of on time.
So when you go to see Hans Zimmer, is it like him with a keyboard, or what's the setup?
So
is it like a 40-piece orchestra? What are we doing?
Dude, it's huge. They have they're built like almost like a rafter sort of a thing. They had a bunch of opera singers at one point, different things for different pieces. But yeah, he was playing almost every instrument, mainly piano.
What did you say, Director of Sports? Turn your mic on if you're going to talk.
Still talking about Hans Zimmer?
Oh, gosh.
We could spend a half an hour on Michael Penix Jr. if you'd like.
If we were talking about famous USC football players, your tongue would be out and you'd be staring at us.
I would like it, but I know that
Yeah.
no one else really cares. How about Haagen-Dazs? That's my favorite Hans.
It's not even a Hans.
I don't even know what to do with him.
I don't know what to do with him either.
Yeah.
This would be a good time for us to promote our next guest as a way to pivot. That's when you play the crickets, Ken. That's when you play the crickets.
Whoops.
Anyway, Don Zimmer or Hans Zimmer? Who's the greater Zimmer? 888-957-9570.
It's definitely Don. It's definitely Don. If you've never watched Don Zimmer send someone home from third base, you haven't lived yet.
Hans Zimmer's got Golden Globes and Academy Award nominees. Wins. And he's got a Grammy.
Does he have a nickname?
Hans Zimmer?
Yeah.
Probably Hansi.
Yeah.
I would
Don
guess.
Zimmer's Popeye, and he did. He looked like he had a pipe hanging out the side of his mouth.
Rest in peace.
And he was sending people home from third, and he looked like he was about 4'3". There's absolutely nothing better than that man. All right. Well, what about this? What about this? In honor of Ken, and not so much his wife, and the fact that the New York Mets had one of the great moments in their history yesterday, and in honor of the fact that game day is here for this big, big soiree tomorrow morning in Berkeley. I wanted to ask you this. What is your favorite sports-related event that you've ever attended?
It's a super, super deep and tough question because I've got a number of different answers, but the one that always comes to mind is not so much about an event like yesterday where, something happens dramatic and unexpected and it's like, oh my God, wow, that just happened. There's been some of those that I've been to, but for me, the one that I always hold on to so dearly is the 2010 Kentucky Derby.
Ooh.
Because I went with my father and my two brothers.
Which horse was that?
That was Super Saver.
Okay.
Calvin Borel, as we call him.
Calvin Borel.
It's Calvin Borel, but he liked the rail. So we called him Calvin Borel. And he came through late on the rail to win the Derby. Mostly toothless and kind of a backwater, backcountry jockey. Not the greatest jockey, but fearless in his own right. The fact that I was there with my late father, and it was not on his bucket list because he's from a day and age where there was no such thing as a bucket list.
Okay.
You shut your mouth and you worked 55 years and then you died like any other good person would.
Yep.
There was no bucket list and dreams. You got up You shut your mouth. You work 10 hours.
Dreams. I love the way you
know what I
say
mean?
no dreams.
Dreams.
Get your butt in the car and we're going. Where are we going? The store.
Exactly.
That's your vacation this year. You're going to Safeway.
Dude, Merry Christmas. Here's a punch in the arm. You know what I mean? And here's a pack of smokes, Smoke up, Johnny. That's from the era that he came from. So this man only took 1 week of vacation a year, and he would go to the Humboldt County Fair and go to the races. He loved the horse races. So when 2010, I had a chance through Sam Spear, rest in peace, who was the OG from Golden Gate Fields. He hooked me up with a line to get tickets. I got tickets. We went to the Derby. And so that day, that race, that memory is the one that I always will hold most dear as a special moment in my sports life.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
It's good, but it didn't have that same. And I'm trying to think of one that had that whiz bang. Oh my God! Like from last night. If you're at that game as a Met fan in Milwaukee and you're down to your final 2 outs and you're thinking, God, we have 2 hits entering the 9th.
Yeah.
It was 2 hits from your plucky little leadoff hitter, and you're getting dominated, and you're about to lose again. You're the Mets. You never win, and then the Alonso thing happens. Like Ken will forever remember being in an Uber on the way to see Hans Zimmer in Oakland. Those are the moments.
Well, I was at the Bay Area reverse moment of that.
Oh, no.
Well, yeah.
You were, I know.
I was. I was at the game that Angels fans will remember forever as
Rally
the greatest
monkey.
thing that ever happened to them. You know whatever, the part of the story that people don't know, and this is 0-2, Game 6, Giants are up 5-0, need 8 more outs, they lose.
And you're there in Anaheim.
I'm there with a credential. So in other words, and actually maybe this was the universe protecting me, but I would have been unprofessional when this thing ended. I had a credential. I'm going into the locker room in what was going to be the Giants' first ever San Francisco Giants champagne shower. And I'm going to be in there. And you think I am going to be able to handle that? What was I? 27 years old? You think I'm going to be able to handle that? I'm stealing stuff. I'm stealing things. I am stealing a champagne bottle without a doubt.
You're hugging people. You're guzzling champagne.
No doubt. I'm pouring champagne on Giants. I am acting like I'm a Giant if I end up in that thing. Can you imagine? Ken, can you imagine if you were in the Mets clubhouse last night with a credential?
I'm getting absolutely obliterated.
What are you doing? Like, how do you...
Probably bear hugging Pete Alonso.
Right. And I'm actually, at the time, I'm performing for an LA media outlet. They don't care what happened with the Giants. They probably would have been like, get your butt over the Angels locker room and get the disappointing interviews.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not going.
Get me Spezio. Get me Lackey.
Go talk to Percival. He gave up a homer. I'm not doing it.
There's also always an opposite side. I don't know if you saw last night. There were images and video of them hauling the champagne out of the Brewers.
Out. Oh, my gosh.
Always.
It's like, where did those...
lead in the 9th.
And they tear the plastic off the lockers.
Yeah.
It's a whole process.
It's kind of, and like the T-shirts and the hats that they make for the players that then aren't true anymore.
They wind up overseas.
They wind up overseas, I know. Yeah. Although I don't know if you make T-shirts and hats for winning in the first round.
We won the wild card. Maybe you get a tank top.
But like, remember when Joe Carter hit a walk-off homer in the World Series?
Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Where did those hats and T-shirts go? I don't even remember who they were playing. Were they playing the Phillies? Who were they playing? Is that right? I feel like they were playing the Phillies. I don't know, though. Anyway, Joe Carter for the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
And he hit the home run to walk off.
Yeah,
what
I gave you the call from Jack Buck. Go crazy, folks.
I don't think that's the Jack Buck call.
You don't think that's the go crazy,
you're
folks?
You're doing an Ozzie Smith home run.
Sorry.
You're not Joe Carter.
Touch them all, Joe.
Yeah.
You'll never hit a bigger one in your life.
Exactly. But go crazy is when Ozzie Smith hit the home run.
Yeah, he did.
A home run by the Wizard. Yeah. Yeah.
My fault.
You're making something up.
Yeah. I'm trying. Trying here.
It was a great call, too, though.
The late Grandy Jr.
Howie Rose type of a call. Anyway, I feel lucky enough to where, like, even that question we threw out there, I don't even know how to kind of, like, I don't know how to narrow it down. I don't know. I mean, and that doesn't mean that there are 20 of them, but there's like 5 that kind of pop to mind. And you know, maybe do you answer it in a local and a non-local? Like, what's your favorite Bay Area sports moment that you attended live?
Probably I would have to go to game 1 of the 2010 World Series as and again, that wasn't so much a moment as it was a game, and it was the anticipation of the game. It was where I was and who I was with. I had the best seats in the house.
You did?
Bar none. I was in
where?
Right behind home plate in the front row of the top deck. And the thing about being right behind home plate in the front row of the top deck is that row is comprised of 4 seats. It's 4 seats and then the high home camera that shows you the high home camera view.
Sure.
So that row is only 4 seats. And in that row, it was me, my ex-wife, and my 2 kids, and also my sister, Hurricane Gale. So it was a classic 5 for 4 where my sister would sit there and then I'd spend an inning, going and getting beverages, and then I'd come back and then my ex-wife would leave. And so we had a little bit of a 5 for 4 rotation because I had a credential. So I was able to get all 5 of us in.
Got it.
It was a 5 for 4. We had the row. It didn't start great, but then you thought about it. Nobody beats Cliff Lee. And so when Timmy was rough early, and then all of a sudden you got to Cliff, and you got to Cliff again, and then you got more of Cliff, and then he was gone, and then you kept on rolling, and then, Steve Perry is singing "Don't Stop Believing" in the 7th, and
I've never, and
that was one of those ones where it was like, this is special.
Well, and that, and for those of you not lucky enough to have experienced this, that was not only unbelievable in the building. I don't know that after the game wasn't even better. Like to spill out of a stadium, out onto the streets of San Francisco, and encounter the party that we encountered, and have the party to be welcomed the way that it was. In other words, police and all who are in charge just going, "Yep, it's all good. This is your city tonight." I don't know that we're ever going to see that again. It's kind of like telling the old story of the tiger on the stage at San Mateo High School. Like, you go back to it, and this is only going back 14 years. But post-COVID and all this stuff, like, we're all too nervous now. There's too many rules now. I don't know if that'll ever happen again, where, like, police will just be like, "No, cars, not you, not tonight. You wait, because we got 50,000 people coming out of this stadium, and they're all lit up, and this is their night." And that's the way it felt. I don't know if we'll ever experience something like that again.
Right. And I mean, it's partly too because of, what we have now from a societal standpoint, where when you get that many people together, it feels like a couple of people will ruin it for everyone through some sort of a this or some sort of a that. I mean, Ken's even talking about a bomb scare last night at Hans Zimmer, for crying out loud. We can't even have a Hans Zimmer without a 2-hour delay for a bomb scare.
I mean, can't do it. Bomb scares have become so popular now that people don't even know how to choose the right event to call in their fake bomb scare. Yeah. I mean, it's just like, come on, man. I mean, you got to call your local high school. All that happens is everybody's excited and they get the day off and they go to the beach. Nothing happens. Anyway, all right, let's circle back on it. The conversation we've been having over the next 3 years. You look at Buster Posey taking over. You look at the situation with Brock Purdy about to get a contract. You look at the supposed curtain falling on Steph Curry's career. Of those 3 teams, which front office has the toughest job over the next 3 years? We will continue to take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Did the WNBA set the table for the NFL? That's coming up in a little bit. But we want to take your calls, 888-957-9570 on this front office question. And that is, over the next 3 years, which of the three front offices, Giants, Niners, Warriors, has the toughest job? You said Giants. And to me, and again, we weren't talking about it in terms of pressure or job loss or anything like that. Look, I acknowledge it's three very, very separate challenges, if you will. But to me, the runway for the San Francisco Giants, first of all, in baseball, that's the quirkiest of the three sports. So every year there will be teams that suddenly pop and have a good year, even though you're like, I didn't see that coming. I mean, hell, everybody hates Farhan Zaidi, ran him out of town. He had a year where they had the most wins they've ever had in the history of the organization. So is one of those years coming up soon? I don't know. That, to me, always feels so much more year to year, as opposed to the NBA or the NFL, where, to me, that's where you can have a better shot, at least, at real sustained success. And I picked the Warriors because the 49ers have a franchise quarterback who's 24, 25 years old. That should last for a little while. The Warriors have a franchise player, and he doesn't have that many games left. And so figuring out how to transition to something other than a rebuild, which Joe Lacob has said he will never do, I mean, that would be my pick for the toughest job.
Yeah, for me, he can say that they're not ever going to rebuild, but he also said we're not doing the lottery. And since he said that, they've been in the lottery once, and they didn't win the lottery, and they lost their pick because it was only top 3 or top 4 protected. So one season into the statement, and he's 0 for 1. So he can say we're not going to do a rebuild, and then you can get to the end of Steph and Draymond and Wiggins likely at the same time, and you could be looking at your roster and you could say, you know what? We're going to rebuild because you have no other choice. I think what the Giants have to do is far more difficult because you do have to rebuild the farm, and we could talk about how good the farm is now, and you could take Eldridge out of it because he's not going to be on the farm very long, and you look at what else you have down there, and it feels like that rebuild is something that Buster Posey and his new regime is going to have to set about doing because the farm is not totally barren, but it's not very good, and your major league roster is not great either. And so I think that the job that Buster Posey has is far more difficult than what the Warriors are going to face, because I don't know if the Warriors, when they face that post-Steph, there's going to be a period most likely where you're going to have to take a year or two and step back and figure out how to rebuild the thing.
That's a fun question that just popped up on our Comcast Business text line. Who has more games left, Steph Curry or Brock Purdy?
Steph Curry or Brock Purdy?
Who's got more games left?
Like available, or how many will they play?
Yeah, just how many more games?
Well, Steph has more games. Steph's got 3 seasons at 82. That's 246. And you're asking Brock, he's got 17 a year.
Yeah, but I guess you can answer this any way you want. I guess you could factor in respective health prediction on that. I mean, Steph Curry's not, I would imagine he's not going to play all the games.
No, but let's say he plays 3 more years, and that's 246, and we'll leave the playoffs out of it for now because we don't know if they'll make it. But if he has 246 regular season games available and he plays 200 of them, we give him 200 of the 246, that's probably a fair number. That would mean he plays 64 a year. He misses 18. So if he plays 200 games, that would mean Brock Purdy would have to play 12 more years to catch him 200 games.
Which is not crazy.
It's not.
12 more years.
11 more years plus whatever he does this year.
11 3/4, yeah.
Right, and that's also assuming health for Brock Purdy.
Into his mid-30s, yes it is.
And it's assuming that he doesn't have another situation where he misses a bunch of games.
Yep. That's a fun question.
It's very fun.
Bobby,
I still would take Steph, though.
Yeah, you're probably right. Bobby in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, thanks, guys, for taking the call. I guess real quick, I'm going to put Hans Christian Andersen on that Mount Hans, and
That's
maybe
fair.
that guy Hans. The guy Hans from Frozen, the spoiler alert, the bad guy from Frozen. I think he even gets up there before Hans Zimmer. But I actually wanted to call and talk about Purdy. So real quickly, I think the Warriors have it the hardest, quite honestly, because, look, they were in the desert for 40 years, and Curry, a.k.a. Moses, brought them to the promised land. I just don't think the fan base is going to tolerate going back to the desert once he's gone. So I think they have it the hardest. But the reason I called is I want to run my take by you regarding Purdy before, the game this weekend.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows everyone's value as a human being changes game to game, right? So
True.
Look, I basically hate listening when radio hosts and fans call in and say, Brock isn't worth 60 a year, he's only worth 35. Well, guess what? During COVID, lumber prices, tripled? Used cars doubled. Was it worth it? No. But if you wanted it, you had to pay for it. So the reason that I'm calling is because these first 4 games have been a blessing, I think, for Niners fans, in the sense that all the excuses or questions that you had about Brock Purdy, is he does he need all of these tools? Is that what prompts him up and makes him great? He needs McCaffrey. He needs Debo, blah, blah, blah. All these questions you had about whether he was the guy have been answered. So I've been very thankful. And I really feel like anyone that says he's not worth it after these 4 games, I don't know what they're looking at or what expectation they have to think that they could get Purdy on discount. So I'm very happy about that. And I think it's clear he is a franchise quarterback. He'll kind of be like a Brady, honestly, in the sense that he will be able to make receivers work, whoever they are. And I think he's proven that. The thing that upsets me the most is how amazing Purdy was during the Rams game, and he got cheated. Instead of us basically saying, hey, here's a $70 million check, all we can think about that from that game is, special teams messed up, right? Defense messed up at the end, so we don't even recognize the brilliance of that game. And even last week, what did he throw? 3 touchdowns in a row, right? 2 that were called back by penalty. He finally got the score. This guy is a star. Any fool and clown that thinks that this guy's only worth 35, you're not going to get him, first of all. So quit saying that. And the questions have been answered. He is the franchise. He is the truth.
Bobby?
That's my take.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Agree 100%. And I remember Friday before the Ram game, and I got myself to a point where I literally said to you, I'm so excited for this football game because I feel like it's going to look a certain way, and that's going to be the final. That's it. Your Rubik's Cube is done. Your Rubik's Cube of reasons that Brock Purdy's not that good is done. It's done. You solved the puzzle. The last thing, the last berry to pick from the tree was go out there and look really, really good without your weapons. And Juwan Jennings went for 3 touchdowns and 179 yards. That's it. Case closed, mic drop, we're done. I fully agree. You and I said it yesterday. We were going to be doing, and we still will, but this whole Brocksters Millions, and we're going to play with this every week, stock up, stock down, where's the contract going? I feel like these first 4 weeks, I don't even know really what there is to say. I don't know what there's left to say. Now, there will still be the people. I remember we got a text. I don't know if you saw this, Dibs. We got a text from one of them yesterday who said, because I made the reference to Brock pushing the ball downfield.
Yeah.
And someone texted and said, my God, if you think Brock Purdy is pushing the ball down the field, you're not watching the games. Okay, which one of us is not watching the games? Me or him? Because Brock Purdy threw for 288 yards on 15 completions. I'll do the math for you. An average completion last week for Brock Purdy was 19 yards. Average.
Right.
Not above average. That was just your run-of-the-mill completion last week, 19 yards.
All those are created unequally because, that's a great metric. And if you watch the game, yes, he pushed the ball down the field.
Yeah, the air yards are number 1 in the NFL.
He's number 2 in intended air yards per attempt, which is 10.4. So that's over 4 games. So if you want to talk about intended air yards.
Last week he was number 1.
When he throws the football, what is the distance that the ball travels when he throws the football? He's second only to Anthony Richardson in intended air yards per pass attempt.
And that's because Anthony overthrows everybody.
Well, it's also because they're always losing and they have to throw it deep all the time. And he's not going to be able to throw the ball this week because he's not going to be playing. And, the Colts are going to be better off with Joe Flacco. And it looks like Taylor might be out too, but that's for later.
Taylor is definitely
in the
out.
program. I think Richardson's out as well.
Richardson's a question mark. Taylor's definitely out. You know who's starting at running back for the Colts this weekend, don't you?
No.
Familiar name. Trey Sermon.
Trey Sermon
will be starting for the Colts at running back.
I love it.
On Sunday against the Jags.
Go get it, Trey.
Go get him.
Go eat. I got to check my pick 'em pool, and hopefully I'm going against Indy. And I can't imagine I would have backed Indy.
Why? They're playing the Jags.
The Jags are looking for a bounce back. The Jags aren't going to go 0-17.
You have to bounce before you can bounce back.
Well, you can't come back until you bounce back. That's the only way you come back.
I guess. You have to be somewhere before you can come back. They've
Trevor
never been
Lawrence,
there before.
number 3 in intended air yards per throw.
Overthrows everybody.
Well, yeah. And I don't know if they count the overthrow
They don't.
as part of the intended air yards. But to the point about Brock Purdy and pushing the ball down the field, he was high on this list last year too.
Yep.
So, you can disparage him in whatever way you want, but you have to actually look at the game and look at the facts before you go ahead and do that.
I mean, like, you feel this way, don't you? I think you do. I know I do. Like, I've left the train station of any discomfort in terms of what he makes next year. There's no discomfort. I don't care what, like, even 4 weeks ago, I know people were like, okay, yeah, good, but 60? Yeah. Like, I wouldn't even blink.
Yeah, whatever the market bears.
Dak's making 60. You honestly think, and by the way, here's the conversation where I know people will try to undo their Rubik's Cube and they'll try to act like there's something left to be said. Would he be good for another team? First of all, yes. Second of all, doesn't matter.
He'll never be on another team, hopefully.
Exactly. Not anytime soon. So that's such a weird thing to me. What would he look like on the Panthers? I don't know. Who cares? What would any of these guys look like on the Panthers? What would Jordan Love look like if he were on the Panthers?
Right.
Would he
not
be
great.
good? Yeah.
No, not great. My only hope for the offseason is that Parag Marathe doesn't try to win the deal, because that will ultimately cost you more money. And I'm looking at what other contracts are going to be up at the end of the year to see, who might go up there and reset the market ahead of him. Because if you're smart, you sign him in March and you just get it done and you make him the market setter, and then you let somebody come out there and beat him if that's the way that's going to go.
Who else is coming up? Is anybody coming up?
You've got not a lot of huge names.
Yeah.
I'm seeing, Justin Fields. He won't get more.
No.
Andy Dalton, Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's going to be looking at a nice little paycheck. He's not going to reset the market.
Not even close. And it won't be a long-term deal for anyone either.
No, but he is going to get quite a nice increase.
What's he making this year for them?
Sam Darnold's making 10.
Oh, yeah, that'll go up.
1 year and $10 million.
That'll go up.
Other than that, you don't have a lot of big names. Garoppolo will be a free agent. Mason Rudolph, Brandon Allen, Tommy DeVito, Russell Wilson.
Yeah, none of the
Slim
guys.
Pickens, Shane Buechele.
Well, I don't even know who that is.
Felipe Franks.
I mean, there's not someone named Felipe Franks.
He's on Carolina.
Okay.
Sam Hartman. Sam Hartman. There's some guys out there now.
You look around the league, and I think the guys, like the majority of the guys who are solidified in their position, yeah, they've been locked up. There's a couple names I'm looking at where I'm like, it feels like they've been signed for a while. Are they coming up again soon? When did Jalen Hurts sign? And when is that deal up? What about Derek Carr? What about Matt Stafford? How long are those deals?
Yeah,
not that they would be deals that are longer or bigger than Brock Purdy. What I mean is
Hurts is signed through 2028.
Okay. And what about Stafford and Carr?
Carr 2026, Stafford the same.
Okay. So you still got another year on those guys, plus they're aging. But if you start going through and you look at the Mahomes, the Herbert, obviously the Cousins, Jared Goff, Jordan Love.
Burrow is through 2029.
Burrow is done. Lamar Jackson is done. CJ Stroud is still going to be on that rookie deal year 3. Trevor Lawrence just got his deal. Tua got his. Josh Allen got his. Aaron Rodgers is 40. Dak got his.
Yeah, that's pretty much the list right there.
That's the only people who you would consider like, okay, top of the market, right? So you're right. I agree with you completely. Do it early, get it done. Nobody, I don't even think there's going to be a lot of mystery about what it is. The only way that there's like an argument is if Brock comes in and they're like 70. I'm better than Dak, 70. And the Niners are like 60.5.
Exactly.
But that's not going to happen.
It really comes down to the guaranteed at signing, which is the actual guarantee, and Dak got 129. Dak got 4 and 240, which is 60 average annual, and he got 129 guaranteed at signing. 129 no matter what. So the no matter what number is 129, which is about 53% of the total deal. So that is where the negotiation will be, is what's going to be the actual guaranteed at signing. But I do think that Brock will come in at probably 4 years and, 260, which would be 65 a year, or 4 and 250, which would be 62 and a half a year, somewhere in there.
And as a fan, my response is like, sure, whatever.
Exactly, whatever. Agreed.
I don't care. Like, yes, the answer is yes. You know what I mean? And I know there's still plenty of you out there who sort of don't feel that way. We're looking at one of them on the Comcast Business text line right now. Slow your roll, everyone. He's not a franchise QB just yet. He's not Tom Brady yet. He's not a star yet. There's 3 sentences in there. One of them's correct. He's not Tom Brady. The other are incorrect, in my opinion. He's not a franchise QB yet. He's not a star yet. Yes, he is. Of course he is. By any definition of those 2 terms. Of course he is. And if you don't agree with me, then agree with Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Troy Aikman, Kurt Warner, Steve Young, whatever Hall of Fame quarterback you want to agree with. Every single one of them says the same thing, and they're not saying it to be nice.
And the idea about he's not Tom Brady, okay, he's not Tom Brady at the end of the story, but let's talk about, is he Tom Brady after this many games? And Tom Brady won the Super Bowl. Well, his team won the Super Bowl. If the 49ers would have won the Super Bowl, would we be thinking about Brock Purdy in a way where we could say that he's Tom Brady? Because Tom Brady, his first 2 years, regular season, 20-10, 6,600 yards, 46 TDs, 26 interceptions.
What are the same numbers for Brock?
He went 3-0 in the playoffs.
Yes.
His second year, he didn't make the playoffs. Brock Purdy doesn't have that many games yet, but he's 19-6, so he has 5 more games to go. He has 6,784 yards, already more yards than Brady in 30.
Yep.
He's got more yards in 5 fewer games. He's got 49 touchdowns. Brady had 46 in 5 more games. Brady threw 26 picks. Brock has thrown 17.
Yeah.
Brock is 4-2 in the playoffs. 4-1 if you don't count Philly. I count Philly. So we'll call it 4-2 in the playoffs. No Super Bowl. Tom had 1. His numbers in 5 fewer games.
Significantly better.
Significantly better. The only difference, and again, if I say Tom Brady, everyone skips to the end of Tom Brady's career, which is the greatest career in NFL history. I get that. But if you want to look at 2 seasons of Tom, 30 games, versus 25 games of Brock so far is better than Tom Brady was, with the only exception being Tom's team won the Super Bowl.
He had a ring.
And you could argue that they won that Super Bowl not in spite of Tom, but that team, they won it because they were a very good team.
Didn't we do this one time? And I was like, I bet you Tom didn't even throw for 200 yards in that game. And he didn't.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
The 20-17 win over the Rams. The first Tom Brady Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What did he throw for? $165? Down, lower.
Yeah.
150? 140.
145.
145 yards.
16-27, $145.
Wow.
He ran for 3 yards.
That was back when he was fast.
Leading rusher, Antoine Smith with 92.
Oh, I don't even remember that person.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, so what do we do with all that? You're not saying he's better than Tom Brady.
No, I'm
so
saying
what are you saying?
I'm saying the start of his career is as good, if not better, than Tom Brady. And if you want to look at the history of the NFL since the merger, starting quarterbacks in their first 25 starts, he is the leader in a number of metrics. QB rating, and the 49ers put something out earlier in the week about 25 starts, comparing him to other quarterbacks.
Yep.
all of whom are Hall of Famers, and he's better than all of them.
All of them.
Through 25 games.
Sure.
So all I'm saying is, through 25 games, what Brock Purdy has done is historic. And because it's that good, it takes the question of will they or won't they off the table. The question now becomes how much and how soon. How much are they going to pay him, and how soon are they going to get this done?
Probably the day after the season ends.
Right.
I mean, honestly,
Right.
I don't know when the whole window is, but yeah, like they already showed their hand by Jed York talking about it last year. They already showed their hand. Nobody in that organization has any questions left. That's just for everybody else. They don't have anybody, and you're allowed to. You're allowed to have questions about it. I think there's ism that's attached to every one of your questions. You know, when you say that it's still a small sample, it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. You don't use this kind of a sample for anything else and make it small. There's nothing else in your life that you watch for 3 years and go, not sure yet. You don't look at Jaden Daniels right now and go, I'm not sure if he's good. You don't do that. He's played 4 games. He's played 4 football games. And actually, not even all of those are good. And I say that as someone who thinks he's fantastic. I thought he was going to be fantastic before the year started. And he is. But that one, to me, is getting to that point of a tell as well. Small sample. I mean, it's the 3rd season. My gosh, nobody has the patience in sports to watch 3 years and go, I'm not sure. That doesn't exist. I would argue with any other player in sports, any sport. Do you watch something look phenomenal for 3 years and then come out and go, let's not jump to conclusions?
I would look at C.J. Stroud as a perfect example, because C.J. Stroud is earlier in his career than Brock Purdy is, but no one's talking about, well, I'm not sure about C.J. Stroud, and when his contract comes up, well, maybe $30 million for C.J. Stroud. No, we're losing our mind over C.J. Stroud, who's had a great start to his career.
He's a very good player.
He's got 1 playoff win, which is wonderful as a rookie. Brock's got 4. His numbers don't even come close to comparing to Brock over the course of his career or this year, and yet, because where he was drafted, and maybe it's the athleticism that he shows, we're all in on C.J. Stroud, and we don't talk about a small sample with C.J. Stroud. And to an even greater point, you're going crazy, losing your mind over Jaden Daniels. Guy's played 4 games.
Yeah, I really like him, though.
But
I really like him.
You are yet to say, well, small sample.
No, yeah.
The jury's still out on Jaden Daniels.
Well, but of course it is.
But we're all losing our minds over Jaden Daniels because we're expecting this.
Yes.
We didn't expect this from Brock Purdy.
It's also predictive, and obviously no one expected anything for Brock Purdy, but 4 games into Brock Purdy's career, if you go back to our shows, I wonder what that sounded like. And here's what I'll promise you. If you remember what that week sounded like, and I'm trying to remember the first 4 games, it was he comes in and beats Miami. Wasn't the next game when Tom Brady came and they defeated the Bucs?
Yep.
I feel like the game after that was the game he wasn't even going to play. Rib injury, Thursday night in Seattle.
Correct.
Goes out there, wins that one. What's game 4?
Washington at home.
Okay.
37-20, and he was 15 of 22 for 234 against a Washington team that wasn't very good.
Whatever. But like at that point, at minimum, everybody who thought the season is over when Jimmy gets hurt, you had rebooted your thought. They had won all 4 games, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, wait a minute, our playoff hopes are still completely on track. I wouldn't say, oh, we're done on, this is a great player, but you definitely thought the season was still alive. And I remember that's what we were talking about. Like, could the 49ers actually still be a Super Bowl contender with this kid? That was the conversation.
I do remember, though, part of the conversation was, game manager Dink and Dunk, great defense. Mm-hmm. They can win these types of games, but can he win a shootout?
Yeah.
Then he goes to Vegas the next weekend, and they play the Raiders, and they're down 24-14 in the 3rd.
I was there.
And They scored, and a couple of field goals, and the Raiders answered, and the Niners scored, and then the Raiders scored, and it goes to overtime.
The defense was terrible in that
37-34. So, we were checking boxes. Well,
Yes.
can he win a shootout?
Can he come from behind in
Green
the fourth
check.
quarter? Yes.
This was the third quarter, but it was a shootout.
Yeah,
The point was, that was the point. And then it was, well, can he win a playoff game? When we checked that box.
Yep.
Can he win a road playoff game? Well, they went to Philly, and his arm got ripped off, and so.
I guess he hasn't done that yet. I guess he hasn't won a playoff game on the road. Right?
Right, because they beat Seattle and Dallas
at
at home.
Dallas at home, and then last year, 2 games at home, and then lost in the Super Bowl.
Jury's still out.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. We'll see. Maybe next year. Segment was brought to you by Safeway. Matt Barrows from 49ers camp joins us next. Are they questionable? Are they doubtful? Are they out? Are they in? We'll get to all that and more with Matty Barrows of The Athletic next on Willard and Dibs.
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Fred Warner, questionable. And he practiced. George Kittle, questionable. And he practiced. There are others on the list. There are other names to throw out there, but those are the two we were waiting on. So that's, I don't know, that could only be considered good news, don't you think?
Yeah, and I'm reading the Shanahan right now, the transcript, and I'll give it to you as Kyle as we go into Matt Barrows. All right, injuries from the game and stuff. Yatur, Gross Matos will be out. Flanagan Fowles out and stuff. Conley doubtful. Cowing questionable. Kittle questionable. Warner questionable and stuff. Kalia Davis questionable. And Yadam questionable. Go ahead.
Okay.
Your questions and stuff.
Go ahead. Let's bring in Matt Barrows of The Athletic and get his rating on Dibs' impression of Kyle Shanahan. Matt, what do you think?
Dibs, full go. I give him the full go designation.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. I try to focus on monotone and stuff and the right amount of ums and stuff and just a general displeasure with the whole process and stuff.
Actually, Matt, I would love to ask you that. And Matt Barrows joins us on the River Islands guest line. Is Kyle actually as annoyed with the whole media process as he often looks?
I don't think so. I got a laugh out of him today, which I consider a major achievement. Or he might have been laughing at his own comment. My issue with Shanahan is they bring us into an auditorium. Think about the word and what it literally means. And he gets up onto a riser and he's in front at a lectern with a microphone. And I'm in the front row and I still have trouble hearing him. And I realize that it's not an issue with the video and the audio, but for people inside the auditorium, we can hardly hear the guy when he's giving these press conferences.
It just comes across when I hear him and stuff that he's just like, he has to do it. And what does he do? Like 3 or 4 a week. And today's the last one. And a lot of times there are questions that you guys ask that have to be asked, and they're all good questions, but a lot of times the answers that he gives are non-answers because it's either none of our business or he doesn't want to give out the information. So it's a certain amount of dancing, right, that has to be done between the reporters and the coach.
Yeah, and, during the season, I'd say 65% of the questions are injury questions or injury-related questions, like, okay, if this guy's not playing, who's the backup? And, I think that gets tedious for the coach. I don't think he wants to talk about injuries. And, that's what happens when you get into October and nearly all of your questions are going to be about injuries. They don't like to answer them in general. Especially when there's been a rash of them like there have been now.
So what is your sense on the questionable tag on Fred Warner and George Kittle, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to play. Fred Warner is like death and taxes. I mean, he's that reliable. And the fact that he practiced today, I think, was a good sign, pointing to him practicing on Sunday or playing on Sunday. The only kind of asterisk I would put there is that they've got this game coming up against Seattle in 4 days, and that's on a artificial surface. They're looking at these two games as sort of a pair. So, I mean, if there's any sort of question about Fred Warner being ready for this game against Arizona, I would think like maybe in a normal week he would play, but it just adds another layer of hesitance, I think. If he's not going to be 100% for this game, but they think he would be 100% for Seattle, that could factor in. But, I mean, if you're asking me whether I think both of those guys are going to play, I'd say yes, I think both of those guys are going to play.
Does it change the calculus in that Demetrius Flanagan Fowles is out and you are kind of running low on linebackers?
I mean, that's another layer to this. They did bring in Jalen Graham off of the Commanders' practice squad, so they have enough linebackers. I think if Warner didn't play in the game or if he had to come out of the game, we would see a lot of Tatum Bethune. who's one of the few rookies that we haven't seen a lot of so far this season. He's a 7th-round pick out of Florida State. Right now he's their backup middle linebacker. So it would be another game in which a rookie plays a significant number of snaps.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Matt, can you, if it's at all possible, can you unpack any of the mysteries surrounding Christian McCaffrey? I'm not asking for a return date, but like each week I feel like we're hearing multiple things. You know, it was only a week ago that they said, okay, we're going to test it, we're going to ramp up rehab, and then we don't really hear anything. What is going on? Like, what are they doing right now with Christian?
I think they are ramping up rehab, but this ramp that I'm describing is it's a very low grade. I mean, they're not going to rush him back. So I don't know what he's doing. He's not out there on a side field like a lot of the rehab guys are. So I can't tell you, but I think it's a very cautious kind of return to activity. Might be the best way to put it. The first 2 weeks that he was on IR, he was supposed to do nothing, which is what, a normal person is prescribed when he or she has Achilles tendonitis. That's the best treatment for it, is just doing nothing and letting it rest and letting it heal. Christian McCaffrey is a guy that has trouble doing nothing. In fact, during his nothing period, he went to Germany to look into the Achilles tendonitis. So I think that was the first part of this process, the nothing. And now the second part is doing something. And then maybe 2 weeks from now, it's doing more and really starting to kind of test it and see whether that pain has gone away.
And I know you guys asked him about the red zone ineffectiveness and Christian McCaffrey being a big part of that. When you watch these games, what are you seeing as the big reason outside of not having one of your great weapons on the field? Why do they struggle so much inside the deep red zone?
Well, I mean, you can't say, aside from Christian McCaffrey, what's the problem? And that's a major part of it. In the 2 games against the Cardinals last year, he scored 7 touchdowns. So, I mean, It's a big missing piece because not only what he does, but it's what the defense does in reaction to seeing Christian McCaffrey out there. It makes running the ball easier. There's a lot of different ramifications to having him in the backfield. So, but that's the major one. We asked the 49ers this week, and, each person said something different, which, to me means that, there have been multiple mistakes when they've been in the red zone. Chris Furster said he made bad play calls as far as the run game. They've missed blocks. Et cetera, et cetera. But, the fact of the matter is when you have a guy that scores a lot of red zone touchdowns and then all of a sudden he's gone, you have to make amends for that. And the 49ers just haven't been able to do that to this point.
Matt Barrows, The Athletic with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Matt, how would you answer this question? Did the 49er defense last week, did they look better or were they just playing the Patriots?
Yeah, I'm waiting on that one. The stats say that the defense is back and looks pretty good. They're getting good pressure from the edges. But I do think that the Patriots really kind of skewed it. Only 4 games so far, and one of them has been against a team that really has trouble protecting the passer and didn't really have a lot of options on offense. So I think the Cardinals will be a better test. I think the Seahawks will be a much better test to see where this defense really is. I still think it's possible that John Lynch is going to have to go shopping for the second straight year at the same position. They just don't have a lot of bodies at defensive end. Yetur Gross-Matos is A, questionable for this game, and B, he's playing defensive tackle now too when he is healthy. So that's another defensive end that you really don't have at your disposal. Sort of the question mark in all this is Sam Okwonu, number 91. He's been getting a few reps here and there, and he makes the most of them when he's in the game. I mean, he would be a great story if he is kind of forced to play extra snaps and he keeps delivering at the rate that he has been. And the 49ers very well may have a diamond in the rough in him. He's very, very new to the sport, didn't start playing until he was a senior in high school, but the early returns have been good. I mean, he's in the mix whenever he's in the game. So he'll be interesting to watch. He's going to get a lot of snaps Sunday against the Cardinals. That could be their saving grace. If it's not, or if they have more injuries at that spot, I would underline that as the one spot where they may be looking for help at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and you might get some help in the interior. Kalia Davis had his window opened, and the anticipation is that he gets moved up to the 53-man. Would you expect him to get in there and help to shore up the spot vacated by Javon Hargrave?
Yeah, he'll probably be activated before the game, and he'll probably play in the game. And you're right, Javon Hargrave, and then Jordan Elliott is dealing with a knee issue. I mentioned Gosmato, so that's been a position that's been hit hard by injuries, and they could use him. So, yeah, he's going to get a lot of snaps. I don't know whether they're going to do the same thing that they did last week with Evan Anderson, raising him up. They've got to consider Trent Taylor as a practice squad addition for this game because Jacob Cowing, their punt returner, is dealing with a shoulder injury. I didn't see Jacob Cowing out there very much at all this week. So they need a good, steady punt returner. They do have Ronnie Bell as an option. Ronnie Bell was inactive last week. So that's the question that they're going to have to answer. There was one more. Oh, yeah, Chris Conley is doubtful for this game. So they do have a wide receiver / punt returner question that they're going to have to solve tomorrow when they make these pregame moves.
Matt, I think I know what you're going to say, but just so you know, we are running a recorder right now, and we will tape your answer. I would like to hear it for the recorder.
Oh, boy.
What do you think of rumors of Davante Adams to the 49ers?
Well, Davante Adams posted a black and white photo today of Edgar Allan Poe, who I remember as, because I went to University of Virginia, as University of Virginia's most famous dropout. Apparently he drank too much as a student and never graduated from UVA. But he's most associated with a poem called The Raven. And you probably know that in the AFC North, there's a team called the Ravens. It seems to be where he might be heading, I would think. So I don't think that the 49ers are in the mix. They just have, all the spots are filled on their wide receiver dance card. But I'm sure Davante Adams would like to be in San Francisco.
Well, I mean, can we I guess ask that from the reverse, which is there any frustration lingering from Kyle Shanahan and others with Brandon Ayuk?
I'm sure there is. One of the issues with Ayuk is, he had to have the warm-up period to get ready for the season, and that was delayed by what was it, 2.5 weeks? As it turns out, they had the same offer on the table in mid-August as they did in late August, which is what he ultimately accepted. So you would think that kind of roll-up period would have been done faster had he signed back on, what was it, August 12 or 13? I forget what the date was. But, they've managed, despite that. And despite Deebo Samuel missing a game and despite George Kittle missing a game, this is still a good passing offense to this point. So I don't think the frustration level is quite as high as people might think it is. John Lynch was on the radio today saying that any minute now we're going to have one of those Brandon Ayuk games from 2023. And if that does happen, then all of this will be water under the bridge, I think. But I just don't think that there's room for another high-profile, expensive veteran wideout.
Yeah, and his target percentage is about what it was last year as far as how many he's getting per game. So I keep telling Mark that this is the breakout game. And so far, it hasn't really happened. They're expecting this game Sunday to be the hottest game on record down at Levi's. So have you decided your garments? I know the team was blocked from wearing white because they had to decide before the year, but are you going to be acting accordingly to try to stay cool in a day where it should be in the mid-90s?
Yes, I'm going to have a hand fan with me, a nice wide-brimmed hat.
Nice.
We're in the comfy, cozy, cushy press box, and I think I'm going to have like a light sweater up there because they put the AC on there pretty heavy. So I'm going to be dressing in layers, basically, is what I'm telling you.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And put the sunscreen on. As a fellow diminutive bald guy, that sun can be oppressive now, man. I'm worried about you.
It's true, and I am on the field pregame, so I definitely will have the hat going pregame.
Matt, you want to weigh in on a fun question we were throwing out yesterday? Is Kyler Murray good?
Ask me at 4:30 on Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
easier to answer then.
I don't know. Do we have a call scheduled at that time, Matt?
We don't.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good. He's an NFL quarterback, right?
Yes,
he's
he is.
good.
He's got a job. It's a very good one. It pays a lot of money.
Yeah, it has vacillated from week to week with him. I'll grant you that. But, there have been games this year where he's looked out of this world. So I think that he's got to adjust to his new guys. He's got a really prominent rookie there. I think that's going to take time. It's a different Cardinals team than what we've seen in the past with Cliff Kingsbury. It's not 3 and 4 wide receivers all the time. It's more of a traditional offense, and they've got a good running back and they've got a good tight end. And with the 49ers issues at linebacker, that's how I see the Cardinals attacking the 49ers in this game.
And why haven't the Niners been able to stop the run against this team? I see that they went for 240 last year, and James Conner is a bowling ball of a back. Is it just scheme, or why have they struggled against the run in Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that the Cardinals stick with. That's something that a lot of opponents don't do against the 49ers. They'll have success against them early in the game, and then they'll abandon it later, largely because the 49ers are pouring it on offense, and the opponent has to keep up. But if the Cardinals are able to keep it close, and with the issues that we've just talked about at linebacker and at defensive tackle, I mean, it's been a while since an opponent has had a 100-yard gain against them. This is definitely one that could do it. What I remember from last year's game is James Conner getting into a fist fight, throwing
Yes.
punches at Talanoa Hufanga, who is known as like one of the nicest guys in the NFL, one of the nicest guys on the planet, I'll go so far as to say. So that always kind of stood out to me, and I wonder whether there's bad blood going into this game.
I saw you guys talking to Talanoa about that this week. What did he say?
I talked to him about it last year after it happened because of what I just said. Just Talanoa Hufanga just seems like the Dre Greenlaw. No, I get that. If you're going to throw hands at Dre Greenlaw, I totally understand. But Talanoa Hufanga, so it was a big mystery last year, and basically Hufanga doesn't know why it was him, but he thought it was because they won basically, and they frustrated James Conner at points in the game. But that'll be a little subplot to watch.
Okay, we'll be watching. Some of us under a hat, some of us under a roof. Matt, good luck.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay,
Appreciate it, Matt.
Matty Barrows, the athletic, the only one left.
Yeah,
it's actually, I don't know why it's not called the Barrows. I told him that a couple of weeks ago, but he's still there and he's doing his thing.
You still got Brisbee, and MT2 is still there, but yeah, a little bit of an evacuation sensation at the athletic offices. But he brings up interesting questions about linebacker, and Tatum Bethune maybe gets a chance to be the Mike linebacker because Flanagan Fowles is out, and everybody wants Devondre Campbell not on the field, although last week, you didn't hear his name all week. He played 100% of the snaps last week, and maybe it's because New England's offense is poor, but it was a little bit of a get-right game for Campbell. He wasn't mentioned, and then on the other side, the whole idea about the punt returner.
Well,
you've got guys questionable. Trent Taylor may be elevated.
Sure.
We saw Juszczyk catch a punt and actually get about 10 yards as I was charting punts, and I don't think he's ever been happier than when he caught that punt deep and he got about 10 or 11 and he bounced up and he was smiling ear to ear. So there's going to be some different people on the field.
How do you answer this question? And by the way, we're here for your calls if you want to weigh in on this, because I do think this is the great mystery that gets answered on Sunday at 1. I know you earlier this week were kind of like, if you're a good team, you win this game. I'm not disagreeing with you, but if you want a definition, a definitive statement to come out of this game, we're going to find out if the 49er defense has got its screws tightened or not. So when I ask that, are the 49ers defensively okay, or were they just playing the Patriots? How do you answer that?
I think they're okay.
Okay.
I do think it takes time when you have a new coordinator. I think it takes time to get in sync with the coordinator, figuring out his calls, what you want to do with his calls, and how you're going to execute it. A big part of it, Mark, you have to be fair and look at New England and say their offense is not very good. Yeah. They were on their 4th left tackle in 4 games, and their center went out on the opening series of the game. So you had a freshie at left tackle, and you had a backup center who hasn't really hiked the ball at all. So their O-line was in tatters, and their running back fumbles a ton, and they have 2 good tight ends and no receiver. So yeah, you have to take all of it with more than a grain of salt, a couple grains of salt, but what I saw is Okawanu eating, Givens making plays, Bosa was disruptive, Floyd did a couple things. I thought the front is starting to really make an impact. Could be different now because they have a very good tight end, Trey McBride. He's cleared the concussion protocol. Shout out my fantasy team. He's in the lineup. And if you don't have your best cover linebacker, Fred Warner, we don't know if he's playing or not.
He probably is.
Yeah, but he probably won't be 100%. Arizona can run it, and they have a good tight end who can exploit the middle of the field. So this will be a tougher test for this defense.
I'm nervous about it. Like my gut is telling me they were just playing the Patriots. I'm not saying it's a bad defense. I just don't think that the screws are all tightened yet. And part of that is personnel. We forget, right? A week ago at this time, we're all screaming and yelling about, does Nick Sorensen know what he's doing? This is a brand new coach. He's never done this before. And I predicted this. I told you on Monday when they came in after the Rams loss. I go, we're going to come in here the very next week and everyone's going to have taken a deep breath and had a glass of water and they're going, oh, the defense is fine now because you're playing the Patriots. And that's what happened. And I don't know that means that they're not in better shape. I just know that they have played 2 home games against 2 teams that have a hard time from the AFC East moving the ball. And they looked good. And then they played 2 other games, and they did not look good. And this now falls somewhere in the middle. You're still at home. That's great. It's not like they're world beaters, but this is a different challenge. With Kyler Murray's athleticism, with the history that you just pointed out of their ability to run the ball, the way the Niners have looked stopping the run in recent games and even going back to the playoffs last year, I got a big eye on when the Cardinals get the ball at 1:06 on Sunday afternoon to see if this thing actually fully looks buttoned up or not, because if you haven't noticed, this is your last quote-unquote, I don't think this really exists, this is your last warm-up, okay? Thursday night, Geno Smith and a great receiving core, followed by Patrick Mahomes, followed by Dak Prescott. This is it. This is your last screw tightener before you've got to, I would argue, hit another level. Or else people are going to start scoring 30 points on you.
Now you get Kansas City and a Dallas team that, for all its warts, they can score points. It's the one thing they can do. They got a very good receiver and a quarterback who's the highest paid per year in football. So you're right, and I don't even think that this is a warm-up. I think the New England game was your last warm-up because New England isn't very good.
You might be right.
And you look at an Arizona team, that is fourth in football in yards per attempt on the ground, 5.3 per tote. And I know part of that is Calamari when he gets out, but James Conner's a real one, and he is a heavy, heavy load. And this defensive front is going to be tested. I do think you'll have Kalia Davis in there.
That's good.
And if you have Fred, that helps. And it's going to be a big game for Hufanga coming up and laying the lumber. It's going to have to be a heavy-hitting game to stop the run against Arizona.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We are heading full steam ahead into our final hour of the week. If you want to hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say at practice, you will hear that coming up next. Plus, let's take some calls on this. Niner defense, do they look good, or were they just playing the Patriots? 888-957-9570, the number. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here, and Mark talks about looking good.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I'm sorry about that. I accidentally bumped my microphone and turned it on. And apparently, I'm told a noise went over the air there.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I wish you weren't a liar.
I hope you didn't take anything from that.
I took exactly what I needed to take from that. You think I'm ugly.
I was clearing my throat.
Yeah.
Let me clear my throat. Yeah.
You hit me with a...
Anyway.
Little Shanahan in there. Totally.
Possibly.
Whatever. Possibly.
A little bit less than 1 hour from right now, we'll fade the Dibbers.
Do we have to?
Oh, yeah. One man.
I'm down.
One pick.
My dauber is down.
One opportunity. Yeah. That's how it's going to be.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but I'm no longer hot.
No.
7-7 now in the year.
And you weren't before you missed the pick last night.
Yeah, the pick was in.
How far into the game-winning plays does it go before you're thinking about fade the Dibbers? When I see a Falcon I've never heard of, after, we invested 3 hours and 20 minutes into watching Kirk Cousins and Baker Mayfield huck absolute haymakers at one another and get to a score of 30-30. Everybody's fantasy teams are drunk.
Boy.
Everything's fantastic. I don't care if you had Mike Evans or Drake London or Bijan Robinson. Good Lord, if you started Kirk Cousins. You know what I mean?
Steiny has him on his bench.
Good for him. Whatever you got going on, you're feeling yourself. And then you get all the way to the end, and there he goes. Somebody nobody's ever heard of flying down the field. I don't know. He was at about the 20 when I was like, fade the Dibbers.
I mean,
I got it out before he crossed the goal line.
I just
fade the Dibbers. I can't believe this. The Falcons win again. They shouldn't have won a game yet this year.
Right.
They should be 0-5. And the 3-2. Good for them.
Right. And it drives you crazy. And it probably was when they fumbled. So you block the field goal and you get the ball back. It's 6.5 minutes left, but fine. Go ahead and march it down there and get some points. I got Tampa and 2.5, so I'm thinking, just win the damn game. And then you go down there and you cough it up. With 3 minutes to go on a first down play, you've moved the ball. Now you're in field goal range. All you have to do really is not spit up on yourself, burn their timeouts, kick a field goal, go up 6, and then hold on for dear life. I like your chances.
Yep.
You fumble. Then they throw an interception right back. And I'm thinking, okay, this thing's fade the Dibber nothing. I'm about to win. I got a couple more chances to win. Then you got to punt it back, and Young Wei Koo delivers again from more than 50. Then you get to overtime, and they score the touchdown. I'm thinking, that's all right. Tampa gets the... Oh, no, they don't. I felt like Kyle Shanahan. I didn't know the overtime rules.
It is a stupid rule. It's a very stupid rule. I mean, there are two things that I believe in pro sports right now that the league that's running them knows they're stupid. And there's proof because both of the leagues go, we're going to do, this is the rule. Until you get to the playoffs, then it's not the rule anymore.
Exactly.
And it's a runner at second base in extra innings, and it's this cockamamie overtime thing where if you get across the goal line, then the other team doesn't need the ball. Both of them go away when we get to playoffs. If you're telling us that it's not good enough for the playoffs, it's not good enough. Period.
Agreed. And I would add the kickoff rule. The new kickoff, I think, is really stupid. And I think that what they were trying to do is protect players. But all it is now is this awkward thing where a kicker blasts it into the end zone and a guy either catches it or doesn't. And as soon as the ball goes in the end zone, you have a 1 second flurry where 20 professional athletes take 3 hard steps toward each other and then stop. And then the kickoff team, usually the guys run through and they go to the end zone just to get their sprint
they
on.
Dance. But that's what it already was.
Yeah, but
sometimes they strategically try to drop it in between the goal line and the 20 and make you return it.
Right.
Sometimes.
It's fairly rare. And maybe that will be the evolution is teaching kickers to kick it right to the goal line.
Yeah.
Where a guy, you catch it at the 1 and you got to bring it out. And it's hard, but that to me right now is not I think it is the solution for the league. Safety first. No hip drop tackle, and now no more kickoff returns, but it's just kind of lame. I'm not into it.
It was already lame, though, so I don't feel like I lost anything there. But when a game is 30-30, somebody goes into overtime with a 50-something yarder, and then the team gets the ball, flies down the field, and gets a touchdown, and the game ends, I feel like I lost something. I know I lost something. In baseball, if you don't score in the top of the 10th, and then the home team comes over there and spits on a ball down the first base line, sending somebody over to third, and then hits a medium deep fly ball to center field, and the game's over, I feel like I lost something. So the kickoff, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I feel like the, relative sense, whatever. These other two rules really, I think, take away from the fan experience.
Yeah, and I guess for me, the baseball one is less annoying because it's one of 162, and at least you did get a chance to do the same thing, spit on one, hit a weak fly ball, and get your own run. At least you have a chance to do the same thing. In this case, where it just, boop, you almost knocked the ball down, and he goes down the middle, touchdown, and that's just game over.
Yep.
It's kind of lame.
Yeah, of course it is. And they've admitted it because they won't let it happen in a playoff game.
Exactly.
So, yeah, completely admit it. Let's go to Jeff in Rhode Island. Is the Niner defense in good shape, or did they just play the Patriots? 888-957-9570. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan shortly as well. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Being here in New England, I have to think it's probably the Patriots offense because that's all they talk about up here. And like you said, I am concerned going into this week because now we are playing an actually, a talented offense. And, maybe, what we saw was just kind of an illusion because the Patriots are so bad. And real quick, Devontae Adams, I have to think that the Niners may be in on him for some reason. And it is Ayuk part of the trade if that was to take place? And would it be something like, as far as, you're trading talent for talent and what else you have to give up, you're also now getting rid of the immature, the childish acts and all of this other stuff. And do you think the Niners are in on them?
Jeff, thanks. I don't. I would love for them to be in on it. I don't. I'm not wiping it off the table completely. I think the Niners are capable of a surprise. But no, I don't. I think it's just a little bit too complex with the fact that they just signed Brandon Ayuk. There are financial problems if you pull off a deal like that. And I think it's probably just too big of a bite of an apple for the 49ers to take. I actually think that that's true. The more I've looked into this and read and listened, I'd kind of like to pull back on the prediction I made yesterday. I don't think he's going to the Saints. I think it's financially preventative there as well. I do think that the Jets are the most likely landing spot, but seeing as that's the favorite and that's no fun, I'll go with what I do think is possible and, quite frankly, where he should go.
Yeah.
Don't do the Jets is where he probably will go. It's not where he should go. He should go to the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
That's where Devontae Adams should go. And that's the team that should give up anything that the Raiders want to make it happen.
They've got a great quarterback, and they are currently 20th in football in passing yards. And their quarterback is doing a lot of it with his legs, and he's doing it with an unheralded, underrated receiving core. And yet, the Bills are 3-1 and off to a terrific start, despite the fact that they have no real household names. I know they've got your guy, Shakir, right?
Khalil Shakir, who's out this week.
Right. So you do need a receiver. All your team is out. Your entire fantasy team, unfortunately.
I'm like grabbing people off the wire. I'm like, are you playing this week? You get in there.
Seriously.
I'm using both IR spots. I got all kinds of crap going on.
The walking wounded. But I think Buffalo would be a good spot. That would be the logical landing spot. I don't know what Buffalo would offer. If I'm Vegas, I'm looking for picks more than I am players anyway.
Why would you not give up a 2 for Devontae Adams?
You would.
You're the Buffalo Bills, and look at your situation and, quite frankly, how it's changed since the year started. What did you think going into the year? Well, we've got, the Patriots in our division, we can handle that. But Aaron Rodgers is back and ready to go with this roster. And then the Miami Dolphins have paid Tua, and they're ready to rock, and this is competitive. Well, how's it looking now? That division is yours. It's yours. The Jets are still a threat, but they don't look as fancy as we thought it was going to be. Turnkey quarterback done deal. And the Dolphins are done. The Dolphins are done, unfortunately. I don't know when they're getting him back. I don't know if they're going to get him back at all. But when they get him back, it's going to be too late because they're going to score like 8 points a game until he returns, unless they make some sort of a trade. But that division is yours. Like, if I'm the Bills, I right now feel like not just can I win this division, I got a great shot at home field advantage. I know they lost last week. Just from me to you.
Got pounded.
They're going to lose again this week. That's my favorite bet of the week, Houston -1. But anyway, because they're missing not just Shakir, they're missing like 3 starters.
Yeah.
I think they're going to lose that football game. But anyway, you've got a real shot to have a special season. But if you're doing this with Keon Coleman, a rookie, you're doing this with Mac Hollins, you're doing this with Curtis Samuel, and you're doing this with Khalil Shakir, nice players, but none of them have that physical presence over the middle of the field, 20 yards down, and Josh Allen can deliver it with anybody. I would do whatever it took to get my hands on Devontae Adams if I'm Buffalo.
Next Monday night, they're at New York to take on the Jets.
Ooh, that's good.
Is Devontae Adams at that game and or playing in that game?
I'll say yes.
A week from Monday.
I'll say yes.
Buffalo at the Jets.
We keep hearing this isn't going to ramp up until next week. And that's largely because I think everybody knows Devontae's not playing this week. He wasn't going to play.
He got the hamstring.
Yeah, I don't know how hurt he actually is, but he ain't playing for the Raiders this week.
He's not playing for the Raiders ever again.
You're right. And so if it ramps up next week, okay, and everyone's like, we'll see how quick it goes. I just don't see why it wouldn't go quickly. And if I'm Buffalo and things go as I predict, which is that they come out of this weekend 3-2, and they're staring at the Jets on Monday night, now we're desperate. Now we're desperate. And both of those teams playing each other are likely to come in desperate. They know they'll be competing with one another to get them. And so I think that that's going to spur some action from both of those squads.
That spread's a weird one for me. Houston's a 1-point dog at home.
I got Houston as a 1-point favorite.
Oh, yeah. The lines that I go off of are from usually like the Tuesday or the Wednesday. So it probably opened with Houston as a 1-point dog, and it's been bet the other way. But even at 1 point, that one it just feels weird to me that it's only 1 because Buffalo does have the injuries. Houston is at home. Houston's pretty good. Yeah. Buffalo played, was that Monday night game this last week? Or was that Sunday night against Baltimore?
Sunday night.
Okay.
Sunday night. Yeah, they got waxed. Houston's coming off of 2 uninspiring weeks. They get waxed by Minnesota. Then they come home and they need a late touchdown just to barely sneak by Jacksonville. So I think that it depresses it. They're both really good teams who haven't looked good recently, but I'm just going tea leaves here, and I'm going to give the Stephon Diggs bowl to the Houston Texans.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that I thought Houston would be more heavily favored in that game.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Buffalo.
It is, but Houston's at home, and Houston's been good, and Houston's got Mixon back, and they've got all those weapons. They got the leading receiver in football and a quarterback that everyone drools over. I thought that they would have been more heavily favored.
Interesting. Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, why don't we play Kyle Shanahan, and then let's react to that afterward and take some of your calls as we move through the 5 o'clock hour here on a Friday. 888-957-9570 is the number, but let's take a listen to the coach today after practice. Here's Kyle Shanahan on 95.7 The Game.
For the game, Yetur will be out. Flanagan Fowles out. Chris Conley doubtful. Jacob Cowing questionable. Kittle questionable. Fred Warner questionable. Clea Davis questionable. Isaac Yiadom questionable. Go ahead.
Do you expect to move Kalia to the 53-man?
Yes.
With Flanagan Fowles, he's out, right? Who becomes the backup linebacker, middle linebacker?
Who does? Yeah. It's a secret.
This then, how
has Tatum Bethune been? What have you guys seen from him since training camp and these games?
He's been good. He did a good job at backup Mike linebacker to the backup during preseason. Runs the huddle well. He's mixed in there throughout the week, especially with Fred not being able to practice much. So he does a good job. Where he's needed, he'll be ready.
I'm sorry, do you expect to call up Trent to return punts?
There's a chance. Trent's an option. Juice is an option. Jake's an option. Ronnie Bell's an option. So we still don't know about Jake yet. But if Jake can't go, all those other guys are choices too.
Now, there's a lot of different pass plays and all these different route combinations. Who does you just devise them and design them, and where in the process is this off-season stuff, or does it happen like in every week you devise all these different route combinations?
We have the foundation of the stuff we work on. We do all off-season, just how we distribute guys. So the quarterback gets good at it, the receivers get good at it, and then we usually study the coverages on Monday and Tuesday, and we do most of that on our own, get together later on Tuesday afternoon and decide which ones we're going to finalize, mainly based off of what our players are good at. Well, first of all, what we're going against, and then what we're going against to see what we like with our players. And then we do the same thing the next night for third downs, then we do the next night for red zone, so it's a little bit of everybody.
How has the absence of Christian McCaffrey impacted the offense in the red zone in particular?
Kind of the same way as the rest of the field. When Christian's out there, it's easier in everything you do. But he usually is pretty automatic in his one-on-ones, and that's why when you have players like Christian, I think it helps you know what you're getting a little bit more. That defenses understand how good he is in one-on-ones, so you expect two people to be there, which helps you with other places, and just helps you know what you're getting a little bit better.
With I think the latest forecast is 95 degrees at kickoff. What's the story with your guys' uniform situation where you wanted to get to all white or something, and then just how have you prepared for?
When I was in the East Coast, that was such a big deal. Being in Tampa Bay and things like that, you'd always want to wear those whites early in the year. Didn't have to worry about that much out here, but got the memo earlier in the week that it was going to be hot like this, so we asked on Monday. And we weren't allowed to do it. You had to do it before the season started. So in order for us to do it, we kind of got to make like a conscious decision or a commitment before the year that we wear all whites until like the middle of October or whatever, and then go to normal. But it's not usually this hot, so but we'll probably do that now just in case.
So you guys are going to have white pants now?
Yeah, they'll let us do our throwbacks, just alternate it with other ones. So we'll get as much white on as possible, and the most we possibly can do is white pants. So hopefully it helps a little.
Just guessing hydration is what you're...
Yeah, that's everything. That's what we keep saying.
Will more guys get pregame IVs? Is that a thing?
I would assume so. Each person's different. Sometimes when you push IVs a lot, then people think they don't have to hydrate at all, and they just depend on the IV. So we're not preaching all that yet, but that's usually what you do in these situations. A number of guys do it just as a routine anyways on Sundays. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more are doing it this Sunday.
In the Southeast, in Texas, in college, did you ever do that?
Always. Yeah, always.
How does it make you feel like
better
after you get it?
Better. I still do it. If I had too much fun the night before. Yes.
Had that thing with the uniform said it had never come up before this week?
No, we've never known in advance how hot it was going to be, and honestly, since I've been here, it never seems too hot. I feel like even on the hottest days, I still need a hoodie at some time during that day. But this week has felt different, and I truly believe Sunday's going to. So it's the first time we've really looked into it, and I think that's been a rule for a little bit. We just had to get reminded on it.
A rule that you have to commit before the
season starts. Yeah.
You guys have 2 games in 5 or 6 days, or whatever it is, 4 days. I know that you're always gearing everything towards the next game, but in a situation like this, do you take some of your staff and say, hey, we want you guys to look at Seattle and get going on Seattle so you don't have to start from...
Yeah, guys, there's so much, busy work that needs to be done so you can evaluate people the right way. Just how our cut-ups are done, all the stuff that you got to input in a computer, so you know the areas to look at. So, guys work on that stuff usually all day Monday. And we get going on the rest. It's Monday night once we put the game to bed from the day before. And then you get all day Tuesday to really do that stuff. And now you're cramming a whole week into one day. So those guys can't be doing any busy work. As soon as we come in early on Monday, we're going right away. So guys got to get that stuff done in advance. But in terms of like studying and getting your creativity and trying to get prepared for that. I've never done it personally. I just I don't like to mix things together. I like to be all in on one thing, and no matter how little of time you can commit, you can get all in on something else, especially when you get 3 days off after it.
Arizona ran for about 240 against you guys last year. You won the game. What makes their running game such a handful?
They got a good scheme. They got a really good quarterback. A really good running back. And then they got a really good quarterback who's a threat on every single play. Whether he runs any, you always got to honor him. And when you play 11-on-11 football in the run game, it's something that you don't have to do week in and week out, and that always makes it a more challenge. And what they do schematically, and James Conner's a stud, so all of it together.
You've got a lot of guys who are very into health and sleep and all those type of things. Juszczyk is maybe the leader of that. I don't know if that's true or not, but how does that manifest itself? What do you notice that he does just to make sure he can play at 33 and beyond?
Just him in particular, he's just extremely smart. He's very detailed on everything he does. Just the way those guys prepare and all year around, really. They don't just do it in football season. But I learned stuff just listening to them, just not to be an athlete, but how to be a healthy person, what they put in their bodies. They know everything that goes in their body. And just the recovery, everything they do. Juice definitely is one of the top in it. Christian is, Fred, Bosa, all these guys it's become such a big deal. And when you have guys who have the success they have, it's so cool for us as an organization, because young guys come in, they see it, they ask questions, and just hanging around those guys, I think collectively our team gets so much better at all that stuff.
What have you incorporated that's healthier? Can you?
Me?
Yeah.
I sleep more in the off season. I drink more water. Doesn't work as much for me. I put some stretch things in my office, but that's about it. I use it once a week. Mainly just stresses me out that I don't do it. But if you get really out of shape for a while, your body gets used to it, and you don't feel as bad. That's kind of my secret. Guys who are in real good shape and they miss a week of working out, they feel miserable. But if you can tough through that for a couple more months, then it just becomes natural. So, all right, there you go. All right, guys.
All right, there it is from Kyle Shanahan. Not just news about the 49ers, but the secret to being out of shape.
Yeah.
Just make it through that first week or two, and then everything's good.
Yeah, and sleep and drink lots of water, and get an IV if you can, if you've had a long night.
I do feel for anybody who has tickets on that side of the stadium Sunday.
Oh, boy.
What the hell are they going to do?
Burn, baby, burn.
No, I'd argue it's beyond that. It's kind of dangerous. You can't sit up there for 3 hours in that heat.
And you won't. And when you see it, and when that first kickoff soars through the sky and the camera goes up to track it, you'll see all the giant bank of empty seats on that side of the stadium. And so come Monday, we'll have renewed calls about an overhang or a roof or whatever it is that people want to do to Levi's Stadium to counteract this. There's usually one game a year where it's a real factor.
Yes, but this is by data. I was just looking at this now, and even if it's not quite as bad, I know we're still 48 hours out. This is going to be the hottest game in the history of Levi's Stadium.
Right.
This one. This is it. So for all of the complaining through the years, you've never dealt with one like this.
Forecast I'm looking at is a high of 95 on Sunday in Santa Clara.
Yep.
And if it's 95 and you're on that side of the stadium, the east side, which is the sun side,
that's
and
triple digits.
It's going to be about 110 to 120 if you're sitting on a red plastic seat that's been in the sun for hours before you get there. You're going to be baking.
Yeah. You can't do it. It's not.
Can't do it.
Yeah, that's not doable.
Can't do it.
You can't sit over there for this game. I hate saying that. You know what I mean?
Well, you can for a bit, and then you go underneath, and you come back and forth.
Christy and I were sitting there for the opener, and that's a game that started at 5:20 and wasn't nearly as hot of a day. And I will tell you that for the first hour of the game, it was nothing more than what I would call kind of a minor inconvenience. But I had to give her my hat. Like it gets you. Like it's sitting there just like, oh, like it just, right? And you've all, like, I don't want to say you've all, but a lot of you've experienced this, and we weren't even that high up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we had pretty nice seats. And so yeah, I don't know. This is not doable this weekend.
No, it's going to be brutal, and that definitely will affect a little bit of the home field advantage. And the other part of it is Arizona is used to practicing in these conditions. So I don't know if their players are going to come in and have as much of an adjustment as the Niners will playing in this heat.
I don't know. That's an interesting one. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I do think we overdo that a little bit. Here's what I mean by it. We'll say like when it's snowing in Lambeau in December, whoa, the Packers, they're built for this. And I've like, you talk to some people who like played for the Packers or they played for the Patriots or whatever. And they're like, no, dude, I was born in California. 2 years later, I get drafted. I'm playing in the snow at Lambeau Field. No, I'm not built for this. It hurts like hell. So I don't know on an individual basis. And obviously the Niners and Cardinals are down on the field where, yes, in theory, it's somewhat hotter, but it's also you're moving. You've got a shade side. You're not just baking, sitting on, as you put it, a red plastic seat. So I don't know if there's an advantage for the actual team. Other than that, I'm with you. Some of the home field advantage gets taken away.
Yeah.
You're not going to be over there making any noise.
If you're
you
even
can barely breathe.
Right. And I'm looking at the schedule, and you've got a game October 20th against the Chiefs, which is 2 weeks from Sunday. And normally you'd think, all right, October 20th, you're not going to have to deal with the heat then, but you might because this whole Indian summer thing.
Dude, summer's never going to end.
It never ends. And winter gets pushed further and further back. So summer now, like the real heat in the Bay Area is now a little July, but it's August, September, October.
Oh, it's always been September.
But now it's October.
Yeah, sure.
That thing has slid even further down the road.
I don't know. Is anybody going outside this week?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Today's actually kind of cooled off.
Exactly. It's cooled all the way down to like only 80 here in the city.
It was like 94 in my house when I left. And I'm like, you know what? Not bad today.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, look, I get it. This is a well-traveled conversation. We're not trying to reboot that right now. And the 49ers are well aware of all of the belly aching. And yes, I don't mean to call it belly aching because some of it is real. But with all of that being said, we have never in our history, we've never looked at a game like this. And I would openly suggest, with apologies to the 49ers, I would tell you, if you got tickets on that side of the stadium, you got to find somewhere else to be. And it's a 1 o'clock game, so 4 o'clock, it's still going to be that way.
Still going to be warm.
It's still going to, like,
Can't do it.
It's not like, well, let's wait for the second half. I don't think you can sit in the upper deck on that side in this game at all.
Slap on some sunscreen, bring a big hat.
Dog.
And tough it out. It's the Niners, buddy. This is a divisional game.
Dude, your hat would need to cover your face. You're staring at it. It's not like it's
I get it. I've been up there.
Yeah, it's not above your head.
I've
It's
lived it.
staring at you.
Throw on some sunglasses and a little SPF 50,
dude,
and root for your team.
Well, then bring just a truckload of water. Because I'm serious, man. This is a heat stroke game.
Well, and that's the other thing too. Is
this is dangerous.
In a game like this, it should be free water. If you're up in that section on that side of the stadium,
yes,
instead of $7 for a 16-ounce Aquafina, you should be getting free water.
Yeah.
But I know in this day and age and in this marketplace, nothing's free. Absolutely nothing's free.
Why not?
Because we don't do that.
Just have vendors moving through the aisles giving it out.
Right.
What's the problem?
The problem.
Would you rather have a lawsuit?
Or, medical situations. Because you're right. Already, when people get into a game, it's a dehydration sensation.
Thank you.
Anyway, because you're out there in the lot getting after it. Can I get a cha-ching if you're still paying attention? The Mets aren't on, bro.
Cha-ching!
Yeah, but he's like Kyle Shanahan. After a day where you have too much fun, you need an IV, and Ken hasn't had his.
I'm working over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, the Mets are on. They're doing a replay.
Oh, he's watching it again. He's like, take that, honey. I am watching the game.
That's so funny, Lucas. Actually, the Mets are on. P.S. They're probably losing 2-0 at this hour. It's probably 0-0.
Yeah.
I left yesterday in the 7th, and it was 0-0, and I'm looking at this kid, and he is just ashing.
Oh, it's too much. It's too much. Any fan, you can put yourself in that position.
Yep.
You got an elimination game and it's 0-0 going into the 7th. That's barf time. Like, you can't handle that. That's too much.
Yeah.
Remember Mad Bum against the Royals? It's too much. You can't take that. You do that once or twice a lifetime.
Yeah.
That's it.
And you hope to survive it.
The only difference there is it was Game 7 of the freaking World Series. This guy's running around in a uniform because they got out of the first round.
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, do you have anything left for the next round? Does the team have anything left for the next round?
I'm exhausted just as much as they are.
You got to go to Philly now. You got to go to Philly. Actually, thank God you got to go to Philly because, like, if it was just some sort of also ran type of a place, like, what if Washington was good this year? That's not going to fire you up.
A little bit of a letdown.
But it doesn't. New York, walk into the building at Philly, the Zach Wheeler Bowl, yeah, that'll get you going.
Yeah.
Those fans will get you going.
And Wheeler's all jacked up to face the Mets because apparently when he was a Met and he was hurt, they charged him for tickets to go to the playoffs.
Correct. Yes, he and his family had to buy tickets.
Right. Classy.
Unbelievable.
Stay classy, New York.
What the hell was that? Was Steve Cohen was he the owner then?
In 2015, I think so.
Was he the owner already?
No.
No, okay. Because New York, for all of its glitz, its glamour, and its sports teams, put aside the Steinbrenners, it's unbelievable that they are some of the most awful owners in all of sports. And I know, again, whoever was owning the Mets at that time.
The Wilpons.
Yeah, and what's his name over with the Knicks? Dolan. Good Lord. Talk about taking care of your people in the wrong way. It's just incredible. There's one thing as a sports owner, like you want to do this, that, or the other to the fans. You want to tell Niner fans this weekend, sorry, we're doubling the price of water. Like, those are awful things. But good God, take care of your people. Your athletes who go out there and do all of that dirty business. How do you not take care of them? That's crazy to me. That's the worst thing you could do as an owner.
Yep. Agreed. And just for people who are listening, as we get you ready for Sunday's game, 94 degrees at kick. It'll get up to 96 by 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. And I just looked. Levi Stadium does allow water bottles. You can bring in your own water bottle. Less than 24 ounces, must be sealed, and contain no alcohol. So go ahead and...
how many of those can you bring in?
Interesting. I just see...
I would fill up a clear bag with about 20 of those, however many you can lug.
It says that you can also bring in 1 gallon Ziploc bag to bring in water bottles and other snacks.
Oh, other snacks.
So, I mean, and a 1 gallon Ziploc is not big. You can probably put 2 16-ounce water bottles in there. So,
oh, dude.
I mean, yeah, bring your water. 96 by the second half.
I'm not kidding. If you got tickets over there, I bet there's some people that are just like, we'll go next week.
Yeah?
Let's just go next week instead.
I get it.
That's too much.
But in 2 weeks, you got Kansas City, and it's going to, I mean, no guarantee it's going to be any cooler.
Yeah, but no.
With this global warming.
Chances are it's not. And then, obviously, the one after that's a night game.
Yeah, and the sun will be a little bit lower in the sky by then as we continue to get closer to the solstice.
In fact, I think it's right after, is it after the Chiefs game or the week after that the daylight savings is over? And then when Dallas comes in, I think it'll be dark by kickoff.
November 3rd, I believe.
Oh, is it that late?
Yeah, it's usually after Halloween, I think.
And when's and that's a week after the Dallas game. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the bye.
Okay.
That's the bye week.
All right. But either way, it's already getting dark by like 6:45 now anyway.
Yeah.
And this will be another 2-3 weeks from now. But anyway, nothing to do about it, obviously. 888-957-9570. Can we have some fun for a few minutes and try to pull this apart?
I just, real quick, I'm looking at the stadium guide, A to Z, for Levi Stadium, and I clicked on W, thinking that they have something on water. They've got will call, wheelchair, weapons.
Oh.
Weapons.
You got any Wetzel's pretzels in there?
No, but in compliance, weapons of any kind are strictly prohibited inside Levi Stadium.
That's good to know.
I can't find anything about water, but I know that I'm not allowed to bring weapons.
Water.
Even in my 1 gallon Ziploc, I can't bring a weapon in there. Water and snacks, though, anyway.
All right.
Let's have some fun.
Devontae Adams posts a picture of Edgar Allan Poe. What does it mean?
I love that.
Okay, so what does it mean?
Well, I didn't know Edgar Allan Poe dropped out of Virginia also. That was a great nugget from Matt Barrows.
I mean, he dropped out of life. You know, he died when he was 40.
Yeah.
And some suggest it might have been suicide.
He had a good run, though. He churned out some good material
He really
before
did.
that.
He's classic. He's like Pete Rose. He kind of went in the Hall of Fame after he died.
But dying at 40 back then is like dying at 80 now.
Oh, fair enough.
40 was a good run when Eddie was...
1849.
Right. The average life expectancy in 1849 was probably 49. I'll look it up.
Then he made it. You know what I mean? But his most famous early work was The Raven. Does this mean that Devontae Adams is going to the Ravens? By the way, do you know where he died when he was 40 years old? Do you know where he died?
Edgar Allan Poe?
Yeah.
It's probably somewhere in the AFC East.
Take a guess. Where do you think he died?
Oh, I mean, probably in Maryland.
Go on.
Baltimore?
Ding.
He died in Baltimore?
He died in Baltimore after writing The Raven.
Average life expectancy in 1850?
Was?
40.
Oh, he nailed it.
It's a good run.
Maybe
for
that's
Eddie.
why he left. He's like, all right.
I'm out.
I'm out.
That was my guru voice right there.
I'm out.
I'm out.
I like that. Give myself a 3. I'm out. Anyway.
All right.
Baltimore. Huh.
Well, here's what people are leaving out. What's his middle name?
It's Allen.
All right. Buffalo Bills. Buffalo Bills.
Gotcha. Josh Allen.
And by the way, do you know why his middle name was Allen? Because I think I've been reading about this guy. I think that, his father abandoned the family. And he was
deadbeat dad.
Taken into the home of Josh Allen. No, John Allen.
I'm like, really?
No, his name was John Allen.
Yeah.
That's who took him in, and that's why he's a foster kid, and he was taken in by John Allen. John Allen.
Edgar Poe.
And, he was just Edgar Poe. And then he was Edgar Allan Poe.
Gotcha.
So you want to throw that into the mix?
Was he Edgar Allan Poe? Like nowadays it'd be hyphenated. It'd be a hyphenation sensation, Ken. Stop watching the Mets. Won.
His dad's name was David Poe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Poe.
Yeah, he was born Edgar Poe in 1809, but then he became Edgar Allan Poe.
What I'm saying is nowadays
added an Allen the same way Devontae's about to. Add an Allen.
Nowadays, like Smith and Jigba, he would be Allan Poe. He'd be Edgar Allan Poe instead of Edgar Allan Poe. It seemed like Allen was his middle name, but in fact, I'm now discovering that Allen was his...
It was an addition.
Yeah, it was an adoption.
Yeah, exactly. So
interesting.
Anyway.
So Allen, Josh Allen, Buffalo.
This is my favorite
Edgar
stuff, by the way.
Poe, Baltimore. He's either going to Buffalo or Baltimore.
This is how I want athletes to use social media. It's so played out to do that. I'm going to scrub all the pictures. Thanks, Clay. We're going to take all the pictures.
You down on Clay?
I'm kind of a little bit bothered by Clay right now. I am. I'll just say it. I am. Watching him just prance through Dallas Mavericks Media Day and act like he's been in jail for the last 2 years didn't feel great. I'm going to be honest about it. It didn't feel great. Is that okay?
No, I love it.
Yeah.
I love when you turn on legends.
No, it didn't. Look, I'm not turning on him. He'll have his statue. But
November 12th, Mavericks at Chase Center. If you want to talk about anticipated games.
I'll be there.
Yeah. As we look at the rest of this year, we've got October, November, and December. And maybe I'm thinking about this because of tomorrow, Cal in Miami. That is a much anticipated game, a college football game, and a game day moment at Berkeley. Between now and the end of the year, the calendar year, I would put Mavericks at Warriors as one of the top 5 most anticipated games.
Absolutely.
Like games that we're going to have here. Chiefs come to town. That's going to be anticipated off the charts. I think Christmas is here again. if I'm not mistaken, Lakers are coming on Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Gosh, my mind was on NFL. I'm like, no, the Niners aren't playing on Christmas. You're talking about NFL.
I'm thinking about all games between now and the end of the calendar year. What are the Bay Area games that we're most excited about?
I'm pretty sure that the Christmas Day game is here. Yeah. I will confirm.
And the Clay homecoming for me is right up there.
Christmas Day is, yes, home to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You got Niners and Chiefs, which I would put up there on most anticipated ball games.
Are you talking about the calendar year?
Yeah, between now and the end of December.
Warriors, Mavs, Warriors, Lakers. Sure. So
Niners, Chiefs,
Niners, Cowboys, Sunday Night Football. Yeah, those are the ones that we know about.
Going to throw in Cal Miami tomorrow.
Okay.
Half the station's going. Game day is going to be here.
Yeah, that works.
Students will be lining up here. If students might be lining up already. If anyone's in or around the campus, I'll text my son.
Yeah, exactly.
Who works on the campus at UC Berkeley. I wonder if I wonder if college students aren't already getting after it and lining up for that one tomorrow.
I bet they are. I bet they are. Yeah. Ken, what'd you got? You got a question? What's up?
We just had a caller just chime in real quick. He Scott Shapiro out in the on Sausalito. He wanted to tell you guys that the Ravens have not one but three mascots. It's three Ravens. You guys want to guess what their names are?
Edgar, Allen, and Poe.
Oh, so I was going to go Devontae.
Lamar.
Oh, really?
Edgar, Allen, and Poe. Look at Devontae, chestnut checkers from the kid out of Palo Alto.
I disagree. If it's that easy for everybody to crack the code, then it's not a good code. Like, he thought he was being all cryptic, and everybody cracked the code in 2 minutes. So, I don't know. But I am pro this being what you do on social media.
Right, as opposed to poop emojis?
Yeah, come on. Like, I love this. Put the cryptic stuff up, then we'll all have us all sit here and try to figure out what you're thinking. I love that. That's fun to me.
You remember the old Lucky beer bottle caps? I don't know if you remember Lucky... The beer.
Oh, Lucky Lager?
Correct.
Those the bottles look like they were squashed.
And so
I do know what you're talking about.
You would take off the cap, and inside the cap, there'd be a puzzle, like a cryptic puzzle, like an ear and a horse and then a couple other things, and you had to figure out like what the puzzle was.
And I've never really wanted a puzzle with my beer, but sure, whatever.
It was something.
Okay.
And so this is kind of like that. This is the 2024 version where you go on social media and you put up something cryptic. You send a message without using words. Mm-hmm. I'm into it, like the old Lucky Lager bottle caps.
I'm into the idea of Devontae Adams on the Ravens. I think that would look real good. Don't you?
He'd look great in that uniform.
Remember Bonte tweeted after a Ravens game earlier this year. He was watching them. I can't remember which game it was, but he goes, doesn't the Ravens always feel like they're one receiver away? They always feel like they need one more receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Zay Flowers. I don't know if he fits the profile of like a one. They try to use him that way. But other than that, who are their other guys? You got Rashad Bateman. Is Aguilar there now? Is Nelson Aguilar on the Ravens?
Yeah, he sure is.
Okay. So like
you have a really good like depth of knowledge when it comes to names and even like scores and games, like you were just running down the Houston Texans and
dude, I'm sitting there watching Red Zone every weekend.
I know, but you remember, like the way you remember things is impressive. Like I could name a team and you could tell me about their 4 games in some detail.
Right, and then you ask me what Tim Lincecum's number is, and I'm like,
that's fascinating.
Can't do it.
What number is he wear? Yeah, everybody's got their blind spots.
Yeah.
I could tell you about your 2 deep.
Well, and that's why I love listening to the morning roast because they'll be like, yeah, you remember the Panthers game in 2007 on that 3rd and 4? And
they're
it's
nuts.
Like,
They're absolutely nuts. They're like Sean McVay.
Nuts.
Remember when Sean McVay did that?
Yeah.
Remember when they asked him? They're like, hey, 12 years ago, remember on 3rd and 4 you did? And he was like,
yeah.
He's like, I called a XY out and like what?
Shasky and Bonte on any Niner game over the past, I'd say 25 years, dude, maybe 30.
They'll make me feel like I wasn't here.
You scare me, Bonte.
And they're 10 years younger, like 8 years younger. And I'm sitting here going, wait a minute, I was at that game.
Dude.
I don't even know.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I don't even remember. What? What happened in the third quarter? Ask me who was the quarterback for the Niners right after Kaepernick. And I'm like, I don't know.
Tim
Is that JT O'Sullivan? I don't know.
I'm so with you.
Like, I don't know what happened. Maybe in 8 years they'll have the same brain. I don't
sit
know.
at home, and after I drop my 2-year-old off at preschool, I put them on the YouTube, and I'm watching them, and they'll be doing their thing, and I'll pull out my phone, and I start to Google, like, try to remember and try to keep up, and then they're on to the next reference, and I'm like, these guys, man, no notes, and they're just boppity-boopity.
Wow, and if Bonte hadn't brought Baby Chaz to the last summit, I would question her existence because it doesn't stop at Bay Area sports.
Yeah.
I had to call him, I felt like, a few weeks ago. This guy is on Twitter being like, wow, that was an amazing set. He's talking about some tennis match. I'm like, dude, what are you on vacation right now? What are you doing?
He was there.
Put
at the
the
US
phone
Open.
down.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is happening right now?
He's all in on everything.
It's just, it's unbelievable. I'm like, people are like, what are your favorite show? I haven't seen a non-sporting event on TV in 4 years.
Yeah.
Who's got time for this? Binge watching, my favorite phrase. What is going on in your life that you have the ability to binge watch something? I couldn't be more jealous. You telling me that there is a day of the week at some point in the year where you just wake up and you're like, I got nothing. Let's do 9.5 hours on the couch.
Yeah, Game of Thrones.
Holy crap,
Hour
I'm
and
jealous.
15 minutes apiece. Let's go ahead and rip through those.
It's incredible.
Well, especially now, before we go to the phones,
Yeah.
I do think October doesn't get the run that it deserves as far as best sports month of the year.
Oh, it's up there.
Okay.
It's definitely up there.
I think it might be underrated. It might be number one.
Well, especially now that the NBA opener is tucked into that month.
Right.
Isn't it?
You've got college football getting hot.
Right. NFL.
Baseball
taking
concluding.
shape.
NFL taking shape.
NBA starts.
Oh, yeah.
NHL starts.
Puck is getting dropped.
Yeah.
Puck, yeah. It's everything and more. October, I don't think gets the love it deserves.
Somebody hit us up with that idea. What about the Sharks opener? What about a little Celebrini action?
I'm into it.
Okay, maybe that's the 5th game coming
Could
up
be.
this year.
Yeah.
Let's go to Will in the East Bay. What are you doing, Will? What's happening right now in your life?
Well, life is good. I'm doing nothing right now. My girlfriend's out of town, and there you go.
Well, I could take that one of two ways, Will. Your girlfriend would love that absolutely nothing's happening while she's gone, but it also sounded like you were a little bit too happy about that. This is just me reading you through the phone.
Hey, listen, I'm happy, Was out there on a 9-hole par 3, over where my sister lives. And,
yeah.
Cleaned up a few issues, failed in a couple others, and got some shopping done at my own leisure pace, and life is good.
Take a moment for you, Will. Take a moment for you. Good for you.
Which 9-hole, Will? Which 9-hole were you playing?
You ever heard of Grayson Woods up in Pleasant Hill?
No, but I'll have to check that out. Grayson Woods.
Which is bananas that he hasn't heard of it. I would have bet $1,000 that he would have said yes to
Grayson Hills?
Yeah.
Huh.
I guess.
Excuse me. I'm Grayson Woods.
Oh, Grayson Woods.
Grayson Woods.
All right.
Now, have you heard of it?
Of course not.
Okay.
I know that they have the one at they got the one at the Concord Airport, and then they got the Diablo Hills one in Walnut Creek.
I Googled it. It does exist.
Yeah.
It exists. I'm looking at it right now.
And I know. Yeah, and I know Dibbs, is out and about in that area, Walnut Creek or whatever, and it's right around that area. Yeah, so something to check out. Anyway, just rolled in the door. You guys, I don't know. I appreciate your production people kind of, whipping me up the ramp there. But just 2 points there. I had to do that poem. I didn't say that stupid poem I was going to, but I had to recite that poem in primary school, okay? And I recited it, and of course I was nervous in front of the class. Everybody's, preoccupied with the Raven, but there was a key word in that poem called nevermore.
Yeah. ...
So go ahead and feast on that, okay? My last thought, I know you got other callers. Brock Purdy's from Arizona, okay? People in Arizona at one time or another bake, okay? And they play sports and they do things, probably like Purdy, in extreme heat. Iowa State, I'm sure it got pretty warm there too. If anybody is going to, I'm not going to say thrive, but is going to deal with the weather and be as perky as possible this Sunday. I believe it's going to be that young phenom quarterback of ours.
Well, I got no worries at all about Brock Purdy, especially after I figured out what you meant by people from Arizona bake.
Yeah.
I did like when you first said that, that's not where I thought you were going to go with Brock Purdy. In other words, he's played in the heat before. Because actually, I would bet a pretty penny that Brock Purdy has never tried it.
What, the lettuce?
Yeah.
The stuff?
I bet I got a C note that says he's never even touched it.
Oh, I got a C note that says there was one party sophomore year where he got peer pressured. Went out the next day, threw 3 picks against Iowa, and then he swore off the lettuce. I got him pegged as a one and done guy.
All right, next press conference, we'll ask him. Hey, Brock.
Excuse me, Brock. Dan Dibley here from the Times-Picayune. You ever got high?
Yeah. All right. You know what we still need to do?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm having such a fun day.
Yeah, that's right. Coming up next, Fade the Dibbers. On Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we have reached that time.
Oh, yeah.
We are flying down the highway of Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. Be safe, everybody, this weekend. Have a blast. The weather's going to be absolutely amazing. So provided that you're not sitting on that side of Levi Stadium, this should be a tremendous weekend. And as you said, how perfect that this is what the weather is like for game day to come.
Yep.
How great is that, man?
Especially when they are kicking off their coverage at 6 a.m.
Yeah, if you're going to spend the night out there, you could do it in shorts.
Exactly.
It's great.
It's going to be epic. And so Berkeley and the greater East Bay is going to film very well. I would imagine the game day crew is going to have a great time. The crowds are going to be huge out there. And so, like you said, if you're going out there to game day or to the game, hydrate, put on some sunscreen, be safe, take care of yourself, love one another, and let's let the nation see just how awesome we are out here, not only as people, but as college football fans and just sports fans in general.
I like that. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Then again, you have the power to ruin it.
I'm not going out there.
No.
I don't know why you're putting this much responsibility on me.
That's
doesn't
just
seem right.
No, it's everything. It's everything. Because we know what caps the weekend. The 49ers have a home game. And they really cannot afford to go 2-3 and then have to go to Seattle 4 days later. This is a very, very large one. And you hold the key because we know exactly what has gone on in every 49er game so far this year.
Except one.
When you have picked the 49ers, it has not gone well. When you have picked against the 49ers, it has gone well. That's the trend. And that leads us to fade the Dibbers. Yo, what was that dude's name that went running down the middle of the field last night to end the game? I don't even know what his name was. He's flying down the field, and I'm going, fade the Dibbers!
Kadero Hodge, baby.
Kadero Hodge.
Second catch of the season.
All right.
Kadero. Second catch of the game.
Are we at 7 or 7.5? What's FanDuel got right now?
7.5.
7 and a hook. The Niners are favored against Calamari. Dibs, the floor is yours.
Well, Arizona comes in with a very good ground game, and the Niners have had trouble stopping the run. And Fred Warner is questionable. Don't know if he's going to play. Kalia Davis, likely elevated. He'll be in there. But Arizona rushed for 240 yards last year in the matchup between these two teams. For me, that's where the game lies. That's where the game will be won or lost. The Niners have beaten Arizona 4 straight times by a combined total of 88 points. I think that this one's a pretty easy one to break down. Niners have been terrific at home. Arizona, they can score. They can be explosive. But
this is so scary. So this is the most nervous I get all week long on this show.
I thought I had the floor.
My bad.
We feel where it's going.
You take the Niners and you lay the 7.5. Why
would you do that?
Thank you. Why the silence?
Why do you put yourself over the team?
It's more about them than it is about the team.
You're like the Brandon Ayuk of the radio station.
They say they don't want me, Ken. They say they don't want me.
Why would you do that?
Because I have to. I got to stick to my guns, Mark. And this 40. Thank you, Ken. I can't lock it up enough.
Damn it!
88 points is the combined margin of victory over the last 4. I don't care if they can run the ball. And Calamari, good little player, but all Brock does is put up 30.
I'm so mad right now.
Final score, Niners 30, Arizona 21. Cuckoo. All I do is win half the time. I'm 7-7 on the year. I'm due for a bounce back. Last night I got screwed by Google's name, Kadarrell Hodge. Not just any Hodge, Kadarrell Hodge. Kada, I'm taking the Niners, and I'm laying the 7.5. All I do is win sometime.
Have you ever won picking the Niners? I'm trying to think. Did you pick them week 1?
I think he did.
Yep, I did.
think he picked them to cover against the Jets.
I am 1-3 on Niner games.
And then this is the
I took the Niners in Minnesota.
No, you didn't just take the Niners in Minnesota.
I believe
You literally made it sound absurd. You thought it was Ottoman. The Niners were going to blow Minnesota off of said field.
Yeah.
Right.
I was wrong.
Then you come back to follow.
Okay.
What? What, Dibs?
They were up 10 points on the Rams.
Good for you.
That thing should have been tucked away night.
The Bucks were up last night from the entire game, too.
Yeah, and I got that one
Did
wrong.
you cash that ticket?
No. Kadarrell Hodge to the Heezy.
And what happened when you picked the Niners against the Rams? What did I do? 2 weeks ago at exactly this time on this station, on this show, what did I do when you picked the Niners to cover against the Rams?
I believe you said, oh, Schmidt.
No, I lamented.
You did. It was a lamentation sensation. Is
Yes,
what it was. Cha-ching.
And I'm doing the exact same thing right now.
Whatever.
No, whatever.
Niners 30. Arizona 21. Thank you, Ken. Keep that thing on lock. And come Monday when the Niners win comfortably, I'm gonna be able to puff up my chest a little bit. I'll be back in the win column. I'll be 8-7. And this whole idea about me being bad for the team, a bad omen, and selfish.
So selfish.
Normally this is where you go, fade. But no, you're not going to fade me.
I can't, because I'm about
You
the
won't.
team.
Lucas, how about you? You need to fade the dibber? You won't.
I might.
Yeah, you're not a Niner fan like that, so he could. It's more about his cash than it is about his team.
It should be.
Fine.
Take the Texans, everybody. Don't mess around with this crap.
Niners 30, Arizona 21.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Seattle. Take Seattle.
And Seattle?
Seattle. If you want to parlay, there's your other pick. Take Seattle, although the number's getting high now. I got it 3 days ago.
So high.
Yeah, I got it 3 days ago at 6. When I knew Malik Neighbors, because I listened to a doctor, I knew Malik Neighbors wasn't going to play.
6.5 now.
Well, no, I got it. I see it at 7.
FanDuel, 6.5.
No, 6.5, 7. If you can get it at 6.5, go get it. I love it at 6.5. I love it, really, really love it at 6. At 7, I love it less. But those are your picks this week. It's the Texans and the Seahawks.
Wow. No.
You can.
Cincinnati. Cincinnati's favored by 4.5
against
who? No, I'm looking at next week.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Cincinnati. I like Cincinnati against Baltimore.
What do you think of Edgar Allan Poe?
2.5. Cincinnati's getting 2.5.
Where?
Home dog against Baltimore.
Cincinnati. Stop. You only. No, we're not fading the Dibbers anymore.
Okay, we're done. All right.
Yeah.
That is my favorite pick. My second favorite is the Niners.
The Cincinnati
giving points.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
It's been locked. Have
got to be the biggest stay away I've ever seen in my life. I have no clue what to do with that. What are they doing? Literally, they outplayed the Chiefs for an entire game and found a way to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to their opening game. They lost at home to the New England Patriots. Right?
Good little Patriots team.
Jeez. And then
you lost to the Commanders by 5.
They lost to the Commanders, and Jaden Daniels just went up and down the field on them.
21 of 23 in that game for Jaden.
And then what's their one win?
They beat the Panthers last week.
Oh, they beat the Panthers.
At Carolina, though.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
All right. Against their old quarterback.
Yeah.
That was the Andy Dalton Bowl.
Revenge game.
Yeah. Jeez. I don't think I'd be comfortable betting a Bengal game no matter who they're playing.
Yeah. Well, I'm 0-1 on the week. Tampa Bay broke my heart last night.
Well, there are a couple of games that I will say this. When you look at them, like that philosophy of why the hell is the spread that?
Lean into it.
Well, the Bengals are one of them. Why are they? I've got them on my site at +1. Why are the Ravens only favored by 1 against the Cincinnati Bengals?
FanDuel's got it at 2.5.
Yeah, that's a very, very big spread.
And I'm going to give you one more while we're here just because I'm in a giving mood. It's our wake and take for tomorrow because we're going across the pond.
Yep.
If you want a little wake and take.
Well, that's another one. Why are the Vikings only 2.5-point favorite? Why?
On a neutral.
Why?
Because the Jets are better than you give them credit for, and this game is going to be a defensive slugfest.
Okay. No, I'm in. That's another one. Like the Vikings, if you really
lay the 2.5, yeah.
No.
You like the Jets and the points?
What I'm telling you is no, listen to me. If you're going to follow this philosophy,
sure.
There are 3 games where you go, why the hell is the spread? Well, there's usually a reason. If you believe in the Vikings as much as everyone now does, wouldn't you say they could beat the Jets by a field goal? I think you would. Why are the Ravens only -1? And then here's the biggest one of them all. You ready for a spread that I would lean into? Lean into it if you want. If you really got, and this is for rich people, okay? Because I don't want you betting this if you need to win. Because this is a stupid bet, but look at this number. Why the hell are the Jags favored by a field goal against anybody? That doesn't make any sense. It'll look the worst team in the NFL right now.
At home, and Indy has no quarterback and no running back.
They have an elite quarterback.
Their backup quarterback is better than their starter.
Flacco.
He's clearly better.
Elite.
I've been on Flacco from long before you guys were on Flacco.
Anyway, let's see how
I like the Jags.
Did you make him too?
No, but I like him.
Lucas, what's happening in 4 minutes?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. All right. Whatever.
Oh, no. Patrick Willis.
Okay.
Newest member of the Hall of Fame. He was on the morning roast.
Yeah. Lucas just flies by the seat of his pants.
We're good.
Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
No.
Day after that?
I'm going to a birthday party.
Oh, on a Sunday?
It's my daughter's got a friend who's 2. We're going to make it back in time for the game.
Give me the number of the parents. I need to talk to them. For God's sakes.
There's a trampoline involved.
That's not okay. All right, look, whatever's coming up in the game, whenever Lucas figures it out, is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. Have a great weekend. For Dibs, for Ken, the Met, and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.